Over the last year, I've documented exactly step by step how I made $2.3 million with a one-person business model that not a lot of people are talking about right now. And here's your proof for your animal brain that my accountant pulled this morning. This is a model that you need to get in on now before everyone finds out about it, because I'll be completely honest with you, it doesn't even have a name. That's how low key it is. And here's the most insane part. Most people who drop these massive courses always have something to sell you, whether it's a $50 a month community or a $997 course, or maybe it's a free webinar where it's not actually free at the end. Or even worse, what if it's a call where at the end of the call, they pitch you a $12,000 mentorship? Here's the best part about this, and here's my promise to you. I have nothing to sell you in this video. I make all of my money from doing this model. And you can trust me. I know this because I've spent well over $50,000 on my own online education. And while most of it was good, a lot of it was extremely disappointing. Now, I know you're wondering, then why are you dropping a 23-hour course if you're not financially incentivized to do so? There's two reasons why I'm doing this. Reason number one is that I know that I'm a small fish in this YouTube game, and my goal is to make my free stuff better than other people's paid stuff in attempt to make this channel grow long ways. And reason number two is that I'm extremely disappointed in this online course game. A lot of people are out there completely scamming people. Like, I could literally name like 10 people that I know that are completely scamming people just to have a nice watch, a nice car, maybe a nice penthouse, just to get the attention of girls in somewhere like Miami. I know that most people don't take free information seriously, but I hope that you treat this video like you genuinely did pay $3,000 for it. I want you to imagine in your brain right now the $3,000 leaving your bank account, because you are the one that, if you go through this is the only thing you need to consume to actually get results this time. Now listen, this is not going to be easy to watch by any means. But this is a complete guide that you need, that you can keep coming back to every day until you get real results with this. And the best part is, I've helped hundreds of other people do the same. And at the end of this video, I linked 12 videos where these students break down exactly, step by step, visually, how they did it. That way you can model after them so you can have real success with this. Now, here's what I would do if I were you going through this massive thing. I would go through a small chunk of this every single day, right? And then once you get tired, you can go skip to the end of this video and you can watch those result case studies where you can see visually how they did it and get different perspectives, not just from me, but from them. I want you to really commit to this so that you can actually get results this year. And I hope you enjoy everything. I've put it all together neatly for you just so you can get real results with this. I hope you like it. I hope you enjoy it, because this honestly is my life's work. So let's get right into it. We're finally in the free course where I'm going to break down how I made $2.3 million in the last year or so using this unique model that I bet you probably haven't heard of yet. This is going to be completely raw and uncut. And I want you to just like kind of sit back and relax. I know how it can feel. You could probably feel overwhelmed when you see 23 hours of content or something like that. Don't take this as overwhelm. Kind of just sit back and relax. I'm going to properly guide you through this. That way you don't get lost and you can actually get results with this. Okay, so let's get right into it. So the first thing I want to start with is, before I erase all of this and get into some actual sauce, I want to explain how I got here. Because if I explain how I got here, you will understand how this whole thing works. Because like I said before, this model that I used to make 2.3 million doesn't even really have a name to it. It's kind of like a unique kind of model that I didn't even know what I was doing, because it was just my innate experience, right? So I'm just gonna give you a quick breakdown of how I started and how I got into this thing. So let's get right into it. So way back when I was 16 years old, I'm 21 years old right now, I started sneaker reselling, right? I started flipping sneakers to make money, and I got on like this app. It was called the Nike Sneakers app, and basically you could flip sneakers off of the app on StockX, right? My first pair of shoes, I bought Kobe's, and I made $200 profit, and that was my first real like internet money. And I was like, oh wow, this actually like really does work. And that got me super excited. And for the first time ever, I was literally at my job and I was on my break at work. And that's when I bought the sneakers. And I told my manager, I was like, I just made $200 and I just made $100 at work. And that made me realize, I was like, oh, time is not like, should not be traded for money. And like, that was the big sign for me. That was the big bang that got me into this sort of thing. And fast forward a little bit later, when I was 17, I had already made a bunch of money like flipping sneakers. I was flipping like PS5s, you might have remembered that. I was flipping all kinds of different stuff. And a lot of people like, I didn't really enjoy reselling too much, but I just knew it was a way to make money. And eventually like I made a decent bit of money. I think it was like $3,000 to $5,000 a month-ish. And eventually I was in this like group, like this community, and it was like a Discord community. And in this Discord community, there was like a bunch of channels. And I found out that the owner of that community I was paying $20 a month for, he was making like $20,000 a month. And I was like, holy shit, this guy's making so much money. And the crazy part about that guy was the fact that he like was literally like 17, like literally 17. So I eventually like got an idea. I was like, why don't I just show people how to like resell sneakers and give them updates, etc. So that's kind of when I started the sneaker reselling, my first sneaker reselling community, where I taught other people how to resell. And I got that up to like, I think around $5,000 a month at its peak. And I ended up shutting it down. And this is where the unique model comes in. This is where I actually like took this model and I took it for a long haul, right? So what I ended up doing is I shut it down because I honestly didn't have that much experience reselling to be showing people how to do it. I kind of jumped in to some water that I didn't mean to jump into. And I went into this like group where you could like sell groups, and you could literally like sell your like paid Discord. So I went to go sell it, and I met this guy, and he was like, yo, I don't want to buy your group, but let's like partner up because you guys are like, you're like doing marketing properly, and I need that for my stuff. So I ended up partnering with this guy, and I did all of the marketing and sales for him, right? I didn't specifically do marketing. It wasn't like a marketing agency, and I didn't specifically do sales. So it wasn't like a closing / setting role or something like that for me. It was literally just, I did everything. And I got paid a ton of money for doing so. Overall, throughout the entire project, we probably made around 360 grand. And then my cut of that was around $131,000 in profit. And that's what I like literally put in my bank account. And that was over the span of 11 months. And then what ended up happening is I was like, the partnership had some issues, but this really opened my eyes up to like what real internet money was, because I had made my first $100,000 with like in pure cash when I was 18, right? So I was 18 years old. And then when I turned 19, right, I eventually found like another client where we started a new type of info product, and it was a unique angle in the market. It ended up working pretty well. And what ended up happening is we took that info product from all the skills I learned from that project from literally zero to $430,000 a month, right? In like 8 months. And the cool thing about that is over the entire project, right? While I was 20 years old, I made around $2.3 million. And basically I was working with this creator. He brought all of the traffic into the funnel, right? And then I essentially like did all the marketing and sales. So to break it down for you here, I'll just erase all this. It kind of looks like this. Like what you're getting into here looks like this, right? So when you're trying to make money online, you're probably right here right now, and chances are you're probably not making like a ton of money, and you want to make money. That's why you clicked on this video, because you're like, how did this guy like do this, right? And I did it with one client, which is pretty impressive, right? So you need some type of vehicle, I realized, to actually make money with online business. Some type of vehicle, and some vehicles are better than other vehicles. And by vehicle, I mean there's all kinds of different models out there that you can use to actually make money, right? There's drop shipping, there's trading, there's reselling, like I actually did reselling. There's all these different models, but it's all about the vehicle that you pick to get there. And you can pick any type of vehicle, no matter what. This is probably a terrible car, yeah. Is it a car? Good car? No? Bad car? I don't know. But basically, to make $10,000 a month, you just need to pick a proper vehicle. And the reason why that you need to pick a proper vehicle is because of this thing called leverage, right? It kind of looks like this. And for what you put in, like the work you put in, you get a ton out, right? And I'm saying this because I picked the right vehicle. And what I'm about to show you in this entire course is the right vehicle. Because you could go do drop shipping, but I'm not gonna lie, like that's a super hard, not beginner friendly model, and it's gonna be really hard to make money. You could go try to do crypto like I did before, and you can lose a bunch of money, or trading or something like that, and lose a bunch of money and only fill the pockets of the person that's actually helping you do it. Or you can pick like SMMA or something like that and work with a few $1,000 a month clients. Or you can do closing, where you just sit on Zoom calls all day and close, et cetera, and not make a ton of money doing that either. Or you can do setting, dial people's leads, and there's all kinds of different ways to make money. That's not my point. But this right here, how I made 2.3 million right before I turned 21, because I turned 21 not so long ago, right, like a few weeks ago, right? I picked the right vehicle to get me to where I needed to be. And that's why I wanted to break this down for you, is because I just wanted to show you my story. And basically what I did is I helped sell info products. Like at the beginning of this course video, I said, I want to make this better than all these other course sellers, like paid products. And the reason why I can do that is because I actively know and work with a lot of the guys that are selling courses, coaching programs, masterminds, mentorships, right? Like I've worked with all of these people, and what I'm able to show you in this video is essentially how to be an info marketer, right? How to get your first, we're gonna talk about how to get your first client, right? We're gonna talk about how to launch an info product with them, and we're gonna talk about how to scale that info product. Because in this day and age that we're living in right now, info, like the education world, is growing like crazy. Like you could already see companies like School, for example. I'm very close with School and I know the founder very well, right? Hermosi's all in on School, and you'll see really big people coming to the platform, and you'll see a bunch of people move. You can already see in the landscape, like Jordan Peterson was a Harvard lecture like professor in psychology, and now he has his own info product for like $300, right? And that's because in the day and age we live in, instead of going to a class in a college, you can essentially just learn everything you need to know online. I've helped this one guy, he got to $200,000 a month, and he's actually doing an info product that's helping people get into Ivy League schools, right? So it's not even a bash of the traditional education system. You could even have info products that essentially like help people get into an Ivy League school. Or you can have info products that help people code like software or something like that, like how to get into coding, how to be a software developer, and then help them get a job, or how to get into remote sales, into corporate sales. You can help people do that. But what I'm saying here is I know that if you're watching this video, you probably don't have too much expertise. And if you do, like this is great for you, because everything that I'm about to show you in this video is about to directly apply it, and you can monetize the knowledge and expertise that's in your brain right now, and you can sell that knowledge or expertise online and make tons and tons of money. But what I'm saying for people that don't have any knowledge, don't have any expertise, and maybe you're a complete beginner, or maybe you're an agency owner or a freelancer or a sales rep that wants to make like more money, you should go partner with people and help them sell info products. And what I like to call this, and the names that are familiar with this, is you might have heard like the term operator or operating go around, or you might have heard of a growth partner, or you might have heard of like an info product operator, or an info product agency owner, or a info product growth agency. All of these things are essentially saying the same thing, and it's to partner with somebody to sell an info product. So that's specifically what we're going to be doing throughout this entire course. Is I'm going to break down exactly how I made $2.3 million right before I turned 21, okay, selling other people's knowledge, right, selling an info product. And this is a documentation of pretty much all of my life's work over the last 4 years in online business. And I love it, right? I love the online education industry, and I want to make this video as a video to honestly be better than all the other people's paid stuff, because there's some people that are clear-cut scamming out there. And my goal is to make the online education industry better. I want to help people find real community. I want to help people find their thing, because a reselling community is ultimately what changed my life. And if I can help somebody find a community of people, or help them find the thing that they like, if I can help the people in this video, watching this video, either sell info products, right, like other people's info products, or maybe you're an expert and you want to sell your own info product, I'm ultimately helping tons and tons of people, right, create these info products that other people can use and change their lives. So my mission is to change the lives of millions, right, through info. And I love it. It's my favorite thing in the world. And this is the best way I could do it. So in this video, like I said, we're going to get into how to get your first client, right, for people that don't have their own knowledge or expertise, how to launch an info product properly. I have a complete formula that you can follow. It's completely developed and everything on how I've launched this product. And then I have a scale strategy that I'm going to walk you through throughout the entire rest of the video. And then at the end of this entire video, there are 12 videos of people that I've helped sell other people's info products, right? You can call them operators or growth partners or something like that. I've helped them make money. So you can skip to the end of this video and you can actually see how they did it. And you can go through this video in small chunks so that it's more digestible. I want this to be very digestible for you. So I encourage you, go through this in small chunks and eat it like one piece at a time, right? One chapter at a time. And then you can skip to the end of this video and you can see the breakdowns of how all of these other people did it, right? If you've already watched this far, right, I want to say that I'm proud of you because you're actually committed to doing this, right? And I know that if you actually do this and you don't have the intentions to scam or do anything bad, we together are going to change the lives of millions. And with that being said, welcome to the 23-hour-long course. Yo, what's up guys? It's Brady, and in this video I'm going to be talking about how to identify creators that print. Everything I've taught up until this point has led up until this moment. We're finally on section 7, influencers, right? This is the number one thing that if you just get this one thing right, you can fail at anything else, right? Now you can probably see how you could fail at everything else, and if you just get the right influencer / creator, you will print, right? You will 1000% print. But, right, I've talked to all of the people in the space. I've coached thousands of clients, right? And I've seen, right, that you have to be able, the best people, right, that actually pick the right creator, right, and reach out to the right people in the first place. They could visualize how this person could print, right? To be able to partner with a creator, you have to be able to visualize exactly how this person would print. First, you have to be able to see, okay, what is the creator I'm looking at and how is this creator good? How do I identify a creator that would print? But then you have to be able to, the next step is like, oh, how will this guy actually print? And to be able to understand that, you have to understand how product works, how offers work, how funnels work, how promotion works, how traffic works. And when you understand all of this stuff, you can now visualize, right, how a creator would print. That's why every video is titled how to, because you need to see how a creator would actually print in your eyes, right? I've essentially transferred all of the experience that I have to you so that when you look at a creator, you can see exactly what you would do with them. And then there's qualifications that we're going to talk about in this video that I personally look at before I even imagine, is this creator going to print or not, right? Because the first step, right, before you think about how this person would print, is you have to be able to visualize, will this person print in the first place, right? Is this person somebody who would actually make money in the first place, right? So let's talk about it, okay? So when I first started, I didn't know any of this stuff, and I kind of just got lucky with my first partnership. Me and Eddie, we started a community by ourselves, right? And we got our community to around $5,000 a month. And then everything kind of went downhill because we didn't have any experience. We didn't really have any traffic. We didn't have a personal brand, right? And everything kind of just went downhill until we partnered with a guy named Rios. And Rios had all of these things that I didn't even know about, right, that made the project actually work. And we were able to sell over 1,500 subscriptions at $75 a month. And you could do the math, that's around like $150,000 a month, right? And we made $263,000 from that, right? In this video, I'm gonna show you why all of these things work together, how they work together, and what makes it so strong. So let's get right into it. So the key thing that we're looking at here, this guy in the middle right here, is a creator, right? And the key thing that most people don't think about when they're looking at creators is you need to look at them more as a personal brand. You're not partnering with creators. You're partnering with personal brands, right? And it's the same thing as selling. The product is, this is the thing. As you've seen now, the product is the person, right? So if you were to go partner with Louis Vuitton, you would be selling Louis Vuitton, right? Or if you were to go partner with Walmart, you would be selling Walmart, right? You're not partnering with a person, you're partnering with a personal brand. Because in these businesses, the actual person that is making the content is the product, right? Because that person's going to make course modules. That person's going to be on calls. That person's going to be in the community, right? We're looking at the main person here. And then what makes it cool is like everybody who's attracted to the creator, you know now that when you have a community inside of the product, it's not as much about the influencer and it's not as influencer centric as before. In prior years, right, before communities were a really cool thing, right, it was just a personal brand and they would sell a course and they would go through a series of videos and hopefully get a result. But now there's a massive amount of people that are attracted to this personal brand. And inside of that personal brand, there are people with similar interests. If you look inside of any personal brand, inside of any single audience, right, there's a wide variety of people with, they're different. However, they all have similar interests that makes them want to talk in the community and engage in the community and stuff like that. That's the cool part about this. Quite literally, with any influencer, you can turn their audience into a community, right? It could be a cooking creator, and the only reason why a cooking community would work is not because somebody would go through videos. It's because they want to talk to other people in a community on how to do cooking. They want to get on calls with other people and see how they're putting together their ingredients. They want to learn from the best. They want to talk to each other, right? It's not just about sitting down in front of this is not sitting down in front, you know now that this is not sitting down in front of a pretty course like a Netflix course or something like that. That's something like masterclass or something like that. These are really communities, right? They're creators and they're bringing together an audience that want to participate in a community together. And that audience is honestly what makes up most of the product. And you can see that now. So what we have to do is we have to pick a personal brand that would make a really good community that would definitely work. And it comes down to these 6 core components, right? Some being internal and some being external, right? That make up this personal brand. So first, let's define what personal brand means. And we have to do that, we have to identify what brand means, okay? So what brand means is just associations tied to a thing, right? So if you know me as a person, you probably know me as a guy that always wears a black shirt, a guy who lives in Nashville, Tennessee, a guy who bought a house at a young age, right? And I'm kind of like not an older soul, but more or less like, I'm not one of those internet kids who is like a young guy who is like in Miami or something like that. That's not my personal brand. My personal brand is more relaxed, more laid back, and I'm very value focused, right? So when you look at people, you can kind of tie things to that person, right? When you look at Louis Vuitton, for example, you can tie luxury to Louis Vuitton. You could tie all these associations to Louis Vuitton. And then Louis Vuitton is a dead person, which makes their fucking brand more valuable, right? And the reason why Louis Vuitton is ascribed value because other people want that value and it's limited, right? So that's why you can charge $900 or $3,000 for a Louis Vuitton bag, while you can go to Walmart and buy the same bag for $30, right? Personal brand is what makes us able to actually charge money for a subscription-based community, right? We're getting access to so like personal brands are essentially like a niche of their own, right? It's not like you can't just put like if there's a cooking community, that doesn't mean there can't be two cooking communities, because Gordon Ramsay's cooking community might be a lot different than my cooking community, right? There's a massive difference there. There's a massive discrepancy that makes these things a lot different, right? So you have personal brand, and personal brand is the thing that makes the overall business a lot different. And that's the first way you have to visualize this. And then there's 4 components that make up personal brand with a person, right? So it's a brand, and what makes it personal is there's a person behind this thing, right? And behind a person is a story, an opportunity, character, and an audience, right? So let's get right into that. So first of all, with the story is how this typically creators go from their current situation to their desired situation. They talk about it in their content, and people are attracted to their story, right? They're attracted to, for example, somebody who started with a 9-to-5 job, they went to college, they really hated it, and then they ended up making money with TikTok Shop. Like, I'm gonna use Philip's creator, for example. Philip's creator, his story is he's in the army, he's in the military, right? And not the army, he's in the military, right? And he has a job, and he's going to college, right? And he wanted to make money online, and he saw TikTok Shop, right? This shiny opportunity he saw somebody talking about. Somebody was talking about TikTok Shop on his For You page. He was like, oh, TikTok Shop looks really cool. So eventually what he did is he started doing TikTok Shop, and he really worked hard at it, and he ended up making $1.5 million with TikTok Shop, right? And $200,000 of that was profit. So he went from having a job and stuff like that over here, not really liking where he was going with his life, to making $1.5 million with TikTok Shop. And he was the number 3 person on TikTok Shop, like the number 3 affiliate, right? And that's what makes up his story, and it's the proof, right? A lot of people get this mistakenly, right? They look for creators that just have an audience. These things matter more than just having an audience, because Nick only has an audience with 55,000 followers, and it's just on TikTok, and it's a very new audience. But the thing is with his story, the proof that he has to teach and the proof that he has to like be an actual market leader it's remarkable, right? And people look at that and they're inspired by it, and they want to learn from that guy. And not only do they want to learn, right? You sell them on learning from that person, and then they join a community with people who are just like that guy, right? So that's the second thing, is the opportunity. So from their current situation to their desired situation, like, what did the creator use to get there, right? Some people might use TikTok Shop. Some people might use drop shipping, right? I used growth operating, right? I talk about growth operating. I was always a growth operator. That's what got me from my current situation to my desired situation, right? And this doesn't have to be with make money stuff. This could also be with like health stuff. Like, I might have went from being super fat to being super skinny with this very unique diet in the middle where I didn't have to sacrifice my favorite foods, right? It's as simple as that. Or something like a relationship thing, going from being a massive introvert, right? A super big introvert. I wasn't looking, I couldn't find anybody. And then eventually I found, maybe I'm happily married, right? Maybe that's the goal, right? And people are looking for something in the middle here to go from their current situation to their desired situation. And as the creator makes content with his story, he or she is going to attract people, right, that were in their old shoes, right? So the creator's over here, and they're kind of talking to their past self, and they're attracting people who are in their old shoes, or they might be attracting people who are somewhere along the journey. This is what makes up unique avatars in the content, right? There's people who are trying to do it. There's people who are like thinking about it / trying to do it. Well, we'll do this. With any opportunity, there's people who want to do it, right? There's people who are trying it, and there's people who are like actively fucking like having success at it, and they need more help. That's typically what the three types of people are inside of any creator's audience, and you're just trying to help them go from where they're at to where they want to be, because the creator is already there. Therefore, they are the best teacher, and it's very important that this is the case, because with a community product, right, you need somebody to lead the community, and the creator is the best person to do that, right? And other coaches and stuff like that is how you can scale, but like at first it's the creator that leads the community, right? So story, opportunity, and the reason why opportunity is here is because it has to be a very good opportunity, right? And then how this correlates is, for example, if somebody made money with dropshipping 3 years ago, that's not going to correlate as much as TikTok Shop nowadays, because TikTok Shop in the market, right? We'll talk about this in a second, because the audience is essentially the market, right? You have to think about the overall market and what they think about the creator's story and the opportunity. They're attracted to the creator and their story. However, the opportunity that the creator might be selling, right, might not be as relevant anymore as you think, right? Or it could be more tried and true. I'm gonna use this as an example. Nick is selling an opportunity on TikTok Shop. TikTok Shop just came out, and they also just partnered with Amazon. And TikTok Shop is honestly replacing like doing drop shipping as a complete beginner, right? So a drop shipping creator that used to get results might not get results anymore because the market has shifted, and this audience now doesn't believe that they can actually make money with drop shipping. But now they heavily believe they can make money with TikTok Shop. And that's where the creator has to come in and argue why, if this is true, argue why that opportunity still works today. That's simply what you're doing with your content. And when you're trying to make money, right, with a creator, the content becomes arguing why their opportunity is better than everyone else's. That's simply what it is. That's marketing in a nutshell, right? So you have story, you have opportunity, and then the audience, the overall audience is attracted to this opportunity and this story, right? And then you have this like audience, right? And you kind of have to look at what the audience is and where they came from. Some people pick creators, right? And the audience might have came from one viral video that was way outside of what the creator's story was and what the transformation was. And maybe it was an entertainment style video and it happened to go like super viral. You're not going to enjoy working with that creator because that audience doesn't convert, right? Like Eddie, for example, had a AI video blow up and get 17 million views. We made no money off of that video, zero money, right? But Eddie got like 100,000 TikTok followers off that video, right? So like you're not going to want to partner with somebody who had a video like that go viral. Right? You have to be very selective and very careful and look at their content and make sure that what their followers actually say is where the audience actually came from. And there's a direct correlation between views and followers, right? Because when somebody gets a lot of views, they can get a lot of followers from that, and that's where a lot of their followers came from. These are things you should ask the creator when you get on a sales call with them. It's like, oh, so like where did you get the majority of your followers? Where do they come from? Like stuff like that. It's like you want people, I'd much rather have 10,000 very solid subscribers with a creator rather than have 10 million subscribers that don't actually fuck with them. End of the story. I'd rather have that than this, right? Because with this over here, I can run ads and get traffic with this smaller creator, right? Because they already have like a good base with their personal brand. They have a good concrete foundation to run ads on. Right? You'll learn this eventually in your journey, but like once you get more advanced, you realize that you can partner with some pretty fucking small creators as long as they have a really, really, really strong personal brand. You can run ads with that creator because they have a very strong foundation, and the ad costs will be 10 times cheaper, right? And because they have a strong personal brand, you can charge 10 times more money for that personal brand. That's what makes personal brands strong. Right? Because personal brands allows you to charge a premium for what you are selling, right? Personal brand is what also decreases the cost to acquire a customer, right? With ads, it comes down to LTV to CAC, right? LTV is how much you make per customer. CAC is how much you pay to acquire a customer, right? And with ads and a strong foundation with brand, right? Your cost to acquire a customer will be cheaper, right? Because they fuck with the personal brand, so they go through the ads more. They click through the ads more. There's higher click-through rates, right? People like them more. And then they 50% of people with ads will go look up like who that person is before they convert on the ad, right? So and then LTV, right? They're gonna pay that person more money if they're actually a legitimate person, right? They can go look at their personal brand and see like, okay, this guy's actually legit. I can trust this guy, right? That's what a strong personal brand is, right? And the last pillar here is character, right? Character is a set of beliefs that a person has. I'll say it again. Character is a set of beliefs that a person has, right? For example, for me, my character is I am very, very adamant about selling. I am very convicted about selling to anyone because I know with whatever I sell, I will genuinely change their lives. Other creators might have false beliefs about selling. They might think that that's scammy or like, I don't want to be a guru or something like that. They might have these false beliefs that are really hard to overcome, and you really have to help them overcome these beliefs. And if you partner with you can have everything else, but if you have a creator that doesn't want to be a guru, right? And they have that false belief that they will be a guru, that's like a fake guru, which makes no sense. I'll probably make mindset, that's a whole nother story, right? That doesn't even make sense. But a lot of people have that stigma about their content, and they won't do this stuff because they're afraid to seem like a fake guru. And they're afraid of hate comments, and they're afraid of giving up on providing so much free value, right? So that person might be hard to partner with. Another thing is like creators who make a bunch of money already might not want to do this because it's not going to make them a life-changing amount of money, right? So for example, we're working with Jason Derulo, and it's actually been very difficult. We put an operator on the project, and that operator has been to like legitimately 13 different countries in the past like 90 days. And he's traveling from country to country with Jason Derulo, and they're getting nothing done. They still have like 300 paid members in the community. Jason Derulo isn't extremely motivated to work on the project, and it's really hard to get him to be like, yo, homie, let's do this. It's really easy. We just have to promote. And then he just like can't like do it. It's like crazy. And then another thing too there with that project is like he actually sold a crypto coin to his audience right before we partnered with them. So it's very hard to get the audience to trust us back, that's a whole nother situation. But you can see here, 37 million followers, his whole brand has been fucked up, right? So that's another thing. Motivation. Why do they want to do this, right? Character is also like, it has to do with their situation, right? Like their current character might change based on their situation. Like if their back is against the wall and they have no money and they're actually broke, they're going to probably work a lot harder. If they're in a 9-to-5 job, or if they're in college and they're trying to escape, like they're going to probably work a lot harder than an influencer who's already making a ton of money with something. If you're working with an influencer that's already making a ton of money with something, you have to actually come in with a different type of leverage that they can actually make money. And you have to find a hole in their, you have to find something where they actually would want to do this, right? So that's the last thing is character. And then after all of this stuff, you have overall size and you have overall strength, right? So in terms of size, like I said, size doesn't matter as much as strength, but it is quantifiable. So if you have a creator with 10 million subscribers, that's a fuck ton of subscribers, but strength is honestly like a multiplier. And the best way to look at this is size is like, okay, that's like the follower count, right? And then strength is if you have the metric, if you could ask them on a sales call or something like that, it's like, cool. So like, what's your YouTube ad rev multiplier, right? So for every creator, like they get paid more money. Like YouTube pays creators in proportion to how much money they bring YouTube, right? So if you partner with a creator that has a low ad rev multiplier, and you can look up what the standards are and stuff like that, and you can compare it to the creator's like actual multiplier, you can see YouTube has already determined how strong their stuff is. And it's not just how strong their stuff is in terms of like niche and stuff like that. It's also determined on this creator like has a very strong audience in terms of like they get a lot of comments, they get a lot of likes, they got people DMing them personally to like you saved my life, like thank you for this. Like it's like a cult, right? Like the best creators that I've seen have a like super culty audience. Like they just love everything the creator does, everything, like they love everything about the creator. It's like super culty, right? And then that's multiplicative by size, right? So if you have a creator that's extremely strong with 80,000 subscribers, you're probably gonna print a fuck ton of money as long as all of this stuff still makes sense, right? As long as if you, like for example here, I'll give you some examples. Actually, I'll do examples in a second. You just need size and strength, right? So I guess I will do examples. So for example, I'll use someone like Hamza, right? Hamza, his story, right, was going from like being like out of shape, bald, like, and now he's a G, he's an Adonis or whatever, right? And he talked about his story over a very long time with his content, and then the opportunity that he had there is he found the way to become a G. Like he actually looked like a potato and now he looks like a G, right? And that's the like opportunity there for all of the young men that are attracted to his content, right? And then the audience is a bunch of young men, right, that are just like him, right? And unfortunately for Hamza, he's from Pakistan, so he attracts a lot of people from Pakistan. I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean that Pakistan is a third world country that has no buying power. So that's the only negative about working with someone like Hamza. That's why with 2 million subscribers, he doesn't print as much as you would think, right? So like, yeah, and sure, he makes $200,000 a month. He could be making so much more if like I don't know how to explain it, but like he has a very young audience and a lot of them are from third world countries, and that's why he wouldn't print as hard as other people would. That's all I'm gonna say there. And then character as well, right? So Hamza has a very good character, right? He talks about it throughout he's just a great dude. I've met him in person. He's awesome. He's a sick dude, and I think he has a great character. And his size is like 2 million, and his strength is like he has a super culty audience. Like he has like people, like through the way he's created his content, he's made people feel part of like his inner circle essentially. And that's a creator with 2 million subscribers that you want, right? Like, and the reason why he doesn't make, like, for example, somebody in the make money niche, like with story and opportunity, somebody in the make money area, right, with 2 million subscribers and a culty audience would probably make like $1 million a month, like something like that. Hamza's making $200,000 a month though, because of the opportunity and the story behind his content, right? So you can kind of see now, I can go on and on and on about examples and stuff like that, but you have to be able to identify and look at a creator and be like, oh yeah, this guy's 100% a money printer because he has a super strong personal brand, right? You just have to be able to identify what a very strong personal brand looks like, and that's the person you want to target. You don't want to target these shot up influencers or these like, you want somebody who just has a very, very strong personal brand. And content creators, honestly, not really social media influencers. I'm kind of like, I feel backwards titling this influencers. You're looking for like content creators that have a really strong personal brand, that have a decent size with a very good strength in their audience. A lot of people like ignore strength and they just go for size and they don't make money. And the people I see that go after strength and all this other stuff, they make way more money than I could have ever imagined, right? Like for example, there's somebody in my community who's doing something in a different niche and he's doing everything from Arabic and he's like printing 10K a month right now instantly. And I was like, oh shit, like Arabic works pretty well. And it's just like a school community, same stuff in Arabic. Arabic influencer, he speaks Arabic, it's awesome, right? And he thought about all of this stuff and he just used it in a different market, right? You can get there's 200 million creators out there. So you can get very fucking creative with this and you can find a creator within the cracks that nobody's going after. And if you can find those creators, this is like the first thing that matters, right? To find a creator that's actually going to make money, right? This is the first thing that matters. Don't just do brain dead outreach. You have to think about this first. And if you just like can see the right creator, you'll pick the right creator and you'll do the outreach right and you'll find the right creator and make money with this. I hope you like this video and I'll see you in the next one. Yo, what's up guys? It's Brady, and in this video I'm going to show you how to find creators. And I want to start this off by saying that I'm not going to get super in the weeds, super tactical here, but what I am going to do is I'm going to give you some insight outside of the weeds where you can kind of pull yourself back and look, and I can show you like what the market looks like and how you can easily find creators that are very untapped, that you could easily reach out to, and they have a much higher likelihood of responding, right? Because if you just find the right, so first of all, if you find a creator that would print, first of all, that's going to make money. So that's the first priority. Second priority is finding creators that other people aren't going after, because that can make your outreach process 10 times faster. That's why you see some people spending 3 months sending looms when there's other people that spend 3 days sending loom videos. So in this video, I want to show you how to find creators under the surface. Okay, so this is kind of like what this looks like and what the growth operator market oftentimes looks like from an outreach perspective. So it starts with finding creators. And this right here is kind of like first search, right? So you're going to get always in any market with SMMA, drop shipping, Amazon FBA, like for Amazon FBA and drop shipping, it's like products, right? And they're going to think of products that anybody would want to sell. The first thing might be a fidget spinner or something like that. I don't know, right? But you're always going to have the first layer. And on the first layer, you're probably going to see anywhere from like, I don't know, probably I'd say 75%, anywhere from 75%. I'll do it like this. I'd say, actually, let's say 50% to 75% of all of the growth operators that exist in the market pitching offers exist at this layer. And what this layer looks like is it looks like fitness creators. This is why I tell people not to use fitness creators. Yes, I do think, and I know fitness creators do make money. However, the reason why I don't suggest going after them if you have no other options is like this first search is the first thing people think of is literally just like, oh, I've done fitness before. I want to do a fitness creator, right? The only thing I would say that you can get away with that is if it's like a super like niche style of fitness. Maybe it's like a woman fitness influencer who is much older and she like lost weight after going through menopause. Like that's something that's a little bit more niche that what you would get away with. But what most people go for is the Alex Eubanks, right? Here's the thing. We control majority of the growth operator marketing and stuff like that. There's a lot of growth operators and most of the time they just listen to us in terms of outreach and we'll typically start with like this guy makes money, right? And we'll start with an Alex Eubank or a Dylan Latham or a Hamza Hamid, right? We kind of go after these people in our marketing because that's what everybody can relate to because it's like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. And then they'll go reach out to like Alex Eubank and then Alex Eubank just gets thousands of DMs a day and you're in this like cesspool of people right up here at the very top. Then I have like this right here. This is second search. This is like second below the surface. Second search. And this is probably so this is the majority, anywhere from 50 to 75%. I would say anywhere from probably 10% to 25% of people are here. And that's still a lot of people, right? So on the second search, a lot of people are looking at like, for example, they're going a little bit deeper. They're thinking about stuff like those niches that I was saying, like it was like fitness and then a little bit more niche inside of that. And that's where they fall in the second layer. Most people give up and start their outreach around the first layer and only like dance on the first layer. And all of those people are fine. But as soon as you go into the second layer, if you could just I'm saying like the second layer is spending an extra hour trying to dig a little bit deeper. Like that is what the second search is. It's like you're doing more than just one search. People who do one search, they're doing one search and then all of the fucking creators pop up. Those are the creators that do on the first search. The second search or like the second layer is essentially kind of like not just searches, like if you type in fitness, but it's a little bit more niche. And then they're also clicking through profiles and other people that they follow, etc. Right? So you might tap on Alex Eubank and then you go to the people that suggest when Alex Eubank pops up. And then those people are like the second search. And those are okay and those are good, but there's still a ton of people reaching out to those people. And then you have the third search, right? The third layer, honestly, I don't even think it's a search at this point. It's kind of it's like the third layer. I'll say it's the third layer. And this is where it starts getting nice because then there's like anywhere from 5% to 10% of the market is down here. So you're competing with only 5 to 10% of people now, right? On the third layer. So you've gotten past the first search, you've gone a little bit deeper, and then you've gone even deeper. So now they're clicking on profiles and then suggested profiles inside of suggested profiles. And then they're also thinking of much deeper niches and they're all the way below the surface. And yes, there are 200 million creators, but a lot of them, right? A lot of them don't show up on the first search, right? They're still amazing creators, but oftentimes for like the mass market, they don't show up on the third layer. And that's the thing. They don't show up on the first search. And then that's where they exist in the third layer. Getting to the third layer is like committing to one niche. And what you do is like you simply take your Instagram account and you start going to follow every single person inside of a niche that you pick, right? So let's say you pick like Etsy, like selling on Etsy, and you're targeting females, like females that sell on Etsy. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I'm thinking of the offer here. You have to use your business brain to think about why that would work. So the product would be teaching females how to sell on Etsy, and the offer would be like how to make $5,000 to $10,000 a month selling on Etsy. And then these Etsy sellers, they typically don't have info products, and you can help them create an info product, right? So that's the third layer, and you would essentially start following everyone in that niche, and you would obsess over that niche, and you would like really, really, really commit to that niche, and that's where you start getting into the third layer. You're searching deeper, and you're just committing to that hyper-specific niche, and you're following like people in that niche, but people who are like below the top influencers in that niche. And then the fourth layer, this is where the top 1% of growth operators are. This is the fourth layer, right? Fourth layer. This is anywhere from 1% to 5% of growth operators, right? A good, decent bit. No one really does this. This is where you make all of the money, right? This is where the best creators are. They're completely untapped. There's hundreds of them down here, and they're gold mines. But nobody's going after them because the retards at the top, I don't mean that in a slight way, but like the people at the top that are stupid and they're just searching up fitness influencer, you've already beat them because you've gone past the second layer. And then you've beat these people because you digged a little bit harder. And then you beat these people because you committed to one thing and you dug even deeper, right? So this is the deepest it gets. This is you quite literally searching and like committing to one niche, following every single person, liking their posts, consuming their content. Like you're going through their stories, you're going through their YouTube videos, you're going through all their stuff. You're trying to find what people are saying in the comments. You're trying to search up even deeper search terms. So for example, most people on the first search, or this would be second. So first one would be like how to make money online, right? Second search would probably be like how to make money with an Etsy store, right? And then the third search would be like how to make money online with an Etsy store as a female or something like that. And then the accounts under that are even deeper, right? And then this is going even deeper and then looking in the comments and seeing what specific how-tos Etsy sellers who are females are looking at. So you can see in the comments what kind of questions are popping up commonly. And then you can look up, like, let's say, how to set up an Etsy store, like how to run ads for your Etsy store, how to do this. And then you're finding really good creators that are they're making these like really good educational videos. And that's where when you look up these people on YouTube, right, you can find these really good creators. And this is what I would do. I would try to get all the way for the fourth layer. And I would look specifically for people who are actually going to print, people who are actually really, 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 really good influencers that would make a lot of money. Now, in terms of platforms, there's YouTube, right? There's Instagram, there's TikTok, right? And then in terms of reaching out to them, it's their Gmail, right? So what I suggest you do is you find them on your own through like YouTube and stuff like that. You just constantly search through YouTube because YouTube's the most powerful platform. And there are so many YouTube creators that exist that I think you should ignore Instagram and fucking TikTok because those creators have terrible audiences. I would just go after YouTube, right? Because we're in an elite program here and I'm here telling you that there's not a lot of people watching this. Go after YouTubers. Don't go after all that other stupid shit, right? Go after those people, right? And basically go very, very specific with what you're searching and find somebody who's actually going to print. And oftentimes you'll find that that person only has like 5,000 followers on Instagram. You would never find that person searching through Instagram suggested. I'm sorry, you would never find them. But what I suggest you do is you go super, super deep and then you take that person's information and what you do is you take that person's profile, right? And you find like try your absolute damnest to find their fucking email. You could use influencers.club to look up their profile and then specifically try to find their email. I'm like so serious. And then you could also fine tune the filters inside of influencer.club to pull up the emails of all creators in that niche. But I'm telling you, right? If you find the email, you will backdoor below the fourth layer. Because what most people do, I'll say that this is the gold mine down here. I'll even use a different color. This is where gold is. Right? So the gold mine spot, like the golden spot down here, is below the fourth layer and you have their email. Those response rates are going to be so fucking high. You're going to love your life. right? You want this. That's what you want. You want to go so deep and you want to find those people, and that's what you want to find. And you want to build a list of anywhere from 50 to 100 creators on one list. And you spend a shitload of time building up a list one by one by one by one, and you just commit to building the list, and this should take you only like 2 to 3 hours, right? Like I'm saying, like don't spend your entire year on building a list, but definitely dig as deep as you possibly can and put together a list that's perfectly curated for your results. Because then when you're doing outreach, you can come and send very similar looms to every single one of those people because it's the same niche and stuff like that. I don't recommend switching up different niches when you're trying to find creators. You commit to one thing and you squeeze the ever-living juice out of it, because I can tell you, inside of any niche, there are 100% at least 100 creators. At least 100 creators. 100%. You just have to find the right niche. I'm going to use Val as an example. Valeria, she has an engineering background, right? So she was immediately able to go down to the 4th layer because she knew exactly kind of like what engineers are looking at. And she's making 10K a month with her engineering community right now. And she found a super hyper specific creator that has a LinkedIn, like he found him on YouTube, but he has a big LinkedIn audience, and she's selling an engineering school group, right? And that's because she knew the specifics to dive all the way down past the 4th layer and was able to easily find his contact information. And since he was smaller on Instagram, she could easily get in his DMs, and she didn't have to send a bunch of outreach messages. Simple as that. This is the successful strategy that I've seen most people do. And what I would start with is think about what personal experience you have. Like if you have experience doing home service businesses, right? Go after home service business influencers, like 100%, and dig all the way below the surface to find the gold, right? Because if you have experience somewhere, you could dig really deep and find a really good golden list of people, because while all the other idiot growth operators are up here, right? That's what you need to be looking at. I hope you like this video. I hope this helped you understand how to find creators very easily. And if you follow this, you'll make a lot of money, you'll get a creator fast, and you'll love your life. I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Yo, what's up guys? It's Brady, and in this video I'm going to show you how to shortcut outreach. Every single time I see someone going through this process, they're always immediately asking, what's the hack? What's the shortcut? How can I get a creator faster than everyone else, right? In this video I'm going to show you what that shortcut is, and I'll tell you, right, it's a shortcut, but it's not easy. But honestly, if you do it the right way and you use this strategy, it actually is pretty easy. And you could use what materials and resources you have around you. That's why you're in the inner circle, right? You could use this kind of stuff and you can make money pretty fast. So let's get right into it. So I want to start by talking about the market, right? So again, we have a bunch of growth operators in the market, right? And I guess what this looks like is essentially like everyone kind of just like when someone's reaching out to a creator, let's say they're reaching out to a creator, everyone just kind of looks the same. When they're all kind of saying the same thing. It's like, hey, I'll start a community for you. I'll just take 50%. That's stupid. Like, don't do that. Like, don't come in with the same offer that everyone else does. What you have to do is you have to come in and you have to be unique. Everyone else that's coming to the creator looks like this. They look like a fucking robot, and they have little square eyes, right? And they have a square mouth, and they're just bots. They all just look like bots, right? Like, hey, I'll do your outreach for you. And then you click on their profile and it looks like shit. And then they're like, oh, well, this guy sucks. And then also he's copying and pasting the same message, right? The reason why I know this is because I work with a lot of clients, and they're all growth operators. And believe it or not, they all have a fucking creator. And believe it or not, all those creators still get outreach messages from idiot growth operators. Now, I'm trying to say, you're not an idiot growth operator, I hope, right? But don't look like one of these people. And there's a very simple way to not look like one of these people, one of these bots, right? First things first, okay? This is gonna sound crazy, but you should probably look like a human being. That's the first step, right? With your Instagram profile, even if you're sending outreach messages to Instagram or through email, right? You still need to have your Instagram set up and looking nice. You should have some posts, right? If I look at your Instagram and you have a picture with your mom and your cat, creators aren't going to work with you, I promise. One of the most successful growth operators that easily got a creator multiple times, super fast. He had no idea what he was doing. He didn't know, he didn't have a case study. He didn't even know what he was actually, he's just a cool guy, right? His name's Austin Cannell, right? I love Austin, but he has no experience, right? And when he was doing his outreach, he just was cool, right? What he did is he's like a skater bro, and he has this cool looking Instagram, and he's doing like some kick flips, right? He has a cool personality, and then he'll put like in his bio, like scaling whiz or growth ops master or something like that, instead of being the typical like growth operator, right? Like, yes, I do think that you should call yourself a growth operator. You are a growth operator, but you should like put a little personalization into it. You should put a little, like on your story highlights, you should have like some life experience and stuff like that, because these creators want to see that you're a real human being, and they're gonna they want to match up with somebody that's just like them. That's why you should also reach out to creators that are similar to you, right? If you're a lady watching this video, you have a major advantage, not only just reaching out to ladies, but also reaching out to males, right? Because like when you reach out to males, I don't know about, like Eddie told me this yesterday. He was like, yeah, bro, I scroll through my DMs, there's just a bunch of pitches of dudes, and then I see like a female and I click on it and she's pitching me too. But like he clicks those every single time. It's like 100% open rate. So if you're a female watching this video, you're gonna print if you just like use your face in your emails in your Instagram, right? And same thing for females. Females probably get outreaches from a lot of dudes as well, right? They're constantly just getting dudes, but when they see a female in their DMs, they probably open it every single time. I'm sorry, dudes, but if you're a female, you have a way higher advantage than all of these dudes. And if you are a dude, you need to have a profile pic that looks appealing. You can't have a picture with your shirt off where you're flexing and there's no face in it. That is stupid. Like, be smart and put your face, do something like normal. Like just take a headshot with an iPhone and you'll look better. Don't have a suit on, like calm down, right? Stop looking like a bot, okay? We're in a generation where the suit and tie thing is all gone. Like none of that shit matters. The only thing that matters is actually just showing your personality. So you have to stop looking like a bot, because they're gonna see this and they're gonna instantly get turned off, and they're going to immediately ignore your message, and you're not even gonna get seen by the creator at all, right? So what you need to be is you need to be this like, first of all, you need to be this really cool guy, right? I'll do like some glasses. Let's see if I pull this off. Look at that. Yeah, that's fire. Cool dude, yeah? You need to be this cool dude or cool female, right? You just have a nice glowing personality, right? This is sales, right? You have to be like charismatic. You need to be glowing. You need to have an aura about you, right? And then you should reach out to influencers that are similar to you. If you're older, reach out to influencers that are on the older side, and you will have a higher response rate than some teenage kid that's reaching out to these influencers, right? It's like, don't listen to these kids, right? I'm way better, right? That's what you should be doing when you're doing outreach. You need to go after people that are just like you, and they're gonna be like, hey, this guy is just like me. I like this guy. I like his energy. I'll tell you what, right? Me and Eddie started an agency, and when we started our agency, we got clients just because the actual like client just like fucked with us, right? Eddie, I encourage you, if you can do it, make content if you want to. Like make content if you're comfortable doing it. Make some short form videos, make it look cool, document what you're doing, like you're excited to have a partner, right? Like do it, right? So, and like talk about what you're doing on a daily basis. But to make content, you need to be doing something with your content, right? You shouldn't just be documenting your journey to making 10K a month with a creator. That's stupid. The creator's gonna see that and they're like, oh, they're just trying to just make money off of me, right? You need to be doing something, which leads me to my next point, right? Not only do you need to be a cool dude, but you also need to have experience, right? And I'm gonna put like I guess this is what this is. Hey, this is just my best example of what a crown looks like. So that's what you need to also be, right? You need to have experience. You need to be doing something. So what Austin Cannell did to get his second creator that's now printing is he also attracted somebody that's just like him. It's a rug tufting creator, super creative thing. Never would have thought of it. It works, right? But like with your outreach, you also need to have experience, right? And a lot of you are like, Brady, I thought you said I don't need experience. You do need experience, right? But here's how you're gonna get it, right? It's so easy to get experience with this business model. With agencies, it's very hard. If you're running like an advertising agency, you have to partner with you have to like get a client, and quickly get them a result. You have no idea how to run Facebook ads. You burn all your money. You burn their money. They're sad and they say, fuck you, go away, right? But with this, right, all you have to do is partner with somebody and get them a result. But here's the big kicker. School is a growing platform. They're growing every single fucking day. And they have the school games where there are tens of thousands of people with school communities that are paid that need help monetizing. And you should do free work for them. One of the best strategies that I've seen, right? This is on the low, so don't go out and go too crazy with this. One of the best strategies that I've seen is it's Prince. Prince created this strategy. Prince went to a school games winner, right? And he was already on the runner-up, but he was like, yo, bro, let me do some stuff for you and help you get even higher. And all he did was moderate the community. He was just posting in the community every single day for the creator to make his community better. You can go help people that are on school with just retention, right? And what that is you could just go and have fun in their community like I've taught you, right? And you can make posts and talk about the community and stuff like that. You don't even need to help them make money. And you get the ability to say that I've helped somebody make like 10K a month. So you have a 10K a month case study. You're like, yeah, I got a 10K a month case study. I'm a 10K growth operator, which makes you look super sick. And now you can put your hands on your waist and you're like, yeah, like I'm super sick. I'm a cool guy. I'm a cool girl that has a case study, right? And this person looks a lot cooler than this person. And this, I kid you not, paired with you're reaching out to people that would print. You're reaching out to people that are on below the fourth layer. This is what makes you stand out in your outreach. And this makes it to where you don't have to send hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of messages, bang your head against the wall, and then you honestly quit after that. This is the only thing that you need to do, right? And you could easily get a case study, right? Here's the real, right? Not even just the school games community, but you can also find people inside of Creator Accelerator or Inner Circle that are printing, they're making some type of money. It's like, let me help you. I will moderate. I'll do whatever you need. I'll DM close. I'll do anything for you. Just please let me work with you for free. I'll even pay you to let me work with me. Don't do this stupid shit. I heard someone do this recently. He was like, I'll give you a percentage of my revenue when I get a creator. Don't do that. Don't fucking do that. Like, pay somebody to let you work with them and then instantly use their results as your case study to get a creator, right? That's what you should do. You should pay somebody to work for free in their community. It's like, hey, if you want to get shiesty with this, I'll pay you $500 in cash to let me work on your project for free so I can get a case study to work with this specific creator right here. That's all you need to do, right? And that is what will make it look like I'm a cool guy, I know what I'm doing, and I love this thing. Go be active in other communities. Go to the school community, right? The main school community, and go be active, right? The best way to get a creator, right? And to get one of these case study projects is to be active every single day inside of Creator Accelerator, inside of Inner Circle. Nobody is going to literally hire you if you have no activity on your fucking school profile. You need to go be active every single day inside of the Inner Circle community. Multiple communities, not just one. Inner Circle community, Creator Accelerator community, school games community. I'll give Prince an applause for this, right? He went from having no experience to now he has a bunch of experience. This dude is liking and commenting on posts as soon as they come out. Instantly in the school community. I see him in the school community. I see him in the school games community. I see him in Creator Accelerator. I see him in Inner Circle. He's in other paid groups. He's in other free groups. He's talking to people and he's networking, right? You don't have to go too crazy with it, but you need to do this to get a case study. That way, when you do your outreach, you can actually get a community yourself, a good creator to work with you. That way, you'll actually make money with all the stuff I'm teaching you. Because if you have a shitty opportunity, you're not going to make money. That's the real, right? The key to making money with this fucking model is to actually do the outreach shortcut, because this guy gets a way better, I don't care. If you don't use this shortcut, I'm telling you, and you get a creator as this person and they just give you a chance, oftentimes, that's a fucking shitty creator. It's a terrible creator and you shouldn't work with them in the first place, right? So be this person, right? And get a really good creator, because you're going to thank yourself for it, because when you partner with this creator, you're going to make 10, 20, 30K up front. I know you probably don't see it now, but you will, right? That's why you should shortcut, look like a cool person, right? You need to change your brain and become part of this ecosystem that exists. And you really need to believe in community yourself and be parts of community so you can actually become and get a creator. Go join your favorite communities and be the most active person and try, like, even if you're in a community already in a different parallel, maybe it's health, wealth, relationships, right? Be like, let me be the moderator for this community. Maybe they're making $100,000 a month, right? You could use that as a case study to easily get a creator with your outreach, right? I hope you use this strategy. If you don't use this shortcut, you're honestly fucked, and you should call it wraps, right? And that just means you're lazy. Do the fucking shortcut. And I hope you like this video. I hope you use it. I'll see you in the next one. Yo, what's up guys? It's Brady, and in this video I'm going to show you how to get a creator in 5 simple steps. Now, I want to start by saying a lot of people overcomplicate this every single time, right? They realize that and the reason why is because they realize they have to do work, and then their brain tries to overcomplicate it, and any single time you're trying to overcomplicate something, you're trying to avoid doing the work. But I'm going to tell you the real secret behind this 5-step process is the work just needs doing, right? And I want to start by just saying, like, if you're in this community, chances are you're fucking poor, right? I'm just being completely honest, right? I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm not trying to be like mean or anything like that, but I'm dead serious. You're poor and you need to make money, right? So you need to do the work, right? So I'm going to outline a very simple 5-step process, right, that you need to do to make money. And you need to do this shit as fast as you possibly can, right? And that's how you're gonna make money with this, okay? I'll start it with step 1. Step 1 is becoming an authority, right? This is a checklist. This is a step-by-step checklist. You have to become an authority. And what I mean by that is you need to look cool. You need to look like a competent person, right? You need to become creative. Look at other growth operators. Like, one of the best strategies to do this is to look at other growth operators who have succeeded, click on their school profile, go to their Instagram, and quite literally kind of copy what they've done and make it your own, right? Like, steal like an artist. I've already taught you how to do this throughout the material already. You need to look at what they're doing and kind of just tweak it into your own personalized way and look good. That's all you need to do, right? There's no secret sauce to like make your Instagram look perfect. Like, you need to look like an authority. You need to have results, right? And that's another thing with becoming an authority. You have to have a case study, right? Get a fucking case study. I'm telling you, your life will be 10 times easier, 100 times easier. You will thank me for it. Get a case study. Obsess over being super active in the community. Become the type of person, right, that is capable of getting results inside of the community by becoming a very active member in the community. Show up, show up, show up. Show up to all the fucking group calls. Show up, comment on people's sauce posts, ask them questions. Feel free to DM other members and actually try to give them value and get value from them. Don't just become a shark and for sniffing out blood in the water and taking people's lunch. They'll smell that, right? You have to genuinely care, right? You have to become this person, right? I know you're poor right now, but you have to ignore that and become the type of person that has to fucking make money. So you have to put in the work. You have to, nobody owes you a creator. I'll start by saying that. Nobody, and I mean like absolutely nobody owes you a creator. I don't owe you a creator. Nobody owes you a creator because you haven't put in the work as a person to get a creator, which means you need to put down that debt and actually become the type of person to get a creator by engaging in other communities, talking to other growth operators, trying to get in their community for free, or even paying for their community so that you can become a moderator in there and be super active, right? It's like literally go pay for some other growth operator's community, be super active, become a top moderator, and also like ask them if you could become like an admin or something like that so that you could say you work on that project and how much ever revenue they're generating is technically how much you're generating. That way you have a case study. That's all you have to do. And don't just give up after that. Like, genuinely do it. So when you're doing the outreach, right, you don't look like you need a creator, right? Being an authority, right, is getting rid of that brokey breath, right? A lot of people come in with outreach and they're like, please work with me. And they're like begging the creator for money, right? Authorities don't do that. Right? Authorities come in like, hey, I'm looking for, like, I already have a creator right now. I'm already working on this project, but I was looking at your profile and I want to look at something that's like more long-term, right? You should talk like you are a G, like you are that type of person to already be working on something, right? And all you're looking for is a more long-term partnership with that specific person, okay? So that's the first thing. It's the frame in which you come in, right? You have to be an authority, okay? You have to come in and be like competent. You have to buff your chest out and say, I'm already working all this stuff. I don't really need you, right? I don't need you, right? But I think it would be really sick to work together because I love what you're doing with X, Y, and Z, right? That's pretty much the frame you should come into this with. And then number 2 is make a list of 50 to 100 creators, right? That's the simple part. So once step 1 is done, right? Don't take too long doing this. You should honestly probably do these at the same time because throughout any of this, don't take too fucking long. I don't want to see you building a list for 4 weeks. If I see you building a list for 4 weeks, I'm going to boot your ass out of the community. Like that shit pisses me off more than anything. There's this guy named Chris. He was in Inner Circle for 3 months. And I got on a call with him. I was like, yo, bro, you've been in Inner Circle for 3 months and you still don't have a creator. Why? And he was like, I was like, no, absolutely not. And I dug through all of his stuff live on a group call in front of 70 people. And I was like, oh, so like, where are you reaching out to creators? How many creators are you putting together a day? A list of creators. Come to find out, this motherfucker has been building a list of like anywhere from like 5 to 10 creators per week. I'm telling you, you need to put together a list of 50 to 100 creators in 2 to 3 hours and reach out to them for the rest of the week, right? Don't spend too much time on that, right? You can probably tell this shit makes me mad, right? But like, bear with me, okay? Number 3, send 10 to 30 new looms per day. 10 to 30 new looms per day. If you want to get results faster, send more than that, right? Like do more. Like do more work. Spend your entire day sending looms. But if you can't and you have no time, send 10, right? Do the fucking work. You have to, right? You have to send 10 looms. And I know a lot of you are like, and you're like struggling to just make the first one, right? Like for example, I can relate to you on this one because I made my first YouTube video the other day, and right before I made it, my stomach dropped. And I was like, I'm making a YouTube video. And I was like, shit, well, time to rip the Band-Aid off. And I ripped the Band-Aid off. Come to find out, the next day, I made another one because I was excited. I was like, wow, this is great, right? You have to just rip the Band-Aid off of the first one. You need to send your first outreach message ASAP. It's going to flop. Nobody's going to look at it. And they're probably going to say, fuck you if they do, right? Because it's just trash, right? But you should send your first one. Right? You shouldn't script it out. You shouldn't do any of that stuff. Pull up the camera, be like, hey, I want to work with you. You look sick. Right? So send 10 to 30 new looms a day. Right? Go fucking hard. Do the work. Right? Number 4, follow up with everyone. I'll say it again. Follow up with everyone. I'm going to use Sufyan as an example here. He made 25K recently in his first 30 days with his first creator. And he sent like 80 looms. But guess what? Out of the first 20 looms, in the first 20 looms he sent, one of those guys is the guy that he kept following up with, and that's the creator he actually closed. It wasn't the 60 after he sent. It was one of the first follow-ups. And believe it or not, right? This is crazy. Even Chris, I changed his mindset, and Chris, right? He fucking decided to urgently follow up with people, reply to the creators' stories every single day, like their content, comment on their posts, and do stuff like that. Don't just send, hey, look at my message, hey, like go fucking do the extra work. Go comment on their posts, go reply to their stories, go send them a piece of content that you actually enjoyed watching. Do the extra work. And what I mean by this is as you send 20 to 30 new looms, that's a new pool of people every single time you send to follow up with. And you should follow up with every single one of these people anywhere from 1 to like every 48 hours they should have some type of follow-up, right? It doesn't have to be every single day. That's annoying as fuck. Right? But you can follow up anywhere between like 24, 48 hours, 32 hours, that window, and just be slapping them with stuff that's good. Don't pester them. Do not pester them. If you pester them and they're like, hey, hello, are you there? Like that's so annoying and I hate that shit. It's so fucking annoying. Follow up with value. It's like, hey, I made this asset. I think it'll help you at least if we don't work together. I think this asset will help you, right? Hey, I saw this piece of content that you made. I really liked it. I think if we added a CTA to it, this would probably get 1,000 members or something like that. Follow up with value every single day to everyone that you send looms to. Simple as that, right? Number 5, repeat the process above. Become a better authority. Increase your authority by continuing to work on projects and learning more. You should learn more inside of the communities that you're in right now about fucking product, offer, funnel, promotion, traffic. Because when you send outreach messages, you actually know what you're talking about. They can smell that and they'll want to work with you. But if you have no idea what you're talking about, your authority goes, right? So you need to continue to boost your authority all the time. Learn more, right? Become cooler. and fucking do work outside of it. Through these relationships where you're working for free, you might just make some money doing that, right? You should do that and do the extra work and spend all your time doing that. You need to be networking with other people, right? That's another thing. So become an authority and then make a list, right? Once you run out of people, make another list, right? And then make another list and then send more looms and then follow up and just keep doing that process and really fucking dial in, right? You should be learning in exchange for the free value. I hope that you maybe if you provide enough value, I hope that you maybe be able to get the ability to hop on a call with some of the people in CA or Inner Circle to figure out yo, how did you get your first creator? What did your loom look like? Go watch every single loom video, every single sauce post from every single person inside of Creator Accelerator and Inner Circle. They will show you step by step how they got creators. After saying this, I've quite literally just realized in my head, it is damn near impossible to not get a creator. And if you don't get a creator, it's your fucking fault, right? It's not my fault. It's your fault. You have to do the work. You have to do the work. You have to put in the work every single day, and you have to obsess over getting a creator, and you will, right? You will get a creator, okay? If you just do these 5 steps, you will get a creator, right? And if you're afraid, I didn't cover this, but you're like, oh, what do I do when I get a response? You do a 30-minute sales call. There are plenty of recordings in the group of people executing their own sales calls, and it's the same as the framework I taught you for selling. Current situation, desired situation, want to see how I can help you, give them a pitch, close. Go watch the sales video again, because the same way you sell creators is the same way that you sell B2C info. It's the same thing, because these creators are broke, right? Oftentimes. So you just get on a sales call and don't have a script. Don't use a script. Just pull up to the sales call and be like, oh, so why do you want to monetize your content? Where'd you get your followers from? Genuinely be curious about all of this stuff. Use your knowledge, your big brain up here to think oh, so what would the product look like? What would the offer look like? What would the funnel look like? What would the promotion? Can you promote? What do you think about being a guru? Are you afraid of being a guru? You've learned all this stuff, right? And now you can actually use this stuff and be all I gotta do on a sales call is ask them these questions about their current situation. And then you're not pitching. You're simply being want to work together, right? And you don't even need to pitch a percentage up front. I'm well, I guess you think 80-20 is fair? And then if you don't make money, I don't make money. I think that's pretty fair. What do you think? And they're yeah, I think that works. This is the easiest close ever, right? You don't have to fucking do an agency retainer and you're closing a $3,000 thing up front. You're not doing that. You're just asking if you want to partner up with somebody anywhere from you can ask for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50%. And you can start high at 50% and they're absolutely not, and work your way down right from there, right? It's very simple, right? But the real key factor here is it's not the sales call. You shouldn't be sweating yourself or shitting yourself. We've done creator pairing calls and we've had clients have to go use the bathroom before the call. Calm down. Do the work, right? Because if you do the work, the sales call doesn't matter. You've already done all the work, right, before the sales call, and you're just asking them a few questions if you want to work together. Simple. It's so simple, right? That's why this is the best model, right? Because you can do all this shit, and then this part's actually pretty easy, as you've seen, right? So I wish you the best of luck. I hope you get a creator fast, and I'll see you in the next one. Yo, what's up guys? It's Brady, and in this video I'm going to show you how to get a creator fast. And the reason why I'm making this video is because I know that you need to make money now, right? You need to make money and you need to make it now, right? Because right after you get a creator, you can use the 14-day roadmap to make money in 14 days with the creator. That's how fast you can make money with this, right? However, the long roadmap before the 14-day roadmap is getting a creator, and you are the one that decides how long it takes, right? Because you have to put in the work and the energy to get the creator, and there's some clients that get a creator in 3 days, 1 day, right? That maybe they know somebody and they can instantly get a creator. Maybe they come in with a creator, and sometimes it takes 6 months for someone to get a good creator. It took Braden 8 months to get a good creator because he didn't know what he was doing for a very long time, and then he made 100K with his creator, and he made money. He made 10K in his first 14 days. If you really just look at the success log of money, everybody makes money instantly. That's the cool thing about this is I've designed this entire experience to make money in 14 days. But you watching this video are the one that decides how long this entire process is going to take. Because I'm not saying that this damn process is going to take 14 days overall, but it could. It could if you actually put in the work and you go hard. But making money, easy. If you have a good creator, you can make money in 14 days very, very fast. I'm going to show you how to do that. However, right, for you, and I'm going to show you how to tie all of this stuff together and stuff, but like you have to get a creator fast, right? And here's how you're going to do it. So this is a little bit of a different style of video, but I love this concept and I think it will help you a ton. And you need to lock in, and you need to lock in now if you want to get a creator fast, okay? So, and you know what? If you're not committed to this and you're not going to get a fucking creator and you're lazy and you're after watching all these videos, you're like, fuck this, like skip this video and go try it on your own. But I think this will really help you, right? So here's the thing with business. And I've seen this in my personal life. I've seen this across multiple clients, right? And I've seen that nothing happens for a long time and then everything happens at once. And this is the point, right, where clients actually start making money, right? Well, I guess this isn't money. This is time. Time doesn't change. This is a graph of time. So over time, and you're kind of the one that gets to pick if this chart is fast or not, right? So this could be 3 months. This could be 3 years. This could be 13 days, right? You're the one that picks, but every single time, no matter what, whether it's 15 days, 14 days, if it's 3 months, if it's 3 years, it's gonna look like this no matter what, right? I've seen that, my clients have seen that, like it's just how it works, right? That's where the time is right there, right? Now, what happens, so this is money, right? You can see money. So the blue is for money, right? And then the reason why this works like this is because with skills, obviously, with skills, it kind of looks like this. And it's decreasing exponential. And then there's this point in time. So I'm going to say that this is skills. Right? So there's money and there's skills, right? Over time. And skills over time is it takes 20 hours, right? 20 hours it takes 20 hours of time. You can see that that's a very small increment of time right there to get 80% good. If this is percentage of how good you are at skills, at any skill. Right? And you get 80% good. And then to get to like being up here where you're 100% proficient at a skill, right? It takes 10,000 hours. 10,000 hours. That's a lot of hours. Do the math and see how many years that is, right? That's a lot of hours. And I don't mean just like random hours of you staring at a computer. I mean like hours of you actually doing it. Like for me, my video presenting skills, my module presenting skills, right, overall, like what you've watched in the past 5 minutes is me deeply focusing on actually doing the actions of presenting a skill to you. I'm using my skills of presenting to try to hit this point home so you actually make money with this, right? And you have to do the same thing for outreach. This is actively like sending outreach messages. This is actively finding creators. This is actively like actually fucking conducting sales calls. Right? This is actually doing Loom videos, right? This is where the skills is right here. And most people procrastinate to send the first message, right? They procrastinate to send the first message and actually do this, which makes their time horizon go like this, right? Because they procrastinate so long because guess what happens? This blue bar right here stays here until you become 80% good. Why? The reason why is because it starts actually moving after you become 80% good. So your first 20 looms will not count. They will not count. Your first 100 might not count, right? But your first 20 hours of doing anything doesn't count. You will not get anywhere. And it will seem like this is not working, right? And it's because you have to push past that so that the reps will start counting. And then every single time you actually do a rep, it counts. It counts. It counts. And it seems like nothing's happening because like you're up here now and you're like, wow, I'm good at this, but nothing's really happening still. And this chart can go on for a long time and then all at once, what happens is this intersection point right here where you're 80% good at this new skill that you've just acquired. And that intersection point is where you finally actually make money. You finally actually, like, if you've ever seen someone post in the community, I just made my first growth operator money, that's that. That's that right there, right? That's that first growth operator cash. And look where the cash is going after this, right? You're still 80% good at the skill, but the cash just keeps going. And over time, it more looks like that. Exponential over time, it's going all the way up and to the right exponentially, right? The chart is not linear. Like, you're not going to have linear results. It's exponential. It's rising exponential over time. So what this means is you need to commit to knowing that when you put in an input and you actually do something, nothing's going to happen. Not a single thing is going to fucking happen. You're going to feel like shit every day. I promise you. I'm not going to be the one to tell you that this is going to be easy. This is going to be hard, but it's only going to be hard for a little bit amount of time. And I'll leave you on this, right? You're just a few months away from living the life that you've always wanted to live. But you just have to put in this few hours of work right here and then all the hours after this to get here. Right? You're just a few months, and this is honestly just a few months. That's why Inner Circle is a 3-month promise. We're going to get you there in 3 months, and we will keep holding your hand until you do, right? But we're going to fucking force you to do the work. You have to do the work, right? That doesn't count. That whole hold your hand until you do doesn't count unless you do it. You have to fucking do the work. And the people that actually do the work always get the results. They always get the results because they pay attention to all the modules. They actually learn. And I'm trying to decrease the amount of time it's going to take you. But I've taught you everything. Up until this point, I've taught you everything you need to know. Everything, right? So that when you go do this, you're already starting at a massive advantage and you already know how to do everything. That way, instead of taking years to go here, it's only going to take you a few months. That's why this whole experience was put together like this. That way I could teach you how products work, how offers work, how funnels work, how promotion works, how traffic works. That way, when you do a Loom video or you do a sales call, you know what you're talking about. You know how to find the right creators. You know which ones would print and which ones won't, right? You know where to find them and how you should find them. You know how to reach out to them, right? You know that you should I didn't give you a lot of in the weeds stuff for this section right here. I didn't give you like the specific scripts. Why? The reason why I didn't give you the specific scripts is because you wouldn't stand out if you had a script. You wouldn't stand out if you had a copy and paste thing. You need to go use the community and surround yourself with other people to get to this point right here, right? Go find a sub community inside of the Inner Circle community where they're all on outreach and they're all doing the stuff. And the best way to do that is inside the Inner Circle, there are creator acquisition calls. Go to the creator acquisition calls, go hit up the creator acquisition coaches and ask for help. Ask for help and then find the other people that need help. Take those people and challenge each other to do it together. Because if you have a partner in doing this, right, you're going to push each other to work hard. I remember Nicholas Vitaski and Dylon Main, right, when they were babies, right? They were just babies inside of Creator Accelerator. And both of them are making, like, I'm pretty sure Dylon's almost at $75,000 a month. And Nick, he's like floating with another creator and he's like he just won the school games actually. I'm about to go meet him in Vegas, right? And he's had 2 creators now and he's made well over $100,000 in revenue. I remember when they were babies, right? Back in December, like a few months ago, right? And these two motherfuckers just paired up with each other and they're not working together, right? But they're on calls with each other every single day, grinding, putting their back against the wall and getting this done. All you have to do is put in the fucking inputs, right? If you can just look at the most successful students and see exactly what they did by going to look at the 6-figure club calls, right? You can see exactly what they did. You just need to do better than them. And if you just do better than them, you will get here in no time, right? I hope you actually I know that, fuck all that hope stuff. I know that if you actually do this and you take action, you will genuinely change your life, right? That's why I sound passionate making this, because I'm not angry at you. I'm just really passionate when it comes to like making this, because I know that if you actually take this seriously and you actually put in the actions, you will get results, like guaranteed. I wish I could just do a complete yes or no guarantee. Like if you literally just do this step by step by step, you will get results. I know it. I've helped thousands of people. right? I know this like the back of my hand. Just please, dear God, do this and remember this fucking chart. If you have to do it, like in front of your toilet in the morning, draw a picture of what this looks like, right? And just say like, keep fucking going. Like, you know, like the meme where there's like, I'll end it on this. There's this meme and it's like, it's called the gambler's meme. You can look it up on Google, and there's like a guy digging for diamonds, right? And there's like one dude who's just like ambitious and he just keeps on going. And the diamond's like right there. He's just a few more strikes away. And then there's this guy with a pickaxe and he's like walking back all sad, right? You just got to keep gambling. Keep gambling. That's what business is. Business is simply gambling, 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 gambling. You're rolling the dice, right? Every single week. I'm still doing that for different parts of my business, right? Right now, I'm gambling on ads, right? Right now, I'm spending $8,000 today on ads. I spent $8,000 yesterday on ads. I'm gambling on ads. Like, I'm doing it at just a different scale, but business is gambling. You have to keep gambling. Same thing with me. When I start a new skill with like ads or something like that, my chart looks the same. I might not make money for a decent period of time, but as you get better at doing this, better at being a business owner, your skills start to stack and compound, and then you start here, right? That's why if you go through this process, and let's say you don't make money as a growth operator, and you end up quitting, I hope that at least you keep on trying, right? Because you can start here if you have the skill. If you have the skills that you learned from growth operator, you start here with your next business model and you shoot up. That's why you see a lot of these guys, they come in and they instantly get results because they're starting over here from being in other business models. But please, dear God, don't fucking give up. Don't give up. I've seen complete beginners that have never had experience before in their entire life make money with this business model. In fact, Brady was a complete baby when he came in here, and now he's made well over $100,000 in revenue. Right? That's life-changing. He's buying an apartment, and he's not there yet. Buying an apartment in Chicago from this business model. I'm really trying to change your life here, and I really beg that you actually fucking do this. Okay? I hope you like this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Yo, what's up, guys? It's Brady, and in this video, I'm going to be showing you how I made $110,000 in 6 days. And the big 30,000 foot view of this video is how to actually perform $50,000 launches, right? So after you go through this entire section, you're going to be able to absolutely launch and make $50,000 up front, right? And I have this new saying here that if you have a creator that's over 100,000 followers or maybe 50,000 engaged followers and you're doing high ticket or whatever, right? If you don't make $50,000 up front, you probably didn't do your launch right. So the whole entire goal of this entire section is to make sure you use these 15 components so that you can actually collect $50,000 in cash up front. And I'll be the one to say that learning how to do launches and learning how to promote is the #1 skill set you could obtain to make a ton of cash up front. And not only are you making cash up front and big lump sums, but you're also able to take these launches and do them again and again and again and again. So what I'm gonna do in this video is I'm gonna show you what my first few launches were like, what my best launch was like, what my first successful launch was like, and then I'm gonna give you a 15-step roadmap on how you can do $50,000 launches yourself. I wanna give you a big high-level overview here because if you don't understand the components of an actual launch, you're gonna have a bunch of questions for me and you're gonna be like, Brady, what do I do about this? What about this, right? I'm gonna dive super deep into every single one of these, right? But I wanna give you a big, giant 50,000 foot view of what this actually looks like. So let's get right into it. So my first launch, right? My first launch was not successful. I've seen a lot of you guys in the community and you pull off $10,000 launches, $20,000 launches. I just recently saw Martin posted a win. He said he did $48,000 his first month with his creators. He's never done growth operating before. I'm pretty sure he's completely new to online business, which is like absolutely insane to me. And I want to let you know that my first launch ever, I made $400, right? So what this was called is we called it the Shot Callers. That was our first Discord group where we actually brought a bunch of people together and we were like, hey, we have this thing and join, right? So that was when NFTs were popular and we did this thing called NBA Top Shot. And basically we brought a bunch of people together inside of a free group. We provided a ton of value, and then we decided to turn that free group into a paid group. This was way back in the day. I believe the dates for this was February 2021. This was January, I want to say, no, July 2021. And then it was January 31st through February 6th. That was this one, okay? And that was 2024, okay? So, but this first launch back here was super bad. And it was the first time we've ever done a launch. And I'll be the one to tell you that I didn't know what a launch was. I didn't know what a launch was. I had zero business experience. All I knew how to do, all me and Eddie knew how to do, was actually just resell sneakers. And that's how we pulled off our first launch. We were just like, hey, we have this thing that you can buy, and it's 20 bucks a month. It was 20 bucks a month. And I believe with that math, like not a ton of people joined. I believe like, I don't know, what's the math on that? 20 people joined or something like that. And it was a complete like bust, and it was terrible. We had like a little Twitter account for what we were doing at the time, and 20 people paid us money. And that, I still remember my first like actual paying customer and how terrible that launch was, and it didn't go super well. And it wasn't until, and then we had a third business partner at the time who was actually like in our business. And I remember us arguing with each other like, oh, like this didn't do right, or like we're a little bit happy about it, but at the same time we're like, oh, only 400 bucks is kind of trash, right? But we were still super amped up. We were like, oh, 400 bucks, that's like 400 bucks per month that could pay for everything. And then we didn't know what we were doing. Made 400 bucks per month because we were selling $20 per month subscriptions. That's the first info I've ever sold in my entire life. We sold those subscriptions, and we basically lost, I don't know, 2/3 of those people the next month. Our churn rate was probably 66% because NBA Top Shot absolutely took a shit after that. And then we're like, hey, we have a reselling group. You could do reselling and make money. And nobody was like, they were like, nah, I'm not really interested in doing that, right? So that's what led us to this launch right here. So a few months later, it was February back here. Fast forward to July, right? Me and Eddie, I believe we graduated college, or no, graduated high school at the time. It might have been at the end of our junior year, something like that. I think it was the end of our junior year. It was like summer, right before senior year. And we're like, oh, this is gonna be a lot of fun, and we're gonna make a bunch of money. And the second launch that we ever did, right, was we made $4,748. I still have the Stripe screenshots for all of these. I have the Stripe screenshot for this, and I have the payment screenshot for this. I'll show you guys probably below this video, right? So we did this launch, and we were ecstatic, right? So basically what we did is Eddie was like, okay, we can't just use Twitter anymore. I'm gonna go get on TikTok. And this is when Eddie first started his TikTok journey as a content creator, right? And Eddie got on TikTok, pushed a bunch of people to the wait list, and I was basically like helping him coordinate the entire thing. I was on the back end doing my back end stuff as usual, and Eddie was making these stupid TikToks that were like going semi-viral, like 50K to 100K views. But this was back in the day when you could just throw up a wait list and people would just join. And what we actually had for this wait list is we had a wait list where people could put their credit card information in, and we would charge them when they got accepted, which was really interesting. It was not like a specific date rolling launch where like on this date we're gonna launch or whatever, right? It wasn't that at all, right? And we ended up making $4,748, and that was the absolute peak of what we were doing. And then Eddie's TikTok got banned. We didn't know what we were doing in the back end. A bunch of people churned out, lost everything. There we go again, absolute zero, right? And that was when we actually discovered, that was when me and Eddie were just working together. And then we found Rios. And we met Rios, we met up, and then that year we personally brought home $263,000 our senior year of high school, and that's when we officially started Growth Operating. And with Rios, we did a series of multiple restocks. I would constantly do multiple launches. I probably did like, with Rios alone, I've probably done like 15, maybe 20 to 25 different launches for that specific product. It might have been probably more than that, maybe closer to 50. We restocked a bunch. But in between these two, I did like a year's worth of launches, right? And all I would do is market in a free Discord. But that was my first successful launch, right? So it was failed, pretty much failed, right? I mean, we didn't make $0, but we failed, right? And then I made $4,748. And then between these two periods of time, because that was my best launch, right? But between these two periods of time, I did a metric shit ton of launches. I did so many launches, I can't even count them. There were literally like like multiple inside of a free Discord server. I even helped a clothing brand dude like pull off a launch where he made 75K, which was insane. It was like 75K in a day, and it was like he was selling like hats. It was stupid. It was like for when we did our agency. And then our best launch for actual info was $110,775. And we opened, I remember this day super clearly. We opened the launch, right, on a Wednesday. We typically did a class on Wednesdays, and we were launching Creator Accelerator again, right? Because we actually launched Creator Accelerator over 50 times over the last year, right? And when we opened the launch, we made $48,200 something odd dollars in the beginning. And that is what got us that like initial spike that was like, oh shit, like this is gonna be a really good week, because we would open the launch on the actual live class and then we would close it out over the rest of the week, because that's what you do with webinars. You open them up and then you close them out. I'm not saying do webinars. I'm not gonna say I'm teaching you webinars, but these are all frameworks in which you can make money with launches, right? So we did that big launch and we're like $48,000, and then Kyle's face was like, oh my God, like this is insane. And then Eddie was insane. We happened to be in Medellin, Colombia, and we went out to eat after that, and we were just looking at each other with smiles on our face, because we went from doing $400 launches like 3 years ago to like doing $110,000 in 6 weeks and $48,000 that night, right? So I'm not saying this to flex. I'm saying this because I want you to know that it's possible to make a metric shit ton of money with launches. And when you really pull off this art or this skill of launch, you don't have to worry about making money ever again. Because if you lose it all tomorrow, but you know how to market, you know how to promote, you know how to sell within a launch, right? You combine all these skills and you know how to do a launch, you know how to coordinate a proper launch, you can make $50,000 to $100,000 next week. I'm very confident that if I lost the house that I'm in right now, right? The house that I paid for, and I lost everything, I got sued or whatever, I'd be extremely confident to be able to make $50,000 to $100,000 that next week by simply just pulling off a launch. A launch is the key to absolute freedom. And in this video, I'm gonna give you a 50,000 foot view of what the launches look like. And then throughout the rest of this series, I'm gonna show you exactly what you need to do to pull off these launches. So let's get right into it. So first, I'm going to show you the high-level overview of launches, the framework of how these launches actually work. Because with every single one of these launches, with this launch, I didn't really have a framework. I didn't know what I was doing. But from here, this was my first successful launch where we had no framework still. Like, we're still idiots. You can still be stupid and pull this off. That's why I love launches, right? But like, if you have the good frameworks, right, you'll be able to keep pulling off these bigger and bigger and bigger launches. And the cool thing is with one product, you can launch it 1 billion times, right? You could launch it every week. You could launch it every month. It's completely up to you. And that's why I love launches, right? So I'm going to show you the alchemy of launches. I'm going to show you how to actually put together these launches, how to coordinate them, and how to make a bunch of money, right? And then next, I'm going to explain the 4 reasons why people don't buy. A lot of people I see that try to do launches get this part wrong, and they always wonder, they put together a launch and they're like, why did this flop, right? And you never have an answer for it. So in number 2, I'm going to show you the 4 reasons why people don't buy, right? And that's why most people didn't buy that first launch, right? Number 3, there's 2 organic funnels that exist, and no, I'm not talking about webinar funnels, I'm not talking about high ticket funnels, I'm not talking about checkout funnels, upsell funnels, abandoned cart funnels. I'm not talking about any of that stuff, okay? I'm not talking about VSL funnels, book a call funnels, application. I'm not talking about that, okay? There's 2 social funnels that exist on 2 different social media platforms, and those are the only funnels that exist for short form and for long form, right? And if you don't use these 2 the way they're supposed to be used, you will simply fail. A lot of people get this one wrong, so I'm gonna go over the 2 organic funnels. And then I'm gonna go over how to build a buyer's list, right? One thing you never wanna make the mistake of when you're doing these launches is you do a launch and you don't have people who are interested in buying your stuff. You're simply saying, buy my stuff, buy my stuff, buy my stuff to people who are interested, and you're never gonna get the sales you actually wanna make, right? Then I'm gonna teach you how to give them what they want, right? One of the most important things with these launches is actually providing value. And you provide value to make yourself seem as an authority, right? You become trustworthy, likable, etc., right? So people will want to give back to you. It's a form of reciprocity. And you need to do market research to get together what they're actually struggling with. What are their top 3 questions? So you could solve those questions with value, right? So that they'll actually want to pay you money when you do the close, right? Then in the next one, I'm going to tell you exactly how to build extreme FOMO, right? Building extreme FOMO is something I'm very good at. If you see, like, that's not even me just trying to dick ride myself. If you look at my posts inside the community, all I do is constantly focus on promoting new stuff that I have coming out, because I want you guys to get super excited about what I have coming, right? I put these videos take forever to put together, and I want to put it together and then show you and make everyone watch. You want everyone to pay attention to your launch. You don't want to do a launch sporadically where nobody's paying attention to it. You want them to anticipate the date that's coming up, right? Then I'm going to teach you how to put together a very special offer. One thing that I see like people do wrong with these launches is they don't craft a special offer. I don't mean a no-brainer offer. I know Hormozy always talks about make them an offer, they feel stupid saying no, etc. And the value equation, the transformation, and stuff like that. But specifically for a launch, you want to put together a special offer that everybody's going to jump over the table for, because you have a specific set of buyers that are already interested in what you have to sell them, and you've made them the specific promise. So if you make them this specific offer, they'll jump over the table, okay? The next thing I'm going to teach you is low ticket versus high ticket, okay? The reason why I'm teaching you low ticket versus high ticket is because you simply don't know which one to do, right? I get a lot of questions about this. Everyone's extremely confused when they're like, what really makes me mad is when someone's like, should I do high ticket? It seems like it's trending right now. Should I do low ticket? It seems like it's trending right now. Price is not a trend. Price is what you should give to someone. Like, you need to set up a price that people will want to buy on the launch, depending on the audience. If you have an audience or list of doctors, they're not going to want to buy a $15 a month community. But if you have a massive list of people who are interested in fitness, right, those people are going to want some low ticket community, right? Like the Belmars, they launched a $22 per month community and they're making $100,000 per month, right? But some smaller creator with a super engaged audience that would pay them way more money, it makes way more sense to do high ticket and limited spots, calls, etc. So I'm going to tell you what scenarios in which you're going to do low ticket and what scenarios you're going to do high ticket, because it's extremely important to differentiate yourself between the two. Because if you do both, right, you're going to fail, because that is like running 2 separate businesses. And if you run 2 separate businesses, you have scattered focus, right? Once we pick whether we're going to do low or high ticket, we're going to go into low ticket funnels and high ticket funnels. In both of those categories, I'm going to show you the breakdown of why low ticket funnels exist, how they work, how high ticket funnels work, why they work the way they do, and so you could put it together when you do these launches, because these launches are not specifically for low ticket. They're not specifically for high ticket. They're not specifically for mid ticket, negative ticket. I don't care, right? They're for making people offers, and we need to figure out what type of offers we're actually making them, right? The next thing we're going to talk about is the minimum viable product. One massive mistake I see you guys making is the fact that you take forever to put together a product and you simply don't sell it because you haven't put it together yet. But what I'm going to show you is how to put together basically air that you can sell for $500 to $3,000 up front. And the reason why you can do that is because the main thing that these people want is access to the influencer. Right? Because if you know how to just sell towards access rather than information, right, you'll always succeed. Because for me, for example, it takes me forever to make these videos like this, but for you, you can whip up access within a day. Within 10 seconds, you can sell access to the influencer. Then once we figure out what our special offer is, what our price point is, what funnel we're going to use, then we're going to write a $50,000 sales letter. The beauty of the $50,000 sales letter is that we've already done this entire sales letter throughout this entire process, right? Because you've already provided what a sales letter's function is to do, right? And what it was back in the, I'm going to go all the way back to what sales letters were. Back in the day, people used to receive 50-page sales letters, like grandmas would read through these massive sales letters in the mail. And then at the end of this massive sales letter where they got a bunch of value and they were sold to the right way with the writing of the copy, the copywriting, that's where it came from, right? They would eventually buy a product. Like that's where this term snake oil salesman comes from, right? They'd read these massive sales letters and then they would want to actually buy the product, right? But what we're going to be doing is we're providing so much value up front where the sales letters actually could even be 1 page long, where you're specifically just making them an offer and they'll still want to pay you money no matter what, as long as you make them an offer they feel stupid saying no to, right? Then I'm going to teach you how to open the sale. There's a time period in which you open the sale and there's a time period in which you close the sale, right? And if you get these two things right, where if you're just to provide value, you're just to give them exactly what they want with a special offer, and you just simply do these dates right with scarcity and urgency, you'll make a bunch of money off the launch. Like if you just do that right, you will succeed. And that right there is one of the most important things when doing launches, right? And then once we get to number 15, I'm gonna give you some advice for $50,000 launches. After making $110,000 in 6 days and putting together all the launches I've already put together, right? I have some advice for you to do these $50,000 launches. Some of the things to look out for, some of the things to actually do, make sure you do, etc. Right? So if you're excited for this section and you want to go through the entire process one by one, get ready, right? Because we're about to go through this entire process. Get ready to take notes. You're gonna have to go through these videos multiple times. And I want you to, I'm gonna give you some like preface advice. Don't be afraid to get coaching, okay? Because this entire process is gonna be very overwhelming, right? You're gonna be like, did I put this together right? Did I put this together right? Don't guess, right? Let me tell you if you've done it right. So if you want coaching, you can go ahead and go apply below this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Yo, what's up guys? It's Brady, and in this video, I'm gonna be talking about the alchemy behind $50,000 launches, right? If you actually understand the fundamentals behind a launch, you'll never fail. And if you actually get all of this right, you'll do 50K launch after 50K launch and even maybe get up to $100,000 launches, right? But what I see that is wrong in you guys is you guys fail and you don't understand why. You don't understand why these launches work the way they do, especially with influencers, because one caveat here is these big massive companies like Tesla and Apple, they do these massive launches, but we aren't working with Fortune 500 companies like Apple, Tesla, etc. We're working with organic influencers that already have this massive audience and they need to capitalize on all of that attention. So in this video, I'm going to be going over the 3 components of what actually makes a successful launch with these creators. And if you get these components right, you'll succeed. So let's get into the first component. The first component here is creator market fit. I'm gonna go over why creator market fit exists. You should probably already know what this is if you've actually had a creator already, or if you're looking for a creator, this will show you why this is actually important and how powerful it is to have a creator with creator market fit. Number 2, how to actually craft a special offer. I'm not gonna go super deep into it, but I'm gonna explain why the offer actually works the way it does. And then I'm gonna show you some proper launch execution. And then in the next video, I'm gonna show you the 4 reasons why people don't buy. And that's gonna be the failure behind like, okay, how do I back test this into, okay, why did this not work, right? You can ask yourself 4 questions on like, why did this actually not work? And then you could relate it back to the launch that you actually did. So let's get right into it. So the first thing here that we can go over is creator market fit. Now I've explained creator market fit a lot, and it's one of these things that I've pioneered specifically for influencers, because I've gone over like over 1,000 offers. Because if you join Creator Accelerator, back in the day, I used to review offers. I would have you put together a big fat doc, right? And I realized that all of these offers are the same. And I was like, why are these all like the same? Like every single offer I look at, they're all the same. And what I realized is that it all comes down to creator market fit. And here's what that looks like. It's kind of like a Venn diagram here, where there's 3 circles that kind of meet. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get this right, but there's pretty much like there we go. We have that little thing right here called, I'm not gonna put the thing, but the blue area right there is called fit. We're just gonna put that right there. In blue, it's for fit, all right? So this next thing that we have here, I'm gonna, I guess, put the rest in red, but with creators, we have the creator, they make educational content, and then they drive an audience. Right? And it kind of works almost as a flywheel, right? So you have a creator that comes in and creates content, and then that content makes an audience, and then that audience wants access to the creator. And that's what creator market fit looks like, right? And if you don't have creator market fit, that simply means that you're not going to make any money, right? Because if you launch a creator and there's no demand for access, there's no demand to get a transformation, right? You're not going to succeed. So here are the 3 ways that a creator has creator market fit. There's only 3 questions you need to ask yourself, and you should already know these questions. If you're skipping videos, that means if you don't know this, you're skipping videos, right? Or you simply just don't remember. So lock in, right? So the first thing, has the creator achieved a unique transformation themselves? Ask yourself that question, right? The next thing is content. Are they making educational content? Right? Are they making educational content? I don't want to see entertainment content. I don't want to see anything like that, right? And then, do they have an audience of people that want access to them to achieve the same transformation because of the content they've made, right? If you notice this, if you're actually in the business, like creators, so there's marketing, sales, and product. But when you're working with creators, the content actually is the product because they want access to the influencer. The actual creator, the person that's making the content, is the product. Right? They want to buy, this sounds weird, but they want to buy the creator. That's why these offers actually work. And that's why creator market fit is so important, right? So the reason why creator market fit is so important is because of one element in business that matters a ton, and it's called supply and demand, right? So when supply meets demand, that means you'll actually sell out and you'll make money. Right, so one of the biggest things when I was doing Discord restocks, I was in a Discord called Resource Basement. That's where I did most of my launches. One of the most important things was supply and demand, and I learned this early concept because I would do these massive restocks, and then what would happen is I would restock the group, and then what would happen is like everyone would go away. And I was like, okay, I need to generate more demand, more demand, more demand. But if you have a creator with creator market fit, you have demand, and you have limited supply, and I'll show you why in a second. So you have all this demand. Let's imagine you have all this demand, all this stupid marker stuff, and you have limited supply right here, right? So the supply is the black, the demand's the red. So imagine this red times like 10, and imagine that's like the whole entire audience of demand, right? Everyone in the audience, if there's 100,000 followers in the audience, that's the demand. And how strong the demand is it relies on the educational content that the creator has made. If they've made a bunch of educational content, they're gonna have a ton of demand. But if they've gotten all their followers from entertainment content and all of a sudden just started making educational content, they're not gonna have this demand that you need to be successful. So what you're really looking for with these creators is lots of demand so that you can sell limited supply. Because I want you to change your paradigm real quick. These creators have extremely limited supply because there's really only 2 things they're buying here. It's realistically access, but it's honestly one thing. It's access, but it's like what level of access? The reason why you could charge $3,000 for coaching is because it's access to the actual person. So you can see, like they can feel and touch and like learn directly from the creator because that's the best way to get educated, right? And then the next one below that is the actual content and exclusive content at that, right? And then there's community, etc., right? But what we're communicating in our offer is the limited supply and the massive demand. And when you see that, and when you see that concept, you will make so many sales because there's literally not enough supply, right? And if there's one of the biggest driving force factors of these offers is limited supply, massive demand. Remember that, okay? So we have limited supply, massive demand, right? Though that's like pretty much the most important element that you need there. If you have a creator that doesn't have a ton of demand for what they have, then it's not going to succeed. Now, one thing that I see that you guys fail with is you guys don't communicate the fact that there's limited supply and there's a ton of demand. What you guys typically do, and this completely gets the launch to fail, even though there is demand and there is limited supply, I see a lot of you guys will spawn an offer and you're like, join now, join now, join now, join now, buy my stuff. Right? But the problem with that is the fact that people need to understand how limited it really is. And that's why with these launches, extreme scarcity and extreme urgency is extremely important here, right? So what I want to communicate with you is how these launches actually work, right? So it's gonna look something like this. You have a timeline. Imagine this black is the timeline, right? And let's use play dates for this. Let's say this is May 5th. I'm gonna say May 5th. And then this is gonna be the open date right here of your launch. So the launch opens on May 5th. Let's just say it opens. And let's say it closes over here. Okay, so we have May 10th, close. Now the reason we have an open date and a close date is to show them that real level of urgency. If there's real urgency comes down to time. And if there's real urgency within an open and a close, they'll actually buy. Now the cool thing about this is it doesn't matter how big your day is, right? That's the cool thing. You can launch multiple times. I want to change your paradigm here as well. You don't have to pull off these massive launches. It's like, how I'll tell you this, the bigger the price point, right, the more education you're gonna have before the actual sale. So like, if you're doing a small sale where it's just like a simple like beta launch or something like that, you can tease a date and launch that day and close it at midnight, right? You don't have to do this massive launch where it's May 5th and then it's like May 10th for the close or whatever, right? You can do a very small launch and you'll see influencers doing like mini discount deals or this, that, and the third, like Black Friday, for example. A Black Friday sale could open just on Black Friday, or a Black Friday sale can open 3 days before Black Friday and then on Black Friday at midnight. It's completely up to you. That's the cool thing about these launches. Now, if you pull this off the successful way, your launches will look like this. This is what the money is gonna look like. So you're gonna get a spike in sales up front. It's gonna be like 25% of your sales up front because you just opened the sale and you've teased the date, right? It's extremely important that you've built up actual demand for this date. Because if you have all of this demand, you have all of this like absolute giant audience of demand, why aren't you speaking to them? One of the most important things about these launches is to speak to the demand of the date that's actually coming up. Because if you speak to the demand and you tell them the date's coming up, all of the demand is gonna start paying attention because human beings anticipate dates. They anticipate these massive events that are coming, like, oh my God, my favorite creator is doing this cool thing on this date. I gotta pay attention. It's magnetic marketing where you get everyone to pay attention just because it's an event that they're anticipating within a small community inside the creator's audience, right? And they're gonna FOMO in when they see everyone else FOMOing in, and that's an element of social proof that I'll explain later, right? So you have these little small spikes throughout the rest of the launch, right? And then you get this massive jump at the end of the launch. You'll get 50% of your sales at the very end of the launch, right? And that's the urgency element. The reason why we use the urgency element is because people, I'll let you guess, why do we use the urgency element? The reason why we use the urgency element is because people are procrastinators. Congratulations, you got it right, right? People are absolutely procrastinators, right? And we want to use that to our advantage. And if we use it the proper way and we build up hype and we talk about the close right here, people will procrastinate and they'll buy all at once, right? So that's the perfect launch execution. That's what a launch execution looks like. You could do it opening on this day, close at midnight, or you could do it within a period of 5 to 10 days. I wouldn't go later than 10 days because that's too much selling within a time window. I would probably do, I think 5 days is like the maximum open of a launch, but you can market May 5th, 30 to 60 days before that. They could be talking about May 5th, May 5th, May 5th, May 5th, and they don't even know what May 5th is. But the more you talk about May 5th, the more people are magnetically anticipating your launch. They're anticipating it. I have something coming that I've been working on for years, and it's going to be amazing, and it's going to be so awesome. That's what your creator needs to believe. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be amazing. Everyone needs to anticipate this date because it's coming up. It's coming up. It's coming up. You open it. You get all of this shit at once. 25% of your sales in the middle, and then 50% of your sales at the end when you actually close with real scarcity and real urgency. Now, what is the most important thing for this thing right here? The other two most important things is an absolutely special offer. If you execute this the right way and you do the marketing the right way, where you market that it's open, you mark it that it's in the middle, you mark it at the end that it's about to close. If you do all of that right, the most important thing that it comes down to is the special offer, right? That's where you need to combine price, right? So there's like a few elements of a special offer, okay? So within this ecosystem, you have a special offer, right? Now, the reason why you have a special offer, because this doesn't matter, it's not as strong if you just open something up and you're like, hey, it's $99 a month and it's only open right now. That will get some sales. It'll get some people who are interested in your stuff. However, if you say, hey, I have this $500 program that's available right now, right, for $250 while you join during this date, and there's only 10 spots, and if you join and you don't like it, I will give you your money back, risk removal. There's 10 spots, extreme urgency on the date, discount on the price, right? And when you have all of those components and you use them together, what's gonna happen is people are going to jump over their seats. And then while you're talking about the launch, you're doing this thing where you're explaining away their objections using stories, right? You're telling them stories on why they should join, etc., to handle these objections, right? And then people are going to join, and then you tell them, hey, this person just joined, this person just joined, this person just joined. Every single time you do that, they'll jump over their seats. Now, I know that was a lot of information at once, but if I want to really break it down for you, the most important thing that you should do here, the most important thing that you should be focusing on is what? We've kind of just covered it. If you just, right, do these three things, you'll crush. Creator market fit, you get that down the right way. You simply pick the correct creator, right? Next, you put together a perfect launch execution, right? You're not sporadically just saying, buy my stuff at some random price point that you made up. There's a real reason for them to join. And then you have a very special offer that removes the risk, right? There's a discount, there's a reason, there's scarcity, there's all kinds of these elements that I'll break down more later once we get to number 7, right? But when you have that offer, that component of the offer, they're gonna jump in. And this time period could be a long amount of dates, or it could be a short amount of dates. If you're doing high ticket, it could be like, if you book a call on this day, I'll let you in. Or you could do some type of cohort. I've heard people talking about cohorts before where it's like, hey, this creator's never done coaching before. I'm opening up 10 spots to do coaching. I'm opening on this date, you announce that it's open, and you only have until this day to apply for coaching. Bingo, right? So in the next video, we're going to be talking about the 4 reasons why people don't buy. And if you would like to apply for coaching, you can below this video. I know you're probably confused, you're probably like overwhelmed. Don't be afraid to apply. Just see if you're a good fit, and I'll see you in the next one. Yo, what's up guys? It's Brady, and in this video, I'm gonna be talking about the 4 reasons why people don't buy. We just got done talking about the alchemy of $50,000 launches, and now you should understand how to properly execute a launch. Now, here's the thing. If you properly execute a launch, sometimes it fails, and you're like, why did this fail? So these are the 4 questions you can ask yourself, and honestly, even ask the audience when you're doing market research to find out why they didn't buy, right? You'll identify where you went wrong. And when you identify where you went wrong, it's very easy to identify what you need to fix. So on the next launch, you can make a bunch of money. And if you do this the right way, you'll always make money. And this is why you'll never fail launches if you understand these 4 very important elements. So let's get right into it. Number 1, the number 1 reason why they do not buy is the fact that they do not need it, right? So this is gonna sound a little weird, but I had this client, his name is Kevin, shout out Kevin. He had this offer where he was helping people stop touching themselves. Younger men stop touching themselves. I'm gonna just stop it there because I didn't like reviewing that offer anyways, but an offer is an offer, okay? So I was reviewing that offer, and then he put together this massive launch, and I was like, like why is this not working? He went and put it all together, and he made $25 in sales, and I was like, $25, 200,000 creator audience, this is not making sense. There was 2 problems with it. Number 1, right? He was making entertainment content about not touching yourself. In a sense, like where he was like doing these little skits or whatever, and it was more entertainment based, where people will just watch it to watch it, right? So if you have an entertainment audience about a transformation, that's not gonna make any money. I don't care what you do. Any entertainment content about a transformation, it won't work. It simply won't work. I tested this. I've spent over $70,000 on the content team over the span of the last actually 3 months. And I fired that entire content team because we were making entertainment content, trying to expand our reach about a unique transformation. And our business took a tank because of it, right? So I'm trying to save you from this massive lesson that you're gonna learn. But do not make entertainment content or pick a creator that's making entertainment content about a transformation. Doesn't work, okay? They might have a transformation, but if they're making entertainment content, it won't work, okay? The second reason, this is more in nitty gritty, but I want you to understand it and I want you to get this takeaway here. So another reason why Kevin's offer didn't work is because his creator was targeting people who are 14 years old, right? His whole entire audience was anywhere from 13 to 14 and maybe 16 years old. It was just the type of content that he was making. He was attracting a very young audience. Now this is gonna sound a little weird, but that audience doesn't really need help with that. There's not a ton of pain there. Sure, they're probably doing that and they're not supposed to, but they haven't been doing that for years. That offer works really well, but only when sold to people who are 30, 40 years old and they're like, I really have a problem. They're very problem aware. The people he was trying to sell to are extremely unproblem aware. So what I'm saying here is there's a spectrum in which you choose a creator, right? And you don't want a creator where their entire audience is extremely problem unaware, right? If their audience is problem unaware, that means that the creator has not made successful educational content. If you get on market research calls and you're talking to their audience and they're like, yeah, I'm thinking about making money, or I'm like thinking about doing something, they're not problem aware. They're not aware that they need help, right? Those people are extremely hard to sell to. However, if you have people who are extremely problem aware, they're extremely solution aware, they know they need coaching, they know they need extra help, and they're a loyal fan that has spent a ton of time with the creator and they want access to them, those are simply the creators that are easiest to sell to. I remember Pierre, when he launched his offer, Pierre did not make a ton of money up front because Pierre is amazing, an amazing growth operator. He's a good guy. I love Pierre. However, his creator, Caprice, simply had so much pent-up demand of people who are extremely problem aware, extremely solution aware, and they were loyal fans to Caprice. That's why their offer immediately made so much money and their back end got them to $100,000 a month, right? Very easy creator. So if you simply pick the right creator, you smash this first point, right? So the first point is that they don't actually need it. So what's the second point here? They don't believe the product is as good as you say it is. Right here I put they don't believe the product is good, but that's for short of they don't believe the product is as good as you say it is. And by you, I mean the creator, right? That simply means they don't see the creator as an authority. They don't trust the creator. The creator is not likable, right? They haven't spent a lot of time with the creator. There's not a lot of people who are extremely loyal in their audience, right? That's what causes this second point. Because if you make them an offer during your launch and you're like, hey, I have this amazing product, join here, and everyone's like, I don't really like this guy, nobody's gonna pay attention. They can't believe you. That's why I see a lot of you guys get these videos that go viral. They're like, dude, I just got a bunch of views, got millions of views, and you get them in the DMs, these completely new people, and you're using a loyal creator, like a loyal process, a loyal audience process on people who just became problem aware, right? So it's not, those people, they will close, they will pay you money, but not as much money as someone who has spent as much time with you. That's why it's extremely important to provide value to the audience before you do a launch. Like I said, back in my reseller's basement days, when I did a launch, right, when I did a restock, I called them restocks, but they're really just launches. When I did those launches, I would sell a bunch of people in that I've just provided a ton of value to, right? And once I sold them in, all of the most loyal people went away, and then the community was dead. And I was like, okay, bring me new people, I'll warm them up with value, and then I'll sell to them again, right? But you need new people that have been provided value so that you can sell to them, because they're extremely problem aware, they're extremely solution aware, they're product aware, they're aware that you have a product. That's extremely important as well. And eventually they'll become loyal fans that will buy anything from you. That is what's important. So if you're struggling with the second thing, this is the most mysterious one, because they won't tell you like, I don't believe in you, bro, like you're a scammer. They won't tell it straight to your face. So you might get some smoke screens when they say they don't have money. What it really is they don't believe the product is as good as you say it is. But if they spend more time with you, right, and they see that you're a legit person, right, they see that you're actually here to help them, they will do what you said. They will get the extra help that they actually need. Right? They will get that extra help, right? The third thing, they don't believe in themselves. This is the most common objection. So if they believe the product is as good as you say it is, then it's going to be $500. Or let's just use a fake price, $500, for example. Okay, so the price is $500. I believe it's pretty good. It's valuable. But like, what if this? What if this happens? What if that happens? Like, I don't know if I could do this. I don't know if I could do that. What about my school? What about my job that I'm having right now? Like, what about this new kid that I'm having? What about my life stuff? They don't believe in themselves just yet. These are the most common objections, right? And they're objections that you handle with providing value. If you provide enough value to them in the value process, they won't have as many of these objections, but they'll still have objections. One of the coolest things here is you can go to these big guys who are doing launches, and you'll see in their FAQ section, they have very common objections. And for B2C, it's typically, hey, I have a job right now, will this work for me? Typically the answer is yes, right? Hey, I have college right now, I'm in college, will this still work for me? Hey, I'm a mom or I'm a dad, will this still work for me? Right? Will this still work? It's basically, will this still work for me? I'm in a different country. Will this still work for me? Right? I have this situation. Will this still work for me? It's not that they don't believe they can do it. They can do it, right? They're motivated that they can do it, but they're like, but what if, like, does this work for me? Right? And then you explain how this definitely works for them as long as it actually does. There's some offers where you have to be able to speak proper English. This is not going to work for you unless it's in a different country. Right? So, and that would be like for closing, for example, like a closing offer. You have to be able to speak proper English to get good offers. That's a qualification factor, right? Now, the last reason is that like once you solve all of these, at that given point, the last objection they could possibly have is the fact that they don't have money. This is, for all of us, this is the most unfortunate one. People can grind and get money from a job or whatever. But the thing is, and sure, they do get paid on Friday or they do get paid on this certain day if they really want it, right? But the matter of fact is especially when you're dealing with colder audiences, right? They don't have money is going to be a very common objection. Very, very, very common, right? That's why it's best to sell a $500 offer to the masses rather than getting on a bunch of sales calls or something like that. Right? And that's why qualifying before a sales call to make sure that they have money is extremely important, because you don't want to pitch somebody something they can't afford. It doesn't make a lot of sense and it makes them feel bad, right? So they don't have money is the last thing, but you have to be extremely careful, because sometimes if number two is the problem, they'll say they don't have money, and that's actually a smoke screen. When this simply means that you didn't dig enough in the sales process, or you didn't do the sales process the right way, you didn't provide enough value. Right? They should be open and honest. There's no reason for them to be not open and honest. You're genuinely trying. If you are genuinely trying to help somebody change their life, like I am, right? I'm making these videos to help you, the one watching this video, change your life. If you're actually trying to help somebody change their life, this won't be a problem. Okay? So these two you can absolutely control. The last one you can't control. But it does come up as a smoke screen sometimes to wiggle out of one of these two things. So it's like, so money aside, like, is this something you really want to do? Right? That's the question you have to ask them. Is this like something like you're really committed to figure out, like, and if they have an objection, that means you didn't do this part right? Right? That's the 4 reasons why people don't buy. Right? So if you're ever having a problem with one of these launches, it's probably one of these 4 things. And if you do these 4 things right, you'll never have an issue. Right? So if you've tried to launch and you failed to launch before and you're struggling with one of these 4 things, feel free to book a call below and work with us one-on-one. And I'll see you in the next one. Peace! Yo, what's up guys? It's Brady, and in this video I'm going to be talking about the 2 organic funnels that exist. In the last videos, we talked about the alchemy of $50,000 launches. You understand how to properly execute a launch, and you understand the 4 reasons why people don't buy. But now it's important to understand the 2 organic funnels. And after years of growth operating and battle testing a bunch of different funnels and the ways they work, I have found that there's only 2 that actually exist. So let's get right into it. So the reason there's 2 that exist is because there is short form and long form content, right? It's pretty self-explanatory, but you only have shorts and longs, right? That's the only type of content your creator could ever make. And it's really difficult because you're probably thinking now like, well, maybe your creator or the creators you're targeting, right? They might have long form content, they might have short form content, they might have all kinds of different types of content, but it all just boils down to short form content and long form content. And what both of these types of content are comprised of are educational content units, right? So it's these boxes right here that exist called content units. Content units, right? And every single unit is a form of educational content that gets them one step closer to their goals. So if they watch a short form video over here, that's just one educational content unit, right? One short form video is one educational content unit. One long form video might equal multiple educational content units, right? There might be 5 or 10 or 15. And the reason why this exists and why 2 funnels exist is because of lead temperature, right? So when I was first getting into the digital marketing game, I was young and I was stupid and I didn't understand everything, and I couldn't understand why people weren't closing. I was like, why aren't they paying me money? I don't get it. Like, some people are like, I don't know what the word is for it, but like uneducated is definitely a good word for it. And some people are just like, they're super hot and they want to buy. And that's because there's traffic temperatures, right? So there's a continuum. All leads are not created equal. And I learned this in this game. There's cold, there's warm, and there's hot, right? Cold, warm, and there's hot. And the only difference between hot leads over here and cold leads over here are the number of content units. So you might have some content units over here, content units over here, and then you might have some content units over here. Boom, boom, boom. So it might take 6 pieces of educational content to turn a lead from completely cold, not knowing who you are, to hot. One of the biggest struggles that I see with you guys is you guys come to me, you're like, why aren't these leads buying? Like, we just made this video, it's really nice, right? We have this super educational video, it's awesome, shows his entire transformation, and you expect people to pay you money right after that. But the problem is people aren't willing to pay you money if they just saw one short form video from you. But at the same time, with a YouTube creator, they've been making this YouTube content for such a long time, and this is the reason why you can take a YouTube creator and you can put a $500 purchase link in their bio, and that's all they need to sell, right? Like guys like Jordan Welch, he constantly just has purchase links in his bios, or Iman Gadzi, right? He just has purchase links. The reason why they have purchase links is because of the units of educational content. So you can't assume how hot or cold a lead is. The only thing you can do is provide value. And that's why there's 2 funnels that exist. There's a short form funnel and there is a long form funnel, right? So you understand cold, warm, and hot. And now there is a short form funnel and a long form funnel. And I'm going to start with a short form funnel or a long form funnel. Long form funnel. So the cool thing about these long form funnels, right, is you can get straight purchases and it looks like this. So you have your educational content units, right? Boom, boom, boom. And I don't mean you posted a few videos and you expect to get leads. That's not how it works, right? This is how it works. You have all of these pieces of content and that leads to getting paid money. Right? This is what the long form funnel looks like, whether you're doing low ticket or high ticket, right? So it might be your YouTube videos have a link in the description pushing to some type of low ticket purchase funnel where it's like 50 a month, 100 a month, maybe it's $500 one time or something like that, some type of course with a purchase link, or you're sending people to an application link within those YouTube videos, right? They're going straight to application. From that application, they're booking a call, and from that call, you're selling them something for $3,000 to $5,000 or more. Right? That's how these funnels work. Maybe it's 1,500 because it's like a fitness creator or something like that. But this is literally how the long form funnel works. It's dead simple. And the cool thing about YouTube creators, this is like big notes for you guys that don't have creators. YouTube creators constantly get passive views. When you make short form content, it gets put out on the For You page once and then never again. You never see that video again. It gets buried in all the other videos and it's just these tiny units. But these massive YouTube videos, like this could be one YouTube video, right? With 5 individual content units inside of that YouTube video that leads to one sale. You might get a person over the edge because of one YouTube video, right? So that's the long form funnel. Now for the short form funnel, it looks something like this. I'm gonna say short form. It took me a while to figure this out, and it was some trial and error because when we first started, we just put a link in Eddie's bio and we were like, join. And nowadays, you can't really do that. We're in a trust recession. Trust is as low as it's ever gonna be, right? So this is what the short form funnel looks like. You're gonna have a piece of content, right? They might see one piece of content. It all starts with one piece of content. And then whether this is on TikTok or Instagram, you're going to push people to your Instagram, and on Instagram, you start warming them up with more pieces of content via Instagram stories, right? So they go from one piece of content to they've now seen 3. They're a little bit warmer. They're getting warmer and warmer as a lead. So right here is one short, and then you funnel them, if it's a TikTok short, you funnel them to Instagram. I'm not talking about YouTube shorts here. That's a whole different thing. Honestly, I don't even know how that part works. YouTube shorts could go to longs, but you get the point. But it's typically TikTok and Instagram, okay? Those shorts push to here, right? Instagram. And Instagram, you warm them up with stories, right? Stories are similar to an email list for these creators. The stories are like the bread and butter for short form traffic. And here's a little tip, a side note. You can take these stories and make creators highlights. And if they watch through all the highlights, that's more time spent with the creator. They're more used to the creator. They get warmed up much faster, right? And then lastly, you have DMs, right? So the reason why we use DMs, so I was going back and forth on this, right? We've used DMs successfully for a long time. A lot of people use DMs on Instagram. You might see DM me keyword all the time. You might have come into Creator Accelerator from a DM CTA, and there's like a lot of controversy with it because they're like, how are DMs scalable with these massive creators? And the matter of fact is like they are 100% scalable. I remember talking to Hermosi in person because I had this one objection too, where I was like, are DMs really scalable? Like it's like that's a lot of work. But what he was saying, and he was telling me, he was like, dude, I have this one company where there's like 300 people inside of this one company's DMs. And we started hiring out Eddie's DMs and it worked very well. And you can manage a bunch of DMs if you know how to do it. But typically what you do is they see a short, they go to Instagram, they start getting warmed up, they see more pieces of content while being on your Instagram, right? And then you can put them in the DM. And when you get in the DM, you start building a relationship. That's why you use DMs. The creator is seen as an authority, and when somebody is getting a text from the creator, it's much easier for them to say yes to the creator. And then if they say no, you can handle their objections. That's why DMs work so well on short form funnels, because it allows us to shrink the amount of time that they need to spend with us by simply using an authority frame that it's coming from the creator, etc. And we're able to take them through an actual sales conversation. And you use the DMs not just to sell low ticket. You guys will get confused and be like, oh yeah, DM closing funnel, blah, blah, blah. No, this is the short form funnel, okay? You're not, even if you're doing high ticket, You don't want to throw up a Calendly link or something like that on your stories. It's not going to be as effective. But if you take these stories and you send them to DMs, it's extremely easy to get someone on a call because it's low friction. Then in the DMs, instead of sending them a type form or something like that, you can qualify them in the DMs and then you can book them on a call. It's like, yo, send me your email. I'm going to book you in on this call. What time works for you, etc. I'll get into that later, but DMs are the most effective way to do it. And the reason why is because it's extremely low friction to take people on short form traffic, to be like, DM me this keyword. If you're interested in X, Y, and Z, boom, you have them. And these are the only two funnels that exist. So I'll put it back up here so you can remember. But it's basically YouTube. They're already over the edge. Now if I put it side by side, you'll probably understand it. Boom, boom, boom. And then if I just get rid of these. So you can see short form gets them to the hotness, right? And then long form, they're already hot because with shorts, it took them multiple pieces of content to get to the sale, right? But for long form, they've already seen multiple content units because remember, in one YouTube video, they can see multiple content units, multiple educational content units to get the sale, right? And these are the only two types of funnels that exist. I'm not talking about webinar funnels. I'm not talking about VSL funnels. I'm not talking about anything like that, right? I'm simply talking about where you need to direct your traffic, how to bring traffic together. Now, here's the caveat, right? And this is what I'm going to be getting into in the next video. Once you have this and you understand this, right? Now you're like, okay, but like, how do I do a launch, right? This is extremely special because some creators have long form and that's it. Some creators have long form, they have short form, and they have all kinds of other stuff. And you have no idea how to bring all that traffic together. That's like multiple funnels. That's too much to manage, right? And then some only have a short form funnel, right? So the question is, what are we going to do when we do a launch? How do we do an actual launch with these funnels, right? We're not just going to slap a purchase link in their bio and be like, buy now. That's hope marketing. We want to put together a plan so we can actually get these people to buy, right? But the principle here that I want you to walk away with, and this is one thing that literally saved me in business, is lead temperature. The more educational units you can give a lead, the more they'll trust the creator, they'll see them as authority, they'll like them, right? They'll have that relationship built with them, and they'll want to buy. You can't just give somebody a purchase, say like, here's this, give them a purchase link, they're not gonna buy. They have to be problem aware. They have to be solution aware, right? And they have to be product aware. And eventually you might get them to be loyal fans and they will buy anything from you. But if you just focus on this one concept, right? It's the name of the game. And that's why you're literally sitting on a gold mine, because these creators have provided hundreds or even sometimes thousands of content units to their audience and they've never monetized, right? When most people have to start out from square one and provide a bunch of content units to their audience to get them even close to wanting to buy. But if you have a creator that's never monetized, you're quite literally sitting on a gold mine, right? So in the next video, I'm going to talk about how to build a buyer's list so that you can actually execute this launch the right way. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Yo, what's up guys? It's Brady, and in this video I'm going to be talking about how to build a buyer's list. In the last video we talked about the two organic funnels that exist and you understand what you need to do to bring all that traffic together. But in this video I'm going to be talking about how to actually bring together a buyer's list using my framework, reason, relationship, reward. And before I even get into that, I want to tell you a tiny little story about me getting into entrepreneurship. So when I first got into entrepreneurship and I got into the digital marketing space, I was reading this book from this guy, I'm not going to say his name, but he told me that every single time you get an email on your list, you make $1 per month. And then he told me he had like 2 million emails. And then he said, just do the math. And I was like, there's no way this guy's making like $2 million a month doing this. And I was very surprised to find out that he was, right? And I will tell you that it's actually true. I have around 113,000 subscribers on my list, and it's obvious that with that same list, we got to $430,000 per month, right? It's plain and simple. So not only are they worth $1 a month per lead, but they can get up to $4 per lead or $5 per lead. And when you have a buyer's list, one that's really, really high intent, it can get to $5 to $10 per month per lead on that list. However, it's extremely important that we understand this framework and how to actually pull together a buyer's list the right way. Because if we just throw up a link on our YouTube or our short form or something like that, it's going to be extremely difficult to get someone to buy our stuff. But if we do it the right way, we do the right reason, the right relationship, the right reward, we will get our reward in return. So let's get right into it. So this is a little framework that I developed when I was getting into this, and it's called Reason, Relationship, Reward. And I was trying to figure out the secret to emails, etc., and what got these dollar per month subscribers, etc., and why it was that some CA members, you know who you are, you get like a 5% open rate, nobody responds to your emails, and it sucks, right? Why is it that I can make $4 a month per lead and you're making 20 cents a month per lead, etc., right? So what's the reason behind that? The reason is for this framework, right? So the first thing, I'm going to talk about reason. Okay, so when you grab someone's email for a launch, right? Because, preface here, you don't want to use all these different traffic sources and like promote on one traffic source. You want to give them a reason for the launch, right? So let me give you a caveat as well. If your creator just has an Instagram and you're just working with an Instagram, I don't recommend to put together a whole entire email list because the Instagram is already an email list. But if you have YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, and all of these other different traffic sources, you're gonna need to pull together some type of list that you can actually talk to. But the problem is I see this so many times. A lot of people in CA, they'll use ManyChat or something like that, some type of automation, right? They'll market a free lead magnet, right? And then it'll be like, in the DMs, it'll be like DM me keyword for free value or something like that. The person will DM them and it's like, hey, let me grab your email so I don't lose you, right? If you send that person an email, right? Let me ask you that question. If I said, let me grab your email in the DM so I don't lose you, I gave you the doc or whatever you're asking for, and then I sent you an email afterwards, would you like that? Would you respond? It was just lots of marketing afterwards. You'd probably unsubscribe, right? Right. That's because I gave you the wrong reason to actually join the list. There was no good reason for you to join the list. A better reason is like, let me grab your email so I can send it to you. Instead of let me grab the email so I don't lose you in the conversation we're having in the DMs, let me grab your email so I can send it to you. You can do this on an opt-in page as well. You can put an opt-in page up and like get this free doc on desired outcome without massive pain point or something like that. Free doc. You're gonna get okay, in that scenario, you're gonna get okay leads, right? You're gonna get people that came for the leads, but they're coming for that doc or whatever to solve a problem, right? They're grabbing the email, they're consenting to receive emails, which by the way, that doesn't lower your opt-in rate or anything like that. When someone consents to receive emails, it's actually, you have to do that, but they have to consent to receive emails. Your open rates are gonna be much better. It's much more ethical. They actually want to receive your emails. Now, here's the last reason, right? This is like the first one was weak, completely wrong. The second one was like, it's okay, like an okay promise. You're gonna have a decent list, like pretty much a basic list. But the third reason here that I'm gonna tell you is the best way to do it. So instead of saying those two things, you could say something along the lines of, let me get your email for this new, like these 7 of my best videos out of my new $1,000 course, right? So it's like, I'm gonna send you 7 of my best videos out of my new $1,000 course. And if you're doing a launch, right, you can add the date. That's dropping on this date, right? And when you do that, they're joining the list for value. So there's a reason for them to actually join the list in the first place. If you can't just have them, you can have them join for just the launch, but you also want to give them some type of value in return. Here's some of the value from my stuff, right? Here's 3 of the videos from my stuff, right? My thing that I'm launching, right? They're getting ready for their launch. They see the date, and a sprinkle on top there is you say it's a $1,000 community or something like that. What it's actually worth, you say what the community is actually worth, and then they're like, OMG, you put the normal price there, and then when you make the special offer, let's say it's $1,000, you say the normal price is $1,000 when they join the list, and then if you make a special offer during the launch for $500, that's going to be a massive discount in their head because they remember joining in the first place for your $1,000 thing. Because remember, that's the first thing they see before they join the list. That's the promise, right? That's the reason why they're actually joining the list. And after examining those 3 scenarios, you can see why somebody, that's the one thing. Like if you get this right, everything else will be easier, right? Like literally the relationship and reward part, like way easier. But the reason for them to join has to be extremely strong. And it has to be ethical, and you have to deliver on your promise, right? So that's the first one. Now, the second one here is relationship. So if I put together an email list and I have 0 relationship with them, they're not going to buy from me. If they don't see me as an authority, they don't like me, right? I've given no reciprocity, etc. I have no relationship with them, they're not going to want to buy. So the next thing is once you give them a reason to join, immediately in your email software that you use, I use ConvertKit, I'll have stuff on that later, but immediately you want to tell them a story, right, about like why you're so excited for them to join the list, etc. And it's like, here's the first thing. You could set up like a sequence and give it to them, etc., right? But it's like relationship, story, and then why you created the first video. Here's the first video. Real quick story, first video, that builds relationship and it builds rapport, right? You start giving to them. It's a form of reciprocity. They feel as if they need to give back to you. You're providing value on that list. And what happens when you provide value? What do more educational contents equal? More educational contents equal hotter leads. And that's what you want to do before your launch is get hotter leads. Hotter leads is the key to absolute freedom. Like if you literally just take your leads and make them hotter, they will want to buy from you, right? But you want to build a relationship with the list so that they see you're a real human being. They'll relate to you. They'll like you. They'll see you as an authority, right? And when you make that special offer, you solve one of the 2 things, right? They'll believe the product is as good as you say it is, right? And they'll believe in themselves with that free content. When they watch this free content, they'll believe, if this guy can do it, I'm just like him, like I can do it too, right? That's what you want from this value, right? So that's relationship with your email list. The next thing is going to be reward, right? So with reward is really interesting. So if I give you a reason to join a list for a free doc, the reward is giving you that doc on the next email because that's what you promised. You have to promise and deliver. That's a reward. They get a reward for giving you their email. Now, here's the kicker. Here's the caveat. The reason why you have to give them a reason to join the list for a launch when you're doing a launch for a specific date is so that you can deliver on your promise and your CTA will be your reward. So I'll go back to my example. I'm writing them an email, right? Creating that relationship. I'm writing them that email. I'm telling them the story. Hey, this is my story about this first video. Watch the first video. That's a reward, right? And then if I did 7 videos, it's like, here's a reward. Here's a reward. You give them 7 rewards. And then on the 8th, you open the launch date, right? Open date, close date, the launch, giving them your community for a discount. If you said it was 1,000 and you say it's actually just $100 a month, that's their reward. Since they're on this list and they got all this value, they already like you. And then it's like, hey, I have this very special offer just for you. That's why you want to have a reason for them to join the list so you could deliver on a reward, but their reward is paying you money, right? You see how that works? You want to give them a reward in exchange. And the reasons why people don't buy, they don't believe the product is as good as you say it is solved because if you've delivered so much value, right? They'll easily believe your product is as good as you say it is. Whatever the creator says, they will buy it, right? They will absolutely buy it because you've provided so much value. They feel as if they need to reciprocate that value back. That's why people are willing to buy. You've built that relationship. It's extremely strong, engaged, right? And they'll want the reward, right? Instead of telling people, please buy my stuff, you need to create a buyer's list of people that want your reward. Right now, I know what you're thinking. Okay, I know what you're thinking. You're like, okay, Brady, that was a good framework, but like tactical sauce, right? I just realized that a lot of you are like, okay, tactical sauce. Like, how do I put together an email list? What does that even look like? How do I direct the traffic? So there's the two funnels that exist, right? What you're gonna wanna do to put together all of this stuff, right? If you're doing a launch, I'm just gonna use the example of having a creator where you have YouTube and all types of short form and all of this traffic, right? What you're gonna wanna do is you're gonna wanna put together some type of funnel, right? On ClickFunnels or something like that, right? I'll probably have something soon where you can just copy and paste the funnel, right? You just click it, put it into your account, etc., right? That's coming soon. And if you're watching this video later, it's probably already there. So go take a look around the community. But tactical sauce, you're gonna wanna have some type of wait list where there's a headline that is that third promise that I told you for a launch. Get access to 7 of the best videos or 3 or whatever so that you can get X, Y, and Z. I'll have templates, etc. But you wanna make them that big promise, right? The same promise, the same reason. You wanna give them the same reason to join. And then there's a wait list. They join the wait list and they explain to you why they want to join your community and why they want to take on this transformation, etc. You create that little tiny bit of friction, and what happens is you get very, very engaged leads that want to buy your stuff. And then afterwards, when they come through the type form or whatever, you have a zap on the back end that takes their email and it puts it inside a ConvertKit. Very simple. ConvertKit, you can put them in a sequence where they'll immediately get an email. Very, very simple. Then a tag where they're on that email list and you can start writing them emails. Then you own that lead. And once you control that email, you feel different. I'll have setup stuff later. It's probably in the inner circle, but because that's like more specific in-depth stuff. But like once you own their email, that $1 per month, that $2 per month email is yours forever, even after the launch. You could talk about new launches in the future, etc. Right? And then what you could do as a bonus is on that thank you page, when they fill out the form, you can add them to a Telegram where they can listen to the creator like directly. And what I like about Telegram is the creator can make voice notes and talk to the audience directly and be like, hey, I'm so excited to launch or make videos, etc. It's a more engaged email list, and only the people that get through the entire thing and then click the Telegram are the most engaged. And that's just one example of how to put together a launch like this and how to actually build a tactical buyers list. Now, let me give you one more micro example so you don't freak out. I know that's a lot of stuff at once, right? A micro example might be your creator's only on short form. If it's only on short form, it might make sense to just use Instagram stories for the first launch. You could literally set a date, tease the date, they've already provided a bunch of value. You don't even need to do the 7 videos or anything like that. So I don't want you to freak out. All you have to do is say, I'm launching on this, you start teasing this date, showing them what's in it, etc. You start naturally building a buyer's list, right, as you're just using the Instagram stories. You don't have to do anything too complicated like I said, right? But if you want to do it complicated, you totally can. I just give you the example of both. It could be not complicated, or it could be a little bit more complicated, make more money, etc. But you can have the same outcome by just doing Instagram stories. For example, Mr. Belmar, right? He recently did a launch for his school community, his low ticket school community. They teased the date of a launch through his Instagram stories. They launched, right? And it was like $5 a month at first. A bunch of people joined, then they raised it again. And then he shouted that he's raising it again and again and again. They got to $108,000 a month in around 2 weeks, right? So you could do Instagram stories, or you could put something together like Iman. Iman just recently did a launch where he took his entire audience, pushed them all to a list, and then he has a Telegram full of 100,000 people, right? Those Telegram people are part of this event, right? And he's marketing to the Telegram, and all the while that Telegram is also getting emails, right? And then he's dropping the value videos on YouTube. And then he's pushing it to the discount, the special offer. And then there's a specific close date. And he's also running ads to that. That's the most complicated version of this, okay? But like that's further out. I'm saying you could take this same thing and use a buyer's list in both ways. It could be a more complicated or it could be less complicated. But the principle here is if they're on Instagram stories, right? Or if they're on an email list, if they're in a Telegram, if they're in a free Discord community, if they're in whatever you do, right? This is a buyer's list of people who want to buy your stuff. still the principles apply, right? You have to give them a reason, right? You have to build a relationship, provide value, and then you have to give them the reward. That's the tactical sauce for this, okay? I hope you understood that. If you need to watch this video back, you can watch it back. I know that was a lot of sauce at once. I'll have a Google Doc for this and technical like setup stuff. It might be in the inner circle, but I hope you got value from this, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Yo, what's up guys? It's Brady, and in this video I'm going to be going over give them what they want. It's going to be super sick, and I hope you like it. Since you've made it this far, I just wanted to congratulate you and tell you that you're one of the top 1%. You know, some people by now would have already given up. They're like, these launches are too hard, even though they're dumb simple. And I thought I'd let you know that I just fell down my stairs. I feel like a grandpa right now. So let's get right into it. So give them what they want. Why does this matter, right? So if you give people what they want, you'll instantly jump to $100,000 per month. No, that's not an income claim. I'm just saying this because if you don't give them what they want, you'll never get to $100,000 per month. And the reason for that is because of product market fit. If you've watched modules before this, you'll know that product market fit is the hack to get from $0 to $100,000 per month. And you can't reach $100,000 per month if you don't have product market fit. Now, why is this important? Why is Brady yapping at me about $100,000 per month? I just want to make 10K a month. Well, I'm raising your standards, okay? That's why we're talking about this. So with every audience, there's a current and there's a desired situation, and it looks like this, okay? So this is a little bit backwards, I guess, but usually the red is the current situation. But there's a current and there's a desired situation, right? And soon you'll be putting together an offer that's kind of like a little present here. I'll put together a little ribbon, etc. You're gonna put together a little offer here to get them from their current to their desired situation. However, what's extremely important when you're doing these launches is completely understanding what these people actually want. We have to give them something that they're actually willing to buy, right? Because if they don't actually want that, you'll get it all wrong. And one big mistake that I see a lot of you growth operators make is two different things. I didn't mean to flip you off. I meant two different things, okay? Two different things. Number one, they either don't do market research or they don't do it the right way and they skip it and they give the audience something they don't actually want, right? They don't do it the right way, etc., right? The next thing is you guys do it too much to where you spend like 2-3 weeks with the creator and then you're completely struggling, okay? So I want to use this video to simplify the shit out of this process so that you're not spending thousands of hours on market research so that you can get straight into the launch. And believe it or not, if you get this right, this process should only take a day or two. Okay, so let's start defining some variables. So what is market research really, right? What even is market research? You probably have seen people talking in the community about market research this, market research that, but what even is market research, right? So what market research is you're gathering data points on the audience to identify what they want to buy. It's that simple, right? Market research is simply using data points to identify what an audience wants to buy. It's plain and simple, okay? And the main key point for market research is simply being curious. Curiosity is actually the key to market research. And believe it or not, I still do market research to this day. I might have even hit you up and I've been like, hey, what do you think about this? I did market research before I made a module about market research. I was like, what kind of things are you guys struggling with market research, right? It's simply just curiosity. It's like, why? So when I went to the School Games Mastermind, Sam Ovens I talked to him for a while, right? I actually talked to Sam Ovens one-on-one for probably more than 9 hours, which is absurd. Right? And the whole entire time, Sam Ovens was simply just curious about my business and what I've been using with school, etc. And he's doing market research because he knows that if he wants to take his company to $1 billion, he has to understand his customers better than they understand themselves, right? That's the key. Use curiosity. Curiosity is the key to understanding your customers better than they understand themselves. The reason why I'm able to speak to you so well and I know exactly what you're thinking about is because I've been on hundreds and hundreds of calls with people just like you. I know exactly what your current situation looks like. I know exactly where you want to be. I know exactly what you're struggling with to get there, right? So what's important with market research is identifying who your audience actually is so that you can give them a special offer that they'll actually want to buy. Now, what are we actually doing? How do we identify what they want to buy? So there's 3 specific things we want to identify when we're doing market research. Those are massive fucking bullet points. But there's three points we want to actually identify. So the first thing is the current and desired situation. Oops, forgot the end. So the first thing you want to identify, remember what I showed you in the beginning? It was current and then desired situation. The first thing you need to really identify is like what's going on in their life now and where do they want to be. For people like you, you're maybe in college, right? You maybe have a job that you're trying to get away from. There's a lot of stuff. There's that bear that we talked about. That bear is the current situation, right? In the desired outcome, you might be at your parents' house or you might be at some place you don't want to be, right? I'm trying to identify what is this person's current situation? What is your current situation, right? And I'm trying to help you become financially free. But not only financially free, I'm also trying to help you achieve time, location, and financial freedom, right? Time freedom in a sense of like you don't want to work a job. And then location freedom as in you don't want some type of thing where you have to be in person and you can travel wherever you want, right? Those are typically the 3 freedoms that I'm selling towards you, right? I'm typically trying to get you towards financial freedom, etc. For your audience, if it's a fitness audience, you might be trying to help them lose weight, etc. But what's really important here is knowing what their current situation is and what their desired situation is, but not just knowing it from a surface level, it's knowing it from the deepest level you could possibly do. So when you're getting on these market research calls and you're talking to the audience, if you ask them like, what does your life look like, right? And they're just like, it's pretty cool. What do you mean by that, right? They're like, I live with my mom, I guess. It's like, why? It's like, do you like that? And you just keep on asking why. And there's this really cool concept that I've learned by doing market research, sales calls, etc., called probing, right? I want you to write that down. It's called probing, right? You ask them a question. They're always going to give you a surface level response back. You keep asking why until you get the deepest rooted problem, right? And that's going to give you the stuff that you can actually sell towards in your offer. Okay? So the next thing, and that's you're going to get current and desired situation more from calls, etc. You'll get all of this from calls, and I'm going to go down how you're going to actually go about getting these calls and how you can get a bunch of DMs, etc. Eddie also has a video on it as well. Okay? So the next thing is the 3 most common objections about the mechanism. I'm not going to say about the mechanism because I have no space, but the next thing you want is to identify the 3 most common objections, right? So the easiest way to start market research is to simply post on your creator story or hit up the list that they're using. And it's like, hey, I'm creating this new thing, but I need a favor from you guys. It's a very human way of asking the audience, hey, a business like Tesla or something like that, they don't ask for a favor, right? And if we could seem more human, that's going to be always better for our launch. So it's like, hey, I actually need a favor from you guys. What are your top 3 questions about the keto diet? What are your top 3 questions about growth operating, right? And if you have a fit creator, if you have a creator that has creator market fit, you'll know that the creator before already has current and a desired situation. They have a unique transformation themselves if you have creator market fit. Now you need to ask the audience, okay, what's the mechanism? You need to ask yourself, what's the mechanism the creator got there with? Okay, maybe it was keto diet. All right, so what are the 3 most common questions you guys have, or what are the 3 questions you have about keto diet? You'll get a bunch of responses, and you'll see the 3 most common questions, which are actually objections that we could solve with our marketing, okay? Now, here's the last thing you want to identify when you're doing market research. And that is going to also be one of the next modules, but it's the special offer. What do they want from the creator to help them get to their desired situation? So they're in that current situation. They know they have a desired situation. They know keto is going to help them get to that current desired situation. There's always some type of vehicle. Like for example, for you, growth operating is going to be the vehicle that's going to get you to $10,000 a month. Does that make sense? Right? It's a vehicle. You're thinking about the vehicle. Maybe it's trading. Maybe it's drop shipping. Maybe it's whatever, right? Maybe it's spirituality. Maybe it's rug tufting. Maybe it's creating a clothing brand. Maybe like think of the vehicle and then ask them what are the 3 most common questions. Now, you're not just selling them the vehicle, but you're selling them the creator's help with the vehicle to get to their desired situation, okay? And right there is where you want to ask questions about the special offer. What type of help do you want from the creator? And most of the time they're going to be like, I want to get on a call with the creator one-on-one, right? Everyone's going to say that. But you want to dig deeper. Like, would you like a community? What kind of videos do you want? Do you want calls? Do you want, like for example, a good example of this is like if you have a clothing brand creator, they might want access to vendors, right? For you guys, growth operators, I get this in market research all the time. You want us to hand you creators, right? That's like one of the biggest things. What can we do to help this person get to their desired situation? If it's the keto diet, they might want a personalized diet breakdown, right, to help them get to their desired situation. Try to figure out what those core features are that we can include in our special offer to actually want to get them to buy, right? Now, if you do these 3 things, right, you'll successfully have a good launch, right? If you really understand these 3 questions, you'll have a good launch. Now, caveat, do not spend all of your time on this, okay? You simply should take 1 to 2 days to really gather in all the information to get these 3 points. And then once you have these 3 points, it'll be extremely easy for you to create a special offer to help them go from their current to desired situation, okay? Now, you're probably asking, you're like, Brady, that's all cool. I understand what I need, but how the hell do I get calls? How do I get calls? How do I speak to the audience? What do I do? I'm so confused. Like, how do I even do this? How? Right? You're probably like, holy shit, like, how do I do this? Okay? So first things first, you need a list, right? We talked about lists in the last video, but typically your creator has some type of list, right? If they're on YouTube and they're just on YouTube, their list could be the YouTube community tab. Or you can get them centralized into a list like, hey, join this thing. I have this thing coming by giving them a reason to join, right? So you could have a channel to talk to them. You just need some type of channel to talk to them. A very simple example of this is simply just Instagram stories, right? So the first one you could do that's super easy that you could do in a day, it's like, hey, I'm creating this new thing. I need a favor from you guys though. What are your top 3 questions about growth operating? You could do one of those Instagram Q&A things where everyone can just go ask you their top 3 questions, right? And it's like, do a Q&A and then post the Q&A, like answering each question and see which are the common questions in that Q&A, right? The next thing you can do, all right, I'm gonna have something maybe linked below this video or you can look around the community, but Eddie posted in the sauce tab here recently about how he got 1,000 DMs with his creator that he's working with right now. And basically all he did is he asked them on the story, do you want to improve your credit? Yes, no. He did like a poll and then it's like, do you want to improve your credit? Yes, no. It's like, I just created this free thing, DM me, keyword, right? He got people in the DMs and then he used a script inside of the DMs to get people on market research calls. He didn't have to use Calendly or any softwares. All he did was ask them if they wanted to do that and they got on Zoom or something like that, or even just a quick phone call, right? He didn't want to do a phone call because he didn't want them to have their numbers, but like, it's very simple to just get people on calls, right? I'm gonna have that probably linked below this video, or it'll be in the sauce tab. Just look at Eddie's post and you'll see how I got 1,000 DMs, right? And he literally got 1,000 DMs from that. And the cool thing here is that you gain a ton of frame over your creators once you make that story post or whatever you do, right? Because they're gonna see like you're doing a bunch of work and then you can put all of the stuff that you've gathered here. You're like, okay, Brady, but where do I put this? Do you have like a template? No, like just take notes. It's that simple. Just take notes in a Google Doc, right? And then show them like, hey, I just got done with all this market research. Like, this is what we have so far, right? Cool. So once you've done market research, right, you'll have a very good idea of what people actually want to buy. So when we go to creator offer here pretty soon, you'll understand like this is exactly what these people want, right? And it should align with your creator market fit. And if it doesn't, you should start smelling that out, because there should be something aligned with your creator market fit. Your creator market fit, your hypothesis, should match your market research, right? You signed your creator because they have a unique transformation and a vehicle to do it, right? You know creator market fit, right? Now, if it should align directly with the market research, the creator market fit, because the creator has made this content about their unique transformation. People should be attracted to that, want the same transformation, they're in the same situation, right? And they want some type of special offer and they know what they want. That's the only thing that you're gonna get new from. Cool? Awesome. So we just talked about how to give them what they want, etc. Now you know exactly how to give them what they want. Now in the next video, we're gonna be talking about how to build extreme FOMO. And I know this feels a little bit out of place, like don't I need to build the list for that first, etc. No, we just did market research. We just got our toes in the water on actually what to do, right? And now using this market research, I'm gonna help you get a quick win in the next video and show you how you can get your creators to be like, this guy really knows what he's doing, and you can create a bunch of demand and fear of missing out for your launch before you've even done your launch. This is like the pre-launch. Like you're not even launching yet, you're just getting people interested in what you're about to launch, right? And I'm gonna show you how we can do that by building extreme FOMO, and how throughout the rest of the launch we can build a bunch of FOMO as well. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you have any other questions, post them in the community, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Yo, what's up guys? It's Brady, and in this video I'm going to be talking about how to build extreme FOMO. This is one of those things that I've done throughout my growth operating career over the past 3.5 years that have gotten people to pay attention to my launches. And when people pay attention to your launches, they immediately buy afterwards, right? We want this campaign to be magnetic, right? Have you ever seen a campaign or like looked at an event that you're like, oh my God, that's like Christmas, my birthday. Like you almost look forward to the event. You want people to look forward to your event like it's their birthday, it's Christmas, and it's vacation all on the same day. And this is one of the ways you could do that right after doing market research. This is gonna be a short but effective video to actually help you guys create extreme FOMO right after doing market research, when nobody has any idea what you're doing. You haven't even announced a date yet or anything like that. Nobody has any idea what you're doing, but you can easily, in the pre-launch or whatever, create extreme FOMO, right? And that's what we're gonna do. So if you did market research the right way, you should have gotten a bunch of eyeballs on your campaign, right? A lot of people are like, what is this guy building, right? Why is he asking us questions about that? He hasn't done that before, right? And you should have gotten a lot of responses from that, which is really cool, right? And we could use that. So I'm gonna use Eddie as an example. Eddie got 1,000 DMs from his campaign. That's the first time his creators have gotten that many DMs because he used a high quality story post, etc., right? And when you have a bunch of people interested in something, the easiest way to double the amount of people that are already interested is to show them how many people are actually interested. So what Eddie did right after his market research is he said, OMG, like so many people responded to this. This is gonna be insane, right? This new thing that I'm launching is gonna be insane. Stay tuned. And the psychological trigger we're using there is something called social proof, right? And you could do this throughout your entire launch. Any single time anyone responds to any single type of campaign, even if you get 3 responses, you can go tell everyone like, this guy's like super interested in this, or this guy just got in, right? That shows people that other people are interested in. When one person walks one way or the crowd walks one way, humans tend to follow the crowd, right? So back when me and Eddie did our webinars, at the very end of the webinar, we would put 20 spots open and we'd give people 30 minutes. And we would tell them, as soon as you join, just let us know when you're in. And people would say, I'm in chat. We would broadcast that in the chat, and that would get like a bunch of other people to want to join, right? And you could see the join log. Every single time someone said I was in, 3 other people would join, right? Because people just tend to follow the crowd. So what you could do with your market research, and this is absolutely sauce, because all you have to do is literally post who has like responded to it. It's the easiest way to start building extreme FOMO for your campaign, right? So you've already gotten all these responses. You can show them a massive scroll of the DMs. You could show how, like if you have people in the DMs that are super interested and they're like, dude, I've been waiting for you to drop this for a while now. Like, thank you so much. Show people that. Show people how interested they actually are, and other people will simply follow, right? And you can do this throughout the rest of your campaign. You want people responding to the campaign nonstop, and you show everyone else that's watching from the sidelines how many other people are responding to this campaign, and they will naturally want to follow. And that right there is a simple and easy way to make your campaign extremely magnetic. And by magnetic, I mean you have this campaign now, right? But all you have to do is tell them that other people are interested, and you'll instantly, literally double the amount of people that are listening to your campaign. And that element is simply just using the social proof trigger, right? And that's an easy way to build extreme FOMO. While you're providing value, you can tell them, like throughout the entire campaign this works. Market research, right? When you provide value, when people are like sauce or like thank you so much for this, or like they tell you how much they like it, show people how much they like it, and they'll FOMO into watching the value or watching your stuff, right? When you do the launch, this is the most important one, okay? When you actually do your launch, and we talk about doing that later in the next videos, right? When you do your launch and people say, I'm in, like I just joined, I'm so excited, take that post that somebody just joined, 5 other people will join every single time. Show them how many people are interested. Tell them that spots are flooding, they're being taken up. You might have to pull this back, right? One thing that Iman did in his launch recently is they were gonna close the launch at midnight, right? But then he told them that he's gonna move it up to 8 p.m. because so many people have taken all of these spots. If you show them how many people are interested, they will follow. And this is the same concept as this, right? If I asked you and I was like, hey, would you like to go to a game with me? Like a football game or something like that? You might say, maybe, or like you might feel uncomfortable, right? But if I say, hey, me and my friends are going to this game and it's gonna happen without you or not, right? Would you like to go? See how that works? So a great way to market this campaign without being pushy is to just talk about how many people are interested, to talk about the value in the campaign, and ask them, you might want to get on this. Other people are interested, you might want to get on this. If you're looking for a creator right now, that's a great way to use the social proof trigger to actually get people interested, creators interested in working with you. Instead of asking a creator, hey, I would love to work with you, that sounds weird, it sounds cheesy, it just makes everything awkward between the two of us. You might say, hey, I have a bunch of creators I'm talking to right now, right? You can say that because you're doing outreach to all of these other different creators. And you're like, I'm talking to a bunch of creators right now, but I wanted to reach out to you specifically because I'm gonna work with somebody, but I think it would be really cool to work with you instead, right? Everyone else seems cool, like they're cool, but like you look much cooler. This is gonna happen without you or not. I can only work with one creator at a time, have a bunch of people I'm talking to, but you looked pretty dope. Instead of, that's way stronger instead of saying, hey, please work with me. Because then you're using social proof, and then you're also sprinkling in an element of scarcity there of you only work with one creator. And then if you provide value in your Loom video, they might feel the reciprocity there and feel ever so inclined to work with you. And if you don't look like a bum in your mom's basement, you'll easily get a creator. And the same goes for launches, right? You don't want to seem salesy. You don't want to ever seem like you're, hey, please buy my stuff. Never ask them to buy your stuff. Always use side promotion on the side where it's like, hey, a bunch of people are interested in this. I'm so excited to launch my new program, Inner Circle, right? I talk about Inner Circle all the time while I provide value. I simply provide value every single day. And I also provide value to my Inner Circle clients. That automatically makes people like you interested, right? So if you want more help with stuff like this, you can go ahead and apply for Inner Circle below this video. See what I did there? I'm giving you value. It's a side promotion, right? I'm talking about my Inner Circle clients. I'm gonna give my Inner Circle clients copy and paste frameworks for all this stuff. You can join Inner Circle today. Apply below this video. See how I did that? You can do it for your creator. I hope you got value from this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. What's up guys, it's Brady, and in this video I'm going to be talking about how to craft a special offer. I know you've probably heard about all the stuff with offers and $100 million offers, etc. But this is a very special video because if you just get this one thing right in your entire launch, you will have a very, very successful launch, because this is the one thing that can get someone from thinking about buying a $500 to $1,000 thing to absolutely fiending for a $1,000 thing or a $500 thing or maybe a $3,000 thing or a $5,000 thing, whatever that may be. What my goal with this video is to take your normal launch where it's just like, hey, I have a product, hope marketing, like, hey, like here's my launch, like here's my product, to OMG, like your whole entire audience is like, oh my God, I have to get on. I have to get in on this, right? That's my whole goal with this video. Because if you just use these 8 things right here, people will literally be jumping over their seats. Now, I want to tell you a little backstory. When I was in the Discord space, all I really did was open restocks, right? That was the basic level of my offer. I had a product, right, that I was selling. It was to get deals, etc. Like that's how the whole entire thing worked. Like the product was how to resell deals, etc. Right? The product was $75, and the only mechanism I ever had for my offer, and I could have sold way more, maybe even 5 times more than I sold before if I just used these 8 elements, because all I did was I had a price. It was $75 a month, and around once a month, I would restock the group. I would add more spots, and that was basically it, right? So that was just one mechanism. I would open it up, add some scarcity to it. I just opened up some spots. There's some urgency. You have until this date. And sometimes I wouldn't even hard close the date. But if you really master these concepts, you'll go crazy, right? I've used all 8 of these in recent offers, and that's part of the reason why we were able to do 110K in 6 days. I went from doing these like $5,000 launches instead of a Discord server for like $75 a month to doing these massive 6-day, 6-figure launches, etc., because I used these 8 components. And in this video, I'm going to be showing you why those components are so important, how to use them, and how to make your offer 10 times stronger. So let's get right into it. So the nature of this entire launch is the whole fact that it's special, right? I know a lot of you guys try to put together offers, like you probably put together an offer to get your creator, or if you're working on getting a creator, you are the offer, right? You're not like some digital product or something like that, right? So the cool thing about these launches is that the launch is special, right? So you add this like sense of specialness to it, and everyone's gonna want in the launch. Everyone's gonna want in the actual product. That's the cool thing about this. So I'm showing you how to craft an offer within a launch, and it's actually one of the easiest ways to craft an offer for one of these communities, right? So number 1, let's talk about the transformation headline. So every single offer you have ever seen in your entire life is they're making some type of promise at the very top of the page that is helping you go from your current situation to your desired situation using some type of mechanism without some type of common pain point in a time frame inside of their product, right? You can rewind that if you're a little confused on how that works, but basically you're communicating how, in one sentence, how your product or your special offer is going to help them go from their current situation to their desired situation using some specific type of vehicle within a time frame without some type of common pain point, right? So it might be going from fat to fit with the keto diet, right? Without, I don't know what the common pain point for that would be. I don't know. Without sacrificing donuts. I don't know if that's the real thing. Without sacrificing donuts within 30 days or something like that. You can kind of mix and match it, right? But that's the whole preface, right? I'm talking about the vehicle, and inside of the product, inside of the special offer, when they purchase this special offer, they're going to get this one sentence thing, the big fat promise you're making them, right? And that promise, right, holds up. So if you're a random person on the street and I came up to you and I made you that promise, you have no idea who I am. That promise is not, that headline, that transformation headline is not going to be super strong. However, if I'm a creator with a bunch of authority, I've just given you a lot of value, a lot of reciprocity, right? You like me, etc. If I make you a promise and I tell you this product, this special offer that I'm making you is going to help you do this using mechanism in time frame, right? Get desired outcome without some type of common pain point or objection, you're going to be very inclined to listen to that because you know, like, and trust the creator. So the transformation headline here is very important because you need them to understand what they're getting into. You don't want to just say join Creator Accelerator. You want to say when you join Creator Accelerator, you'll go from broke to making $10,000 a month in 3 months with growth operating without having any experience, right? It's pretty simple. It's very simple, right? And you just need to keep it to that. And you just need some type of transformation headline, some type of one sentence thing that explains what are they going to get when they get in, right? Like, what are they in here for in the first place, right? And then we're going to go right into what is it they're actually going to get, okay? So here's the next thing. So when I was doing these launches back in the day, it was really funny. I didn't really understand benefit rich value. I would basically just say, you're going to get a bunch of Discord channels and you're going to make money, right? I just had the advantage of I provided so much value that they were just going to buy it because I added some scarcity and urgency and I said that the other group was good and they saw the results, social proof. We'll talk about that in a second. However, if you tell them what they're going to actually get inside the benefit rich value, they'll want to join more, believe it or not. If you make it seem more valuable than it actually is, it should be more valuable than it actually is, right? Because what is the principle to exchanging money, right? The principle for making money in business is you exchange value. You price is what you pay, value is what you get, right? You pay price to get value. That's all it is, right? And what benefit rich value is this simple one concept. So if I came to you and I was like, hey, I have Creator Accelerator. There's a course, there's a community, and there's some calls. Want to buy it? It's $97, right? You're gonna be like, nah, that's cool. And if you trust me and you've seen a lot of value from me, you might join, right? If a creator has someone in their audience that they've been watching forever, they might join just because it's from the creator, etc., right? However, if I tell you that you're gonna get 15 hours of training content that's gonna walk you through step-by-step systems on how to become a growth operator so that you can make $10,000 a month, that's just the first point. And this used to sell for $597, you're way more inclined to join that because it's benefit rich. And what you want to try to do is per bullet inside of your offer, you want each bullet to be worth far more than the actual price of the program. You don't want to just throw up some values and be like, this is worth 10K because I said so. My mom told me it's worth 10K. No, you want it to be actually justified by the market that it should be this much. You should be very comfortable charging just that much for this thing alone. Now, with this, I have 8 things, and it'll be in this Google Doc. I just wrote 10 pages into the Google Doc about this one concept today, and it'll be in here pretty soon. But I want to explain one concept. With benefit rich value, right, Hakeem and Lawrence came to me. They're running this group called Barber Accelerator, and they were doing a launch, and they were like, hey, what should we do with our offer? Like, we don't have any course content. We don't have anything. We don't have anyone in the community. I don't know what to sell them. So what I told them is literally just market one feature. The fact and the whole promise was going from $0 to $10,000 a month with barbering, right? So I told them, and Hakeem had a bunch of followers on TikTok. It was like 2 million followers. And I said, just tell them for $50 a month, they're going to get a call with Hakeem that he should be charging like $500 a month for. And a bunch of people joined. They got to 15K a month by just announcing that one offer. And they went live on TikTok and said, hey, you can join right now, right? And you're gonna get a call with me every single week. And people would join for just that one feature alone. So don't think you need to mash together 12 points of value to actually make this work, right? I have 8 because I have 8 justified things that are actually super valuable, right? You can have 3, you can have 5, and it's not the more the better. It's the more valuable the better. You want to stack all of these things to make it more valuable so that someone would want to pay you money, right? Cool. So next, Discounted price. Once you have all that value and you have all that stuff in the stack, you want to have, you're gonna have like, this should be 597, this should be 500, this should be this, right? And then there's gonna be like a total value kind of thing. And you want to discount from the total value the actual price. What I like to do, I personally like this way better than a value stack. I don't like fake value stacks where you just ascribe a value you think is good for it. I don't like that. I like to say that like, for example, if you have a creator that used to sell a course for 500 bucks, put it in the thing and then give it to them for 97 bucks, right? Because they're already getting a fifth, I don't even know what percent discount that is. I don't know. Like, let's just say 90% discount. You're already getting this much of a discount on this because I'm doing this launch right now. I'm giving you guys beta access to this launch, right? Discounted price is one of the most valuable things, and it's crucial, right? Now, here's the caveat. People hate buying cheap stuff. Don't sell cheap stuff, okay? So if you go into a store and you're buying diamond earrings for your significant other, I don't know if that person's a dude or whatever, diamond earrings, woman, whatever, right? You walk in and there's 3 things on the display case. There's a $500 diamond rings, there's $250 ones, and there's $100 ones, right? You're gonna be more inclined to pick the one that's 500, and you're gonna be extremely happy when the person gives you a discount at the table, at the counter to check out, right? But you're gonna be less inclined to take the one that's 250, even if it is discounted by 50%. What if I told you that out of those set of diamond earrings, the $250 ones were the same price as 500, but I just didn't say it was a discount. So what you wanna do with these offers, what's extremely important, is you wanna sell them on why it is actually worth this much. It is literally worth $1,000. Like, total value stack, this is worth $10,000, but that's why I would be extremely comfortable charging $1,000. Extremely comfortable, right? I'm going to charge $1,000 for this after the launch, like 100% after the launch. I'm charging $1,000 for this. Say the price that you're actually going to charge when the launch ends, right? And then try to discount it by 50 to 60% from there, right? Does that make sense? So like, whatever you're putting together this launch within a time frame, right? And whatever that price is outside of the launch, you want to discount from that price. And then after the launch, put it back at that price. So you might get some passive sales, right? You're gonna be like, well, if it's not this price, I'm not gonna get sales. Yes, you will. You will get sales at the normal price, I promise you, because they don't have any context as to what happened, right? But then when you do another launch, they'll know that you've been selling this for this price, and you could do another launch where it's like, it's discounted again because it's springtime, like, or whatever launch, or I just did the revamp inside the thing. You always want to give them a reason for the discounted price. And once the launch is over, you raise the price back, right? That's another level of scarcity there. That makes the scarcity much stronger. I was restocking spots and then I was taking it away. It would have been much stronger if I took it away or increased the price afterwards because you're getting a massive discount, right? You can completely take it away, or you could double the price afterwards and keep selling it, and it'll be way stronger when you open the launch again. So that's discounted price. Remember, for summary, try to cut the real value in half, not the fucking $10,000. It needs to be $1,000, cut it in half. If you're doing a monthly, you can do the same thing, $10,000 in value, $1,000. It doesn't have to be actually 10,000. You just say how much value is this actually? 1,000, and then you can say monthly access discount, or like monthly launch discount, $97 a month, $50 a month, $22 a month, something insane, right? Or if it's high ticket, all of this value, book a call, and then when you're on the call with them on a high ticket, when you price pitch them, after launch, this is gonna be this much, but right now, if you buy on this call, it's this much, right? That's high ticket. We'll talk about low and high ticket after this, but that's how you do it. The whole principle though is value. You discount from the actual anchored price. You have to anchor the real expensive value price and then give them a discount. Do not just give them a discount because they will ignore it and they won't see it as valuable. Cool. Risk removal, okay? So now they have some thoughts in their head. They're like, what if this is a scam? What if this doesn't work? What if this doesn't work for me? Those are clear signs that they are still there's still some risk on the table for them here. And you haven't communicated that. You could just do this. Remember, back in the day when I was doing launches, I didn't run a guarantee. I didn't run money back. I didn't run a trial. I didn't do any of that stuff, right? But more than ever, in the day and age we live in, we are in a trust recession, right? And what we want to do here is reverse the risk for them. Because if they have all these ideas going through their head and they're like, oh, what if this doesn't work out? They're on the edge. And this is one of the biggest things to push somebody over the edge. You simply remove the risk. And what you could do here is something like a money back guarantee, right? If you don't think this is for you within the first 72 hours, I don't need your money. You can have it back, right? But after that, you're locked in, right? I like to do short time spans because we did like a 60-day one time, and people just spawn out of nowhere. And they come in with this like trial. The only thing with these risk reversals is you never want somebody coming in with this like try it out mindset. Even if you're running like a free trial, I'll talk about that in a second. You never want somebody to come in with a try it out mindset. I literally hate those people. Like you cannot, we're running offers to help people transform their lives. You cannot try to transform your life. However, you can reverse the risk for them, and you can give them a reason to like come in and like actually see that it's legit so that they'll keep on going. That's what we really want. And when you run some type of money back guarantee or something like that, you'll get a massive influx of sales from it. And you will get some people that ask for their money back, but it'll be a small amount of people that ask for their money back for the massive increase in conversions. Okay? Now, we run a free trial funnel. I'm gonna warn you, a lot of people are gonna try to copy me. Okay? Free trial is a risk reversal. It's part of price, but instead of running a money back guarantee, I could totally be like 3-day money back guarantee or 30-day money back guarantee. I'd rather run a trial because I'm using that to prove that my product is better than other people's. They can come in and they can see for themselves how good it actually is. Now here's the caveat, and if you're on your trial right now watching this video, don't be this guy. There are two types of students. There's A+ students that come in and they know they're gonna get results. That might be you watching this video right now. And then there's glue eaters, complete F- students that are terrible in life, and they're like god awful. Like they just come in, are like, oh, this is probably not gonna work for me, I'm just gonna try it. They come in with this try it out mindset. Those are the worst people ever. And you have to use really good copy and really good marketing to prove to them that they're not here to try it out. They're here to actually change their lives. And if you could do that for them, they'll actually change their lives, right? So if you're here on this video on a trial, I'm talking to you. Stop fucking trying it. Like, go all in and actually do something with your life. You can't try to change your life. And I say that with clear honesty. Like, I'm not even trying to like be salesy or anything like that. Like, you can't try to change your life. You have to go all in. Okay? And that same thing goes for guarantees, money back guarantees. You can't say, come in and try it and see if it'll work for you. Don't say that. It will get you a bunch of refunds. Like, people will come in with that trial mindset and they will give you a bunch of refunds. Instead, you can say, I will give you your money back because I don't need it. I want to prove that I'm the best. I want to prove that you're actually going to change your life. I want to prove that I am the best. I have the best product. I am going to literally handhold you to $10,000 a month, right? Have confidence when you run some type of risk reversal. Do not let them try it. Do not let them be halfway and half out. I've seen people run money back guarantees where it's like a no refund guarantee, where it's like, they come in, and this was for like $1,000 product on a webinar. It was a genius guarantee. There's a money back thing on the webinar, and it said, we have a no refund guarantee, where it's like, you come in and try it, and if we don't, and we're gonna work with you one-on-one for free until you get there, right? And if you don't double your money working with us, I'm gonna give you your money back at like 2x or some shit like that. It was like some bizarre guarantee, but it allowed them to not just be halfway and half out. Like, they have to go all in. They have to try everything. They have to do everything. Do not give them an out. If you give them an out, they will always take the out, and you will not let them change. They won't change their lives. We're here to help people change their lives. And if you give them an out, they won't change their lives. So don't give them an out. Okay? Scarcity. Okay? So this was the one thing that allowed me to sell multiple products when I was running the Discord thing. And it was a lot of fun for me. Like, I was just like, new spots, motherfuckers, and they would all join. And if you do this one thing right, like, you will literally print. So if you have, I know a lot of you are afraid to limit spots. And I'm going to tell you right now, limit spots. because you can always open spots back up. Okay? I've seen multiple people do launches where they do the entire launch and they feel like they sold out way too quick. They open up spots, right? So you always want to position your spots to sell out quick, because then you can market it, okay? And be like, holy shit, that sold out fast. And then like let it die. And then you can like be like, you know what, fuck it. I'm gonna let people be like, fuck, I missed out, right? And then open spots one more time or something like that before the launch actually ends. But please, dear God, I wish I did this when I was doing these restocks, because like I didn't say how many spots. I just said I was opening spots, and then until like I closed them, right? So I just said there were, you don't have to put spots technically. You can do whatever you want. It's your launch. But like I would open spots, but like really it was just a window to like get in, right? I just pretty much had urgency, and it was like I just restocked some spots to like join, right? But I just let everyone in within a time frame, and then I would close it out, right? However, the closer you can get to using real scarcity and real urgency, oh my God, you make so much money, right? So try to do something like 10 spots or 15 spots. If you have like 200 people or 300, 400, 500 people in the hundreds, you should probably do like 10, 15 spots. Now I know what you're saying, Brady, $50 a month, that makes no sense. Do fucking high ticket then. Like, I don't care. Like, make your price point justified for it. If you're selling 10 spots and you want to make more money, sell it for a fucking rack. Sell it for 1,500, sell it for 500. I don't care. Make it higher price. You want it like, you want the traffic. Like if you have low traffic, it's better to charge a little bit of a higher price. It's better to do high ticket if you have a smaller audience. We'll talk about that in the next video, but high ticket is good for smaller influencers for a reason. So you can limit those spots, have that real scarcity, have a tighter list, work with them tighter one-on-one, and do something like cohorts where you just open it up. I have 5 people, I'm working with 5 people one-on-one. That's all I can handle. Book a call, right? That's where high ticket makes sense. When you have a massive influencer where there's a lot of people in the audience, you want to do a lot of scarcity where it's like I've seen some things like, for example, the first 100 spots are like $8 a month. The next 200 are like this much a month. The next this much are like, they would increase the price as spots go up. I'd rather just give them spots, let it sell out, open new spots at the next price or something like that. But the whole principle to scarcity with launches is price it to sell out while still making money. That's the whole point. Supply and demand. You have this much supply, little supply, massive demand, sell out. Sell out, sell out, sell out. It will make it more valuable. People will pay more attention when they miss out. They will want in on the next one, I promise. Okay? Urgency. All right? So when we're going through urgency, this is the easiest one. You specifically just have a launch open and a launch close. And if you just do urgency and scarcity right, you have a little bit of scarcity and you're marketing it. You open the launch, you're gonna get 25% of your sales. In the middle, you're gonna get 25% of your sales. On the last day, you're gonna get 50% of your sales. Why? It's because people procrastinate. People are natural born procrastinators. You remember when you were in school and the teacher was like, this is due at 11 p.m. or this is due at 12 in the morning or whatever. You would do the assignment probably a few hours before, day before, 2 days before. Still a little bit of procrastination, but like humans naturally procrastinate. So what we want to do with our urgency, and the reason we have urgency is because in the last few minutes, it goes. Like, it's like, last chance, motherfuckers, like join. Like, and then another thing too is like you guys are extremely afraid to market your last day. The last day is where you should put the most marketing into it. The most. You should spend the most on ads. You should send the most emails. You should do the most posts inside your Telegram, like the most hype on your Instagram stories. Like, it's closing at this time, right? Tell them that. Cool. So we have scarcity, we have urgency. Now we have social proof. As people, okay, first thing, people follow people. If the crowd's going that way and that way seems safe, they're walking and it seems safe, you're not going to walk the dangerous path. Humans follow humans. When you're on Amazon, you're scrolling. I was looking for bidets recently. If you know what a bidet is, shout out to you, right? I was on Amazon. I was looking at bidets. I'm not buying the bidet with 20 reviews. I'm buying the bidet with 5,000 reviews because this bidet seems safer, like it works better as a product than this bidet. So what should you do? add social proof wherever you can. Before you do your launch, if you have testimonials with your creator, use them. And testimonials don't only mean they have to work with clients. If they've gotten testimonials in YouTube comments and people just loving them on YouTube comments, screenshot the YouTube comments, screenshot Instagram comments and people saying nice stuff, Instagram DMs where they're like, I love you and stuff like that. Like, I can't wait to buy something from you. Show them that. Show them before the launch. And then while people are buying inside the launch, you want to show them, this person just joined. This person just joined. This person just joined and they're super excited. This person just joined and they love the product so far. This person just joined and got their first win. They will all join, right? Because if you just say who, and the whole thing about these launches is excitement. When I was doing these webinar launches, one of the most important things that I would tell Eddie, I would say, I was always the one on the back end kind of puppeteering it. That's a little side note for you, I guess. But what I would tell him is like, I say, ask the chat, who the fuck is hype? Who's hype for this launch? Everyone would be like, me, I'm so excited. Like, I just joined, like, I'm so excited. When other people see how excited other people are about some type of transformation or product, they're gonna be like, if they're excited, I'm excited, right? Even if they're not fucking saying anything, there's gonna be some people who are just yappers. They're gonna be excited no matter what. You can sell them some mud and they're gonna be excited, right? Show them the people that are excited, and then other people will be like, oh, cool, that looks dope. I'm gonna be excited about that, right? You can craft excitedness, right? People, like, when I did the Restarter's Basement thing, I always had some people in chat hyping it the fuck up when we did launches. When we did restocks, I always had some people in chat like, I'm super excited, like organic people. And then sometimes I would have staff members come in and they would be like, who's excited for the launch? I'm so excited. I'm so excited to see you guys inside of Frugal Season, etc. Right? That would get the people excited for the launch as well because it's social proof within a community for an event that's happening and everyone's going to want to FOMO into the event. Last thing, this is only for if you're using high ticket or the $500 courses or $1,000 courses or whatever you're selling, right? This is the last thing, but it's payment plans. Give them other options to pay and it'll make it really easy for them to join. That's the last thing you show them, and you always want to make your payment plans way more expensive than the actual like just pay in full. You always want people to pay in full because that gives them an out. Do not give them an out. Make them pay in full. If they pay in full, they'll take it more seriously, they'll get a bigger transformation, and they'll have an awesome time, right? Cool. So that's the entire offer stack. That's transformation, benefit, rich value, discounted price, risk removal, scarcity, urgency, social proof, payment plans. And I'm sure you can see that if you put this together the right way, you will fucking crush this launch. You will absolutely dominate this launch. And if you want help with your launch and if you want help with your offer to make sure your offer is going to work and you're not just throwing an offer out there, apply below this video to get coaching directly from me and I will review your offer and make sure it's a banger offer so that you will kill this launch. Apply below this video right now and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Yo, what's up guys? It's Brady, and in this video I'm going to be answering a very important question. I'm going to be talking about low ticket versus high ticket. I get this question probably 50 times a day, and I've had the same answer for it over and over and over again. So in this video, what I want to do is I want to give you the answer to the question of whether you should do low ticket or high ticket. And I will be the one to tell you that price is not a trend. Right? I get so mad when I see that so many people are talking about, oh, should I do this price? Should I do that price? Blah, 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 right? When realistically, the price is all up to the influencer you're actually working with. So in this video, I'm going to be talking about whether you should do low ticket versus high ticket. Kind of butchered that right there, but honestly it's going to be a pretty short video and I'm going to show you why it doesn't actually matter. Price is not a trend, and I get so mad when I see on YouTube people are like, become a high ticket growth operator, or I just shut down being a growth operator because low ticket doesn't work. The problem is you don't work. Growth operating works just fine. I make money, All my friends make money who are growth operators. CA members are making money as growth operators. But a lot of you guys are confused with what price should I do? Blah, 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 blah. I get so pissed off when I see this because I literally just saw a YouTube video of someone being like, just stopped growth operating to start copywriting. When realistically, that person's an idiot because they don't understand the difference between doing low ticket and high ticket. But that's okay. In this video, I'm going to show you why you should do one or the other, okay? So here's how I judge whether you should do low or high ticket. So the first thing I look at is audience size. That's the first thing I look at. It doesn't really matter. The only thing that matters here is the sheer amount of people that are in the creator's ecosystem, okay? So if you have a creator with 100K on YouTube, 100K on IG, 100K on TikTok, you have a creator with 300,000 followers. 300,000 people, right, are in their actual audience. Because most of the time between platforms, it doesn't really transfer over too much, okay? So, audience size. That's the first thing that I'm looking at, right? If they have 100K on TikTok, 100K on TikTok is worth a lot less than 100K on YouTube, right? So for that specific creator, I would probably do low ticket because 100K on YouTube is insane, right? So it works like this. TikTok is like the worst quality followers you could ever have. Instagram is like one tier above TikTok because you could actually build a relationship with those people. And YouTube is the best. It is actually the best audience ever that you could ever have. I'd rather have 10K people on YouTube who know, like, and trust me, who I'm actually supposed to be speaking to, than having 500,000 people on TikTok, okay? So I'm specifically looking at audience size here, and it's the sheer amount of people. Like, for example, Mr. Belmar, he did a launch for $22 a month, and he's printing because he has a massive audience that he can sell to, okay? So I'm looking at sheer audience size. You can work with a very small creator with a couple thousand followers on Instagram and make $1 million a year. Insane, right? So the first thing I'm looking at is audience size, okay? If you have a massive creator, right, it doesn't make sense to sell high ticket. It makes sense to sell them low ticket and then upsell on the back end because you could filter out all the people who are time wasters, right? With high ticket, one of the biggest things that are very annoying is people from your audience will come in, because with organic, you can't call people out unless you're using ads, but they will come in and they'll waste your time because they have no money, okay? With high ticket, you want to have people on calls that are qualified, right? But when you do low ticket to high ticket, they're already qualified because they've paid you money before, okay? So that's why I'm looking at audience size. All right, the next thing I'm looking at is transformation. Well, I guess I'll say platform traffic. That kind of has to do with audience size. I've kind of already covered it. But the next thing I'm actually looking at is which platform has the most traffic. Like I said before, there's YouTube, there's TikTok, there's Instagram, right? If they have 100K on Instagram, I'm probably going to do high ticket. If they have 200K on TikTok, I'm probably going to do high ticket. If they have 300K on TikTok, I'm still probably gonna do closer to high ticket. Maybe low ticket, but not really, right? But like, if they have 10K on YouTube, I'm doing high ticket. If they have 80K on YouTube and they have a decent sized Instagram, I'm doing low ticket, right? Ascend to high ticket, right? There's a lot of different scenarios in which you could do this, right? You could do low ticket with a smaller creator. That's completely fine, right? You can get people into your ecosystem by just selling low ticket. I know people with 5,000 followers that sell low ticket just to get people to respond to a lead magnet so that they can sell them something on the back end. And you'll see people like Grant Cardone, who sold $1 billion in info. They have a bunch of different micro offers, like low ticket micro offers, all that funnel into their high ticket offer, because ultimately you want people with your high ticket offer because you could help them the most, right? High ticket offers are typically coaching, right? You're coaching them one-on-one, or you're paying more attention to them too. Like, that's because they paid you high ticket, right? They're more committed to the transformation. The whole goal of your entire ecosystem is to eventually get them into high ticket. Now, for you scatterbrain motherfuckers out there, do not start high ticket until you're ready, right? If you're doing a low ticket, get the low ticket to like 50 grand a month before you start a high ticket. Like, actually focus on one thing. You have to focus on one thing, and don't start a low ticket while you're doing a high ticket. It's going to cannibalize your offer, and it's not going to be fun, okay? Right? I have both, right? I honestly wish I didn't introduce both longer than I should have, right? I got my high ticket up to 50K, and then we were like, okay, let's do a low ticket to capitalize on all the people that can't buy. And then people who are low ticket, it's like, okay, we have low ticket, we're making a decent amount of money. Let's like capitalize on these people who want more help. That's only the two things that exist, okay? Don't get confused with that. When you're selling something for 500 bucks, that's not mid ticket, that's still low ticket, okay? That's another thing. Okay, the next thing is transformation, okay? Now, there's a nuance here. This is the biggest part of the nuance that determines low ticket or high ticket. Now, I've worked with someone named Henry. He's in the group, and he has a golf creator, or he had a golf creator. That golf creator was teaching people how to play golf for leisure, right? He was able to sell some high ticket, but not really any high ticket, and he was struggling to sell low ticket as well because the transformation was just small, right? However, if that transformation was, if he had a bunch of people in his audience that were trying to become college whatever, like college golfers, and they're trying to get a scholarship for college golf, it might make more sense, right, to charge their parents high ticket, right? They can afford it, and they can get a big transformation out of that. So I'm looking at transformation size as well. You don't want to sell, like if you're helping someone get better at gymnastics because it's something they do in their free time. You can do that. You can make money with that. You can teach people how to play guitar for low ticket, right? However, when it comes to high ticket, it doesn't make sense. If you feel bad about charging someone high ticket because you can't really help them as much as you can with low ticket, don't charge high ticket, right? You can get a crazy large creator that's closer on the entertainment side who has gotten better at something, and you can do hyper low ticket. That's where that situation works really well, right? If you want to give someone more help, more one-on-one experience, more coaching, right? Give someone like everything they need to succeed, and it's a smaller creator with a bigger transformation, right? Or a medium-sized creator, then it makes sense to do high ticket. Okay, I'm gonna give you 3 scenarios in which we have 3 different members in CA where each one did one of the 2. So I'm gonna talk about low ticket, I'm gonna talk about high ticket, and I'm gonna talk about low and high. We do low and high, right? CA is low and high. Do not do low and high when you are starting. If you're not making 100K a month with both, it's not worth considering. It really isn't worth considering. Like I really wish we would have mastered one first and then moved on to the next one, right? Because it's a lack of focus, and then you have so much like shit going on. Just focus on one, right? But if you launch low ticket and you feel like people aren't buying it, it's cool if after a while you've tested it for a while to switch to high ticket and be like, let me try this and see if the audience responds better to it. People in the audience might respond better to high ticket because they want more hands-on help. They want a more hands-on experience with coaching, right? Because the transformation is actually more hands-on. They need more help, okay? So let me give you a low ticket scenario. So Carson and Rashad, you'll see them in the community, are working with a creator named Richie. Richie and Carson and Rashad are basically like one growth operator, and then Richie's the creator, right? Richie and them are making 30 grand a month, low ticket. This makes sense because his TikTok following is massive. His Instagram has 500K, and the transformation is health, right? He's helping people get healthier. Got it? Cool. That's where it makes sense for low ticket. I told them, and they're doing like $20 a month. That's perfectly cool. And I told them, once you're ready, once you get around the 50K a month range, 100K a month range, they can eventually sell high ticket for like 1,000, 1,500, and that makes more sense for a fitness offer, right? Don't listen to the guys in this space who are telling you, oh, high ticket doesn't start until $3,000. That's bullshit. If you're selling a fitness offer to a mass B2C crowd, $1,500 might make sense. $8,000 might make sense. Find the price that works for your audience. If you have a younger audience, $1,500 might make way more sense than $8K, right? Way different thing. I've talked to Iman. Iman told us that lower price points for mass level markets, right, are much better, and it's easy at scale, right? You don't want to give them these premium prices if they can't actually stomach those premium prices, right? It's going to be a waste of your time, and it's going to be a waste of your time because they're not ready for that level. Charge them what level you believe they are ready for, okay? High ticket, okay? So Park, he's in the community. He's making $100,000 a month with just high ticket. I believe his price point is anywhere from like $6,000 to $8,000. And his offer is, I can't remember the name of the creator, but his offer is helping people get into collegiate level schools, right? Master the tests, right? The ACT, the SAT, whatever, right? So that they can get into collegiate level schools. That is high ticket. But you're like, wait a minute, they're charging kids, right? Those are like young people. Young people don't have money. Their parents do. That's where there's nuance, massive transformation. The person who has buying power is the parent, right? And in something like that, you can incorporate financing because it's actually an education-based kind of loan. Cool. Low and high ticket, right? This is what Caprice and Pierre do, right? You probably know Caprice and Pierre. They're in the group. Pierre's in the group. He has his own YouTube, etc. He has a few other creators where he just does low ticket. He does the cohort method, right? But you have low and high ticket there. So the reason why that works for Caprice is because Caprice has 80,000 on YouTube. That's a lot of subscribers on YouTube for something in the financial niche. I will just let you know that. They're ripping like $70,000 a month off of low ticket. And as soon as they're ripping $30,000 or $70,000 a month, then they introduced high ticket. I believe he introduced it a little bit early because they're ramping up pretty quick, but their price point's like $3K on the back end. And that's where it makes sense right there, right? You get them into the ecosystem, you charge them money, you find all the buyers, and then you upsell them. They could technically do high ticket on the front end, but they would deal with a ton of time wasters, and they also wouldn't get that benefit of the monthly recurring revenue, right? Because Caprice also makes mass market content where it's like, just bought my mom a Ferrari or whatever. That market tends to have a little bit less buying power than a market where he's sitting doing a whiteboard video and explaining how something works, etc. And that's why it makes sense for his audience to do low to high, right? He could do high, but like just straight to high, but it does make sense good to go low to high, okay? Now, last thing, all right? Now that you've gotten into this and you're like, okay, low ticket, high ticket, I get it. Now, what about payments, right? How do I actually take money? There's all these different payment processors and softwares and stuff like that you could use. How do you take payments? Okay, I'm gonna walk you through this. Okay, so I highly recommend using School as the fulfillment software no matter what. Okay, School needs to be your fulfillment software no matter what. All of the other apps are not worth doing, right? If you're doing high ticket, the fulfillment is School for the courses and the community, the courses and the group calls, and then you can have WhatsApp on the side for the more coaching thing, right? For a low ticket, it could be community, courses, and calls all within the same community, and there's a leveling system, etc., right? For a high ticket, when you only have 10 people, I don't recommend using the School community because it's gonna be a dead community. It's gonna look weird. Just don't let people post in the community. Use School for the courses and the calls. Perfect place to have the courses and the calendar in the same section. Tons of people do that for their high ticket, and then they have the community through WhatsApp / they're able to DM or text the creator on WhatsApp, and you can technically market that they're getting the creator's number on WhatsApp and they can text them on WhatsApp directly. That way there's a separation between their WhatsApp and the creator's actual phone number, so they're not having to deal with that stress, right? That's the easy way to fulfill it. So School is the best way to fulfill high ticket and low ticket, in my personal opinion. There's other ways to do it, but that's the way I'm going to teach you. Now for payments, right? School is the best for low ticket, right? A low ticket because School has a payments integration where it's not hard to sign up. It's very easy. They middleman all the stuff for you. You don't have to worry about getting banned, chargebacks, refunds. You don't have to worry about that kind of stuff because they make it very simple. You can see your MRR, you can see your stats, etc., right? And here's the cool part. If you're not tech savvy and you're using low ticket, all you have to do is set up School payments and it will remove the members for you that cancel, right? And it will take care of the people that decline. So if they decline, their card declines, it will remove them later, right? That's why I recommend School for low ticket. Okay, now for people who are a little bit more advanced and you want to do it yourself, you want to be able to do all the payment customizations. Maybe you want to charge $500 up front and then $50 a month afterwards. Who knows? Not recommending that, just saying. Maybe you want to do 50 a month. Maybe you want to do 50, 500, and you want to do 3K and 8K. I don't care. Maybe you want to be able to create subscriptions, manage, whatever. If you want to do whatever you want, right? This is what I use. I use ClickFunnels. Inside of ClickFunnels, there's Payments AI. Payments AI lets you integrate with other payment processors, and Payments AI is its own payment processor where you could use Payments AI if you'd like, right? But you could also use your own outside payment processors like NMI, Stripe, PayPal, Klarna, Affirm, Coinbase, and other stuff like that. I'm not going to get super deep into that, but I personally think that ClickFunnels and Payments AI is the best way to customize and do whatever you want outside of the biz. You could also use Stripe inside of Payments AI. I'm not going to get into Stripe, but you could use that inside of Payments AI, right? Cool. So with all of those softwares, all right, the summary is school is low ticket. Very easy for low ticket. If you're just doing low ticket, just use school payments. If you're doing more complex stuff, I recommend using ClickFunnels, right? Payments AI and the umbrella companies under Payments AI, and then you could use Payments AI as a software alone, right? The reason why I say that is because if you use a software like processor like Stripe or NMI or something like that, Payments AI automates all the payments where you could do subscriptions, you could charge people up front. If you're doing a course and you want to use a split pay and introduce a payment option or a payment plan, you could do split pay or triple split or whatever, and it will automate it for you on the back end, right? There we go. There's a bunch of tech to dive in there for you. I'm not going to get super deep into it because we'd be here for like 6 hours. It's very easy to figure out. It's very easy to put in all your details and stuff like that, right? But the preface of this video is now you will understand whether you should do low or high ticket, right? And you'll also understand what payment processor you should use. So now there's no objections whether to like, I have no idea what I'm doing. Literally identify low ticket or high ticket. After you get the creator, low ticket or high ticket, boom. Payment processor, low ticket for school, right? With school, or ClickFunnels for more customization. Cool. All right. Now, connect bank account, receive money, right? That's all you have to do, right? I hope you get a lot of value out of this video. I hope you understand exactly what you need to do, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Yo, what's up guys? It's Brady, and in this video I'm going to be talking about low ticket funnels. Now, before I get into this, I want to let you know that funnels are not as confusing as most people make them out to be. I'll tell you a story. When me and Eddie were first starting in business and honestly like selling info, the first thing we had, I want you to imagine this, right? You're scrolling on TikTok, right? And you see Eddie on your For You page. And you click the link in Eddie's bio, and all the link says when you click on it is elite reselling community, $25 a month. Right? With no context, no other context, nothing. It's just a purchase link, like get in the wait list now, and you have to put your card information to get on the wait list. You don't know if you're gonna be charged. You're so confused. And that one process alone, 20% of our customers didn't even get access the right way because it was such a terrible system. However, that's the same system, the same low ticket funnel that we used to make our first 5K. That was the funnel we used to do our first $5,000 launch. So in this video, I'm going to be talking about how you could do a proper low ticket funnel and why school makes it so easy to do so and how simple it really is. So let's get right into it. So what's the difference? What even is a funnel? Okay, I want to start out with this because I feel like this is a common question that I get a lot from people who have never even been in this space, and they're like, what even is a funnel? Okay, so what a funnel basically is it's basically a page that leads your customer or prospect down a funnel, right? I guess I just used the word to explain the word, but you're leading them down steps. It's almost like a journey, and there's only one action that they're supposed to take the next step. And all you're trying to do with each page is you're trying to get them to take the next step. And typically for low ticket funnels, it's just one goal, and that is to get them to purchase. So you're leading them down the page to get them to simply purchase. That's it. That's all a low ticket funnel really is, and that's what a funnel is. The difference between, so you're probably thinking like, what's the difference between a website and what's the difference between a funnel? A website is basically an information page that is super distracting. There's so many different things going on. There's a bunch of different stuff to click on. It's multi-pages, like so confusing. A funnel looks like a website, but it's not, right? What a funnel is it's a page that simply just leads them to take one simple type of action, right? And a low ticket funnel is just to get them to purchase. And here's what those look like, okay? So you typically have like a big old fat page, right? And this could be any single type of page. We got the big old fat page right here. Right here, we probably have like a headline, and then we have like a VSL. There's a button to purchase. I'll put a purchase button. And then there's a bunch of copy to get them to pay, right? That's all this is right here. I'll finish that. Boom. That's basically what a low ticket funnel is. A low ticket funnel is simply using the transformation headline, doing the VSL. I'll talk about the VSL in later videos. That's going to be the 50K sales letter right here, right? And VSL basically stands for video sales letter, right? This whole entire page is a sales letter. I'm just explaining the anatomy and how it works. It is a sales letter. And the video at the top basically explains the entire page, right? And that's what I'm going to be talking about in the 50K sales letter. Okay, and that's going to be a video sales letter, otherwise known as a VSL, right? So there's typically a headline, there's a VSL, there's a purchase. Some people will see the headline, watch the video, purchase right there. Some people will be like, the reason why this works is because they'll go throughout the rest of the page and they'll still have objections. And what you're doing with the rest of the page is you're simply handling those objections and you're showing them all the stuff. So what is all of the inside of all of this stuff? Like what even is inside of this funnel, right? So what's inside of this funnel is it's really interesting. What we talked about in previous videos on how to craft a special offer, all of this page actually is it's simply just communicating the offer with written words, right? We're going to talk about the price. We're going to talk about the value. We're going to talk about the price before the launch. We're going to talk about the launch. We're going to talk about the scarcity. We're going to talk about the urgency. We're going to talk about the date that the launch closes, right? The cool thing is for you, most people put together these pages and they flop, right? They'll put together one of these pages on school, they'll put a link in their bio and they'll flop. But the lucky news for you is we have this entire launch process and we're using these mental triggers inside of the launch with the special offer to get people to push over the edge. We're actually promoting, we're putting together a good campaign so people will actually want to buy, right? That's the simplicity of one of these low ticket funnels. Even if you're using the Instagram DMs, let's say you're doing your launch and you're using Instagram and Instagram stories, you're still putting together one of these pages because you're going to be in the DMs, and instead of putting the VSL on the page, you're going to send them the VSL in the DMs. Like, for example, when you launch, it'll be like, DM me this keyword. You'll send them the video, they'll say that they're in, it'll be a more personalized video, and then you'll send them the purchase link after tying them down, right? Send them a purchase link, and then answer their objections inside of the DMs, instead of this long page, right? You could simply, inside of the Instagram DMs, send them a purchase link without any of this information, and they'll buy, right? But you can still, if you're using the school about pages, which I'll talk about in a second, you can still use this entire process. Cool. So why is this easy compared to what I used to do back in the day? The reason why this is easy is because Sam Ovens with school has created an ecosystem of people all running low ticket funnels. And one of the coolest concepts in funnels is something called funnel hacking. Right? You don't have to funnel hack me. I'm going to give you all the systems. Don't worry about it. But one of the cool things about these funnels is funnel hacking, right? And what funnel hacking basically is you're going through somebody's funnel to see how it works, why it works, and you're copying the frameworks. You're not copying them. That we're never supposed to copy anyone, right? But we're taking the frameworks they've used to be successful. And the really cool thing about school that has never existed before is we can go see people on the school games leaderboards, right? So you can go to the school games community, right? You can just go type in school.com/games. And if you did the steps in the previous videos and you created your school community, you should already be in the school games already, right? When you join the school games, you can go to the leaderboards tab and you can see all of the people making money on the school games, right? And you can click on their profiles and their groups and you can see their live funnels right there. You can see the bullets, you could see their offers, you can see their videos, you can see a slider of all of their stuff, right? You want to do that to see what other people are doing with their funnels, right? And when you funnel hack people, you're gonna have a lot of context as to what they're doing and why. And that'll make it very easy once you have all those data points to do something like this. Because one thing I'll tell you is high-level entrepreneurs are extremely good at pattern recognition. They simply are able to look at a bunch of data sets, recognize a pattern, and replicate the same thing, right? So what I suggest you do is you go to the School Games community, right? You go look at all those low-ticket funnels, you'll gather a bunch of data, and you'll see why these low-ticket funnels work, okay? Now, I don't want you to get too confused and caught up with just the funnels. The funnel isn't some automated system to make a bunch of money, because that's why influencers will put a link in their bio, hope to get sales, and they won't get any sales. The real thing that actually gets the sales is the entire launch campaign. You put together the launch date, the launch close, you add some scarcity, some urgency, you start talking about it, you send some emails to this money printing machine. Because the real thing you need to this money printing machine is not just traffic. You need traffic that is extremely interested in purchasing your stuff. Cool. So that is low ticket funnels. That is how low ticket funnels work. For your action steps, what I want you to do is I want you to go to the School Games community. You should already be in there. I want you to go funnel hack a bunch of people. Just look at the other funnels and go on to the next video, because in the next video, we're going to be talking about how high ticket funnels work, how we use them, and how they're a complete polar opposite different funnel than low ticket funnels. And I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Yo, what's up guys? It's Brady, and in this video I'm going to be talking about high ticket funnels. I know a lot of you have been asking questions about this, and a lot of you are confused with how they work, but I am going to show you why they are the exact opposite of what low ticket funnels actually are. So let's get right into it. So what is the major difference with high ticket funnels? The major difference between high ticket funnels and low ticket funnels is the fact that low ticket funnels are meant to squeeze all the traffic you could possibly put into it, right? Because we're doing this big old fat launch and we're like, oh yeah, we just need to convert everyone on this launch. Wrong. With high ticket, it's a lot different. So your price point is higher. It makes up for the amount of people that you're going to sell. You're not going to sell a large quantity of people. You're looking for a quality of people. So high ticket is a lot different because of that one reason alone. Why is it different? Why can't we just have a high quantity of high quality people? It's because there's not a lot of high quality people that exist, first of all. And second of all, is high ticket is meant to be a premium experience that you put together with the influencer or with the creator to guarantee someone's results or to make sure that they're going to get results. You're going to literally hand hold them to success, right? That's why these high ticket offers work, and that's why they're more expensive, because the time of the creator is actually more valuable, right? And then you can also give them other stuff that's more high level, it's more in the weeds, etc. It's going to have, they can copy and paste all your systems like I do for the inner circle, etc. Right? But high ticket funnels are meant to be this premium experience, right? That is what we do for high ticket funnels. Now, here is what a high ticket funnel is the difference, right? We're looking for quality, and that means we have to disqualify people. So this is what a high ticket funnel looks like. It looks like a sales page or a VSL page, and then it looks like an application. I'm just going to put application. And then there's a sales call. I don't know how to draw a phone. I'm going to try my best. Oh dear God, that's not a good phone. Let me put a better phone. I'll try. Oh geez. That's a phone right there. I hope you know that. It's a phone. I can't imagine how to draw a phone, but that's a phone, okay? So basically for high ticket, other than my phone, is you send them to a page, to a VSL page, that is basically the 50K sales letter I'm going to talk about in a later video, but it's a page that explains the offer and it filters out the people because you're calling them out with the headline. So there's a headline above the VSL, you're calling them out, the prospect that you actually want to work with, they're going to watch the sales letter, and the whole difference between a low ticket VSL and a high ticket VSL is a low ticket VSL is like buy now, like we're going crazy with this, like everyone get in, right? But high ticket is like, this is not for everyone. I don't want to work with everyone. I only want people who are extremely motivated. I only want people who are this specific person, because trust me, you don't want to work with people high ticket or one-on-one that you don't like. I promise you, I don't let anyone in to work with me one-on-one that I do not fuck with. It is the worst experience. I've done it in the past and I hate it. It is the one thing that I hate the worst, and I will DQ everybody. I will literally say, you are not a good fit. We will not work with you because you're not going to get results because you either have a shitty mindset frame or you have this, that, and the third, right? So we DQ people throughout our process. So the first thing you want to DQ people with is the VSL, right? The second thing is going to be the application process. After they watch the VSL, they can apply below the video by clicking this button, and then they go apply, right? The application is going to ask them about their current situation, their desired situation, their motivation for actually working with us, time, budget, contact details, and then they can book a call, right? That's simply what the application is going to do. It's going to do those like 7 or so things, right? And then once they've applied, we've filtered out a lot of people. As we've, like, let's say you get 100 people, maybe 50 people are getting to the application, or let's say 30% of people are getting to the application, 30 people are getting to the application. Of the people who get to the application, literally you might get 5 calls, right? You might get like 5 calls. Literally, those are just play around numbers, but you only want 5 calls. The whole goal of high ticket is to get sales calls, but it's not just, here's where a lot of people go wrong. It's not just sales calls, it's high quality sales calls. You always want high quality sales calls. How many high quality sales calls can I generate here? High quality sales calls. You want to DQ them. You want to get rid of them through this application process. And that's why when I explained this concept, I talk about traffic size. That's why for massive creators, it's better to do low ticket first and then high ticket on the back end, because if you have a massive, like for example, we're talking to an influencer right now with 45 million people in their audience, right? We do not want to launch high ticket with this person because they're going to bring us a swarm of calls and the team won't be able to handle it. The unfortunate thing with high ticket is you can only take 8 to 10 sales calls a day max. After 8, you're really burnt out, okay? Which means you are limited to time. That means you cannot be the only one closing. That means you need a sales team, right? So there's like a people piece involved here. And like a closer, you get them like 10%, but at first you'll be the one closing this and it's completely fine. But if you DQ the right way, right, you get better sales calls, you should be able to have the highest quality sales calls. You never want low quality sales calls because you're going to hate it. So the name of the game here with high ticket is all about balancing friction. One thing that I've gone back and forth as a marketer with is like, as a marketer, I want all the applications, I want all the calls. And when I got off the sales floor, I was like, I'm slamming calls down their throats, right? We would get like a ton of calls from me as a marketer, right? But they wouldn't be quality. And then I'd get yelled at and like, Brady, we need quality. So you need to turn off your brain in terms of the amount of sales calls, and you need to turn on your brain in terms of the quality of the sales calls. So you have to learn how to speak with friction, right? There's friction in the VSL. There's friction in the application. And here's the caveat, right? You don't want too little friction to where you're getting too many calls, and you don't want too much friction where you're not getting enough calls. And you're like, where'd all the calls go? Okay, now for the sales call, this is the last piece. The sales call is simply qualifying the prospect one last time and face-to-face, making sure they're actually a good fit to do this, okay? There's another thing too that we do with our process is called a setting call in between those, but when you're first starting, I do not recommend doing a setting call. A setting call is if you're extremely picky with who you're letting in, etc., right? We do setting calls because, especially for CA, right, we'll have like a coach literally review your application. That's why there's no risk of applying, right? We're not going to pitch you. We have a setting call in place with coaches because we don't want to pitch you if we don't think you're a good fit. We're not strict on the application because we want to talk to you face to face. We don't want you to just look at a form and get pitched by us. We want you to actually apply and make sure you're a good fit to work with one-on-one, because I treat Inner Circle extremely serious. Right? That's how you should treat your stuff. But for now, all you need is an application page. A VSL is at that, right? You need the VSL in place because an uneducated buyer is never a buyer, okay? They get educated by the VSL, called out by the headline, they click a button, they go to the application page, they hit those application questions like I talked about. I'll have more information on that later. And then you simply just execute a sales call and collect the payment. That's literally all high ticket is, and it's the difference between low ticket. Now, why am I not getting in the weeds and I'm telling you about I know a lot of you come from the high ticket space and you're like, oh, what about the CRM and what about the sales team and what about this and what about that? No, when you're doing a launch, okay? When you're doing a launch like this, I want you to keep it rather simple, okay? The simpler, the better. If you have a creator with a small amount of followers, open 10 spots for one-on-one, charge $2K. Very simple. Take all the sales calls until the spots are filled. Take them all yourself. If you do 10 spots at $2K, you're gonna make $20K, right? You limit the spots, especially for one-on-one, because you don't wanna work one-on-one with 50 people your first go around. And then you can open up 10 more spots the next launch, and then 15 spots, and then 20 spots. And then as the audience increases, you can increase more spots and you can increase the price. Instead of charging $2K, you might get up to the $5K price point or the $6K price point, or there's even some offers that are charging $8 to $10K, $12K, etc. You'll see like these big guys on YouTube, or like I believe Charlie Morgan's price point is like $12K or something like that. It's like absurd, right? So high ticket, the name of the game is quality sales calls, right? And just generating those quality sales calls. And within your launch, what you're doing is you're providing a metric shit ton of value before you open the launch, make that special offer. You have these 5 to 10 spots, you open it up and you charge them what the high ticket is actually worth, right? You start off with a bit one-on-one, right? And then you can go out and out and out. Now, here's where a lot of you guys messed up when you're doing high ticket and even low ticket sometimes. You cannot sell like massive access to the influencer, because access to the creator is the most expensive asset that you have. When that creator's time that needs to be spent on content, and every single hour that you take away from the creator is an hour they are not spending on content. And when they're not spending time on content, you don't make money, because then you don't have leads, right? You don't have applications, you don't have calls, you don't have people coming down your funnel for the low ticket, you don't have any DMs coming down the funnel, right? That's bad. You can't do that, okay? I see a lot of you guys who are like, just made 30K, but the creator's literally just like on calls with like 15 people a day. You're not going to make money at that rate. So what I'm going to explain in the next video is how to put together a minimum viable product so that you're not suffering, okay? And I'm going to explain a strategy that I did for other people and where I messed up myself, and how I'm going to explain it to you, and how you could put this together where it's extremely scalable and the other person on the other side gets a lot of value as well. So I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Yo, what's up guys? It's Brady, and in this video, I'm going to be talking about your MVP. And I don't mean most valuable player, I mean minimum viable product. You've probably heard of this term before and you've been very confused, and in this video I'm going to explain how crucially important it is to master the MVP. And that is going to be a tricky word, and I'll explain here in just a second. So MVP, right? Why do MVPs exist? The one reason why MVPs exist is because of this one concept right here. I'm going to put some question marks beside it, but I want you to write this down. Don't put the question marks, but sell before you build, okay? That sounds bizarre. A lot of you are like, what do you mean by that? What do you mean sell before you build? So you mean like sell air? No, not technically. But you probably have seen in the community like, oh, I just made this much money selling air. Now, selling air and not means like you're not fulfilling and you're not doing anything, okay? We're not doing that. That's literally scamming. Okay, but what we're doing is we're selling a minimum viable product, right? Something that is minimum and it's viable, right? Something, it's not a complete echelon product. Like what I'm doing right now with these whiteboard videos, and I'm making these massive documents, and I'm giving you my copy and paste systems, etc. This is my magnum opus, like my greatest creation ever. This is like, I'm working on these videos for that reason specifically, right? These take forever, right? But you don't have time to make those videos because you need money and you need it now. Okay, I've seen people make hundreds of thousands of dollars off of products that have not existed. So, okay, so I'm about to change your paradigm here and explain why you need to sell before you build. Okay, so I'm going to tell you a story. So back when I first created Creator Accelerator, I built the entire product. I built all of the stuff. Back then, here's gonna sound bizarre, but back then, Creator Accelerator was actually about how to make content. Like, what? You guys teach growth operating now. It has nothing to do with content. Like, you just partner with the creator. Exactly, right? So like, I didn't even do market research. We didn't sell anybody. We were struggling to sell people. And we had a mentor who just told us what offer to do. And it was horrible, right? This is why I don't tell you what offer to do anymore, right? I give you what I think it might be, but you have to go find out from the actual market. Not only do you need to do market research to give them what they want, but you also need to sell the product, because market research is only a scratching the surface level of what they want, right? Where I get all of my market research is from people like you watching these videos, right? You've paid me money. I want to know what's going to get you to that next level. What do you actually want? What is some stuff that I left out that you need, right? That's great market research, right? And you only find that out by selling before you build. You cannot build a product and then go out and sell it. That's the backwards way of doing it in this industry. And the cool thing about this industry is the main thing these people want is access, right? So back to my story, the one thing that I did wrong when we were selling this is I put together a full course. It took me like 4 weeks. It was terrible, right? It was like the first time I've ever created a course, and I didn't know what I was doing. My presentation skills were terrible. And if you ever see me like archive videos and delete videos, it's for that reason. It's just because that you get so much better over time, right? But what I realized is after I created all these videos, that was not even close to what they actually wanted. And those videos took the longest time. And what they really wanted on the opposite side of those videos was access. In the beginning, what people want is they just want access. And more specifically, they want access to the creator, for low ticket and for high ticket. I'm gonna show you the difference between the two, okay? So I built this entire course. We sold spots, and the only thing people cared about was access. So the course was honestly irrelevant, and the course created more work for myself. And throughout the course, I did this stupid idea of making people do homework and then submitting me every single thing they did in each and every video. I wanted to die. It was the worst. Like, my one-on-one coaching in the beginning was absolutely like terrible. Okay, and the insane thing is that we didn't even have the right offer yet, right? So selling before you build allows you to see what people are buying, and then you give it to them. And the cool thing is when you tell people this is a beta launch, I'm giving you beta access when you're doing these launches, your reason for people to buy now is like, get in on the beta launch before the price goes up. That's a cool way of saying that's a cooler way of saying, I haven't built the product yet, but I'm building it and it's gonna be awesome, right? Way better way of selling than, I have entire course, I don't know if you want it, but I built it and here's the course. That's stupid, okay? So I have another situation for a low ticket, and then I'll tell you a situation for a high ticket and how you should do it, okay? So there's these two members in CA named Hakeem and Lawrence. They won the school games. Their community is called Barber Accelerator. And in the beginning, all I told them to do was I said, Hakeem, you have 2 million followers on TikTok. All I want you to do is set up a community and tell them on TikTok Live, because TikTok Live is a great way to promote, by the way. On TikTok Live, put the timer on. I was using some launch tactics for 30 minutes, right? Tell them you have 10 spots within that time frame, okay? Sell it for $50 a month, and after the timer's done, put it back at $100 per month. That's it. They did that and got to 15K a month, and the only thing that they were selling were group calls. One group call a week at that. One group call a week, which was access, right? One fucking group call, okay, with the creator, and they got the 15K a month. I've seen even crazier situations where people get to hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, like Mr. Belmar. Mr. Belmar didn't have any content inside of his community, and I believe he was only doing like 1 call a month, and then he just had the community. And he's now making $130,000 a month off of that launch alone, because it's just low ticket access. The course doesn't matter. And the cool thing is on the calls, you can build the content. You can hop on a call with the creator. You can get all the questions from the entire community. You can hop on the group calls, and then you can record the group calls, and that becomes your first piece of content. It's like, here's the first piece of content, here's the next piece of content. And then you write down all the questions and you ask the creator questions, and the community asks the creator questions, and everybody loves it. That's the best way to do one of these launches. You sell them what it's going to be, right? It's access. You're going to get an exclusive community. You're going to get material on this, this, and this. And it's beta material where it's coming out soon, right? Does that make sense? You're simply selling access. And the easiest thing to sell is high ticket in the beginning, right? You have 10 spots and it's simply one-on-one with the creator to get this massive transformation. People love one-on-one and they buy the shit out of one-on-one, okay? So what you could tell them is it could be access to school where you could host a calendar in the community or whatever. If you want to do your community on school, you can, but I prefer for one-on-one, you do like WhatsApp or something like that. And you simply give them access to the creator. They can text the creator, they can get on calls with the creator, they get a group chat with all the other 10 members, right? And then you guys do scheduled calls. That's all you do. And you can sell that from $2,000 all the way up to $8,000. I wouldn't sell it for $8,000 off your launch. But if it is pretty valuable and it's a massive creator, you probably could do something like that. I'm just telling you what it could be, right? 10 spots at $8,000 is $80,000, right? But it's just access. And then as you're doing this coaching, as you're doing the access calls with the creator, you're helping the creator generate content. One of the things you need to be good at is helping the creator generate content for the product, right? Because the content is the product with these creators. And this is what I suggest doing. I do not suggest doing it like me and Eddie do it, because me and Eddie are completely separate people. We're almost two content creators, right? Do not copy me and Eddie. But basically what you need to do is you need to be the facilitator of information, the synthesizer of information, trying to create the best product for the creator by simply doing this one thing. And I'm going to explain a small story so that this hits home. Around a year ago, there was this trend of short form content agencies, and the whole offer was we'll do 60 videos with just 2 hours of your time per month, which is bizarre, right? Because these creators want to work less. They don't want to do a bunch of work, okay? And the whole point of that is they got the 60 short form videos by getting on a Zoom call with the creator and just doing all the clips right there. They would do all the scripts for them, and they would go clip, 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 right? The easiest way to do your product is to literally get on a call, get a bunch of questions from the market, get on a private call with your creator, right? Create something around a topic, right? And the product is all about packaging. If I tell you, let's say, I'm gonna come up with a concept, here's how you launch, right? Instead, I might say, here's how I made 110K in 6 days. That's what I'm doing for this entire section right here. And I'm creating a Google Doc around it that I'm gonna release at the end of this entire launch series. There's a hint for you. So I'm packaging my product in a way that's exciting for the person watching the actual videos. That way, they'll actually want to keep consuming the videos, right? And you get that actual context from your creator by simply just getting on calls with them and creating the content for them. Right? And this is amazing because this also, if you have a good creator, gives them content ideas. And if you have a really good creator, they'll want to create parts of the content with you. They'll be like, oh yeah, we could do this and this and this and this, right? But if you have a lazy creator, you'll be the one creating all the content for them. It's very easy because you just got to get on a call with them a week or something like that. And then with the community, they can do Q&As, right? And that's how you can create an MVP. It's very simple. Right? You want to put together features that you think you could do. Like for example, if you have a clothing brand community, one thing that you can add that requires like no work is a vendors list, right? Crazy, right? Before you launch the product as value, right? Because you're supposed to provide value in your launch, all of the value content that you're creating in your launch can be part of the MVP. Like for example, if you have a clothing brand creator who has made a bunch of money with a clothing brand, do a masterclass with them one-on-one where they break down how they did their entire clothing brand launch and gatekeep that inside the community. Figure out these icing on the cake topics that you can get from them easily inside of the product from the questions you've extrapolated in the market research by doing it the right way to give them what they want, right? And then simply create the product by asking the creator simple questions. It's very simple. Right? There's no reason to overcomplicate it and be like, I have to build this insane product. No, All you got to do is put together the launch, and you simply create the product only and only to fulfill the bullet points in your special offer. Does that make sense? So one of those could be one masterclass call per week with the creator for like a low ticket community, right? And if you want to sell them the blueprint on how the creator made it like a bonus where it's like, we'll give you the masterclass blueprint on how the creator got this big desired outcome, right? Or a masterclass with how the creator helped this person do the same thing, right? That's super marketable. You don't want to be like, here's a calculator to do finance, or like, here's business and investing tips. That's stupid. Create cool content and package it into your special offer so you could execute this launch. And then as you do more launches, your MVP will get better and better and better. And I want to leave this video with one more thing, okay? Creator Accelerator, to this day, is still not finished in my brain. To other people, they're like, oh, this is pretty good. Like, I'm going through all these videos, it's still pretty good. But always, as the person who's creating the product, it's never done. So, launch and sell before you build. And I promise you, you'll have a way more fun time than creating a massive product, your creator leaves you, you do it again, and you never get to launch. Because the creator does not care about the product. They want to make money. So sell access. But do not slave away your creator. Add some friction to the access. They can't just book 10 calls with your creator. That's stupid. Add some friction. Tell them they can ask their questions in the community first. And then they can ask questions on the group call a week. And then they can text the creator. And then after they text the creator could send them a loom on solving their problem with context. And then they can get on a call. Right? There's no reason to be like, yeah, you're going to get 10 total calls with the creator. That's so extra and worthless, right? So sell access in the good way, record all the content and package it into the product over time and create the product. This is like the only thing you need to know for product, right? Product is very fun, right? It is fun, for me at least. Some of you are probably snoozing off by now, but I have a lot of fun with products because this is what I do. I do coaching. I work one-on-one with clients, and then I extrapolate it into material like this. How do you think I got all of this material, right? It didn't come out of my brain, right? So in the 7-figure mastermind chat, I have 60 of my most successful clients in that chat. There's probably more by now, maybe even 100 plus, right? By the time you're watching this video, okay? And I talk to them every single day. I'm like, what do you guys think about this? What do you guys think about this? What do you guys think about this? So I could build a better MVP so more people will want to buy it and get results from it. Build it to sell, and people will naturally get results because they'll feel ever so inclined to go through the material. Okay? That's all you have to do for product. I hope you liked that video, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace! Yo, what's up guys? It's Brady, and in this video, I'm going to be talking about how to write $50,000 video sales letters. And I want to start by saying, I know that if you're new to this, this is probably a very overwhelming concept. You're probably going to have to watch this video twice. You're not going to know what a lot of these concepts mean, but what my goal of this video is to do is to break this down in the simplest way possible, because I'll tell you a quick little story. When I was first getting into copywriting, I was trying to figure out, before I knew what copywriting was, I was actually writing copy and I didn't even know it. And when I got introduced to this new concept of copywriting, I was like, what is this? I looked all over the place for a bunch of information, all to find out that when you go into the copywriting space, there's all of this noise, right? Any marketer that you go to, as soon as you start talking about VSLs and you start talking about email copy, etc., they start giving you stupid frameworks that are like problem, agitate, solve, and stuff like that. Like, you don't need the copywriting frameworks. You don't need to have like a process for your writing. You don't need any of this extra like stuff, right? You don't need it, right? We're not focused, as growth operators, we're not focused on being really good copywriters. It helps. You will become a good copywriter. However, right, we're more focused on being a good business owner rather than a good copywriter. Right? You don't have to be an amazing copywriter to be an amazing growth operator, right? If you just focus on the core principles of writing copy, you'll do just fine and you'll make $50,000 when we launch, okay? I've written sales letters that have made 10K. I've written sales letters that have made 50K. I've written sales letters that have made 100K. I wrote a whole entire sales letter for this entire launch, right? I wrote an entire sales letter for the 110K launch that I did, right? Sales letters are they can be extremely complex, but for this launch, I've designed it to be extremely simple for you, okay? Now, let me explain how this works. All right, so in this video, I'm going to be talking about the 5 levels of awareness and the framework you're going to use for writing your VSL. Now, let me explain why this is going to be, the way I'm going to explain copywriting and writing VSLs is not only easier, but it's also the best way to do it if you have no experience. And it's the way I personally love writing VSLs, and I absolutely love these types of launches and these types of VSLs. So let's get right into it. So what copywriting basically is, boiled down, direct response marketing, stuff like that, what that basically is you're writing words to get somebody to take an action, right? That's all it is. But here's the big kicker that nobody pays attention to. Nobody will tell you this concept outside of this video, right? Copywriting, no matter how good it is, it's just words, right? It's really just like words. You can have like really good copy or you can have really shitty copy, right? For example, the really good copy could be like, click the button below to claim this offer, and you're explaining the offer and you're going crazy with it, right? That's better copy, right? Shitty copy might be, or like mediocre copy rather, that's a better word for it, is like, click the link below to buy now, right? Now the thing is, no matter what, if you put amazing copy in a bad environment, it's not going to operate well, and you're not going to get any output from the copy, okay? Now, but the thing is, if you put mediocre copy in an amazing environment, it will do just as good as the good copy, 100%. Here's why, and here's what I mean by that. What is the environment, right? So the environment that our copy is operating in is actually the audience, right? And the audience is a little bit more complex than you think it is, right? And this audience has different levels of awareness, right? The audience, some people might be super fans. They've watched every single video from the creator for 3 years. And you might have some people who have accidentally followed the creator, right? That's a completely different audience, right? They have different stages of awareness. The person who accidentally followed the creator might be unaware. So you have to use an indirect lead, right? Or the super fans that are most aware, they know exactly what's going on. You're going to use a more direct lead, right? Now, here's how that works. What's the difference between indirect and direct. Okay, so direct is making somebody an offer. You can straight up, so how you communicate to a lead is going to be different based on their levels of awareness. So if somebody's completely unaware, you're not going to be like, hey, buy my product. It's this much, buy it, right? If they're completely unaware, that's going to feel kind of weird, right? To an unaware lead, you might want to tell them a story, right? Get their attention, get them into your ecosystem, start warming them up, right? Get them aware that they even have a problem. Get them aware that there's a solution that exists out there. And then they'll be aware that there's a product. And then once they've followed you for such a long time, they're going to be most aware where you could be like, hey, buy this now, right? So there's environments in which copy operates, right? And the audience is the environment. Now, let me give you a little backstory on how copywriting used to work back in the day, how it worked 10 years ago with ads, and how it works today, okay? So before I get into all the frameworks, I want to explain it, okay? Back in the old days, they would send, copywriters would put together 50-page long sales letters, right, to sell hair care products, whatever the fuck, to old ladies, send it to their mail, they read it, they buy the product. That's before websites existed, online, anything, right? That's way before social media existed. They get a 50-page sales letter, and that's where the term snake oil salesman comes from. They would read through an entire story so that they can go from unaware to problem aware. They would tell stories about the problem, etc. They would be like, here's why you have this problem. Then they would agitate it a little bit and talk about their pain points and say what the benefits are of solving that problem, etc. and how to actually solve that problem. There's a solution that exists. Like, for example, there's a vehicle, right? There's a vehicle to go from their current situation to their desired situation. There's there's a dreamland to this problem. If they solve this problem, they're gonna be in this dreamland, right? Then at the end of the sales letter, at the end of those 50 pages, they're then gonna start talking about the product and all of its benefits, all of the value, etc. Right? And they're gonna make them an offer, and that's what gets them to actually buy. However, back in the day, those old ladies had like super long attention spans, and they're willing to just flip through 50-page sales letters. Like, if you're a little bit older, your mother or your father might have bought something from the mail. Like you mail in a check or you call them or whatever, they might have bought something from the mail. That's how it used to work. However, this new thing came into the abyss called the internet, right? And before social media like today existed, it was like Facebook and MySpace and stuff like that. And they would have these like websites, right, where they took instead of mailing it, they would put it on a checkout page. It's a long like sales letter that drags them from unaware, problem aware, solution aware, product aware, most aware, right? That's how it drags them through the sales letter, right? And that would get them to purchase the product, okay? And these websites, they would run Facebook ads to it, right? So all of these big gurus that you see now that are like massive info sellers and they've made a bunch of money, right? They had the massive advantage back in the day that they could run some cheap Facebook ads to a landing page or a mechanism to push somebody through a sales letter. At first, you could run a straight checkout page and it would convert. Then people realize, okay, people are starting to click off the checkout pages because it's getting a little bit more expensive. Trust is lowering. Let's put them through VSLs, right? Instead of doing it on a sales letter, let's add a video to it or put some stuff on it, right? Or a webinar, right? They go to the webinar, so they have to sit there live to go through the entire pitch, and then auto webinars and stuff like that. All of these different things are mechanisms in which sales letter copy goes into them to drag them from unaware to most aware, right? However, here's the kicker. There has been another landscape change recently, right? I don't know if you've seen this, but the big top dogs in the info space all now have personal brands. Why? Why do they have personal brands? The reason why they have personal brands is because they know that cold traffic, paid ads that are super cheap are not cheap anymore. Ad costs are rising every single day, and we are in a trust recession. That means trust is at an all-time low right now. Back in the day, when there was 50-page sales letters, they read through that entire thing, they're like, I trust this guy. But as more and more and more people get scammed every day and they talk about it, trust goes lower and lower and lower, right? Ad costs go higher because of that, right? More people are buying ads, ad cost shoots through the roof, and the only way to have profitable ads is if you're an influencer, right? Because people trust people, right? And this is when this new thing came into the abyss, where I believe it started with TikTok or something I think it did start with TikTok, where new influencers could be discovered by millions and millions and millions of people, right? The For You page, real discovery, organic discovery. It was no longer about shout outs and pushing traffic from here to here to here, and only the most famous people got even more famous, right? But now there's micro and nano influencers across the entire space, and that's why growth operating exists, right? But the interesting thing is all of these tactics that you see online, people talking about do this with your sales letter, webinar, blah, 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 right? They don't take into account the new environment, the new landscape that exists in society right now. And the reason for those of you who are old, right, that are not new to this space, you're probably watching this video like, holy shit, like this guy gets it, because I see the landscape. I see how the new landscape works, right? So the new landscape is a lot different. And if you think about it, most sales letters are vertical like this. It's a sales letter with multiple pages or a webinar with multiple slides or whatever, and it's more vertical, right? You're bringing somebody through an experience within a short period of time. You're squeezing the amount of time in which they need to spend with you to get them to buy over here. However, influencers don't operate within a vacuum. And here's what I mean by that. I'm going a little bit far out here for you guys who are more on the beginner side. Hang with me, okay? Paid ads, sales letters, back in the day, operated within a vacuum, right? Back in the day, you couldn't go look up the company that you were buying from, right? There's not like different people talking about it. More than ever, word of mouth works against us or for us, right? Hormozy has one of the best positive word of mouths that exists. When someone talks about Hormozy, everyone's like, oh, I love that guy. He understands how insane positive word of mouth actually is, right? And paid ads in the past used to operate within a vacuum, right? You see an ad, you've never seen that person before, then you see the first video, and whatever they decide to show you is your first experience with that person, that first impression. And they're like, wow, this guy's awesome. And you go through the vacuum, and this is, as you go through the vacuum and they start trusting you more, buying intent goes like this, right? And that's what gets them to the sale. Does that make sense? So, with influencers and organic and this new thing that exists, we actually operate within an ecosystem rather than a vacuum, right? So, what do I mean by that? That means these sales letters, you take them, they're no longer vertical. They're flipped on their side, right? And what I mean by that is to take somebody from unaware to problem aware, you make TikToks. You make TikToks, you make YouTube videos, you provide a bunch of value to take somebody from being unaware to problem aware, right? And to take them from problem aware to solution aware, you make content. These creators are making content. In your launch process, I told you to provide value so that you can drag them through the awareness process, right? Until eventually you get here. And that's what the launch framework actually does. The reason why you have an open and a close date, right, is because as you're promoting this open date, right, you're getting people product aware. I told you to do that, right? Well, I'll explain it more in the next video. But the open date solely relies on how much you talked about your product in the promotion. And I'm not saying buy my stuff, buy my stuff, buy my stuff. I'm saying you're supposed to be providing value while talking about this awesome date that's coming and this big thing that you're working on that's called Inner Circle or something like that, right? You're talking about this insane date. You're providing a bunch of value, right? And you're talking about product right next to the promotion, right? On this date, I have an insane thing coming for this thing, right? You're making them aware of the product within your ecosystem. We no longer live in a landscape where we can send people through a vacuum. And it makes me very mad to see this. People fuck up their entire launches because they write like this stupid, massive, long sales letter that doesn't work because it operates within an ecosystem, not a vacuum. Okay? So, you have to be very careful when you're going online and you're looking at stuff on how to write copy, how to write sales letters, because it does not operate within a vacuum. It operates within an ecosystem and you're dragging the leads over here, right? That's why, and that's where the 1% concept comes from. We've almost coined this 1% concept and we talk about it all the time. Realistically, 1% of the creator's audience will buy and you'll make this much money. Why doesn't the entire audience buy? It's because of this and the 4 reasons why people don't buy. They don't believe the product is as good as the creator says it is because they're unaware of the product. They don't know what the creator is even talking about. They're like, what even is that? So it's important that you build a buyer's list of people who are extremely aware so that you can actually sell to those people, right? Now you can probably see it's probably starting to click how all of this matters, right? So for preface, sales letters in the past, you got to write this massive story that intertwines and write insane sales copy that gets people to go left and right and down this path and stuff like that. And people are like, I don't want to say it, but jerking off to this stupid sales copy. Sales copy does not matter. I don't think I'm a good copywriter, but I've written some damn good copy that converts just because I care about this. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about copywriting frameworks or anything like that. I don't care about problem, agitate, solve. I don't care about any of that shit. I do not care. I could care less. I simply am focusing on this one thing, and what I'm doing, and I'm going to transition into this now, I'm making people an offer that are product aware. I'm dragging people over to product aware, right? And I'm making them an offer. Simple as that. That's all I care about. I'm dragging them over to product aware, right? And I'm making them an offer. if I have somebody who's extremely cold, right? Like a lot of our traffic comes from short form. That audience is extremely unaware. We drag them over to problem aware by giving them something that gets them into problem aware, right? They get dragged all the way over here to most aware, and then we can make them an offer, right? I only focus on this as a copywriter. I do not care about any copywriting frameworks you could possibly tell me. I don't give a shit, like at all. Like if you just care about this, you will make 50K when you launch with your sales letter. And what this is, right, is it's just providing value. If you simply, in this launch roadmap, if you simply provide value, right, and you master the open and the close date, you can have a 1-minute video sales letter that is like, hey, my product is here and it's half off. I don't know what's gonna be in it. You'll get like 1 call a week with me and it should be $1,000 and now it's $500. You could make that offer in 30 seconds in a video just like that if you simply provided enough value over here, right? And you've just made them an offer within an open and a close date. That's it. It's like you start providing value, you hype up this date, right? You hype up this date, make them product aware, and then you can simply, once you launch the date, you make them an offer. You say, hey, I'm doing a call, and it costs, if maybe you're doing a ticket, you're selling a ticket to an event. I don't know, maybe it's $300 to go to an event with the creator where they can talk to them live. Insane, right? Like you could totally do that, right? Maybe you're doing that. Usually it should be this much. It's actually this much right now. Make them an offer. Use urgency and scarcity. I only have 5 tickets and it's closing on this date right here. You can communicate that through a video here, right? The video sales letter, I don't want you to overcomplicate it. You are simply communicating with your own words what the fucking offer is, right? Starting with the launch, right? You want to make them, these people are all, you're not sending this video sales letter to like people who are unaware. That's stupid. I've seen so many people do that and it agitates the shit out of me. Do not send your sales letter to people who are unaware. They will not buy and you will be sad. You will be extremely sad, right? Now, for the launch, you're immediately hooking them in with the launch. It's like, this is what you've been waiting for. It's finally here. That kind of language, the beta launch of my new thing, right? That's the hook. It's like immediately we're into the product now. They're like, oh, I'm so excited. I've been waiting for this date this entire time. You can open with the launch hook because they have already anticipated this date. You're using the anticipation trigger when you're promoting this thing, okay? Right? And then next, it's gonna be like this product is gonna help you go from your current situation to your desired situation. You can start it with that, right? This product is what helped me go from fat to fit, transformation, right? And then value. It's like you're gonna get this, this, and this. It's usually this much, but right now, since we're inside of this launch, this vacuum of a launch, this buyer's list, since you're on my buyer's list for this launch, right? You're gonna get it for this much. Go below this video and buy now or book a call or something like that. If it's high ticket, you don't say the price. You say you're gonna get a $1,000 discount. Awesome. Risk removal, right? You can literally say, and then you communicate. So after you CTA, this is all you really need right here, 1 through 5. That's all a VSL is. It's like, here's the launch, transformation, value, price, right? That's all it is, right? And then you use the rest of the VSL to get them to buy. So it's like CTA 1. So you CTA, and then after you remove all the risk, urgency, social proof, you do another CTA. So then right here, risk removal, you're like, and here's my guarantee, right? So if you're thinking about, if you're on the edge, here's my guarantee. Here's the guarantee behind everything. The things in their head, they're just not thinking about it anymore. Scarcity, I only have 5 spots for this. And it ends on the close date. I have to close spots on this day, after this time, at this midnight or whatever, I'm closing it, right? And then you have social proof. Here's how many other people are interested, or here's how many people have joined. I know Jason, he's in the group. He's already sold a bunch of spots for like $2,200. He's made 10K before he's launched because he just got some people in early, whatever. That's totally fine. He can tell people that I've already sold 5 spots because they really wanted in. I only have 3 left. And he could double the price because it's high ticket, right? Payment plans, right? You don't want to communicate. If it's a low ticket, you communicate payment plans. You don't want to communicate payment plans if you're selling high ticket, but you also have payment plans. So if you have low ticket, you can communicate that. And you can tell them, you could also split it into 2 payments, blah, 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 right? And then CTA number 2, which is the last CTA, you remind them of what to do, right? And the CTA is simply telling them what to do. Go take this action. Book a call or buy now before I remove the page, before we close the spots, right? There's only this many spots to book a call with my team, right? It's that simple. You see how simple these VSLs really are? People make them so complicated, but if you really just focus on this one thing, all of this is super easy. And you've already done it if you've already put together your special offer. I hope you liked this video. I hope this simplified it for you. I know I yelled a bit because I'm extremely passionate about this. I'm just tired of the bullshit, honestly. But this is writing a 50K sales letter. It's extremely simple and it's fun. It's very easy too. And you don't need a lot of experience. So go write your sales letter and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. What's up guys, it's Brady, and in this video I'm going to be talking about opening the sale, the first 25% of your sales. This is going to be exciting, okay? Because this is the first time that you're probably ever opening a launch, right? And you're probably nervous, right? You're going to be like excited, nervous, you might want to throw up. You're like, what if it doesn't work? What if I open the sale and the purchase link doesn't work or something like that? Like you're super scared. Listen. That your first launch is not going to be your most perfect launch, right? But simply put, you just need to launch, okay? So in this video, I want to talk about how important it is to open the launch and open it the proper way and what you should have done before this, right? And then I'm going to talk about closing the sale and what you need to do to close the sale effectively. And I'm going to give you some advice for 50K launches after that to wrap this all up. All right, so for opening the sale, right, you really want to make sure that you've done everything you could possibly do. All right, so to summarize this, right, you need to understand why they won't buy, right? So if you do launch, you need to understand that, okay, they didn't buy for this reason. I probably didn't do this the right way, right? You need to do good market research, build a buyer's list, 2 organic funnels, right? All of this stuff. You should have done all of it. And if you need to review those videos, that's completely fine, right? But you need to make sure your special offer is really good, right? But if you were to do anything, okay, if you like completely fuck up everything, there's like 3 things that you should definitely do, right? Make them a special offer that's extremely good. Like a special offer that's like really good. Like it's such a good offer, like, oh my God, I want that, right? Provide value, right? Provide value before the open, and then do these 2 dates right. That's the 3rd thing, okay? If you do these 2 dates right, you'll fucking crush it, right? Now, here's the secret for opening the launch effectively. And it's not going to be what you expect, okay? Opening the launch effectively, simply put, is making a post or an email or something like that to communicate that you're opening the sale. And all the while, you're basically saying, like, here's my video sales letter. And then the video sales letter will get them to take an action. That's pretty much all that is, okay? But the most important thing for this open is to make sure that you've communicated this open a shitload of times, right? So if your buyer's list is not anticipating this launch, like it's their birthday, it's Christmas, and summer vacation all on the same day, then you did your previous process wrong. I see a bunch of people trying to rush their launch early and, oh, I just want to get all of my sales and we can figure it out later. No. You need to hype up the date as much as humanly possible. They need to anticipate it because if they don't, right, you're gonna fail. And the thing is, whatever you do on your first 24 hours will predict what you'll do throughout the rest of the launch. So the open is going to be like 25% of your sales. The middle is going to be 25%, and then the close is going to be 50% of your sales, right? So if you make $1,000 in the open, you're going to make $1,000 in the middle, and you're going to make $2,000 at the end. That's $4,000, right? So we want to make sure we promote the right way because however you open is going to be the way that you're going to close, right? So you did your open completely wrong if you didn't make a bunch of money on your open. You should make the more money you can make on your open, the better, right? Because that's going to predict how much demand you have pent up, right? That's really what it is. How much demand throughout this process do you have pent up for this actual open, right? You have to do it right, right? You need to shout right? The whole whisper, tease, shout framework. Like you should have been whispering and teasing that the date's coming up, the date's coming up, the date's coming up for my product. Remember the awareness levels with the sales letter, right? The date's coming up for my product. The date's coming up for my product. The date's coming up for my product. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. Here's a bunch of value. And then you're only doing those things while you're providing value. Like just posted another video. I hope you guys like it. I have this insane thing coming. Boom, 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 boom. They should anticipate this day. Like it's Christmas, their birthday, and summer vacation all on the same day. And if you do it right, you'll have a surge of sales up front, right? And all of the rest will take care of itself. If you provided value, right? You made them a good offer, and you open this date, all the work you did before the date will do all the work for you, right? A lot of you will get this mixed up and jump straight to this. It's like, all right, how do you open the launch? How do I do this? No. All of what you do before the open is the most important thing, the pre-launch. What are you doing before? You should be providing value, doing a bunch of market research to make sure you're getting exactly what they need, engaging the buyers list, getting as many people on the buyers list as possible. If you have a massive buyers list, you're going to have a good launch. Like you're going to have an insane launch, right? I've seen some of you guys get like 10,000 people on your buyers list. That's insane. As long as you've warmed them up, right? Some of you get low intent buyers, right? You get them on the list for the wrong reason, and then they don't want to buy your product, and then your launch is not going to do good. So for open, right, the most important thing is everything you do before the launch. So make sure you do it right, okay? In the next video, I'm going to be talking about how to close this thing and what the most important thing is for the close so you can make sure that you make 50% of your sales at the end. I hope you like this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Yo, what's up guys? It's Brady, and in this video I'm going to be talking about closing the sale. I don't know if you could really see that because my marker died unfortunately, but in great timing I guess. But closing the sale is the most important thing, and if you close the sale right, you're going to have an amazing launch, right? You have to close the sale right. And I'll be the one to tell you that what you do in here is extremely important for here, okay? So now, in the last video I talked about opening the launch. Everything that you did before the launch is extremely important for the open. Everyone's anticipating a date, boom, surge of sales right there. Now, for the close, the most important thing is what you do on the last day and what you do before the day, okay? So let's get right into it. Now, closing the sale is where you want to be the most aggressive, right? Don't wait. By the way, don't wait until the last day to close the sale, okay? You're not going to like open it up and then be like, okay, now we're closing, send 2 emails like here and here. No, okay? When you open it, right? You're going to open it, that's like 1 email. Everything in here, you're using emails to explain away objections by telling stories. Similar to the email framework that I gave you in here, the buyer's list video, right? You want to send away emails and Telegram posts and Instagram stories or whatever to tell stories about explain away objections, and then you want to use people who have joined as social proof for other people to join. This entire time across this trough here and all the way up until the close, you're telling them this person just joined, this many spots left, this person just joined, this many spots left, dates closing soon, dates closing soon, dates closing soon. You're shouting at the top of your lungs. A lot of you are extremely confused with whisper, tease, shout. You whisper and tease before the open. You shout this entire time. You're shouting the entire time, right? You're shouting, people have just joined. Here's this objection. Here's why you should join, right? As soon as you jump in, like for example, if they have an objection, I did this for one of my inner circle clients the other day. It was like he had this like, Brady, like how do I promote during the launch right here, right? You won't get 50% of your sales at the end if you don't do this right, all right? He was like, how do I explain away objections? Basically what I do to explain away objections is I'll tell a story about the objection that they're facing. Like for example, they've never spent money on something before like this, right? Like a course. They've never bought a course in their life. I would tell a story about how the creator bought a course, if they have, right? And then how it changed their life afterwards, or the moment they changed their life and how much that change was actually worth to the creator. And then why they should do it, and then give them a feature to lay back on. Like for example, I've bought courses and it changed my life, it'll change yours too. And to make sure it will change your life, as soon as you join, you can hop on a group call with me and I'll help you throughout every single step of the process. That's just one feature. And then it's like you're explaining away these objections, and then the solution is features, right? So it's similar to the framework I gave you in previous videos with the sales letter, right? It's pain. They have this pain point or objection rather of like, I have this objection. You want to agitate that objection with a story of how it happened for you. It's like, oh, I hurt my elbow, and I'm like, oh, and just like beat on the elbow. And then it's like, but here's the solution, right? We solve the pain by saying you can get on a group call and you need to join right now, and you re-explain the offer. So it's like, here's the feature. You should join right now because the close date's coming up. This many spots have gone, and a bunch of other people have already joined, right? That's what you want to do throughout every single part of your promotion. A bunch of people have already joined. This is why you should join right now. Blah, 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 blah. You're just yapping the entire time using social proof, why they should join. Other people have joined. Here's why you should join. You're just yapping until you get to your close. And by then, you have enough attention. You're not going to get a ton of sales from it, but you want to like communicate it as much as possible because the awareness of the close date is just as important as the awareness of the open date, right? That you want them aware, like close date's happening, close date's happening, close date's happening, close date's happening. And then close day, you're sending like 3 to 4 or 5 emails. The last day, you want to do as many posts as you've ever done on a single day, right? You don't want to just do one thing. It's like, okay, closing. No, you have to be extremely aggressive. You have to be like, it's closing, it's closing, it's closing. It's closing at midnight. Go, 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 go. Spots are filling up. This guy just joined. This guy just joined. It creates this massive urgency for all of the procrastinators, and they'll all join at once, right? All of them will join at once if you do that one thing, okay? But you cannot be passive with this, right? You provided a bunch of value to get them interested in the open date, right? And then you get them interested in the close date by telling them how many people are joining, and you remind them of the exclusive special offer that only the buyers list gets. Only this amount of people get this offer. After it's gone, right? After it's gone, it's gone. You're explaining that. Close. You take it away, right? The special offer will be gone, okay? But you have to be aggressive in the trough, and you have to be aggressive on the last day. You have to be like, join, like you have 1 more hour to join, 10 minutes, throw in the last email, like you have literally 10 minutes to join, and this guy just joined, right? I've even seen people move up their close day. It's like, this was a really good one I saw from a marketer recently. Like his launch was about to close, and then he was like, we filled so many spots that we don't know if we could take in anymore. He moved the close time from midnight to 8 p.m. It's like you now have it until 8 p.m. And then everyone's like, oh, shit, I was thinking about joining at midnight. And then you move up the date and you're like, they're like, oh, fuck, right? But this only works if you have a lot of anticipation for the close, right? If you don't have a lot of anticipation for the close, nobody's going to close. They're going to be like, whatever, I'll get in on the next one. No, you need to make it very clear that this is the fucking close and they're not going to get it again anytime soon. Even if you do plan on launching in the future, they're not going to get it again. This special offer, they're not going to get it again because the one you do in the future is going to be different. Communicate that, market that, tell them that. It's going to close, and this is your last chance that you will have for this. And it will work. That copy will work because of everything you did before the open and everything you did in here, right? You have to do that part right. Remember, to break it all down for you, before the open, provide massive value to make them product aware of the open date, right? You promote this open date. You get them to anticipate the date by talking about the product, right? And then you open it and give them your special offer, give them the sales letter. A lot of people are gonna watch it. The goal is to get the entire buyers list to watch the fucking sales letter. Then once they watch the video sales letter, they're gonna be offer aware. They're gonna be like, okay, there's an offer on the table now. But now you gotta close their asses, right? Just because there's a special offer on the table doesn't mean they're gonna actually do anything with it. So you have to close them. You have to close them because humans are procrastinators. You have to use tactics to close them. So you open, boom, open date. This closes now. This is your time to get in right now. At any given time, this is your time to get in. This is your time to get in. This is your time to get in, right? And then on the last date, you're shouting. You're shouting at them. You're like, oh my God, it's about to close, it's about to close, it's about to close. And you'll get a surge of sales up front, or on the back rather, right? That's how you do this. And then after the close, for the next launch, you close out everything, and then you make everyone who didn't buy feel massive FOMO for missing out, right? You want them to feel like they've missed out. This is awesome. Like, we did a bunch of cool stuff for all the people that joined, got this awesome stuff, and this guy got a result. This guy, they're going to be paying attention to the next launch, and they're like, I am not missing out on that again. And then you do it again and again and again. And that's how you make a fuck ton of money with these launches. I hope you like this entire series. I hope you got a ton of value from it. I hope to see you make a bunch of money with your launches. Now, for the last thing, advice for 50K launches. This might be the most important video that you ever go through. So, I'll see you in the next one. Peace! Yo, what's up guys? It's Brady, and in this video I'm going to be talking about how to design a funnel. We're finally in the funnel section. This makes me extremely excited because this is one of those things that if you understand it, you'll make a lot of money. And I want to warn you that most people think about funnels the wrong way, right? They get really lost in the sauce. They think it's just like a website or something like that, but it's really not that. And I want to start off with a story of my first experience with funnels to kind of paint that picture for you. So when I first started off, I had an offer that was basically $25 a month for a Discord community where we would teach people how to make money sneaker reselling. That was my first thing that I ever sold through a funnel, right? And the first funnel that we had was basically we had traffic at the top of the funnel, right? We had traffic, right? Eddie was bringing in TikTok traffic, and we put a link in his TikTok bio that was simply join our elite reselling community for $25 a month. And that's all that was. It was literally just a purchase link, right? That's all we had. And then we got some sales, we got some people coming in, but we didn't get a ton of sales for the amount of traffic we had coming in. And then we found out about this really cool thing called a wait list, right? We realized that if we made it more exclusive, then we would get more people to join. So we changed the bio and we said, join the wait list for our exclusive reselling community. And that got more people in. And still, that funnel, they didn't tell them what they got. It didn't tell them anything. There was no guarantee. There was nothing. There was no communication of the whole entire offer. The whole offer was just like, we're gonna help you. We don't know how, but 25 bucks a month. Basically was the whole entire offer, which still worked, right? It made like 5K a month, right? But we got people into the wait list, and I remember I was still broke going through a Zaxby's driveway or drive-through, right? And I looked at my phone and I saw there was a bunch of people on the wait list. I was like, oh my God, this is going crazy, right? It was like 16 people or something like that. It was nothing too crazy. And I was still broke, so this was still like a lot of money for me at the time. And I realized, this was the day that I realized like, holy shit, I just need to do this, right? Because I looked at the wait list and it was like 25, 25, 25, 25, 25. And all I had to do at the time was click approve and their card would get charged on file and I would make money. That was the day I realized that you can have internet money in your pocket. And it's the same thing for you. When you first start getting people into your community, you'll see the monthly recurring revenue in your pocket and you'll be like, fuck this, I'm not going to my job anymore. That was the day that I was like, fuck that, right? And then the next thing we started doing, we're like, okay, this is working, but how do we get more people into the community? So what we started doing is we started sending people to a free community. We started sending people to a free Discord community where we would talk to them, right? We'd post announcements and stuff like that. And this is what created Reseller's Basement. And Reseller's Basement at its peak before the Discord got banned, there was like 75,000 people in that Discord server, right? And we ended up selling like 1,500 $75 a month subscriptions inside of that community because I just got really good at promoting inside of that funnel and just getting people over the board and selling subscriptions. I didn't sell one-to-one. I didn't like use any like super insane sales tactics. All I did was provide a bunch of value inside of the funnel so that people would drag through and they would actually pay us money. I realized that if I provided more value for people, then they would want to pay me more money. And that is essentially what a funnel kind of does, right? So this is what a funnel is, right? This is a funnel right here, right? And at the top, you have traffic, okay? Traffic pours into the funnel, right? And you get money out the bottom. And you can make money throughout the entire funnel. And I'm gonna show you how that works because most people think a funnel is just a website. But what a funnel is, it's an accumulation of different things. You might look at really big guys like I don't know if you've seen his offers, but Grant Cardone, for example. Grant Cardone, if you've ever seen his ads, he probably has a bunch of different mini like funnels that all funnel into his main offer, which is investing in his real estate fund, which is bizarre. That's the most insane funnel that I've ever seen in my life, right? There's people who run paid events, like paid in-person events, and they get people to the paid event and they sell to them there, right? So there's all these different, I don't want you to get confused with like thinking that a funnel is a website or an application page or a checkout page. That's what I thought in the beginning, and I wish that I knew what I know today, right? So this is the best funnel and how you can actually design a funnel for any single project that you're working on. So first, you have tofu, mofu, and bofu, right? These are marketing terms that are fancy schmancy. You've probably heard them before. If you've heard marketers talking about tofu, mofu, and bofu, they sound all smart and shit, but what this really is it's top of the funnel, middle of the funnel, and bottom of the funnel. Like that's all it is, okay? That's all I want you to see there, right? And these are different stages in their overall ecosystem. Most people think from click to close terms. So they're like, okay, middle of funnel is like, let's say like a webinar funnel or something like that, right? They might think that the top of the funnel is like the registration page and then the thank you page and the emails. And then the bottom of the funnel is like the actual presentation. Like, sure, yes, for that one funnel, that does make sense. But what I'm talking about here is an overall ecosystem of different offers inside of your core actual offer, right? So what I want to explain here is, now that you understand offers, I want to explain that with every project, there's an overall offer, right? There's a transformation that you're helping people go from here to here, right? There's a transformation overall. But inside of that transformation, there's multiple different types of offers that are meant to just drag people through this thing, right? That's the whole purpose of top of funnel, middle of funnel, bottom of funnel, right? Because essentially, when you're getting traffic, there's going to be around 3 different types of people, okay? And for my thing, it's basically people who are completely new to online business, right? That's going to make up like a good like section over here of the funnel. They're going to come in over here, and those people are my worst people, right? They typically don't drag through the funnel very easily because they jump to a different business model before the attention spans can handle it, right? Those aren't the best people to work with. And then I have people who have failed at online business before. These people are like my bread and butter. They come straight down the middle. All of my stuff is designed for them, right? And then there's people who have made money with online business before and they want a better opportunity. Those people come through the funnel really fast and sometimes they go straight to the bottom, right? So there's different types of people. Like the third person that I just mentioned, the best person makes it straight to the bottom easy as fuck. Like he gets all the way down here super fast, right? But the person who's all the way over here and they're just new to this sort of thing, you're gonna have to spend a lot of time to get them through the funnel, right? But here's the thing. Because you have so much traffic coming into the funnel, law of large numbers says that you will have people coming to the bottom all the time, right? Throughout these 3 different types of people, all of them have different sales cycles, right? Like for example, one person might come in and close and get all the way to the bottom in 60 days. And another person might come in here and get to the bottom of the funnel in 1 day, right? So there's different types of cycles, but as long as your funnel exists, people will send through the bottom of it. And this is what the design overall looks like. Now, let's talk about why they actually go through. And it's this beautiful thing I love so much that I wish I understood way back in the day, because I would have made so much more money. As soon as I understood this, I didn't understand this concept. I was doing this concept, right? I made so much fucking money. Like this is where I sold 1,500 subscriptions, okay? It's called pipeline equity. Basically what you're trying to do throughout this entire funnel is you're trying to get them to trust you more. So oftentimes in the top of the funnel, you're gonna have something that's free, right? You never wanna just go straight to paid or something like that. You wanna have something that is free, right? For us, we have a free class, right? For you, you might have a free school community, right? Back in the day, I had a free Discord community. Awesome funnel, right? It worked amazingly. I could talk to them in the DMs. I could talk to them in the channels. There were so many different ways to convert those customers because I could talk to them, right? They then saw that I demonstrated that I could actually help them, right? And what the top of the funnel is meant to do is it's meant to demonstrate that you can actually help them for $0. Because if you can demonstrate that you can actually help them for $0, they'll want to pay you their first dollar at least, right? That's all I'm gonna say here. So it's just like, that's the top of the funnel, right? They're gonna want to pay you their first dollar. That's the whole thing. That's why you see people partner with influencers that are massive YouTube influencers that have a ton of YouTube videos, and they don't even need to do it like a free community or anything like that, because they have so much free content at the top of the funnel that it's insane, right? And that's also a way for them to generate traffic. So that's why those influencers are the best influencers to work with. If they have a massive YouTube to work with, like, you're never gonna go poor. Like, for example, Kade, he's working with the AI guy. He has like grown by like 100,000 subscribers, and he has like 100 YouTube videos, and people are constantly passively watching his YouTube videos, and he's just sending them straight to the link, right? He's taking them from free YouTube videos at the top here, where he's demonstrated the first that he can help them like for free, and he's getting people in there. And the reason why you want to have something for free is because of this thing called lead magnets, okay? So if you're to run just like a straight paid link, you're gonna get like an okay amount of people. Like for every 1,000 clicks, you might get 2 people to like, or 20 people to join or something like that. Like you're gonna have to drive like a lot of traffic, right? But if you run something that is like a lead magnet, something that is free, you're gonna get 5 times the leads in the door for you to actually be able to talk to, and that'll 5x your business, right? That's why you wanna have something free at the top that you can actually push traffic to, right? Or YouTube creators as a whole, they have all of this free content that's constantly absorbing traffic 24/7, right? And if they have short form platforms, you should maybe push them to YouTube or push them to something that is free to capture all of those people there, right? So it's like you have this massive top of funnel, and pipeline equity is being built at the top of the funnel. So what does this even mean? What does pipeline equity mean? Pipeline equity is essentially how much somebody has in their bank to pay you, essentially. And what I mean by that is it's not like the actual physical dollar amount in their bank account. It's how much are they willing to pay you based on the value that you've provided to them, right? And based on the amount of time they've spent with you, how much do they actually trust you, right? For example, if I try to close somebody off the street for $3,000 or something like that, they're probably not gonna trust me, they're probably not gonna convert, and they probably don't give a fuck in the first place, right? But if I got the right traffic into the top of the funnel and I demonstrated how I can actually help them with value, etc., right? They're going to want to convert. That's why a free school community or a Discord is really good to nurture the leads at the top of the funnel, because you're gonna start building pipeline equity that the creator might not have, right? If you're working with a short form creator, they probably don't have a ton of pipeline equity because people see them once, they might follow, they might see a few videos here and there, and they don't have a ton of pipeline equity. But if you can drive them into a free offer, then they actually start trusting the creator more, right? And then you have the middle of the funnel. I don't want you to get confused with this, but these are people who have been in your funnel ecosystem for a while. They've maybe gotten a ton of emails. Like once you get them in the top of the funnel, you get their email. You could start sending them emails every single day. Maybe these people have gotten a ton of emails from you. They've gotten a lot of stuff from you. These are the people, right, who give you their first dollar, right? They're already in the funnel. They're ready to give you at least just their first dollar, right? They're already like right here. There's people who already give you their first dollar, and as you've provided more value, they drag through the funnel even more, right? So for example, I'm running a free class, right? And I have this like free lead magnet that goes out with paid ads and short form content and stuff like that, and I'm dragging them to the top of the funnel. I'm getting a lot of people in the top, right? And then I have this thing called the $1 club where people give me their first dollar, right? And they have now invested money, which turns their paradigm into I'm a customer now, right? And I'm gonna pay even more attention to the content that I'm delivering. And instead of me having a free school community, the reason why I don't have a free school community is because I already have a free thing where I'm driving traffic to that free thing, right? And then they're giving me their first dollar. And that's the first sign of real trust, that it's like, okay, this guy's provided enough value. Let me see what else he's got, right? And inside of that funnel, I'm going to have one-time course purchases where they can buy just one-time course purchases to warm up with more value, right? That's the whole purpose of this, is you want to drag people through the funnel, right? An example of this might be, right, let's say you have a bunch of top of funnel and you have their emails, right? A really cool idea for working with an influencer is inside of a free school community or something like that, you could do a paid event where it's like $3 to come to the event, a ticket to join the event, and that can bring them to the bottom of the funnel. That could invite them to the bottom of the funnel, right? And then the whole goal with pipeline equity is to create this equity with these people, this trust by providing value, right? To create more pipeline equity, right? And then once they have enough pipeline equity, right, they will want to pay you more money, okay? That's how that works, okay? So if you charge somebody like $500 in the middle, let's say you charge somebody $500 in the middle of the funnel, right? And then they want to, and then they feel like they've been provided $10,000 in value. You then have around $10,000 in pipeline equity with that person if they had the money to make up for that, right? If they don't have money, obviously they can't close. They need to go find the money physically, but mentally and psychologically, they have all of this goodwill pent up, all of this reciprocity where they actually want to keep on paying you money. And then the goal of the bottom of the funnel is to get them to pay you as much money as possible, right? And that's not unethical either. They want to pay you more money. Like for example, I have inner circle students that have paid high ticket that want me to start a mastermind because they feel for like what they've paid down here, they want me to start something else, right? That's the beauty of pipeline equity. Like for example, I had Jason come through my funnel, right? And he made like $40,000 total or something like that, starting with $23 in like a span of a few months. It was a crazy case study. And he paid for the bottom of the funnel, and he still wants to pay me more stuff, but right now I still just don't have anything else to offer. But what has happened is he came from the top, he went into the middle, he bought like the first thing for me, he trusted me a little bit, and then he came all the way to the bottom. And now he wants to go even deeper and keep recurring and paying more for the value provided, right? So that's the whole goal. It doesn't matter if you're doing high ticket or low ticket or whatever ticket you're doing, right? If you're doing low ticket, the goal is to get them into your bottom of funnel and get them to pay as many months as possible, right? If you're charging $50 a month, your whole goal is to get them to pay for 20 months, 24 months, because that's pretty fucking awesome if you have a low churn rate and they're paying for that much time. That's a lot of passive income, right? Once you establish that whole thing right there, right? So like this is what it is, okay? And it works for low ticket and it works for high ticket. For example, if you have a ton, let's just assume we don't have a massive YouTube creator we're working with. We're just working with a short form creator with a ton of traffic. And let's assume it's a fitness creator with a $50 community, a $50 a month community. The goal might be to get them into a free school community so you could demonstrate that the creator actually knows what they're talking about. The content might be lifestyle content that's like showing his muscles and stuff, right? And then they drag into the offer because they want to get closer to the creator, right? And then the top of the funnel for free with the school community might be just showing them, right, the nutrition plans and stuff like that, right? You might want to provide X amount of value to drag them through the funnel. And then, right, they might drag into MoFu. They might buy, let's say you have a one-time course purchase in that community for like a nutrition starter kit for maybe $3. Those are going to be really good those are going to be really good people. If they come in and they just pay $3, it's not a significant amount of money to like, oh, I made $3, like who cares, right? That's not the point. The point is to get them to buy another thing so you can create more pipeline equity, because everybody has like different amounts of pipeline equity in their brain with the creator, right? Like their most loyal fans might just go straight to the community. They might go to they literally might join the free community and instantly buy the paid community, right? And then some people will stay in the free community for a while, and just them being in there for a long time, they're already dragging into the middle of the funnel, even if they haven't paid you any money. because it's all about the value you've delivered. And the fastest way to deliver value to somebody to create pipeline equity is to just get them to nibble on small purchases over time, like a $3 thing or a $7 thing. That way they'll actually want to come through here and deliver pipeline equity. And the reason why it's so easy to deliver pipeline equity when they buy something is because when people pay, they pay attention, right? And if you charge them $3 and provide value that is worth $300, the perceived value of this thing goes up, right? It goes up a ton. A lot of people with their offers, they try to make a super sexy offer and make it look really good and market. But the one thing they miss, right, is the amount of pipeline equity that they actually have in their funnel. They get a creator and they try to even do high ticket sometimes, right? And they try to like book calls, and nobody wants to pay them money because they don't think they don't believe in that creator. They don't trust in that creator, right? They don't have enough pipeline. They don't believe that the creator can deliver on what they're promising, right? There's two reasons why people don't buy. The number one reason why people don't buy is because they don't trust what the creator is saying is actually true, right? And they have to, that's a trust factor. They have to trust the person. And then they have the other second reason is the fact that they have objections, right? They're not going to want to come to the funnel if they have objections. Like, oh, is this going to work for me? That's something you can answer in your funnel, right? You should answer in the funnel what objections they have, right? Like, this works for old people, this works for young people, right? You just have to say that and deliver that value at the top, right? And say this works for people. There's people who are skeptical, right? That first personality that's like not the best, they're going to be the most skeptical and not the best fit. And then there's going to be people that completely trust the creator, see a little bit of value, go straight to the $50 a month thing. And then inside of the free thing, you're just giving them different reasons to want to join, right? So that's how this works. And in summary, I don't want to confuse you or anything like that. You just have to know that the funnel, it doesn't matter what price points are right here. It could be high ticket, like you could be driving traffic to a free thing, to book calls, to downsell to a low ticket thing, right? Or something like that. Like that's what I'm doing with the $1 club, right? You have this whole entire thing, but to not confuse you, the whole goal of this thing is to build pipeline equity. And what pipeline equity is it's value built up over time. You can build a ton of pipeline equity in the top of the funnel by just them spending a lot of time with you. And for my more advanced guys watching this, you probably believe this a ton because you've seen people come from the creator's audience that have been there for 9 months. It's like, bro, I've been watching your videos for 9 months. That's this person over here, right? And you're not trying to force this person over here, this not such a great fit person, over immediately, right? They're going to have a different sales cycle. They're going to probably take a little bit longer to get through this entire thing. And they might, and here's the real rule, they might not get through. Like, it's okay. They might not get through. But your whole goal is to focus on your bread and butter, like the people who are interested in this thing and they just need a few objections removed and they just need some pipeline equity to be able to close, right? And it doesn't matter, again, if you're doing low ticket, high ticket, this is the most important thing for funnels. Most people build funnels and they try to use marketing tricks and stuff like that to make money with funnels, but the number one thing that they miss every single time is this right here. You have to build pipeline equity. And all that is quite literally repackaging the creator's content on the front and turning it into deeper content or more time spent with the creator where they want to go to the bottom of the funnel. I hope you like this video. This is how you actually make money with funnels. And yeah, I'm excited to see you make money. And I'll see you in the next one. Yo, what's up guys? It's Brady, and in this video I'm going to be talking about how to turn a funnel into a flywheel. This is one concept that most marketers miss. They don't focus on it, and that's why you see their business crumble, right? But when you figure out how to turn a funnel into a flywheel, that is when you start making a lot of money. And this is that one concept that I wish I understood way back in the day. I was doing it, but I didn't fully understand it, so I didn't optimize for it. But if you really optimize for this, you will make a ton of money. And it all starts with this one thing. So maybe you've watched through this series so far and you've ignored the product section. You're like, Brady, I don't have a product. What does that even matter? Like, why do I need a product? Like, that's for lame people. I'm gonna rewrite this. That's for lame people. Like, why do I need a product? I've had clients come to my call. Like, I remember that there's this one person. I won't say his name for privacy because I don't want to do that, right? So he actually blew up on Instagram, made a ton of money, and he figured out this mechanism to get people to buy his stuff, and he provided just enough value through short form content to get people to pay him $300, right? And he had to use a really like super tough sales process, like through Instagram DM closing. He had to get a ton of people into the funnel. It was converting super low, but he just had so much traffic that he still made money. And he shot up. He like went from 10K to 20K, 30K, and then honestly he passed, I think, 30K, just went straight to $50,000. And then we actually have a case study with him that's like $50,000 a month. And we warned him on calls. We're like, yo, homie, it's really cool that you've made this money, but now it's time to actually provide value to your audience because they don't really trust you, and a lot of them don't like you, and they disregard what you're saying because they don't actually fuck with you. You haven't provided real value. And we kept telling him, product, product, product. And then I've looked inside of his product before, and it was almost a direct copy of mine, but the worst Walmart version I've ever seen in my entire life. His core product was not good, and then the value he was providing to the whole entire audience was terrible. And the one thing that he just never cared about was the actual product, right? And he just didn't give a fuck, right? But here's the thing. The product is the thing that you're actually selling. This is where people get it really messed up, and it really pisses me off. People don't understand that this is the thing people are buying. They're not buying your marketing tricks. They're not buying because you brought them through some type of shady sales process. They're not buying because of that reason. They're buying because of the product, because of your ability to demonstrate that you can actually help them, right? And you have this it's the pipeline equity. And this guy just didn't get that. And he liquidated all of his pipeline equity very fast. And he went from $50,000, he went to Miami, he bought a Rolex, he did all kinds of stuff like that. And then he completely just fell on his face because he didn't care, right? And honestly, I stopped seeing him on group calls. I stopped seeing him in the community. I stopped seeing him overall. And he still like snoops around. I can see him snooping around. And he kind of just sits on the sidelines now. He's not really doing too well, right? And it's kind of shameful and it's kind of embarrassing. And it makes me sick to my stomach to see. And the reason why that all happened is because of this, right? If you don't have this, you will fucking fail, right? I see another one of my clients. I won't say his name, but he recently made like 100K in 3 months. But the problem is, right, he wants to start like a high ticket offer and stuff like that. And he is still making money because the offer is so good. And the influencers have made really good content. And they have a ton of traffic. But once the traffic starts to dry up, the influencer will go broke, and they will go broke, and they will stop making money, right? Because the problem is in their core product, the thing they're actually selling people. Because what happens is the core product it seeps through the entire funnel, right? It's what you give people for free, right? If you think about it, when you give somebody a free thing to come into your thing, it's an extrapolation from your product. Right? You don't just give somebody a random like free candy or something like that. When you're doing a lead magnet to get people into the top of the funnel, right? It's oftentimes an extrapolation of your product. And if your free thing's not good, people are not going to want to buy your product, right? That's the real. Like most people, like they'll come to me and be like, Brady, like I'm not doing a free community funnel anymore. I'm just going to run the Instagram funnel because it's just much easier. But the problem is like you can run the Instagram funnel, but you have to prove that you've provided value. The people that I've seen that run the best Instagram funnels simply just have a good YouTube, and they've shown that they can demonstrate value, right? They've actually shown through a process that they could demonstrate value. And more than ever, we're in a trust recession where most people in the entire economy don't trust creators that much, right? Because they've seen guru scams and stuff like that. right? That's why you have to give them something for free from your product that's actually good, right? That's why I make these whiteboard videos, because I could take one of these whiteboard videos that I'm showing you right now, I could take this content, I could repackage it, and I can go give it out for free to attract more people, and they'll see this video and they'll be like, wow, this is actually really good. And I got two things done. I provided value to you because you paid me money, right? And then I've also provided value to the market, and now they want to pay me money. It's a flywheel, right? And it starts with $0. If you can't provide value for $0 using your product, right, you don't have a good product, and you're not going to attract more people into your funnel, because this is what builds the first step of pipeline equity. And as soon as you build at least a little bit of pipeline equity for free, whether that's through content or lead magnets that maybe, like for example, your creator makes short form content and then you send out like docs or something like that to provide value for free, they might want to give you their first dollar. And even if they don't give you their first dollar, right, in their minds, they would pay you $1. You just have to communicate them an offer to get them to pay you that amount of money. $1, it doesn't matter if it's $1, $27, like $37. Why do you think you see people running ads to like a $27 course, right? It makes no sense sometimes. Like, how is this guy gonna make money selling a $27 course? Like, the ad cost is probably too expensive, etc. But the real is these like people you see running ads oftentimes, they're running to a $27 course or a $37 course or a $97 course, right, through ads or a $1 thing, because they just want them to pay them some type of money so that they can find the buyers in their overall funnel and ecosystem. And then they can use that with their product on this thing. The people will pay attention, and then they will want to buy more stuff from them. That's the fastest way to get people to want to pay you more money, because after they've given you their first dollar, right, they'll want to give you more money if your product is actually good. This is what pipeline equity is in real time, because from $0 to $1, right, you have to provide value. You have to provide value with the product. I keep writing everything wrong today, right? It's realistically just value. And then that equals trust. Right? So every single time I draw one of these arrows, you've provided value to get trust, and now they want to pay you more money. And in their mind, they would want to pay you more money. That's why personally, I always say I buy like different courses and stuff like that. Like, I paid someone $30,000. Before I paid them $30,000, I actually bought a $3 book from them. Super random. He was running ads to it. I bought the $3 book. And then the next thing I did, I was on his email list for like 60 days. I saw he was running like a $2,000 event where I could pull up virtually, like $2,000 virtual ticket, and I could sit in the room for like 8 hours and just watch his in-person mastermind event from Zoom. And that $2,000 got me to pay $30,000, right? So he started with $3. He didn't even start, you don't even have to start with $0 sometimes, because if you have a massive creator that's on YouTube, right, or you're really good at paid ads, and you can get somebody to give you $3 or whatever, how many dollars and you like liquidate the ad cost before they give you money. That's super difficult, but it can work, right? If you can get them to give you money, right, they give you money, and you've actually provided really, really good value with the product, they'll trust you more and want to pay you more money. And then the next step will happen, right? The next step will happen, and the trust flywheel will continue. They'll trust you more, right? And because they trust you more, right, they'll want to pay you more money. So that dollar built more trust, which created more momentum to pay you more money, right? That's what happens. And if they haven't paid you more money, they want to pay you more money, but you just have to communicate an offer to them for that, right? And as they spend more time with you, what trust actually is, the definition of actual trust, is simply value provided over time, right? That's how much trust, right? So if you provide somebody $1,000 worth of value, but they only spent like a day with you, and they've only, I guess like 10 minutes watching your content, or let's say you provided $1,000 worth of value, but inside of your free school group, you only have like 2 hours worth of content. That's not going to be like enough time spent with you to actually get you to convert. I've seen that people who actually come in and pay me the most money have watched like 6-10 hours of my content before they actually convert, because then they can actually see through my brain and they can see all of this stuff, and then they trust me more and want to pay me more money. Of course, you don't have to provide 6 hours worth of value. You just need to provide enough value where they will want to pay you more money, right? And then the final step here is the most money, of course. And then they'll trust you. There's more trust. And that leads back into more people if you do this the right way, right? So this is where it becomes an actual flywheel. So most people think that like going from zero to paid, like most influencers think that charging money for a course or something is really bad. And you could break that belief, right, within like a YouTube influencer by just getting them to send people to something for $1, right? And then they'll be like, well, that's $1. I guess it's not that bad. And then through the thing, you can get all of those dollar people to believe that I need to pay. You could literally tell them like, congratulations, investing in yourself. You're starting to erase objections, right? There's 2 reasons why people don't buy. They either don't believe the product is as good as the creator says it is, right? But you smash that belief by providing more value through this thing, right? And then you smash it by building just trust, right? You smash that one by just building trust, right? And the second one is objections. They have objections, right? They have objections like, what if this doesn't work for me? I've never bought a course before. Like, are you a scammer? Like stuff like that. There's a bunch of objections, and you could remove those objections by just providing value. If you just provide value, you could remove every possible objection that they would ever have, right? Like my sales team takes sales calls off of the back of one of my $500 products, and believe it or not, over a long period of time, we've seen this happen 3 times, right? Over a long enough period of time, that sales rep will become garbage because they get too soft and they lose their sales skills because the calls I'm bringing them are so fucking good through all the value that I've provided that they don't even need to sell. We actually call them card collectors. They get on a sales call and they literally just collect card information because the person's already ready to buy, and they don't even need a sales call. They could buy through a link or something like that. That's why my sales team closes at like 80% off that back of that product. But the people, if you put that same sales team on, like, for example, off of Eddie's YouTube videos or Eddie's short form content, they're gonna have a really fucking tough time closing those leads, right? So it's like you have to provide value to get them to trust you, right? So you provide value. So the kinetic energy here is you providing value with the creator. Provide value, provide value, provide value, and this builds trust to get the first sale, right? And then the first sale will get the next sale, because as soon you create momentum, as soon as someone buys something, you create momentum for them to want to buy the next thing and the next thing and the next thing, right? And then selling a course is not so bad, right? I don't think you should sell courses to like make money. I think you should sell like little tiny one-time course purchases just to get people to trust you faster so that you can get them into the big kahuna thing that's either a monthly subscription where you want them to stay for a really long period of time, or it's a like high ticket thing where you charge them a big fat thing up front and then you charge them a recurring after that, right? High ticket can oftentimes be recurring as well. Crazy, right? But here's the thing. You can see that this solves all of your problems. The value and the trust solves all of your problems, right? A lot of people complain about like, oh yeah, I sold people into my community, my $50 a month community off of my creator's audience, right? Oftentimes it's a short form creator through the DMs. They'll sell a monthly subscription or something like that. Here's what happens. This is so hilarious to me, right? They'll sell through the DMs and they'll sell a $50 a month subscription, a $100 a month subscription. They're like, my churn's like 20%. Like 20% of people are leaving every single month. And it's because they didn't have enough value provided. And then when they join the product, this is where they really fuck up. If you get people over here and you still don't keep the flywheel going, they will literally, this thing over here will stop. This where it is an anti-flywheel. Watch this. This thing will stop, right? If your last product that you sell them is shitty, this will stop, right? And they'll never want to pay you, because this keeps going, by the way, right? This doesn't just stop at 0. It actually like circles around, and they might go into 4 figures, 5 figures, 6 figures, right? I've had clients that have stayed with me for 4 years, right? Because the flywheel of value that I've provided just keeps on going around and around and around. Because as I build more trust, they want to buy more stuff. But as soon as you don't create value, you lose a leg. You lose a leg and they stop. And here's the worst part about it. Right here, where you lose trust, they tell other people coming into your thing, and then they say, yeah, don't buy that. It's not that good. And then boom, less people come into this thing and they struggle to get in this thing and they're like, it's not that good. I've heard other people, and then it's an anti-flywheel. It works against you. And then the worst thing happens. It happens at every stage. If this stage right here, if you don't deliver on this stage gets removed. That's why I think personally, if you're just getting into this, right, you should start with, like, let's say you have a short form creator, you should start with just a free community, right? Get them into the free community. And then maybe on one-time course purchase, you sell them something for like $3, but the whole goal of that group is to just get them into the monthly thing. That's how simple it could be. You don't need, the more steps you add to this, the more value you have to provide. The most advanced funnels that I've seen is just they have a really good product and it's just repackaged in different ways. And I'll end it on this one concept that will probably hit this all home for you. You have to ask yourself, what business are you in, right? You have to ask yourself, what business am I in? Like, for example, I have a friend that lives near me that's been my friend since childhood, and we ended up both starting businesses, but they're completely different. My business, I'm in the business of doing this, right? And I'll explain what this is in a second. His business, right? He does contracting, and essentially like it's like landscaping, contracting kind of thing, right? And then basically his business is he just needs to have really fucking good like employees, right? He needs to have really good workers that could spread the mulch and do stuff like that, because his business can easily just grow off of referrals by doing good work. He gets most of his business off referrals, right? Like crazy, right? My business, wait, I'll actually do another one. A personal training business, for example, the personal training part's not hard. Once they get the lifts down, it's easy. Like I have a personal trainer, I've told him this. They have the lifts down, it's easy. The nutrition down, it's easy. It's literally just the accountability, which means the actual business that he's in is the sales business. He just needs to sell more people on like changing their lives, because everything else after that is really easy, right? So he just needs to really sell them really well, right? He needs to sell them really well on changing their lives and make sure that they really understand what they're getting into is going to change their lives, and actually just do the delivery, right? That's like any, like for example, an affiliate marketer is in the sales business too, right? They don't have to do product or anything like that. They're just in the sales business. That's not you, right? You are in the expertise business, right? It's like I'm in the expertise business. If I'm not actually an expert, right, you're not going to want to pay me money, right? Or for example, if you're working with a creator that's doing fitness and they're teaching fitness through their content, and then their product is trash, no one's going to want to buy it, because the actual product is just demonstrating expertise, right? And then the product is also a community of people talking to each other and stuff like that, and getting on calls and all that kind of stuff. It's not all of that, but the main thing that people are coming there for is for the transformation, and it's the expertise to get to the transformation faster. And you have to provide value, and there's so many steps to provide value, and you just need to create really good content. And all you're doing with an influencer is you're helping them repackage their content, right, into product. They've never done product before, and that could be as simple as sitting on a Zoom call with your creator and taking all of the objections that people have in your free community and doing a podcast with them to handle all of those objections, and they'll love it, right? And then they'll want to come to the next step, and the flywheel will continue, right? I hope you understand this concept. I wish I understood this concept, because most people don't. I still have friends in business that are making a decent bit of money, but I have a friend that's been stuck around $100,000 a month for like forever. But he's providing so much value at like this step right here, and all he needs is he just needs another step to provide value. And that's how he can make more money, because the whole goal in business is to increase the lifetime value per customer. And if you increase that lifetime value per customer, you'll make a shitload of money. You'll make shitloads of money. All right? I hope you understood this video. I hope you use these concepts, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Yo, what's up guys? It's Brady, and in this video I'm going to be talking about how to visualize funnels. And this is one of my favorite concepts, because This is actually one of the most important skill sets you can attain as a growth operator and it's also one of my favorite things to do on group calls with clients. A client will bring me an influencer and they'll be like, what do you think I should do with this guy? And I'll be like, oh, you could do this and you could do that. And then you could do like this over here. And then this is the best way to make money with this person. And they're like, got it. And then they'll go do it, right? That's the cool thing about this. And then sometimes I get people like, for example, I'll just use Jason. Like Jason comes in, he already has a bunch of stuff. And I'm just like, all you need to do is just promote and tell people you'll help them. Like that's the easiest way you can quickly make money right now. You just haven't promoted. And he's like, oh, well, that's pretty simple. And boom, made a bunch of money, right? So it can be really simple and it can be like sometimes like has to be a bigger project over time. But oftentimes, especially if you're working with an influencer, it could be, you can make the money pretty fucking quick. And that's why you can honestly guarantee creators $50,000 in 3 months. Like if you're not making $50,000 in 3 months in revenue with an influencer, you're probably doing the project wrong, or you just don't have a good opportunity with the creator. And this is like the best way, the fastest way to be able to visualize like what creators are good and what creators are bad. And it just starts with like the funnel. So I'm gonna give you some extreme examples here. I'm gonna show you like how this works, right? So that you can actually visualize, oh, I would wanna work with like this kind of creator because I wanna do this specific thing. So I'm gonna start with this. So let's do the two Jasons. So I'm gonna start with Jason Cooperson, right? He's one of our clients, right? His name is Jason Cooperson. And his offer, all right, this is the first person I'm gonna visualize really quick. So his offer is essentially like helping people make money, or not make money, I guess, helping people like get followers on Instagram, because he has like 109,000 followers on Instagram. He fucking crushes. He has great content. And yeah, his content's great. And he can actually get followers and he knows how to help people get followers. And that's his offer, right? So he came in to me and I was like, okay, I put a more clean offer together with him. At first, what Jason did is he's an Instagram influencer and he had like a low ticket school community. And I was like, oh, no, don't do that. It was like $50 a month and people were like not converting. He wasn't communicating the offer properly, right? He had his offer a little bit fucked up. So the first thing that I did with Jason, I was like, okay, let's take your offer from like what it is right now to like get 10K followers on Instagram in 3 months, or I will keep working with you like for free until you do, right? And the reason why I told him to do that is because one, he like was making no money and he had all the time in the world. So I just started with like, you should do a high ticket offer and you should charge like $3,000, right? That was the offer I put together with him because he was an influencer that had a very specific promise where people would pay, would you pay $3,000 to get 10,000 followers? Like 10,000 unique, like high quality followers. Yeah, you probably would, right? So that's a good offer. That's a very easy to understand offer, right? Simple headline, everything. And all I told him to do was I said, honestly, just straight up promote straight to high ticket. So it was literally his Instagram, right? His Instagram straight to high ticket. That's all he did for his first launch ever. Like his first launch, all he did was straight off Instagram. He told people that this is all he did, right? This won't work forever and it won't work for everyone, right? But this is what he did. He was like, hey guys, I'm going to open a few spots to coach people one-on-one to help them get 10K followers in 3 months. And if you don't, I will guarantee you that I will keep working with you one-on-one for free until you do, right? He charged $3,000, 3-month program, right? And he sold like he made his first like 10K after 2 weeks. And then he did this launch multiple times, Instagram straight to high ticket, Instagram straight to high ticket. But what happens with this thing is the next thing he started to realize, he's like, okay, people are coming into this, I'm starting to make money. But then what ended up happening is like the audience starts getting used to the offer and they start like not being as interested anymore, right? As if his audience is not growing. But if you keep the audience growing and you honestly provide a really good value on short form and you make really good content, this only works if the creator makes really good fucking content and they're a smaller creator with a more specific transformation that oftentimes he was like a little bit more towards people who were business owners as well, which makes it also pretty easy, right? So this offer just works because he could just say, I'm doing 10 spots The offer is very straightforward, easy to understand, etc. But what he realized recently is like his audience, right, started to kind of like not like the offer too much, and he was starting to like struggle with pipeline equity, because all Jason had a lot of pipeline equity built up, and then he liquidated some of that pipeline equity that he had built up with people. So the next thing I told him to do, and he's doing this now, right, is basically IG. So he takes all of his Instagram traffic and he sends them to a $1 thing, and then behind the $1 thing, it's high ticket, right? That's his next step, because this only works because Jason actually provides really amazing value in his Instagram content, and he's one of those content creators that make content about making content. So like it's pretty straightforward. It's just a unique offer, and I don't recommend, this is a super unique scenario, right? So he's able to provide like value off of his Instagram straight to a $1 thing, straight to high ticket, right? And he's able to do this more efficiently now because more people are interested in a thing for $1. They're just getting in the door, and then he's saving all of this goodwill by just like not talking about his high ticket to everyone else. And then every now and then he could do a high ticket launch to his actual Instagram, right? So this is one scenario that works right here. And then he can get fancy with it inside of the $1 funnel by selling people one-time course purchases. He can quite literally focus on making content for his high ticket. And since his high ticket is more just coaching, right? He's actually helping people one-on-one. They're not paying for the course. So what he could do is he could sell all of his course material inside of this $1 thing. Instead of having to have a bunch of fulfillment and stuff like that, he could literally just sell courses inside of this thing and make money inside of this thing, right? So that's one scenario, right? That's Jason Cooperson. Now I'm gonna use a different example, a wildly different example, right? So now we have Kade, right? We all fuck with Kade. Super cool name, easy to spell. Jason Cooperson was a long one. So we have Kade, right? So Kade works with a YouTube creator that is like the AI guy, and the AI guy essentially has 150,000 subscribers. And this is basically all they did to get to $30,000 a month. It was his YouTube straight to $50 per month. That's it. Like that's literally all he had to do, because his top of funnel provided so much value that he was literally just getting a bunch of people at $50 a month. And if you do the 1% rule on his audience, he was getting close to getting the entire 1% of people in, right? And it was just straight to like $50 a month. All the impulse purchases in his audience, all the impulse purchasers in his audience just came through, and all of his passive traffic just went to the $50 a month, went to the $50 a month. And the offer was simply just make money like with AI. That's all it was. And it was just straight to $50 a month. They got to $30,000 a month in revenue. I think they're at like 32, 35. And then what I told them to do to expand the reach, right, is they don't need they don't need a free community. Why? Think about why they don't need a free community. They don't need a free community because he has so much YouTube content, right, that like people already trust him in that matter. And all he needs to do is he just needs to find his buyers in his actual entire ecosystem or funnel per se. So what I told him to do, just like Jason, to expand like his reach to more people, is instead of selling something for 50, I told him to sell something for $1, right? Sell another dollar group, right? Just do a dollar group, and then you get their card on file with school, and they can click one-time course purchases and buy more stuff and create like a better flywheel. So now more people, instead of, so like you can see that like straight from YouTube to $50 a month, less people are gonna take that offer, like probably like that's gonna have like a 2% conversion rate or something like that, right? But something like YouTube straight to $1, that's gonna have like a 20% conversion rate. I've seen 20% conversion rates on $1 funnels. So like if you think about it, if you're getting 20 times the people in the funnel, right, that are actually like seeing the thing, then you're going to like double or even triple the amount of revenue. And the cool part about this is you can make money off of one-time course purchases, and now he's able to convert them a bunch of different ways. And here's the really cool part about this. So from YouTube, like with a really big YouTube creator, those creators are awesome, but the problem with those creators is it's really hard for you to take the traffic off of YouTube and like and like play with them essentially. Like that's like kind of how I would say, like Instagram, you have the DMs, you have essentially, like this is why like YouTube's extremely valuable. They're super educated, but they're not a lead because you can't like touch them and like actually communicate. You can't talk to them. You don't have their information to be able to talk to them yet. You can't like communicate with the lead to sell them something, right? So what Kade is doing is he's getting a higher conversion rate right here. It's like, but from here to here, rather from here to here, like from YouTube straight to $50 a month, 2% conversion rate. From YouTube straight to $1, it probably has like a 20% conversion rate. And then the cool part about this is since it is YouTube, he can put multiple call to actions. He could say, join my $1 thing, right? Join my $50 a month thing, right? And then they could just be aware of the $50 a month thing and they can take that offer if they want to. But the cool thing about this is the best thing about this, is as soon as they get from YouTube to $1, you then get their email, right? With school, you're able to get their email. So that's one way of conversion, right? This is why these dollar school funnels for massive like people who have like insane top of funnel already, you get their email, right? So first of all, here's the first thing actually. First thing, not only is there a 20% conversion rate, but somebody who pays you $1 is 15 times more valuable than a lead, because a lead might be from a foreign country or something like that, right? But a customer that has $1, we know the information that we've gathered here is that they have a credit card to want to pay for something, right? They just haven't like gotten over the barrier to $50 a month yet, because that's a big commitment for some people, right? So that's the thing. The data on these people is that they have $1. They have a credit card. That makes them marketing qualified. Like they're actually like a marketing qualified lead. And they're a customer. And the way you treat customers is a lot different than you treat a lead. A lead, you're trying to get them to become a customer. A customer, you're trying to get them to stay with you. And they finally get to experience what being with you is like. And people who pay attention. That's what makes these customers so valuable. And then you get their email. And email open rates and click rates and everything to people who have paid you $1 versus $0 is literally double. That's why they're 15 times more valuable, is because these people, instead of getting 30% open rates on your emails to send people, you're getting 60, 75% open rates, and then you're getting like 6% click rates, 8% click rates, because these people fuck with you. They're like, I like this guy. I'm willing to pay him $1. And when they come in, it's like, thanks for like paying $1. I'm glad you've decided to like invest in yourself. And you can put on the page, like, this is not for people who are not willing to invest money in themselves to make themselves better, right? That filters out all of the people who are not serious, right? That's what makes them so valuable. So you get their email, right? Straight, instead of just YouTube, you get their email, right? And then you get them in a community where you can engage with them. You get them in the school DMs. You can talk to them one-on-one in the school DMs and sell them your stuff into the $50 a month thing, right? You can get on calls with them. You can host Zoom calls. And then they have the content to go through, where in the content you could sell them on the $50 a month thing, right? There's all of these different conversion mechanisms that you can now use to your advantage to get them into the $50 a month thing. And the cool thing about dollar funnels is, like, when people convert to the $50 a month thing, you can go tell them to tell other people that they joined the thing, and then they're gonna be like, oh, that guy joined, so I should join, right? So it's that you get that social proof factor as well. And then inside of the $1 funnel, you can also promote to those people, like, hey, right now I'm doing a thing. You can't do this on YouTube. On YouTube, you just have a bunch of traffic coming in. It's like, hey, right now my creator, is coming for the creator. I'm doing a group call right now inside of my paid community. Join right now, or join to get this specific feature. There's all this consistent promotion that you could do, right? Rather than just sending them straight from YouTube to $50 a month. But mind you, he got close to the 1% rule by just going straight YouTube to $50 a month. Now he can probably double or 5 times, go from $30,000 a month to $100,000 a month in pure profit by just adding this one thing. And that makes the funnel not super complicated. And then inside of this thing, he can add one-time course purchases for people to just tap, 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 because their card's already on file, and warm them up even more, right? So that's another scenario, right? That's what another funnel looks like, right? So you have that, and then you have like short form creators, and you have anomalies, right? You have people like Jason Derulo. Okay, this is going to be an interesting one that I want you to try to visualize. Derulo, right? So we're working with Jason Derulo, and what he's going to want to do is like all of his traffic. He has TikTok, he has IG, right, and he has YouTube too. So he just has all this traffic. And since he's Jason Derulo, he has like 37 million followers across all platforms. You're just going to want to send all of these people straight to a community that's like $7 a month, right? Why? And the funnel just stops there and that's it. Why? Because I'd rather take 30, and then the thing is too here, is like the transformation is not really big. It's like hang out with Jason Derulo. Like that's all you could say. Nobody's really going to want to pay hundreds of dollars a month to hang out with Jason Derulo. But if you say, get on Zoom with Jason Derulo, and it's only $7 a month, and you get like exclusive access to his stuff, and you're just selling access, you just shove all of your traffic to that thing, and then from the socials, you promote the paid community and say, Jason could be like, yo guys, I'm going live in my paid community, and then just show the $7 a month thing. And if with 37 million followers, you can just promote this one thing and it'll rip hundreds of thousands of dollars a month in traffic, right? And then you could run ads, like retargeting ads based on all of his followers straight to the $7 a month thing. And that's all you have to do to get that thing to hundreds of thousands of dollars a month in revenue. That's it, right? And then you have, right, you have the lost causes, right? I'm gonna explain what our funnel used to be way back in the day, right? This is what, I'm gonna use the Eddie funnel, like old Eddie, like this is my best example for this, but old Eddie. So we had a high ticket offer, but Eddie was just big on TikTok. So like that was like the only thing. But the thing about TikTok audiences is TikTok, you like see the creator once and then you never see them again, and you like might get their content, but there's no like real relationship built, right? So what we actually used to do on TikTok is we would send these TikTok guys straight to a school, right? A free school. It's just actually a free school, like $0 free school, right? And we did the same thing. The reason why we knew how to do this is because we did the same thing for Discord. It was TikTok to a free Discord to a paid Discord. Like free, like TikTok, right? Free Discord, and then $75 a month Discord, right? And then we would just promote inside that community. And we would use all of the same mechanisms, right? Because with TikTok, you also can't really like DM people on TikTok like really well. It's not really a good feature on there, right? Those people are not your leads either. They're just like YouTube. I would say TikTok are the least valuable leads, but it's the best way to push traffic into like a free thing, right? So you could say TikTok to a school community, and then you can take the school community straight to high ticket, right? That's what we did like not too long ago. It was honestly probably like a year ago, just to get to like $30,000 to $50,000 a month, right? The offer was like, we were doing a different style of offer. I'm not gonna get too much into that, but we literally just made 30 to 50 grand a month doing TikTok traffic, and he just made these lifestyle B-roll videos to a school community, free school, to high ticket, right? That's all we did. And then what we started realizing is like in the free funnel, a lot of people weren't really like converting, right? A lot of people didn't have enough money to convert. So what we eventually did, and this is what became our low ticket thing, and this is like one of the best funnels, by the way, right? I'm about to talk about that in a second, but it was literally TikTok, right? And then we just send them straight to the school, and then we would send them to high ticket. I don't know why I erased it, right? But if they couldn't afford it, we would just send them to low ticket. That's like literally it. If they couldn't afford it, like the sales team and us as the sales team, we would just send them to like $100 a month thing. And that's actually one of the best ways to do this. Like if you have a creator that's like not the best, this is the best funnel to actually do this with, right? If you have two offers and stuff like that, and if you're doing high ticket, let's say you have like a smaller creator, it's not the best creator, right? And you want to make the most amount of money. The best way to make the most amount of money with the smallest creator that you could possibly work with is, and let's say they're just on all platforms, it's scattered all over the place, is to take TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube, and you just send them to a thing to aggregate the leads, which would be like a free school community, right? That way you can provide all of the value in a free school community. And then in that free school community, you demonstrate expertise or whatever to get them into a high ticket offer. You get them to book a call, you get them to apply or whatever, and it goes just straight to high ticket, right? Just like that. And then if they literally just can't afford the fucking high ticket, you just bring them back here where they're paying for a low ticket thing. Like that's it, right? So if you want to make the most amount of money, right, and maximize all of the efficiency, it's just TikTok, IG, YouTube, straight to some type of free thing, like a free school community. I'd recommend free school communities because doing like an opt-in to a VSL is just stupid. Those things are dead nowadays. You have to really like show people what's going on. So with school communities, you can engage with them in the community, you can show them content in the classroom, you can get on calls with them to nurture the leads, and then the whole like purpose of this group is to just get people to book calls, right? You're not CTAing the low ticket ever, you're just telling them to book calls. And then when they book calls, right, all you have to do is take all the people who are not financially qualified and talk to them, right, to just see if they're a good fit anyways, and be like, hey, honestly, you're not a good fit for this. So what I think would be best is as a deposit to like save your spot in this high ticket thing, I think this low ticket thing would be a good idea for you, right? That's it. Like this is the most ideal funnel. I started off with some more like, I would say complicated funnels, but like it's not even complicated. It's just like different scenarios, like where Kade was just on fucking YouTube. And then Jason was just on Instagram. And then Jason Derulo was on like every platform and he was just a massive influencer. And then you have these like small, like shitty creators that you could still make a lot of money with, right? Because Eddie only had like 100,000 TikTok followers back then. Like we had nothing. We had like no traffic at all, right? And we just literally sent them to a free school group where I nurtured them and they booked calls and we closed, right? That's all we did, right? And then once we wanted to make more money with the high ticket thing, we just sold like low ticket as a downsell, right? What you could do is you could, even if you don't have an offer where like you don't have a strong offer where high ticket makes sense, you could book calls to see if they're a good fit to like get some type of exclusive, like the most exclusive access to the creator where you would charge at least just $1,000 or something like that because people want access at the end of the day. And if they can't afford that, you could just downsell them to low ticket as like a deposit or something like that. That's where you can maximize the most amount of money with these funnels. But the reason why I made this entire video is because I want you to be able to visualize funnels with creators, right? I want you to be able to just visualize their ecosystem and it's not so linear, right? Just like I showed you, there's like the overall funnel, right? And then you have these like linear experiences inside of these funnels. Like what is the user experience inside of this funnel? How do I drag somebody through the thing, right? While still focusing on pipeline value, right? Pipeline equity, right? I hope you like this video. I hope this helps you understand funnels and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Yo, what's up guys? It's Brady and in this video I'm going to be teaching you how to sell anything to anyone. This is a long-awaited video because I've used these principles to make all of the money that I have today. Everything that I've ever amounted to is strictly because of my ability to sell. And one of the cool things about that is I'm never afraid to lose money because once you actually understand this concept, you could sell anything to anyone and you'll keep making money for the rest of your life over and over and over again. Now, let me be very, very clear. When I was starting off with this kind of stuff, right, I actually didn't even know what selling was, right? I actually was just selling subscriptions on Discord and all I knew was talk to people and sign them up for membership. Like that's all I knew, right? And underlying like these principles that I'm about to talk about today, I hit all of those underlying principles in a different way, right? And this doesn't just go for selling one-to-one on a sales call or selling on a VSL. It's selling anything in any scenario, any way, right? Whether it's sales copy or marketing or anything like that, whether you're talking in a Discord chat, DM closing, like there's so many different ways to sell, so many different mechanisms to sell, but I want you to detach from the mechanisms and just focus on selling here today, right? Because like I said, back in the day, I was using all these different mechanisms to sell, and then I ended up hopping over into a different industry, and then we had to do sales calls, and I realized, well, this is kind of the same thing, And then I've also sold through emails, I've sold through webinars, I've sold through free groups, I've sold through paid groups, I've sold through DMs, I've sold through community posts, I've sold through a lot of different things. And all of this stuff is it's just these underlying concepts that are just foundations behind how to actually sell anything to anyone. And you've probably heard the saying like, sell me this pen. These are the actual concepts where you can sell somebody a pen. Okay, so let's get right into it. And it all starts with this one concept that we just keep on revisiting over and over and over again. And you've probably seen this before. Hooray, right? Current and desired situation, right? It all starts with this. The whole point of selling is to take somebody from their current situation to their desired situation. They currently have a problem or some type of goal or some type of place. They're not there yet and they want to get to this desired situation. And simply what we're doing, just like we're doing with an offer, is we're bridging the gap between the current and the desired situation, right? But in sales, what happens is there's this thing that happens, right? And there's this thing called a buying pocket, right? So there is a pocket in which they will actually buy your offer, right? It's called a buying pocket. So I'll put a B right there. Oh, I guess a BP makes sense. Buying pocket, right? So there's this little pocket in between the current and desired situation where people actually buy a product or they buy a service or they buy consulting or they buy coaching, right? And what happens here is there's two sides to this, right? So in between here, these are the death zones. And if you were to space them out a little bit, these death zones are actually much bigger here than I've actually anticipated in this drawing. But there's these two buying zones right here. So right here, if they're right here in the sales conversation, they don't need your help, right? They don't need your help at all, right? They're so excited that they could do this on their own, right? They're like, I don't need your help. I could just do this on my own. This seems pretty easy, right? And then there's another gap right here that I have much not anticipated. And these people are sad. They don't believe they could do it, right? They're like, I don't know, like I'm still in this situation, right? And I'm not really sure if I'm the type of person to be able to get past that. Or I don't know if this thing in the market would work right now. These are called internal and external beliefs, right? And these people really struggle with this kind of thing. They're either struggling with internal/external beliefs, where like internally, they're like, I'm not the type of person to do this. I'm not a natural entrepreneur. There's a lot of different internal beliefs that people struggle with that cause them to not get pushed into the buying pocket. And what your job is as a salesperson or a marketer or whatever you call yourself, a growth operator, is to push them into this buying pocket so we can actually help them, right? Because chances are that on their own, they're not going to get there without our help. And we need, for these people, we need to encourage them and take them through a sales process that gets them into this buying pocket. We need them to believe that they could do it, right? So we're going to push them more this way. But then if you push them too far this way, like for example, for these people right here, you typically do this with marketing. You're going to show them videos on how to do it. This is why you provide value, right? You provide value to show them exactly how to do it step by step, and you stay away from the how and you focus on the what and the why, right? So they kind of get the full picture of, oh, like this is starting to make sense. And then they push closer and closer and closer over here as you go through your sales process. However, right, if they're too confident and if you give them the how and the step by step, like too granular, if you honestly deliver it too well, sometimes what happens is they're so confident that they oftentimes want to try it on their own, which personally I'm actually okay with. So I actually like to provide as much value as possible. And then I like people to push this way and actually try it on their own. Because if I can get them to try it on their own, oftentimes they run into a problem that pushes them right back into the buying pocket. And that's what a sales cycle actually is, right? So there's these sales cycles inside of funnels. And basically what happens is people are pushing around between these two things, right? They all want the desired situation and they all have similar current situations, right? But they're pushing back and forth between these two things. And then eventually, one day, they're going to be super motivated and they're going to be ready to go, and it's because they're in this buying pocket. Oftentimes, you see a lot of offers where they kind of bubble up and then they fizzle out a bit because they capture and capitalize on all of the people that were already in this buying pocket. They might have heard the creator talking about let's say growth operating for a long time, and they're like, this is awesome, but then they tried it on their own and they're like, this is not so awesome because this creator's not responding to me. Boom, that's where they're in the buying pocket, and you could easily sell to them, right? Which is a good thing, because once we actually get them in this buying pocket to buy our stuff, then we can actually help them with money, right? They give us money for a service, right? Where we take them from their current situation to their desired situation. And that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is how you sell anything to anyone, right? And if you're in a sales conversation, this is kind of how it would go, right? So I wish I knew this a long time ago. I would have made way more money if I knew this. So that concept is the underlying fundamentals of what selling actually is. So first of all, in a sales conversation, you're going to start with their current situation, right? I taught this to my personal trainer off the cuff. We actually went for a walk over there, and I was just talking to him. He was like, yeah, bro, I just can't figure out how to close people. I was like, oh, that's easy, right? Just start with this. And it's just like, so the first thing is when you get on let's just use a sales call as an example here, because this is going to help you picture what the buying pocket is and stuff like that. So we start with the current situation. So why are you on this call today? What motivated you to get on this call? What do you want to get out of this call? It's like, I really want to figure out how to get to my desired situation. That's typically what they're going to say, because that's going to be the next step anyway. So I'll just go ahead and write that, right? So we have desired situation, right? And they're going to be like, okay, yeah, I want to get to my desired situation. It's like, cool. So like, why do you want to get there? That's going to start bringing out the bear, right? You want to start bringing out the bear in them, essentially. So because like when you sell to people the right way, you end up uncovering their bear for them. So when they go through your product, they don't have to discover their bear themselves, right? They don't have to essentially, they know if you sell someone the right way, right? They oftentimes will actually come through the product a lot faster and they'll get better results. That's why this is so important, right? So why are you on this call? Yeah, so I'm on this call because I really hate my current situation, right? My mom, she beats me, right? My dog just died recently. And honestly, that was the only reason why I wanted to stay at home, was because of my dog. But now that I don't have that dog anymore, I'm really thinking about trying to make money for myself, right? So let's say this is a wealth offer. This is making money, right? So they're going to tell you everything about their situation that they want to change, but they can't change it because they don't have any money. It's like, cool. So what does that desired situation look like? Yeah, honestly, it's like $3,000 to $5,000 a month, right? And I wish I could have my own place. I wish I could work on my own schedule. I wish I could travel a bit more. So they're going to start painting this desired situation, right? And then what's going to happen here is there's going to be a gap, right? So then this thing happens called a gap. And what this does is it acknowledges the buying pocket, right? So it's not the sales call's job to push somebody into the buying pocket, right? Yes, of course, if somebody seems like they could do it on their own, they're gonna be like, okay, so why haven't you done it, right? And then they're gonna be like, oh, right? So how I could explain this is these people are typically already in the buying pocket because that's marketing's job, right? If marketing didn't do a good job and they're on a sales call and they're not in the buying pocket, then you're taking sales calls that are not qualified, right? So for example here, what you're gonna do is you're gonna bridge the gap. So it's the most simple question. It's okay, so you repeat it, you're writing notes the whole time. It's okay, so you're here and you want to get here. So what's stopping you from doing that on your own? And then they're going to say they're going to say the same thing in a few different ways if it's a qualified prospect. It's the most ideal answer is I've really just been looking for someone or something to help me, right? They want help. They acknowledge that they want help. They're acknowledging that they're in the buying pocket, right? That's simply what it is, okay? So they're acknowledging that they're in the buying pocket, right? And they're like, yeah, I'm really here. And you're not really bridging the gap here, but you're kind of creating this bridge that you are the solution to help them go from their current situation to their desired situation. They clearly see that, right? So the next step that I like to take is I like to pitch. Some people do this a little bit differently, but this is what I like to do. I like to pitch and pre-handle, right? So then it's gonna be like, okay, cool. So would you like me to see how I could help you with that? Like, would you like to see how I could help you with that? They're like, yeah, that'd be awesome. I would love to see how you could bridge my gap. Like, explain to me a little bit more about how I can help you. Now, again, if you did the marketing right, they will already want to and know how a little bit of how you help them. You probably do like coaching, or you probably have a community, and you've probably already communicated that to them before the sales call. And typically what you could do, and what I like to do, is like, yeah, especially for like high ticket offers, it's like, yeah, so we're gonna help you go from your current situation to their current situation, right? You don't use like some like made up script. This is why I don't like using scripts, right? No made up script. It's like, yeah, so basically I'm gonna help you go from your current situation to your desired situation with bridge, like, so your specific bridge. So it might be, yeah, so what we're gonna do is remember that like environment you told me about, and you kind of remind them throughout the sales call. It's like, yeah, so basically you have this going on, and you wanna be here, right? And I'm basically gonna help you get there, and we're gonna help you partner with a creator. We're gonna help you launch a community, and we're gonna help you consistently make money, right, with their audience, so that you can actually like drop out of college and quit your job and stuff like that. So you're just taking this, you're doing like current situation, you're taking the bridge, and you're like, we're gonna get you to your desired situation by doing X, Y, and Z with the thing, right? And then it's like, all you end that with is, what questions do you have about that? What questions do you have about that process, right? So this is where I like to pitch. I'm not talking about the price or anything like that, right? I'm not like, oh, they're like, what's the price? So like, here's the price. I'm not talking about any of that stuff. I'm just like telling them how I can help them. And then I'm pre-handling objections, because this is what this does. This is like a sales hack that I've learned that really like served me well when I was taking sales calls. So instead of saying, most people on sales calls, they'll be like, so do you have any questions about that? Right? Like, do you have any questions? Right? So the default answer to that question is oftentimes like, ask it to yourself. Like, do you have any questions? They're like, nah, right? Default answer is no, because humans are just meant to say no, right? But if you say, what questions do you have about that, right? It forces them to then think like, oh, what questions do I have about that? And then they think, what about this, right? So what I might get on sales calls is, but like, what are you gonna do specifically with the outreach? And then you're gonna basically explain the objection away, and then you're gonna wrap right back to the same question. What questions do you have about that? What questions do you have about that? What questions do you have about that? Because what that's gonna do, it's just gonna clearly push them in the buying pocket, right? If you remember the visual, they're getting pushed into the buying pocket, right? So they might not believe they can do it just a little bit, and you're answering their questions to push them right in the middle, right? And then you're also like they might give you questions like, yeah, I already get it. Like, I'm pretty good on this. Like, I think you guys are the best. Like it's like, oh, so like, why haven't you done this already? Boom, you're pushing them back, right? So it's like you're just using these questions to guide them into the buying pocket and show them exactly how you can help them, right? And then the last thing that I like to do is, after this, you get the tank out, right? You empty the tank, okay? So you're gonna have a tank of objections, and the reason why you handle all of these is because if you pitch price before handling the objections, they're gonna be like, oh, I can't do this because I don't know how you guys do outreach. Like, oh, no, don't do that. Okay, so empty the tank, keep asking what until they're like, all good? They're like, you understand everything? They're like, yeah, I really do understand everything. And then they're gonna go into the last phase of the process, and that's where I like to close. And I'm gonna give you some tips and tricks on closing, right? A lot of people talk about closing. It's actually more simple. It's just a part of the funnel. Like most people who talk on YouTube about, oh, the closing's like the most insane thing. Bro, it's literally just part of the funnel. I'm literally teaching you this in one video. If you ever bought a sales course, they all just jerk off about objections, and that shit is stupid, because you could just like literally pre-handle them on the call, and your marketing pre-handles the objections, right? We close like triple. Like, we have a triple close rate of the industry average. Like, we close like 80%, right, through my products, because I handle all of this shit before the call. My closers love me, right, because I handle all of this. They're just ready to buy at that point. I could send them a payment link if I wanted to, right? So I have the close, okay? So what questions do you have? What questions do you have, right? They'd be like, oh, yeah, this is great. And it's like, okay, cool. So I'm guessing, so we got that out of the way, right? So now you kind of want to start closing them. And what this is it's called tying them down. So this is a step I like to take where it's like, okay, cool. So like on a scale of 1 to 10, how confident would you say you are in the process, right? And then they're gonna be like, oh, I'm probably like a 9. Oh, and so it's like, why not an 11, right? Like, why aren't you like a 15 right now? And they're like, oh, like I really like this, but this one last thing. This gives it a chance to handle the last objections, right? Because they might have not gotten everything. They don't want to waste your time. But then you ask them another question in a different way to get more objections. So like, what about the process? And then it's like, what about me? And then they're like, bro, 11, right? There's an 11 out of you. Like, I love you, right? Like, what about me? Are you confident in me on a scale of 1 to 10, right? And a really cool sales hack that you could actually ask here, and if they give you like a 15 or something to really cook them before the pitch, it's like, oh, like, why not a 5? They're like, dude, they're gonna start going crazy on you. They're gonna be like, dude, you're a great person and I love you guys. Like, this is awesome, right? Because you're asking them the reverse of what that question is. It's like, if they give you a 15, you can get them to incubate even harder before the pitch by just asking them that reverse question. That's been used on me and it worked very fucking well. So there's that for you. So now you're going into the close. So it's like, okay, cool. So you're confident in me. You're confident in the process. So I'm guessing the last thing is price, right? And then it's like, and then you just dead silence and they're like, yeah. It's like, cool. So, and then I like to ask a question right before I close. I like to ask this question because it makes it a lot easier. So I'm guessing if price makes sense, you're ready to move forward right now, right? Yes, right? Because you've already pre-handled their objections, so you can get the yes before the close. And they're like, yeah, I can move forward right now if price makes sense, right? Because then it's only logistical, right? You want to have a sales call where it's only logistical, right? They only physically don't have the money if they don't close. Those are like the best sales calls ever. It's like, cool. So, and then I like to do a price pitch. You could do a price pitch however you want. Some people like to just go straight to the price. I personally, from knowing psychology, when people hear a bigger number before the actual number, typically it's not as big. So as ethical as possible, right? You set up whatever your offer is, right? You can structure this yourself in your offer, right? So you could be like, so yeah, typically it's, let's just use fake numbers here. Typically it's $10,000, right? But we found that clients who make decisions quickly are the best clients, right? So if you make a decision on this call right now, the price is just $5,000. And then what I like to do is, what's a good email to get you started with, right? And then they're like now thinking about the email rather than like the price, right? So because they've already said yes, so you just assume the close and say, cool, so like what's a good email to get you started with? And what's really cool here is, depending on the sales situation, if you do a $1 funnel, right, with their card on file, you might be able to do like, cool, so like what's a good, you might be able to do like I don't know how you would structure the question. I'd have to sit down and think about it, but you could do like is the card on file on school good to use, or something like that? Like, we cool to use that one? And they're like, yeah, like that'd be great. And you just click tap and it's just like, cool, we're done here. And then it's like, move on to the next person. But that's typically where you're gonna get it. And if you get objections after that, you didn't pre-handle properly, etc. Right? So that's pretty much the buying pocket. And that's all you have to do. There's no like crazy objections. If you get crazy objections, it's bad lead quality. You just need to fix the marketing. I've talked to every sales guy, like ever. And I've talked to every sales manager ever. And every single time I see somebody slinging like a sales offer, right? They overcomplicate it so they can buy your stuff. They can get you to buy their stuff, right? But like, it's this easy. Like, it's literally 5 steps, right? And if you just do the underlying thing right, you'll print, okay? I hope you liked this video. This was pretty fun. I liked doing this. This is one of my favorite topics. And yeah, now that you know how to use this, you should be able to sell anything to anyone. Hope you liked this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Yo, what's up guys? It's Brady. In this video, I'm going to be talking about how to write killer copy. And in this video, I'm going to be destroying all of the copywriting gurus, as most people would say, right? Because I've been writing copy over the last 4 years, and most of those 4 years, I honestly didn't know that I was writing copy. And a lot of people like to really really mentally masturbate over writing copy, and they make it more deep than it actually is. And that's because they try to go watch YouTube videos about it, and it is super deep, right? Because those guys overcomplicate it so that you can buy their stuff. Wonderful. Glad we got that out of the way. But basically, copy is the same as selling, right? Except instead of selling stuff, right, or selling something, you're selling something, right? You're not using your mouth, you're using your words. Awesome. So, and basically with copy, again, right, all we're doing is we're taking somebody from their current situation to their desired situation, and then we have this buying pocket in the middle, and there's two little things right here, right? There's a current situation, desired situation, buying pocket in the middle, and we're pushing them into the buying pocket with words. And we're doing that, and we're writing copy, so we'll appeal to their pain points and stuff like that, right, etc., right? You know what the buying pocket is, right? We're appealing to their pain points. It's like, watch this video, and then there's different types of copy for each stage of the funnel, right? You're pushing somebody into the buying pocket, but oftentimes it's not even buying, right? It could be getting somebody to take the next step, right? All direct response copy is direct response marketing. You've probably heard of direct response copywriting or whatever, right? All direct response is it's writing words to get somebody to take an action. And typically you're making them some type of offer within the copy, right? So at the top of the funnel with tofu, right? Tofu, right? You're going to write copy with traffic, right? There's traffic copy, right? There's different types of copy at the traffic end of things. So you might start off a video with like, stop drop shipping, right? Let's say you have a TikTok shop offer, right? You might be like, stop drop shipping in 2024, that's dead. Instead, you should do this, right? And basically you're trying to shift somebody's paradigm, right? To push them in the buying pocket, essentially, right? To get them to take action. Like, that's really what it is. It's honestly just writing words to get at the very top. You're not really putting somebody in the buying pocket. That's more sales copy. But at the top of the funnel, you're essentially just like getting somebody to take the next step. So for example, we run paid traffic a lot recently. And basically what we've been doing is we've been attacking other angles, like and attacking other business models and telling them to start ours. So I might say something like, stop working on all of these saturated business models that these gurus are making a bunch of money by telling you how to do them, right? Instead, you should partner with the gurus and make money with them. Oh, that's insane. And then I might be like, if that sounds interesting, come to my free class, right? If this thing sounds interesting, come to my free group, right? If this thing sounds interesting, subscribe to my newsletter or something like that. That's why it's good to push traffic to a free thing, because it makes the copywriting really easy. And I'm telling you this in this video right now because I want you to know that it's not all about, like, you shouldn't just be doing the funnel. You should be giving your creator content ideas. And basically how copy at the top of the funnel works is you call out the person that you want to work with, and there's like indirect and direct call outs. I'm not gonna get super deep into it because there's gonna be a video soon on how to find all of this stuff. But I'm just giving you examples of what this is because this is copy. You call them out, right? And then you shift their paradigm and then you tell them to take action, right? So it's like, I'm gonna be like, stop trying drop shipping in 2024. Instead, do this. And then I explain TikTok shop, right? And then they're like, wow, that's insane. I've never thought about making faceless videos with my phone to make affiliate income on TikTok, right? And it'd be like, if you like the sound of that, CTA, right? Call to action might be go to my free class or go to my free group. That's the first part of copy, right? And then you have MoFu copy, right? MoFu, right? So MoFu is going to be everything after you have their email address, right? So now you're writing emails essentially with copy, right? To get them to take action. And with emails, you pretty much do the same thing. It's hook, paradigm shift, here's why you should do it, and then you make them some type of offer, right? And with emails specifically, you can make them an offer for anything, right? You can send them back to a free class, to a webinar or something like that. You can send them to a Zoom call. You can send them to a paid product or something, like a very small, low ticket, $7 thing or something like that. Or maybe you have I have a $1 product. I have a $500 product right now, right? I have a coaching program, right? So there's different things you can send to the email list based on what you have in your ecosystem. And then if you have a $1 group, you might have a paid course inside of that $1 group. Or maybe you have a paid course inside of a free group where you can go get them to buy that free course off of an email. It's like you can send people inside of your free group, you can send them emails to buy a paid course that's like $7 to speed up the sales cycle. Inside of Mofu, you're simply just writing copy with emails to get people to buy different stuff and take action on different stuff. That's literally it, right? So that's Mofu copy. And then you have Bofu copy, right? Bofu copy is your VSLs, right? You've probably heard of a VSL before, video sales letter. What a video sales letter basically does is it brings them through a story that shifts their paradigm, and then you make them a complete offer, right? And what that offer might be is it could be coaching, it could be a program, it could be anything super low ticket paid, like anything that's paid, you're gonna have a video sales letter for. You don't really need a video sales letter for like a free group or something like that, right? You just need a video sales letter for something that's paid, right? And then you can write emails to send them to that video sales letter to educate them on the offer, and then that video sales letter can get them to apply now, to book a call, or the video sales letter can get them to buy a product. And all you're doing with that copy is, to many people, you're pushing them into the buying pocket, right? Getting them all nice and ready, and then you're making them an offer. So what that might look like is, once you get to the stage in the VSL, I could just riff a VSL off my head. So I can start with this. In this video, I'm going to expose how all the gurus are all making their money and how you could basically partner with them without showing your face and stuff like that. Here's my proof. Here's my proof of all my stuff, right? Awesome, cool. I made that promise. Here's my proof. And then I might say, in this video, I'm going to be talking about step 1, step 2, and step 3. I'm going to teach you exactly how to partner with one of them. I'm going to teach you exactly how to make a community. I'm going to teach you exactly how to operate the community afterwards, or something like that, right? And then you just take them through step 1, 2, and 3, and then you're like, cool. So now I would like to introduce, right, now that you know that this is the best business model, I'd like to introduce my thing, my program. Let's say it's $50 a month, right? So inside of Creator Accelerator, I have features that are valuable, and then it's usually this much, and now it's this. This is the price now. And like, you're just kind of like bringing them through the offer. So you're like features, and then price, big price, small price, and then price right now. And then you're bringing them through like, but this offer's only lasting this amount of time, right? So you have that scarcity and urgency there. You might have spots, you might have objection handles, right? Stuff like that. And you're just bringing them through the video sales letter, etc. And these are just words that you write on a Google Doc and you present to bring people into the buying pocket. And then the end goal of the direct response copy might get them to book a call, or it might get them to buy a product. It's that simple. It really is. Like, you're just writing copy to communicate an offer in the shortest amount of time possible. That's another thing too, right? You're simply writing copy to communicate an offer in the shortest amount of time possible, right? And I'm not going to get super deep into the weeds of how to write copy and like what the specific intricacies are. Is you just need to understand this whole entire thing right here, right? Because you're just writing copy to get traffic into the tofu, right? And then all inside of this thing, you're writing emails to get them into the bofu, the mofu and the bofu, I guess, right? So you're it's just like an ecosystem of copy. Copy's everywhere. It's in the ads, it's in the emails, it's on the sales pages, right? It's on a school about page, right? For example, you might have a headline on the school about page, and then you have some features, and then you have the old price, or the typical price, the new price right now, urgency, scarcity. You might have a guarantee. You might remove the risk for them, right? It's all copy. It's all words to push them in the buying pocket of buying your offer. It's rather simple, right? And that's all you really need to know, right? There's copy at every single step. And what copy does is it just gets them to take action through the funnel. Most people like to overcomplicate it, but what direct response marketing is you're simply writing words to get somebody to take action. And the cool part about it is the more simple your words actually are, right, the easier it will be for them to take the next step and the next step, right, and the next step. The more clearly you can articulate your message, the better. If you look at the biggest guys in the game, They clearly articulate their message and they get it across to where people want to buy their products or their services, right? That's simply all this is, okay? And if you understand this one thing and you're not overcomplicating it, you will make a ton of money with this, and you'll laugh at the people who are writing 10-page sales letters and stuff like that. And you'll be like, oh, mine's 1 page and it's converting better than this guy's. Happens a lot because the shorter and the more concise you can make the copy, the better. Because all you're trying to do is literally hook them in, write a body that shifts their paradigm, and then tell them where to go. It's that simple. I hope you like this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Yo, what's up guys? It's Brady, and in this video I'm going to be talking about how to steal like an artist. Back in the day when I was first getting into this space, I stole everything. Everything that I got like my hands on, I stole it, right? But I didn't actually steal it, and you'll come to find out that the biggest guys in the game all are artists that are very good at stealing. And if you want to become a really good marketer, you have to learn how to steal like an artist, because you can't really steal a product and you can't steal someone's paradigm. But what you can steal is you can steal everything inside of marketing. You can steal the way somebody structures their funnel. You can steal the way someone's funnel looks. You can steal the way someone's emails look, their promotion copy. You can steal all kinds of stuff. And I don't mean copy and paste. I don't mean, like, I've quite literally had competitors completely copy and paste my stuff and send it to their own list as if it was their own story, which is kind of stupid, right? Like, I could even put my own unique story in there and they would just copy it and put my unique story in their emails, which is really kind of weird, right? But I don't mean copy and paste. I mean you should steal like an artist. Now, what does this mean? Every artist has their own way of doing things. You'll see that the best guys in the game all have their own way of moving, right? I have my own way of moving. Eddie has his own way of moving. I like to do whiteboard videos, and I like to talk over concepts, and I like to kind of shift paradigms, right? I have my own way of teaching. I have my own way of putting together a funnel. If you look at my funnels, they're a lot different than the person that I've recently paid $8,000 for consulting. His funnels look a lot different than my funnels, right? Other people's funnels look a lot different, right? People's emails, they're structured a lot different, right? The way that I teach how to write copy might be a little bit different than somebody else's way. And that's what's cool about being an artist. As a growth operator, I want you to know that you are now an artist. Becoming a growth operator it's creative, and you will have your own way of doing things, but you get these different ways of doing things by looking at what other people are doing. And you use this as inspiration. One of the best ways to get really good at paid ads without being creative, or anything in marketing rather, is by putting together a swipe file of a bunch of different top performing ads and just consuming all of them so that your brain starts thinking in that way, right? I've watched so many video sales letters from other competitors, different industries, all kinds of different stuff. I've even seen video sales letters that are from the government, right? But it's not structured like a normal video sales letter. And there's like a lot you can learn from ads on the street, ads on a billboard. There's a lot you can learn in the overall environment that we live in on the earth, right? I drink in all of this information and I get a bunch of different ideas, right? And you'll come to find out that guys like Mr. Beast, right? He had a video one time where they're like, where'd you get all these insane ideas? He was like, yeah, I just honestly read books about like random stuff. It could be about like lizards or about anything, like birds. It could be about psychology. It could be about money. It could be about finance. It could be about the automotive industry. And he just drinks in all of these ideas. He even said one time that he read through the entire encyclopedia so that he just knew more things, right? So that he could use this as context. When I was younger, I didn't understand why history was such an important class in school, but now I understand that consuming history and seeing what other people are doing is actually one of the best ways to be good at marketing. Because if you understand history and you understand like the overall market and the overall economics of a market, you're actually able to extrapolate that into marketing and use those angles yourself. Like for example, right now, the economy is actually going through a recession type of period. And that's actually a great time for marketers like me because I can take the trends of what have happened in the past and say that the recession is here, right? And if you want to build a recession-proof income, you need to buy online education and you need to partner with people that sell online education. That is a great way to recession-proof your skill set and your life, and that will get people to purchase my products. These are the dark secrets behind what marketing actually is and how marketers actually think. And I'm telling you this because I want to encourage you to drink up all of the data you see from now on to turn it into ideas to make money with your business. This is honestly the concept that turns your business and your life into a video game because you're drinking in these concepts and oftentimes you're able to size people up that you want to get better than. One of my favorite things to do, especially when I was really coming up, was I would pay my competitors for consulting. Like for example, this one time I paid this guy $5,000 and I wanted to know, and they were making like $7 million a year or something like that. And I wanted to know everything that they did, everything. I wanted to see their CRM, I wanted to see their funnels, I wanted to see their emails, and I just paid him to show me the back of the entire business. And I was able to see places where it was extremely sloppy and where I could find little pieces and pockets to make it better, right? And what I do as an artist is I have a very high standard of making really good artwork, right? And I get better at being an artist by stealing ideas of what other people are doing and extrapolating them into my own paradigm first, and then my own business and making them better, right? Because if you take someone's idea and just use it for yourself, you might not know why that idea works and it won't work for you in the first place. But if you take it and you make it a little bit better and you improve on it and you really study why it has worked, it will work for you tenfold, right? I promise you. Way back in the day when I was first getting into this space, all I did nonstop was I spent all of my time focusing on this one competitor that I knew was making so much more money than me. This is when I was first getting into this thing. I had a free Discord, and then he had this free Discord where he was getting it super hype. He was really good at getting people hype. He was really good at getting the chat super going fast and stuff like that. And I took everything that he did. I watched every single move. I watched every single post he made, and I did better. And I did better. And it got to a point where I made more money than him, and now I make way more money than him, and he's copied a lot of the shit that I do now. And oftentimes, not only has he copied it and made it a little bit better, but sometimes he just ripped my shit bar for bar. And honestly, I don't care. A lot of people look at my work and they say, yo, all your clients are stealing from you and they're just copying your stuff. Are you sure you're okay with this? I don't give a fuck, because if people are copying me, that means I'm winning, right? That's how you have to see it, right? It doesn't mean you're losing if you're getting ideas from other people, but you should steal like an artist. You should never just copy and paste. If you just copy and paste other people's stuff, you're never gonna learn and you're never gonna get better. But you use your skill sets and use your paradigm of who you are as a person and you make their stuff better, right? And this is the one concept I want you to get away from this. And that is, in marketing and funnels overall, is the word marketing actually equals testing. Right? I no longer want you to see marketing and think of it as marketing. I want you to see marketing equivalent to testing. When you're putting new stuff out into the market, you're just testing different stuff, right? You shouldn't come to me and be like, is this funnel gonna absolutely work? I don't know. Kyle doesn't know. Other coaches don't know. If it's anything to do with marketing, it's all about testing. And that's why you should steal other people's ads that have worked, right? You should look at other people's ads, see why they worked, and put your own angles and your own offers inside of them. Oftentimes, I like to look at completely different industries and change the angle and how they did the thing and put it in my industry. And that rips every single time, right? For example, in the e-commerce industry recently with ads, I've been seeing that podcast ads work really fucking well. It's just back and forth podcast ads. So we're gonna test podcast ads with different language. As simple as that. Right? I'm going to look at campaigns that people are running with their email list. I'm subscribed to every single person's email list. If you want to learn how to get better at promotion and copy, read people's emails. Go to every single guru's email list and opt in to their fucking email list. You should be on Alex Hermosi's email list. You should be on Iman Ghazi's email list, Andrew Tate's email list, everyone's email list, right? Because you'll get to see how they write and how they plug their offers, and then you can click into their funnels. You could see how they structure their funnels. You could see how they structure their offers. You could watch their VSLs and see how they structure their VSLs. So you could buy products. This is called funnel hacking. You could buy products and see what their onboarding process is like and how they ascend people and how they, maybe I wouldn't do this, but you can see how they take sales calls because that's normally pretty standard and often. But like you can book the sales calls and see how they go through the forums and stuff like that. I like to see all this stuff because marketing is really testing, and if you just take what works from other people and put it in your own thing, in your own offer, oftentimes it will work. The most successful clients that I've ever worked with are just testing a bunch of different stuff that they have seen have worked. They've bought a lot of other courses in the past, and they've been funneled by gurus themselves. So that's what makes these growth operators really good at growth operating, is because they've already seen all these stuff before, right? And then I want you to see this, right? Any single time in your marketing you have failed, right? Quote unquote failed, you didn't produce a result, right? I want you to think of this as data, right? I want you to see this as data, right? Because in marketing, we don't have marketing, we have testing. We're just testing stuff. We're putting it out into the market and seeing what the market actually responds. Not a single marketer can tell you what the market's gonna want. I can't sit here and tell you in these videos and give you some tactical sauce on exactly what your offer is gonna be, because I don't know. When I first started doing this, I started reviewing people's offers, but oftentimes I've gotten closer and closer and closer to just saying, like, that looks pretty close, go see what the market actually wants, right? That's what you should be doing. So marketing is testing, failure is data. And this is what this looks like. When you're doing marketing and you're making a lot of money, right? You oftentimes, the best marketers, they see funnels as a system. They see marketing and sales as a system, and it starts with inputs. You start with your material. You start with grabbing data, your best hypothesis of data points from the market, right, that are working. Like, for example, you can go to the school games leaderboards and look at the about pages of every single winner, right? And then you can take an extrapolation of all of those about pages, see what worked, and make your own about page and make it better, right? That's all you have to do. I could sit up here all day and be like, put this exact thing in there. Go look at a swipe file of it's already right there for you. Join the school games community and go look at the leaderboards. Boom, 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 boom. Look at every single winner. What are the similarities and common patterns that I am seeing, right, that has made this work, right? As a marketer, as a growth operator, you have to be very good at recognizing these patterns, right? The most successful people I know are able to recognize these patterns, right? And it's a system. And then they have really good inputs, right? They have really good inputs into the system. And they're like, okay, let's try this. And our inputs might look like, okay, we're gonna try this funnel. We're gonna try this offer. Here's what my emails are probably gonna look like. This guy's doing this, so I should probably put my about page together like this, right? This is how you should do this. And even with free group funnels, you can look at free groups and be like, okay, join a bunch of different free groups that are used as funnels and just see, like, okay, this one's structured like this. I like what this guy's doing. Like one time I joined a community and I saw that he had a bunch of one-time course purchases that added up to being, inside of a free community, that added up to being more than the price of his paid thing, right? And then it made his paid thing look more valuable from a value perspective and like seeing that visually. And I was like, wow, that's a great idea. I think that's easily stealable. It's not his thing. It's not patented or anything like that, right? So you have these inputs, and then you have processes. You make sure you have really good processes. So like processes for marketing, right? So inputs are like what you're actually doing, right? And then your processes are oftentimes what you have seen has worked in the market. And that's why being an artist, the artist part of this is what you actually think, how you think, right? And what you've tried in the past and what you've seen other people try in the past. You should be studying the market like crazy. Being a really good growth operator is just rapidly studying the market. This guy's running this funnel. This is how this about page is working. Surfing through the community, seeing what other people are doing. You should be obsessed with case studies on how other people do stuff. Because if you recognize enough patterns, you'll easily win, right? And then you have outputs, right? This is going to be your data. So your marketing is your testing, right? And then it goes through your paradigm, making sure that for the data you've seen in the market, is this a good hypothesis, yes or no? And most beginners just have shitty processes in their brain because they don't know what a good campaign looks like. That's what group calls are for. Go to a group call. does this look good, right? You can get someone from experience like me to say, that looks like shit. And then that's great value, right? So it's like, and then you can change it. And then you have outputs, right? So it's like, did this give us money or did it not? All right, cool. And then you have processes, right? Or you have you have feedback, right? So feedback is, it's the data you get. So maybe my registration rate was low. Maybe my opt-in rate was low. Maybe my show-up rate was low. Maybe my close rate or my conversion rate was low. Maybe it was high. Maybe I made a bunch of money, right? Then you have data. And this is just the system that you have to bring your brain through as you're stealing like an artist. And you're constantly just trying to make this thing much better over time and testing a bunch of these things. This flywheel should be spinning nonstop to get better at marketing. This is what you need. You don't need the copy and paste funnels. You don't need the fucking sales scripts. You don't need anything. You don't need any of that shit. All you need is this. And you need to understand the concepts behind how all this stuff works so that when you look at something, you look at your inputs with the processes, the processes here are your eyeballs. When you look at something marketing, you're like, this looks stupid. Right? I can look at a headline and be like, that's dumb. And they'll be like, why? It's like, because you're calling out broke people in the headline. You're going to attract broke people. Like I had this one guy, I got on a group call and he like fought me on the headline. He was like, yeah, bro, like I got this like headline, and he was like, it was like, start your 3 to 5K a month thing, and it's like without having to buy expensive tools or something like that. And I was like, if you just took that out, like you would attract people who aren't broke, because broke people are gonna look at that. It's like, yes, I don't have any money to buy expensive tools, so this is perfect for me. But if you just take that one word out, it makes all of the difference, right? That's that, right? Like right now, for example, I've seen, and you could even, this is what marketers do too, is you look at data in the industry, like Google Trends. Google Trends is a great thing I like to look at. And recently I looked at the search term social media influencer versus content creator. It's the same thing, but I actually saw it. And in 2020, they were about, up until 2020, social media influencer was like way above content creator. Nobody knew what a content creator was. And then there was this crossing point in 2020 where people, like COVID happened, and then there was this massive rise of the content creators. And everyone understood what content creators was because everyone started scrolling and stuff like that. And then the search term content creator actually got all the way up, and social media influencers down here. And the funny thing is, in my headline recently, I had the word social media influencer. So I'm running a test right now, inputs. I'm running a test right now to actually test the word difference between content creator and social media influencer. And I bet, based on Google Trends, search data across the entire world, that content creator is going to do better because it's far more searched than social media influencer, and it's easier to say, and it's alliteration, etc. This is how I see marketing, and this is how I have become an artist over time, is I'm just extrapolating data points from different places, extrapolating them into my own paradigm, and then getting better and better and better. I hope you like this video. I hope you actually use this, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Yo, what's up guys? It's Brady. In this video, I'm going to be talking about how to sell without being salesy. Now, I want to preface with, this is a terrible mindset to have. If you have a mindset where you feel bad about being salesy, or you don't want to come off as salesy, or you don't want to sell, right? That's simply a conviction problem, right? I have a massage therapist and he's the best. Like, he's so good, right? And I go to him literally once every 2 weeks. I get work done, and he really like helps my body. I used to have a really bad neck because I had a big growth spurt, and I'm super tall, so I'm constantly like hunched down when I'm doing my work, right? But he's helped that. He's helped me get rid of my pain completely. And over the course of a year I've been going to this guy, he struggles to get clients. And the only clients he oftentimes gets is me just telling other people like, yo, you need to go to this guy. He's so good, right? Which is a pretty good sales strategy overall for a business. But the problem here is like, even if I give him a lead, he won't be aggressive with the lead because he's afraid of being salesy, right? But the thing is what I constantly tell him, and I can't get it through his head, is that, dude, you changed my life, right? And you're only charging $75 a session. That's literally chump change. That's like nothing compared to the transformation that you've provided to me, right? So I try to constantly get him to be salesy, right? Because like he just has this really bad paradigm of like walking into an electronics store and the salesman coming up to you and just trying to sell, right? And he feels like he doesn't want to be that style of that type of person, right? But I want to tell you that if you like literally have this mindset of you don't want to sell without because you're feeling salesy, right? Get rid of that shit because it all comes down to conviction. I'll tell you my mindset. Hey, that's his mindset, and he just can't change it because he doesn't see it, right? But for me, right? You're in my inner circle and you've paid a decent bit of money to get in here. I, with confidence, every single time will take every single fucking dollar that a person has because I know that if you're a complete beginner and you come into this and you actually convert and you actually like do everything, I know you will get results, right? I absolutely know you will crush it, right? I have so much conviction because I spend all of my time making videos like this because I am here to help you. I am here to serve. The only way I can serve people is to sell, right? People will scratch, bite, crawl, cry, and they will do whatever they can to stay where they are, right? But you have to be the one to push them over the edge into their uncomfort zone, right? Everyone just wants to stay comfortable where they at. Most people don't change because they can't change because they're so comfortable where they're at. But it's our job as marketers and salespeople to really push people over the edge and really get them into something that is going to change their lives, right? That's the mindset that you have to have. You're here to change lives and you have to sell hard to do that, right? I don't care what you have to do. Scarcity, urgency, really special offer, super good marketing, right? Be cutthroat. You need to fucking sell people. You need to sell them as hard as you fucking can because that's the only way that they're going to change their lives. And these are beliefs that I've adapted and it's paid me very well over time, right? And if somebody comes into your stuff and they don't get results because they didn't do anything, that's not your fault. You go sell more people so that you can find, you selling more people is you finding people that are all in, people who really want to change their lives, right? That's why I love this model. Now, let me preface, creators, especially content creators that built all of what they have off of providing free content, have this very big false belief about being salesy. That's why I mention this, right? Because as growth operators, we have to transfer our beliefs and tell them like, hey, you can't feel salesy, right? You're here to change people's lives. And honestly, with creators, right, I've been in the hiring game before and I've hired people, I've hired sales reps. With sales reps, you have to drill conviction. You got to be like, look, this guy's winning. I just spent a bunch of hours on my modules. Like, this guy's doing awesome, right? With creators, you have to do the same thing, right? Oftentimes I'll call Eddie and I'll be like, yo, bro, this dude just got an insane win. Look at this. And he's like, oh, that's so sick. I'm going to make a video about it and tell everyone about it, right? The creators should feel extremely convicted to tell the world about what they have to offer, right? That is a creator that you actually want, right? But most creators actually just struggle with selling to their audience. And oftentimes, the best creators that like growth operators partner with and they have no problem with are oftentimes creators that can just sell directly off of their socials, right? And the reason for that is because they're so used to selling and they truly believe in what they're selling, right? Creators that don't believe in what they're selling have a very hard time selling straight to their audience. I'm going to use an example. Philip has a creator named Nick. Nick, right, has sold $1.5 million in TikTok shop sales as an affiliate, and he teaches people how to become an affiliate. He's made $200,000 himself. He's extremely convicted. With 55,000 TikTok followers, he's making $45,000 a month right now, and they're number one in the school games just by sending people straight to a paid link in their bio, right? So I tell you that is TikTok, right, straight to a paid link, right? So it's like, I'm going to say paid school, right? TikTok straight to a paid school, 2% conversion rate. He just absolutely sends traffic to that page. They have a 2% conversion rate, right? That is the normal conversion rate, but he just absolutely slams traffic to that page, right? Now, here's the thing. His creator's really good at not only just sending traffic to that page, right? But he's sending really good, high quality traffic to that page. Marketing's job, right, with traffic and influencers and stuff like that, the creator's job is to send qualified leads that have money down the funnel, right? And they have to be properly framed. And what I mean by that is properly framed means these people should have the beliefs in their head that I need to invest in myself, right? If they have the beliefs in their head that I need to make a change in my life, right? Like this guy did, I know this guy's story. I really trust this person, right? It's trust, right? It's because they know his story. They're coming down the funnel because they heard about the vehicle that they're in, right? And then the market wants it, right? That's like the creator sending really good traffic down the funnel. That's why you can't have entertainment creators where they're just shoving a bunch of traffic and you might have a 0.5% conversion rate because the leads that they're sending to the funnel are garbage. They're just terrible leads, right? And that's why you have to sell sometimes without being salesy. So instead of going straight from socials straight to a paid link, right? What you can do is you can send traffic, right? This is one of the easiest ways to do this. It's called sell in public. It's provide value in public, sell in private, right? So it's IG, it's all socials. It doesn't really matter what socials you have, but you want to send people to a free thing. And the best free thing to send people to is a school group, right? Because what you're doing here and what happens with the creator is they're sent, oftentimes it doesn't even matter what kind of framing you give these people, because inside of the school, you can actually frame the leads a little bit better, right? And then another thing too, is like with this, all they have to focus on is just focusing on just sending a sheer massive amount of leads down the funnel. And then it's your job to convert them inside of a free school group, because then, right, you get their email, you could talk to them in the community, you could do onboarding calls, you could have them in the classroom, right? Convert off videos that you make for them specifically curated so that you put beliefs in their head that they'll want to convert, right? This is how you do this. You send all this traffic to a free school, right? And that allows the creator to, instead of making content like join my paid community, it's $50. That's a big turnoff for the audience. They're like, oh, $50. That's why they don't want to feel salesy, is because they know their audience. They can feel it. When they post something about a paid thing, right? They kind of struggle because they're like, well, when I make free videos and it's just providing value, it blows up out of the water. But when I make an ask, right, that kind of just shrinks down. And that's why Facebook ads only pop up out of one in every 5 posts, because Facebook as an algorithm knows that they need to provide value to the audience and then make a right hook, right? So you can't always just right hook the audience in every single video, right? That's very uncommon. So what's really easy is to make a CTA that's perfectly blended in your content for a free thing, right? So more people would be, they would actually like it. It's like, wow, this guy's really providing a lot of value to us, right? So it's provide value in public, and then you can sell in private, right? And you could do all of the launch strategies and the promotion strategies inside of a school, right? You can curate, like one example of this is if you have a creator that's not really good at selling, you can push all of your traffic to a school group just so you can collect all of the leads and get the emails and stuff like that. That way, and you could even tell them on the about page, we're doing a launch on the 15th, special date on the 15th, and then the creator can promote the free thing, and it's just free value. It's like, join this free thing to get this thing that I'm doing on the 15th, right? You're constantly talking about the launch date, and then it's your job to sell to them where it's 15th, 20th, and then you promote, and then after the promotion, you can finally have consistent promotion, because after you have them inside of a funnel, right, you finally have their email, you can constantly keep on slapping them with emails long after the launch, right? So that people will want to convert off of promotion. One email might make you $3,000 to $5,000 extra in reoccurring revenue if you have a really good list, right? That's why it's so cool to just send free, it's just free traffic into a school group, and then there's a bunch of different ways to convert those people, right? Because for the creator, it makes it really easy for the creator to provide a bunch of value in public, and then you, with the creator's account, can sell in private through emails, through their account, right? You can have the creator make specific videos like VSLs and stuff like that. You can have them make a video explaining their journey and why they should have invested in themselves or something like that, right? And I'll tell a quick story just for my specific thing, right? We push people to a free class via paid ads and organic socials, right? And recently I actually had a lead come in. This is like a recent experience that I actually experienced, which was super awesome, right? And this lead had never bought a course before, right? But he registered for the class, and then on the thank you page, we present an offer for a school group, that's just $1, right? Because I just want to get their first dollar over the board, because I know that a lot of people, they just don't they just don't buy anything, and they just consume a bunch of free stuff and they get overwhelmed. So the messaging on that about page was, this is not for people who are not willing to invest $1 into themselves to make more money, right? That's the whole messaging on that page. I'm looking for people who are willing to invest in themselves. That right there is a perfect example of lead framing, right? Because the creator can send traffic to the thing, and then inside of your free group, you can have a one-time course purchase for $1, right? Just to get their first dollar over the board, right? To prove that you're not a scammer and they can actually trust you, right? And it's just getting their first dollar over the board because that person just recently came in and paid us high ticket, right? Because he was like, I've never bought a course before. I've never done any of this stuff. But after paying that dollar, I realized that I need to stop being a bitch and actually go all in on something, right? Super awesome. That person is now going to go change their lives because they finally stopped binge watching YouTube videos that are super confusing. And now he's going to go through a straight cut and narrow course where he can get a ton of value, right? And he can get told exactly what to do, right? That is the change that we're trying to make in people's lives. And you're not going to be able to do it by just trying to launch off of the creator's socials all the time. Like a lot of people are just trying to get people into DMs and DM close them off of the value provided by the creator. No, it's especially with short form creators, it's really hard to provide value. And providing value is one of the most important pillars of promotion, right? And sending them to a free group is the easiest way to do that. That way, you can just take them off of the socials and promote the free thing so you can get 10x the amount of people in there. Because listen to this, when you're promoting a free thing, right? A paid thing, only 1% of people from the content are going to respond from that, right? Like a good 1% of the people, they're going to be like, oh, a paid thing, right? But 5x, right? When you promote a free thing, 5 times more people want to go to a free thing than they do a paid thing. If you look at ads for a paid thing, right? The click-through rate, it's called CTR. There's a percentage. The click-through rates are lower when you present something that is paid, right? When you present something that is free, the click-through rate, the CTR percentage, is higher, right? And it's often 5 times higher than a paid thing, right? That's why you should provide a bunch of value in public and then sell in private, right? You can sell through the DMs inside of a school community. You can sell through a course. You can sell through all of these different mechanisms. You can get on calls with them yourself and just make sure and explain it to them why this $50 a month community or $100 a month community or one-time payment of this much is going to genuinely change their lives, right? And that is how you can change more lives in this video, right? Don't ever, right? You have to be the one that changes the creator's beliefs. Don't ever feel salesy, right? You're actually changing people's lives if you have a good product. I hope you like this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace! Yo, what's up guys? It's Brady, and in this video I want to talk about how to mathematically make $30,000 per month. Now, before I look at all this math on this board, I want to let you know that when I first started off in business, I like to emotionalize a lot of what I did, and I still do it a lot to this day, and I try not to do it. Now, when I do business, I actually have a whole Google sheet that shows me every metric in my business, and then I have softwares that track external metrics, and then I can pull I pull a bunch of different metrics, and eventually, once you get pretty decent at business, you can kind of just run your business based off of just the numbers, right? Like quite literally, like the biggest companies in the world, all of the biggest companies in the world, only just run their business off of a fucking sheet. Like they just look at all of the numbers, like a whole holistic view of all of the numbers, right? And then they just see where they can improve the numbers to make the business financially more successful. That's all they do. They just pinpoint and find exactly where they can make more money, right? And it starts at the top of the pipe and it comes all the way down. The pipe's for a later video, but in this video, I want to show you how to mathematically make $30,000 per month because I see a lot of you guys, you do your launches, right? Or you do a promotion and you get sad. And you're like, I didn't make as much money as I wanted to. And most of the time, there is a constraint that you just suck and you just need to fix it, right? There are key performance indicators and there's essentially there's different types of metrics and you can easily identify where you've gone wrong. And in this video, I want to focus on what you should do when you initially launch and then what you should do when you post-launch and keep going through stuff. So let's get right into it. So here are some metrics, okay? So if you're launching straight to a paid group, right? For example, like Philip, he's sending all of his traffic to just a school about page and a TikTok bio, and it's getting a 2% conversion rate, right? That is the standard. A 2% conversion rate is the absolute standard for a conversion rate on a school about page. As long as the price makes sense and all of the offer makes sense, and you're sending quality traffic to it, like it's not completely brain dead different traffic to an about page, right? As long as all of those things are the same, 2% is what you're going to get, right? So when you're doing an initial launch, right, you're probably going to get around 30,000 clicks based on how big the creator's audience is, right? But in this example, I'm going to do 30,000 clicks. 30,000 clicks is not a lot of clicks for a pretty big influencer where you're just constantly sending traffic to something, right? Because they have this massive audience of people who are interested in their thing, right? And they're going to constantly just hit, right, this about page, okay? So out of 30,000 clicks, you might convert 2% of them, right? And that will turn into 600 paid members, right? At 600 paid members at $50 per month is $30,000 per month, right? If you want to reverse engineer it, Philip is making $45,000 per month right now. He has a 2% CVR, so he's probably driven around 45,000 clicks with an audience that is around 55,000 followers. So it almost kind of like makes sense in proportion to how many clicks that he has, right? 55 new TikTok followers, 55,000 new TikTok followers, and you're all sending all the videos or driving traffic to a link in his bio, right? You're probably going to get around that many clicks, right? When me and Eddie were first starting off in business and we were trying to grow Resellers Basement, we had no idea how many clicks we had. We just had a good idea of how many members were coming in. And when we were initially doing our stuff, we got 70,000 people to join a free group, right? And that was a lot of clicks, right? Eddie has driven a lot of clicks, and that's just traffic, right? It's just constantly, you're just driving clicks, right? You want clicks, you want people clicking on your stuff that are good leads. And then honestly, the paid page, right? Or the free page, which I'll talk about in a second, is a filter for good and bad leads, right? That's simply put what that is, right? So that's the math for that. That's what an initial launch looks like. Most of the time when people come to me with their launches, they're like, oh, Brady, I didn't do good. I'm like, okay, how many clicks did you get? They're like, oh, I like 500. I'm like, don't talk to me, go back. Like sometimes their conversion rate will be insane, right? And they'll be like, I have like an 8% conversion rate, but only 100 people clicked on my stuff. Like, you probably just need more traffic. Like you probably just need you need to do a better launch, right? To get more traffic into your paid thing, right? That's simple as that. That's as simple as that, right? That means if you have a massive influencer and they're promoting a paid group, they suck at fucking promoting a paid group if you're doing a launch straight off their socials, right? When you're initially working with an influencer, it's probably a good idea to do an initial launch, like the first launch, off of their paid socials because the numbers are super easy and that makes sense. You don't have to do a lot of work to convert the leads, right? And I don't want to talk about this just yet, but you don't have to do a lot of work. You just talk about the date and you talk about this new community and you just constantly just push traffic to an about page, right? Constantly. But that's what you should do for the first initial launch, the first launch. Now, when you're promoting afterwards, the audience kind of gets pissed off that the creator has a paid thing, right? They're like, this guy's a sellout. He's just selling something for 50 bucks a month, right? He's a scammer, blah, 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 right? But one of the best ways to combat this is having a free group. And like I've said before, right? A free thing actually attracts 5 times the leads, right? I did extra clicks because if you do the same promotion, you're probably gonna get double or triple or even 5 times the traffic, 5 times the clicks to honestly, it's probably like around double the amount of clicks and then 5x the conversion, right? It's gonna be way bigger conversion, right? You're just gonna get way more people, right? Way more people, right? So in this example, if you're promoting it, let's say you're promoting a free thing on TikTok and you're like, join my free group. Instead of a few people coming to the thing and clicking on the link, you're gonna have a fuck ton of people click on the link. I know this from experience because when we started like a year ago, we started a free group and Eddie made this banger video and it was super awesome. And he got us like 13,000 free members within like a week or something like that. And you're just like, it was crazy. Like there's a lot of clicks on that page. And then you have 60,000 clicks. And then on average, you're gonna get like a 30% conversion rate. Like a 30% conversion rate on a free page is like pretty good. Like that is like a good, like what you should shoot for conversion rate. If you're getting like 50%, I would say that's good, but I would be careful because you might be attracting the wrong types of people, and you might be like doing something wrong potentially, or you just have really good traffic within a time frame, and you have like a really good about page and a really good offer, and it ends up working pretty well. But 30% is around what you want to shoot for. If you're around 10%, you're cooked. Like you need to increase your conversion rate, right? So the next step here is free members. So if you drive 60,000 clicks, you're gonna get 18,000 free members within that same promotional period, because it's so much easier for the creator to just be like, free group, join my free thing where you can talk to me, my free thing. Like for example, for us, we have a free class. I think every creator should have some type of free thing that they're constantly sending a bunch of traffic to, because they could just absolutely just crush traffic to that thing. I found that really good. Honestly, every creator can send a ton of free traffic to a free thing. Like they can send a ton of traffic to it, and that's what you want, right? So 18,000 free members, and then inside of a free group, over time, you're probably gonna have around a 10% conversion rate. And that's after multiple, like an initial launch, like a big initial launch. You do like a big initial launch inside of the free group, you provide a bunch of value, and then you just absolutely wipe everyone out, and you're just like, go, 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 go. You're doing this massive promotion for the first one. And then afterwards, you're constantly promoting. You're using emails, right? When new members come in, you're doing onboarding calls, you're doing group onboarding calls. The creator's doing group calls to talk to them and sell them into the paid community, right? There's a lot of different mechanisms inside of the free group to sell people in. And that's why you can get the conversion rate so much higher than this average 2%. And another thing too, is these people are higher quality. Technically, right? 30% of 60,000 is 18,000, right? We technically have less clicks on our paid page, right? But it's less clicks, which means it's higher quality people, right? So instead of getting a 2% conversion rate, we're gonna get a 10% conversion rate. Now, for all of you who are like 10% conversion rate, that's crazy. I don't think I could ever do that. Listen, again, you have DM closing, you have emails, you have launches inside of the free group, you have group calls that they could do with the creator, you have the community where you can convert them, right? There's so many different ways. The classroom, there's so many different ways to convert people and make them aware of your offer, right? Instead of a free community. Now, here's the thing. I'm gonna change your paradigm. My conversion rate off of one of my communities, I'm not gonna say exactly what it is 25% to a high ticket product, not some $50 a month group, right? To a high ticket product, it is 25%. It's actually 27 to be exact, right? But you can convert a fuck ton more people based on the intent of people in that group and who they are, right? Maybe another thing here too is it doesn't even need to be a paid group. You can run a free group, like it's technically a free group, but I have a $1 group, right? I'm getting an 8% conversion rate, right? Because it's actually a paid thing. They have to pull their credit card out, but I get a much higher conversion rate, and I'm focusing on like a smaller quantity of people, and I'm hitting them with harder promotions because they've paid me $1. And when somebody pays you their $1, they become a customer and they're worth 15 times more than a free member, right? That's just my strategy behind the $1 group funnel and stuff like that, right? But I've had group funnels convert at 27%, right? Because I've been doing group funnels for a long time. I know how to convert inside of them. And all it is being really good at doing launches inside of them. You can do restocks for the group, and like we have spots open and stuff like that, right? Here's our guarantee for a one-time thing. Here's like you can promote in so many different ways with that list of people, and nobody on the outside knows about that promotion. The creator's just constantly sending a bunch of traffic to that page, right? And so the creator's doing promotion on their end, where they're just like kadoosh, sending a bunch of traffic to the free group, and then you're just on the inside converting them, doing calls, doing this, doing that, right? And here's what ends up happening is at a 10% conversion rate, you'll get 1,800 members at $50 a month, and you'll do $90,000 a month, right? Over time, right? That's why this is better post-launch, and this is better pre-launch. Like pre-launch and your first launch, you probably just want to send them to a paid group because it's simple, and it's a simple way to quickly make $30,000 a month. Then over time, once you want to start climbing your numbers, you want to get them to something that's free so you can get more people in there, right? And then you can actually use all of these different mechanisms of conversion to actually get them to convert over the line, right? This is how to mathematically look at your business, right? Because now that you're working with a creator, you now have a business that you can work with, and you can actually make a lot of money if your metrics aren't fucked up, right? And that's how you can look at it too. Like if you have a 1% CVR, right? That means the traffic is bad that you're sending to the page, right? Like you're sending free glue eaters to the page. Like you can't send free traffic, like freestyle traffic to a paid page. Like for example, if the creator is promoting like join my free community, but it's actually paid, obviously the conversion rate is going to be dog shit. Like that's the most simple example, right? But with a paid launch, the creator has to be really good at like join my paid community for a one-time discount of this much. Once the price, like once this date is over, the price is going up to here. They have to be very good at communicating the actual offer, the paid offer through their organic socials to everybody, right? And then eventually all they have to do is promote a free group, which is really easy for them. And then you make them passive income by converting everyone on the back end, right? This is what a growth operator does. And this is what promotion is boiled down in a nutshell. I hope you like this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Boom. We got Philip here. He's made $120,000 in 90 days. Say what's up, Philip.
What up? What's everyone doing?
Here's another cool thing too. 3, 2, 1. He's also won the school games last month in August, and he was the actual school games winner with $50,000 in monthly recurring revenue alongside, I believe this is Martin, I believe this is Simon, I believe this is Nick, I believe this is Ruben. I'm pretty sure those are the other people who won the school games as well. But Philip came in first place, and we're going to go meet him in Vegas actually here pretty soon. Did you already book your flight or no?
I was actually looking into it today. Yeah, guys, it's pretty cool.
Nice, bro.
Nice. Brady in person.
Yeah. Did you get your spot in the mansion yet or no?
I think so. I talked to my creator. He was like, "Yeah, we good." I'm like, "Okay."
Nice. We might be.
Are you getting a spot in the mansion?
Yeah, we'll be there. Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna be me and Brady are gonna be swimming together, guys. There's a pool in there.
Bring your speedos, bro. Yeah, let's get
round 2 of the hot tub ads. Brady's back. So.
Yeah. Wait, Eddie, are you coming?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Guys, it's my part 2 with Eddie. Yeah.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do on this call? Are you guys ready for Philip to break down step by step exactly how he's made $120,000 in the past 90 days? Let me see a W in chat one last time. I want to see a W in chat if you guys are fully locked in. You don't have any fucking distractions around you. Your phone's not around you, right? You're on your fucking laptop. You're actually focused. You're locked in. You got a notepad out. You're ready to get some gems, right? Because I'm really going to break down. I'm really going to like pull as much as away from, I guess not away, but I'm just going to just milk Philip's brain of all the juice he has so he can give us all the sauce. All right. Sound good? That's not sus. Quit it, Kevin. But yeah, bro. So give us a little oversight of like, I guess just like not in total, but just an overview of your online business journey, when you got into growth operating, the decisions you've made, and yeah, just a quick overview.
Quick overview, guys. So actually, last year, towards the end of the year is when I kind of like got introduced into this idea of growth operating. I originally had joined Ty Lopez's like personal brand accelerator, right? Because I was like, dude, personal brand is totally kind of crush it, right? Because it's creator economy. Yeah. That's where I was heading. I was like, maybe I'll become a creator. I was like, that's the goal. And then I saw a beautiful TikTok by this man, Brady, right? It wasn't even Eddie. That's the crazy part, right? Most of you saw Eddie. I saw Brady on a TikTok. He was like sitting in the middle of nowhere. I don't even know where he was. All I care is what his words. He was like, you can make money by pairing up with a creator. And I was like, wait a minute, that's actually genius. Because in my mind, I was like, all about speed. I just want to get the results. I just want to jump into this. If I have to build my audience, it's going to take me forever. So I was like, okay, this is crazy. So then I started learning a little bit more, digging more into it. And eventually, like in the beginning of the year, I heard about the free class, right? We all heard about the free class in here. And I jumped in. I still remember I was already sold, guys. You know, I jumped into class. I was like, come on, just sell me already, right? I was waiting for it. I remember, I don't know if like my credit card wasn't working when I tried to join. So then I sent a bunch of emails to them. I was like, come on, let me in, right? And then I got the follow-up email. So I was like, oh, okay, I should have expected that. But yeah, I was like thirsty for this too, right? So I joined, I learned, and it took me a little while to find a creator, right? Because that was like the big hurdle that we all in here, and a lot of you just joined, well, face, right? You start, you're like, okay, I need to find the creator that's going to change my life. And you get a little thirsty. You start reaching out to all these creators at random. You don't even care about them. You're just like, oh, got a big following. I'll message you and you and you. And then you feel kind of slutty, to be honest. But because it's like you don't even want to work with it. You just kind of want the money and you feel thirsty and it's just going nowhere, right? And your looms are probably dookie because you're thinking about you too much. You're not even offering any value. You're not even focused on the classroom and the value that Brady has provided you in the classroom. I mean, he gives you everything, guys. It's insane. Um, and so eventually, I was like, okay, let's focus on this big opportunity. Like I remember, I think that the moment that really changed was when I saw the Pierre call. Actually, I remember the Pierre call. And then you were like, yeah, I think you and Pierre are gonna go. You guys are gonna see Pierre in the school games. And I was like, damn, I want to see Brady in the school games. Like I don't know why I thought it was just so cool. And I was like, imagining myself winning the school games, and I'm like, hey, that has to be me. So I'm like, it has to be massive. So I started looking for different creators, trying to figure out which one I want. I almost worked with this one guy, but he didn't end up going through. And he actually messaged me recently. He was like, "Hey Felipe, so I'm back on track. I'm ready to work." I didn't even respond. I just kind of giggle. I ain't gonna lie, but a little evil there. But essentially, eventually, I found this creator. I was in the trenches. Now, if you haven't seen already, I made a video about this. What I like to call a low-key creator. Now, this creator, I didn't tell anyone for the longest time, right? He was like the biggest secret. You can tell, you can ask Brady or anyone. You guys were like, who is this creator? I was like, I don't know, right? I could be scamming people for all you know, right? But essentially, it was this creator that I found on a Discord, right? And I just knew TikTok Shop was getting so big. I understood the opportunity. Heck, I was even trying TikTok Shop myself for a little bit because I was like, one of the others gonna make a lot of money, right? But I was a little creator brain, and essentially, then I saw this creator popped off within community. I checked him out, and he had like the Calendly $150 per call, and I was like, oh, this guy is perfect. And I messaged him, started working with him, and I told him, okay, this is what we're gonna do confidently. I signed him off, and then we did our first launch, which was a high ticket offer. We did like $38,000 first launch within 5 days. Absolutely insane. Which even after that, I was like, I want to do low ticket. And Brady and Eddie were giving me shit about it. Like, no, man, stay with high ticket. But they didn't understand. Okay. They just didn't understand. And eventually I did that. And then just recently, this past August, we launched our low ticket community. And within like the first 10 days, we were already making 10K, right? And then as you guys just saw recently here, we made 50K by the end of the month. So my life completely 180, guys. And before this, I was working at a warehouse, by the way. You know what I'm saying? Working 10-hour shifts 4 times a week, listening to like I would literally be at work on these calls with my headphones in. I'm not supposed to, right? I had like I literally, it was hot in there, but I didn't care. I would put like this beanie on. I would look ridiculous, but I didn't care. I put my headphones in, tune out everything, and I would just listen to these calls, trying to figure out all the sauce that I could get. I'm like, I just want to meet Brady and Eddie. I just want to be their friends. Like in my mind, that was like my big thing. I'm not even gonna lie. I thought it was so cool. And I was trying to just figure out how to get the most out of my time, the ROI on my time. So I would show up to this calls, guys. Huge for sure. It'll like get you excited. It'll give you energy. It'll build momentum, and you'll go out and crush it. And this should be fun. Like these calls help me a lot because I get it when you're all by yourself and you're trying to do this, you lose that motivation, and then you're like, oh, maybe this is not for me, and then you don't want to show up to the calls. You're like, what's the point? And then you fall into this little like hell loophole that you go nowhere. But show up to the calls. Brady actually cares for you. Like he has helped so many people, and I've been through so many programs, like spent thousands of dollars in programs. For real. And this is like the one program that I can say confidently has changed my life, especially joining Inner Circle. Brady helps you so much, and Eddie as well. I mean, it's been life changing, and the people that I've met there have elevated my life in ways that I'm like, whoa, like it really changed my life. And it's making the decision of just changing it. The opportunity is right in front of you, but you just have to take it. So that's the overview of kind of like this process this past year.
Let's get some fucking W's for Philip. By the way, I did not pay him to say that shit. He's just a good speaker. He constantly will like text me on WhatsApp. He's like, "Have you watched this guy speak before?" or something like. I have a feeling we'll talk about this more in the call because I think Philip has an actual passion for speaking in public. So you guys might actually have a cool call today. But first, I just want to like get some W's for Philip because he actually did have a sick journey, and I watched him go through every single part of it. And I'm gonna be completely honest. I didn't know who Philip. Like I knew Philip, and I was talking to him through calls, and then he just like blew up, and he was like, "I'm making 50K," and I was like, "What the?" I was like, "What?" And then I started like looking into his offer and stuff, and I actually have Philip's phone number. Like I can literally open up our chat and everything, just because I like talking about like his opportunity. I've actually hopped on just because Philip like is doing so good, and I'm trying to help him do even better. I even hopped on a call with his creator and Philip for like 2 fucking hours. And we just talked about how we can make the offer better and stuff like that. So I heavily believe in his offer. I heavily believe in Philip as a person. And I think we have a lot of really cool insight to show you guys on this call, specifically because Philip went from 0 to hero, and then he's actually able to see all these different things that you can learn as a growth operator. And I think he has a really unique experience. So who's ready to fucking lock in and get into the weeds now? We got the whole overview, mindset stuff. Who's ready to kind of get into the weeds and see exactly how Philip did it step by step? Let me see a W in chat. Yeah? Abraham, Sebastian, I want to see it from everyone. We can leave this call right now and not do this at all, right? We already know this stuff, right? But he's taking his time out of his day to show you guys step by step how to do this. David, yeah, Jensen, Zoom user, let's get it. Miha, Jonathan, let's get it. I see a lot of new people are super excited as well. So real quick, I just want to have Philip give us some oversight. So I want to do this, Philip, just to frame the call. Let's start with the creator, and then we'll talk about this, like the money making strategy. And then we'll talk about like how you're consistently making money, because you made a lot of money and then now you're making like some good consistent cash. So like, let's talk about your launch and then how you're making consistent cash. But let's start with the creator. But yeah, tell us why like this creator was super slept on. And by the way, guys, he only, as of now, he has 68,000 followers. He's growing pretty fast. But before, he only had 55,000 followers, and they've made $120,000 in 90 days. Isn't that crazy? Let me know in chat if you think that's insane. 55,000 followers, $120,000 in cash in 90 days. So Philip, tell us like a little bit about like why this creator works and like what the genius of like behind this creator actually is. Like, what is this? Like you can see in your like the funnel. We'll get into that in just a second, but like, what's the genius behind this whole strategy?
Yeah. So the reason it works so well, is because of like who the creator is. You know what I'm saying? Like, first of all, he's not just some random guru, right? Selling you. Like, I mean, you see all these gurus always trying to get you in their programs and course. And right now we live in this like recession of trust. And you know, people are like, oh, just another guru. But he actually looks pretty normal. If you guys see him, he has a mustache, he looks kind of trustworthy. And if you hear him talk, you feel like this sense of like, oh, I can trust this guy. That's actually something that I got a lot in his DMs when I was, DM closing for him and whatnot. People just trust him, just feel okay with him. And he also is just like an like everyday dude, right? Like he actually has a full-time job too. He works in the military. See, in one of those videos there, he has his uniform. And I've actually got some feedback from the community. I was like, what video did you come from? They're like, they wanted his uniform, right? That's why this is so good. It's because he's just like an everyday person, showing an everyday person that you can do this too with TikTok shop. He's not some guru that's selling you some course. No, he does this for a living too, right? Part of it. He makes a lot of money with it, and he's showing you how you can do it too. And something as well with this creator is that, he's able to target, a specific demographics because of the person that he is. So, our, leads and quality of leads are very, very good. They're not, you would think with TikTok, you would get all these brain rot people, which I still, people still need help and guidance, but you still get a lot of these, older people who have money, who want to grow and see Nick and trust them to want to change their life. And it's absolutely insane. Not only him, but he also has like the massive authority part of it, right? That's why I also love him about is that he generated within a couple months over $1.5 million in revenue for TikTok brands. And not only him, but he has helped his friends and his sister. There's actually a video of his sister there. His sister was number 3 in the entire TikTok platform of affiliates in 1 month. That's insane. So he has massive social proof. He's just an everyday guy. And so now he's going to show you how to do it. So the marketing in here is just cuts like butter. Absolutely.
Yeah. So he has product market fit. And do you guys see how he has product market fit? And it's really easy to make money with this creator. Do you see how that kind of works? Like he has an advantage because he's just like another everyday person, right? You guys see how that works? Yeah. Philip, I have a question for you. What advice would you give other people on this call, right, to actually get a creator? Because I know you got a creator through a unique like way that other people don't actually get the creator. And you got a creator that you actually believed in. What was your kind of like strategy behind like actually getting that creator?
Okay, so like creator acquisition process. So I would generally find a creator that, you like from a personal level. It's not just some guru trying to pretend to be something, but it's someone real with massive authority. Right? I think that's very important. Find someone with massive authority. And by that I mean it's like they have social proof that they've been doing the business model, successfully. But just with that, like be able to reach out to them and really get to know them and see who they are as a person. I mean, I got to get to know Nick and talk to him, and I've seen him within the Discord community. I mean, I was in the trenches. I mean, there's so many within each niche. There's so many Discord, and within all those Discords, there's a lot of people who become successful, right? And all those people, they also want to help more people. So maybe you can leverage that as a way to acquire a new creator. There's a lot of them actually struggling who are in this discourse to learn from somebody else who now are crushing it, or trying to start maybe content or trying to help more people. Maybe that's when you go out there and find them in the right time and be able to use that to your advantage. Because for example, for me, Nick, I saw him on the community, on that one community. I saw that he had massive success, and I noticed that people really like Nick. Like they fuck with him, right? He was a real person, not these gurus selling you anything. For the longest time, he wasn't selling anything. And I went and checked into his profile, and I saw that he also wanted to help other people. He's passionate about it. I could see it. I mean, he was offering like $150 for an hour coaching calls. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna ask him, where he wants to go and learn more about him and see how I can help him. And he was more willing to, because something crazy, guys. No one before me had ever pitched him anything like this. How crazy is that? Like, I genuinely found a gold mine. I was like, wait, like I remember I was like, so what made you want to get into my call, right? When we were on that one-on-one call, he was like, well, to be honest, no one has ever, like I've heard many pitches and I get many DMs, thousands of DMs, but no one has ever gave me an offer like yours. Right?
Yeah. And that's the thing, guys. You guys have to think outside the box. So to summarize here, did you guys see what he did? He actually joined a paid community. He was in a paid community for probably like $30 a month. And he found the most successful student, and he partnered with the most successful student in that program. You guys see how that worked? Let me see a W in chat for that method.
And something with that method too, I want to add that's very important is, guys, urgency. You guys are not urgent enough. You see a creator, you're like, I'll wait until tomorrow to reach out to him. No, do it now. Research that and do it. Because guess what? What if I would have waited a day before? Who knows? Maybe someone else would have reached out to him, right? Like there's this thing in entrepreneurship, just in life in general, it's called time cost opportunity, right? And it's like these things in life that happen just because you were there at the right time. Like, what I'm saying? Have you ever been outside, for example? I'll put in a concept that you guys can understand. Have you ever been out, right? In a total random place, and you just happen to run into like a friend or someone that turns to be someone important in your life. And you're like, whoa, how crazy was that? If you would have missed that specific time window, that would have never happened, right? So you guys need to leverage that, because that creator that you're looking to talk to right now, the day of tomorrow, someone else might message them. Or maybe today they're not receiving any DMs for whatever reason, and their inbox is more open. And because you reached out to them like in an hour from now, they might reply to you. I know before Nick, I was actually trying to work with this other creator, and it was going well. I built rapport. It was going well. He was warming up to me, and I just didn't have enough urgency to open a call with him. Someone else took him just for me, just swept them from me, right? So it's very important to, take action, reach out and do your homework and add urgency to yourself.
Big gem there. When are we going to take action? When are we going to commit to going all in on this? When are we going to do it? Let me see it in chat. I want to see it in chat from you guys. I want you to commit right now. What are you going to do with this business model and with your outreach? Like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? I don't want to see W's. What are you going to do? What's the word? Philip said it very loud and clearly, right? What are you going to do? It's now. You have to be urgent. It's now. Like that opportunity window thing, I couldn't fucking agree with that more, right? Like literally, if you're not in the right place in the right time, things just don't happen, right? I never would have like a relationship with Sam Ovens if me and Eddie didn't compete in the first school games that ever happened before the school games even existed as a community. That's right place, right time, right? That's just like right place, right time, right? You guys are with this opportunity right here. You're in the right place at the right time. There's millions and millions of creators out there right now, right? And school is literally so fucking cool. Like, look at this. I hate to be cheesy in that way and rhyme and stuff, but look at this. Sam Ovens is giving away 4 fucking Cybertrucks and $400,000 in cash to win the next school games that are coming up. and he's announcing a bunch of updates, and it's never been easier to make money online with school. We're about to get into making, that's actually a perfect transition for that. How easy was it to actually make money with this community? We're not going to get into the weeds of like what's in the community just yet, but like I want to pull up the about page because I remember your strategy was very fucking simple and you focused on one thing, and I applaud you for it. And this is what it was. He literally had this paid link in his creator's TikTok bio, right? How easy was it to make money online with this business model?
Oh, it was so easy. Like, guys, making 10K a month, I was like, well, this is a joke. Like, this is so easy, so fun. Um, like there's no reason for you guys can't do it either. And part of it, I just focus on helping my creator with his content, just market everything right, and just send all that traffic to one place, and we made a lot of money.
What did you do with that content that got you to make a bunch of money and just print a gazille? Because I know that you had a secret strategy that you kind of, because like literally, guys, listen to this. Philip put together this about page, right? I wanted to show you how simple this is. He quite literally clicked a few buttons to create a school group, right? He put some stuff together in the school group, of course, and then he put together a video. He made some screenshot. He like put it together, made some screenshots of like what was inside of it. He put some descriptions on there, right? And then what did you do with the content that made this print?
So what I did with the content that made this print, I found a specific target audience within, his overall audience that, really wanted this, right? I learned about his audience, especially from the first launch that we did with high ticket. I noticed a specific type of person that, really wanted this, that needed help. And a lot of them were moms, right? Stay-at-home moms. And those ones got a lot of his content going crazy, a lot of girls, right? So I told my content, hey, market. I gave him a lot of hooks idea, little marketing angles. So like, hey, talk about this, say this, try this. Based on just being on his DMs and talking to, the people that want to work with him. I understood, okay, this is what they want, this is what they're asking for, this is what they've been saying. Like I remember one of the things that I heard from the DM was like, yeah, I've been thinking about this for a while now, but I keep getting on my way. I have some kids, so I keep telling him, make videos about that it speaks to that person. And he made those videos, and it went crazy, right? So when we opened the launch and put the link and did the lives, they were going crazy for it, joining, wanting to get in. And now we're getting very quality people, all sorts of people who have been working on marketing before or had other businesses before. A lot of stay-at-home moms. Now, like the market is even opening now. I'm noticing a lot of different kind of people within his audience that we can explode even more. It's absolutely insane. Learning your ICP and who you're speaking to, right? Because you're a specific creator is going to speak to a specific audience or multiple. But I really wanted to dial in just one overall, and see how much we can juice out of them. It's worked overall pretty well.
Yeah, I want to like seriously. I know that there's a lot of people inside of Creator Accelerator, and I know that there's a lot of people inside of Inner Circle, and I've actually heard through third-party sources, right? I get on calls with people in the group all the time. By the way, guys, like whatever happens, like I typically know about it. Like if you say it behind the scenes, like I know about it. Like I'm always doing market research, right? And one thing I found recently is there's some older people doing some outreach in the group, right? And they thought that because they weren't young, right? And because they weren't a male, right? Because there's so many males in the group, they wouldn't work out. I will be the one to tell you that it's actually 10 times easier to get a creator if you're a female. Because I don't know about you, but like Eddie told me, he scrolled through his DMs, and when he sees a female profile picture, he clicks on it, right? There's so many males pitching inside of creators' DMs, right? When you see a male dude, it's like, oh, or a female, it's like, oh, like who's this, right? Because it's just a sigh of relief, because honestly, females are good at sales. And then in terms of older people, right? If you guys are on the older side, you have a massive advantage because Nick is calling out people who are on the older side, right? Guess what? If you get a creator who's on the older side that can speak to the older population, the older populations have more money and they can actually buy your offers. They can pay $50 a month. You don't want a creator filled with an audience of a bunch of teenagers, right? Like there's this one kid, his name's Daniel, and he's made like $400,000 a month with Snapchat automation or something like that. And he's like super young. He's like 14, right? But he's selling like info now. And like he just gets a bunch of like young kids in his door, and like it's terrible. Like nobody wants to work with a bunch of 15-year-olds. But I'm telling you, if you're on the older side or if you're a female, like you have a massive advantage when you're reaching out to creators. You know what I mean? Philip, what do you think about that?
No, absolutely. I totally agree with that. Because also like a pattern interrupt, you know what I'm saying? Like it's just like you said, it's fresh. They're like, oh, I'm female. Like it's just the complete opposite. Opposite attracts, right? And it definitely has, its perks. It's not like commoditized. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's just so different. It's gonna work and you can market a lot more. You know what I'm saying? Like
Dan
females,
just
you
made
don't
a
care
good
about.
point too. Women make up 80% of the spending in the US. I don't know if that's completely like true, but apparently he's saying women make up 80% of the spending in the US. And if you can find a creator that targets females, it's going to print. I'll be the one to tell you as well. If Nick was a woman, he'd probably print like twice as hard. Not going to lie. Like, I'm just going to be completely honest, right? Like, that's why I'm also kind of bullish on his sister. Like, his sister could probably blow up and do this kind of stuff as well. Right. And that's what Philip did with his opportunity. He's telling people on these TikTok videos, like, if you're a woman and you're making TikTok shop videos, like you are going to print through your videos harder because you're an older person and people trust older women much more than they trust some young kid. I literally saw, Eddie, you're going to find this really funny. This guy, he used to be a sneaker TikToker and he's actually doing TikTok shop. And I found his TikTok shop account recently and he's like making like TikToks for like women's products. And I'm like, dog, you don't have like, what? I was just like, oh, never mind. I just like kept on scrolling because I was just bamboozled. But there's actually an opportunity here, and Nick was communicating that, right? You guys see how that works in chat? Let me get a big fat W if that's a massive gem. If you've gotten a ton of gems so far from Philip's creator and his whole opportunity, I want to see it in chat. David, Keeson, Fonzie, let's get it. I'm excited for you guys, especially for those of you who are new watching this call. I hope this gets your juices flowing. You're starting to think a little bit more about this kind of stuff. You're like, wow, this could actually be really cool, right? So you got people to convert with the content by getting people in, the right people in the door. Now, honestly, this part's pretty self-explanatory. Let's dive into the juice of how did you build your community, bro? Like, what was your strategy coming in here and like building the community? I could see that you're having fun in here. You're posting yourself. I want to hear about this, bro. Like, how have you made yourself an authority in the community? Like, what do you do?
Right. Okay. So, I mean, besides making posts and, partnering up with my creator, I mean, basically tell my creator what to do. Like, that's something great about building this community is that my creator trusts me because he also views me as a leader model to follow and to understand how to, direct this community. Like, he relies on me to manage this community, right? Which is good. So what I've done with this, besides, come up with the product and ideas for the product, how to improve it. I mean, I'm actually funny enough, have my own little, I'm gonna start my own little module in there coming soon. It's called Paradigm Shift, and I help you rewire your brain to just make more money, right? True things, right? But something I do is I hop in the calls and I speak with authority. The way you speak is going to be very important. As you guys can see, I'm also establishing myself there. I have a little video about me, funny enough. And you know what's crazy? This is what's really, really crazy. And this is a secret. Can you guys keep a secret? I'm exposing myself right now.
Can you guys keep a secret in chat? Let me see it. Can you
Secret.
guys
This
keep a
is secret.
secret?
I don't know. I don't know what's in here. Can be. Okay, guys. I'm literally an authority in this school community, and I don't even print on TikTok Shop. You understand that?
He's a coach and he doesn't even print, guys. He's just helping the community though. See that?
Right?
Yeah.
But you know why I'm viewed as an authority? Because of the way I speak. So with this, for example, the September games that I have going on right now, kind of like we're doing on a creator accelerator, right? We have the games. I'm doing things like that. That's literally me. That's a loom of me. Look at the comments. What are people saying? People are loving it. Like people love me in this community.
Yeah.
They're like, wow, this is contagious. I love the energy. They're excited, right? Because I bring value. Maybe I don't exactly bring the value in the fact that, I've made a lot of money with TikTok Shop, but I help them in the fact that I establish myself with the way I speak, with my tonality, by expressing myself, by helping people and offering value. Because I understand marketing, right? So I do help in that sense. And I also direct them, right? Like people just want someone to lead them. That's why it's a community. And you guys are leaders. So become a leader. Don't be scared. Don't be stifled. Express yourself, right? Feel good about it. Like this should be fun. And these people rely on you to lead on them. So show them an example. I speak with authority. I mean, you guys can hear me right now. Do I sound scared? Do I sound like I don't know what I'm talking about? I could talk to you about something I have no idea what it is. And I promise you'll trust me because of the way of how I communicate. That's how important is your communication. Something I've actually noticed with Brady, guys. He's gotten really good at, doing the videos, and he's changing. He's putting so much work into this. And if you've been showing up to his calls, he's actually becoming a better speaker. And I see it in the fact that he's not so serious anymore, but he jokes around. He tells jokes and he gives you all these analogies and stuff, and he makes it more fun, and you get excited. And it's, giving you these complex, concepts and making it so you understand, so you see results. He's leading you, right? And that's what you gotta do. Help your community and keep them updated. Lead them somewhere. That's all it really takes, becoming a leader. Because in my perspective, when you're becoming a leader, whether it's in a community, in a relationship, in a friendship, right? You're essentially, saying to that person, hey, trust on me. I'm going to take you somewhere that's going to benefit you. I'm offering value to your life. And you guys got to value, where you're coming from. Like you guys also have value. Put your skills. I don't know what you're good at, right? But use it to leverage, you leverage your creator. Like I use my creator's authority essentially to become an authority role in here. And people don't question me.
Yeah.
They're like, Coach Felipe, well, how you doing?
Are you guys excited to lead a community to get results like he's getting? Like, look at the results he's getting in this group too, right? Like some people have made people are asking in here, like, should I quit my job? $39,000 in profit in July. Are you guys excited to lead a community yourself? Let me see a yes in chat if you're excited to lead a community. Monica's excited, because if you guys aren't ready to lead a community, why should a creator partner with you? Right? You should be the one, even if you haven't gotten results with the thing that you've done, right? You should be excited to go have fun in a community so that you can make money every single month, right? You're going to get paid every single month to have fun in a community. How cool is that? Right? That's essentially like what I do. I'm just having fun in the community every day. Now, reckon, like I know what I'm talking about because I do this on a daily basis. However, you guys don't need that. Like when me and Eddie were first starting, like I could literally probably pull it up on Discord right now. I only just talked in this reselling community, and they would like feed me. I don't know where it went. I wonder if they got rid of it, the reseller's basement. But I would talk, and I think he got rid of it. I'm gonna get on his ass for that. But anyways, right? I would just talk in the community all the time and talk about, and the creator would like feed me ideas, and I would just be like, here's this, here's that. And I was just like his second hand, and we were making monthly reoccurring revenue from doing that. You just got to take the workload off the creator. Because guess what? I got on a call with Philip's creator, and guess what he said? He's like, oh, I'm so like exhausted from all of this work. And I was like, guess what? You should just give it all to Philip. And he was like, what? That's an insane idea. Right? He's like, that's a great idea. How, like, what was that call like? And how are things now that he's like kind of trusting you more and giving you even more authority to just do what you want? How does that feel?
Yeah, no, it's amazing, guys, right? I mean, it makes our relationship dynamic even better because he trusts me more. He can't let go and can actually focus on the things that he enjoy. So now he can focus on the content, don't have to stress out, pop a vein, thinking about all this stuff that I should be worrying about, right? He can actually, trust me with his badges, lay down and relax, and I can do all the heavy work that I want to do because I think this is fun too. So he trusts me to lead him too. He asks me questions all the time. It's like, what do you think about this? And this is very important, actually. I'm not gonna call him out, but I was actually in a call with another growth operator because I wanted to help him, right? And his creator. And something I had noticed is he wasn't leading his creator. His creator was like, well, what about if we do this? And instead of, putting your foot down, like, no, this is the plan, this is what we're gonna do. You were like trying to be like, well, because you're probably scared of losing him. Instead of, putting your foot down and leading him, you're like, well, I'll just accommodate for you, right? Like,
Yeah.
no, don't do that. You shouldn't be doing those things for them to like you. They should see the value that you offer and trust you. Trust on your value for you to lead them, right? I mean, that's why when you reach out to these creators, generally believe that you have value. Don't make it all about you, like, me. I don't want to lose you. That's so thirsty, right? Like, actually trust that you have value and that you can lead them somewhere, right? I mean, essentially, because I've found it selfish. If you want to work with a creator, and you're not offering value coming from a position of value, because essentially you're saying, hey, I'm a loser and you should drop all your other options to work with me. That's crazy. So use the value that Brady literally gives you. I mean, he's loading you with all the value he can for you to position in a place where you can lead not only a creator, but an entire community.
Yeah. Like again, too, like for all of you guys that are in the inner circle, I actually just finished 40 modules for this whole entire new course. And I'm giving you everything that you need to do to take that authority and take the lead. I know a lot of you are like struggling and you're like, well, like you're probably like gasping. You're like, well, like what do I do? Like, I don't really know what to do. It's like, this is all the stuff. It's like how to do this, how to do that, how to do this. And these are very simple, boiled down 10-minute videos, 15-minute videos that with me in front of a whiteboard that will break down exactly what you need to do to make money with this, right? It's not that difficult, right? Now, after going through all this stuff and, Philip, like trying all this stuff, how hard would you say it is to like make money with this after you've got it figured out?
This is this is just a joke. I don't know. It's so easy, to be honest. Like 10K, it's so easy. Like after all of this, I'm like, wow, wait, this is actually really easy and fun, and you can do it too.
Yeah. And you can see, like, he's not bullshitting you. Like, for anyone watching this video and they're like, oh, this is bullshit. This is the School Games community, right? And you can quite literally refresh. These are live leaderboards where his group is literally right here. And he gets a fat chunk of that recurring revenue every single month, right? Who's excited to fucking do this? I want to see some W's in the chat for people who are genuinely fucking excited to change their lives doing this. I want you to think about the thing you're most passionate about, right? The thing that you really fucking like to do, right? Maybe it's knitting, right? Imagine you could run a knitting community or a dance community where you're making money every single month. Because you can see right here that this lady right here runs a dance community and she makes $23,000 a month. Now, granted, she's not making $50,000 a month like Philip is, but she's making money doing what she loves to do. Isn't that fucking sick? Right? That's just some cool shit. And then here's Kade down here, by the way. There's Kade just peeping around, right? So yeah, guys, that's everything right there. And then also I want to transition into this. So I know after a while you're pushing to the bio and it gets redundant pushing people to a paid community all the time. And a lot of people are like, okay, but after I've sold everything, right? Like eventually the audience gets mad. What do I do to make more money? And it looks like here you've transitioned into like doing a free group. And I also saw in the community that you were like making money with your mouth. Tell us a little bit about that and what you're actually doing. And I'll pull up your post. I can't remember where it's at. Yeah.
Yes.
What are
Now
you doing with that?
within the free community, right? We're offering a lot of value in there as well. We actually have one of our master class is actually a VSL just broken down to 5 videos where we offer a lot of value on getting rid of like the doubts and just walking them through like what is really gonna take to be successful with TikTok Shop. And then we're coming with more content in there, of course. We're trying to work on that. But other than that, we are offering a free class where we actually help them. I mean, just this past class, my creator and I hopped in there. We double teamed this one, and he essentially was mainly focused on just providing the value. We actually share an entire module on how to start step by step from the paid community, right? Like actually real stuff. We just asked them questions, Brady style, like, okay, what do you guys want to learn? And then from that, we actually went ahead and created the value that we're gonna do there. And by the end, I just excited them. Brady's showing you how to do this too. I mean, Brady does this with you guys, gets you excited. I mean, right now on this call alone, he's showing you how to make sure people are engaged in your call, how to get them excited. And the other thing is just be a leader and talk with passion and believe in the product that you're doing, right? And you're gonna feel it. Like people were in that call so excited, like, oh, dude, this is so contagious. They just couldn't wait to join because I generally was so excited for them. And I could just talk and talk and talk. No need for a script because I'm offering so much value. I'm letting go and I'm just like, this is the value. I mean, this is crazy. And I can just talk and talk for hours. People are really excited and joining. And I made a bunch of like literally in like an hour, like 15 minutes, $50 from closing someone in DMs because they're already warm. And then $500 in an hour, which is insane. We're going to do more.
I want to ask you guys a genuine question. How many of you guys make less than $100 an hour? Just be completely honest. It's okay here. How many of you guys make less than $100 an hour? Let me know in chat. Dan does. Mike does. It's okay, right? Like, bro, back when I was pushing carts, I thought $100 an hour was insane. I was like, damn, accountants make $100 an hour? That's crazy, right? I used to be like, holy shit, that's insane money, right? So, Philip, we're talking about like speaking in public, and I know that's your passion. Now let's talk about the growth operators that are a little bit more on the introverted side, and they're not really like feeling getting up in front of a group of people? How does it feel to talk like just in a chat with somebody and close them for $50 in the DMs, like so in 15 minutes? So if
Yeah.
you do the math, that's around $200 an hour, right?
Yeah. It's amazing.
How's
It's
it feel?
fun. It's like you're like, wow, like why have right? It's like you think back about, when I used to work, like I used to work at in a warehouse, like making like 22 an hour. And I was like, yeah, it's like, and a lot of people fight for these races, right? In jobs like this, like, oh, I want an extra dollar to make 23. And I'm here making right $50 in an hour in 15 minutes, right? Wow, it feels amazing. I'm like, it's addicting, and you want to do more, and then you want to learn more about the process and show up to the calls to learn more and extract, Brady's brain to show you the ways to even improve this so you can, skyrocket.
100%. And yeah, this shit is super cool too, because I know you have a little bit of experience with taking sales calls with your creator. I kind of want to
Yes.
post. What was it like to make $6,000 in an hour? Because I know you felt making $6. I'm pretty sure it was 6,000 in an hour, right?
Yeah, yeah.
How did that feel?
It felt great, honestly. I was like, wow, like it literally, like once you start making this kind of money, like you're like, dude, anything's possible. Like you generally get like this little ego high, I'm not gonna lie, but you're like, wow, like anything is really possible. Like you feel kind of like just want to keep doing it. Like basically free, everything's now basically free. It
Yeah.
feels really great, to be honest. I love it. I'm addicted. I want to learn more and get better.
So that's another thing with Philip, guys, right? He's making like just right here in this post alone, he's like, oh yeah, I just made $8,000 in 2 hours. And everybody in the group was like, what the fuck? He just straight up like came in here and posted like made it $4,000 an hour. Like this is insane, like what he's doing. And he ended up making $38,000 in like a few days. And I was like, hey Philip, are you scamming, bro? Like, are you doing something over here? Apparently, he's just doing actually cool shit. Like, he was doing some cool stuff with the creator, right? Because I know someone asked in the chat, are you planning on doing high level coaching? He actually did in the beginning just to start off, and he's probably gonna do a little bit of that here and there. Like, if he wants to make a few $100,000, he can do that in the matter of like a few minutes,
Oh
right?
yeah.
I'm like so serious. Like, I know that sounds crazy, and a lot of you guys can't even breathe thinking about that. You're like, holy shit, $100,000. But like, I'm serious. Like, he can make a bunch of money in just a few minutes, right? Or a few days, right? And yeah, that's the cool part about this. And then he has future plans to keep on scaling it up. Yeah, let's get some fucking W's in chat for Philip one last time, right? Like, it's fucking sick what he's doing. And then I also want to transition into Q&A for people who are on live, because I don't want to make this recording too long, because I still want to talk to Philip. I don't know about you guys. How many of you guys still want to talk to Philip? Let me get a W in chat. A little bit more of a chill call after I stop the recording. Yeah. Okay, so for the recording people watching this, what final advice would you give these guys to like go all in? Like, they're thinking about it. They're on the edge. They're like, fuck, should I do this? Like, it's maybe a lot of money for them at the time or something like that. What would you do if you were in their shoes?
If I was in their shoes, starting out, I'm trying to get into this, make some money before the end of the year, I would jump in. Just go straight in. Don't say, I'm going to try. Like right now, I want you to make a promise. Delete the word, I'm going to try. No, say, I'm going to do it and jump in. Actually take notes on the courses. Join Inner Circle if you have to. Because Brady's going to help you a lot. This is not Inner Circle advertising, but it has helped me change my life. That's really what made the difference. I joined Inner Circle, guys. I could barely even afford it. I remember I joined, I put it all on a credit card, and I was like, I'm going to give myself no other option but to do this because I want to see it through. I believe in the opportunity and I believe in myself. So I want you guys to believe in yourself. Get in here, crush it, make a lot of money because Brady's going to help you and it's going to take you to the promised land. So I'll see you there.
Let's fucking get it. Let's get some W's in chat for Philip. Your juices should be fucking flowing right now, because I'm about to go meet Philip in person here in a few days. Like, we're about to go meet on the 17th. Well, maybe the 7th. Is it the 17th? No, it's 21st.
It's
Yeah.
Wednesday, yeah.
Yeah, 21st. It's going to be super sick, and we're going to have a lot of fun. Now, for those of you watching the recording, you know what to do. If you've been thinking about taking action for a long time, like, take the action, take the steps, right? Do the fucking thing, right? Do what you were destined to do. You've known since birth that you're ready to fucking like actually, like, you've thought of like going to space. You've thought of actually doing some cool shit, right? But you fell into this trap like everyone else, right? Take the fucking step and just do it, right? I'll see you all in the next one on the recording. Peace. Boom. What's good? So in this call, I'm going to interview Martin and how he made 100K in 2 months. Say what's good, Martin.
What's up, guys? I'm here to drop some sauce, right?
Hell yeah. What was your experience like? Like, how'd you get to, what would you say? Oh, let's start off with this. Let's get a little bit deeper in the weeds. What would you say from the highest level? Let's get a quick gem, a quick takeaway for these guys. What would you say the biggest lesson you've learned? Because have you like made online money before, or like, is this your first time doing it?
Yeah, I made some money before. I had agency. I was doing like 3K a month before. So I was like no newbie, right, in business. I was doing like decent. But I was never like touching the 10K a month. Um, so biggest gem, bro, I would say just take action, right? I mean, it's like it seems vague, but it's really true, bro. You just have to like really take action like every day
What does
to
that
achieve
mean
like
by what do you mean by action? For some of these guys who don't have a creator, for some of these guys who are just now getting into their creator, what do you mean by action there? Let's clarify real quick.
all right. I mean, it all comes down on how bad you want it, right? If you don't have a creator, bro, you should just grind outreach like 10 hours a day, right? Just do the one thing, just record looms and just like do it every single day, right? I've been working like 10 hours a day for past 3 months, right? Just because
Sheesh.
I wasn't bad enough. Yeah.
How do you so all right, that's a good takeaway. So take action, but I wanna contest you on that because some of these guys still have objections. They're like, bro, I can't do 10-hour days. Like, how do you even do that? Like, bro, how do you even stomach the urgency and how are you able to even bring yourself to do 10 hours a day? Right? Because I see some people second guessing themselves. They're like, dude, like I tried 10-hour days and that shit's just like, I'd rather go take a walk. Like that shit's pretty ass. How do you do that, bro? What does that even look like?
I mean, it all comes down like people be saying like time management and shit. Like you don't have to manage your time if you really want it, right? You just sit down and just do what's required, right? It might take 10 hours, it might take 2 hours. You just have to know what to do and just do it until it's done, right? I mean, that's how I do it.
Hell yeah. All right. So that sounds crazy to a lot of you guys. And I know a lot of you guys are still like, you still have objections. You're like, I don't know if I have that much time. Like, he seems more committed than me. It's like, it's simple, but like, he just makes it look so easy. He made 100K in 2 months. But who wants me to dive into the weeds and figure out exactly how Martin did all of this? Let me know in chat. Let me see some W's in chat if you guys want me to dive into the weeds and pick his brain. Who wants to steal everything inside of Martin's business, just like we did with Austin in the last week? He's going to show you everything that he used inside of the inner circle so that he could actually get these results. Now I'm just going to let you steal it on this call. You guys want that? Yeah. I see Kade. I see Jacob Fletcher. I see Aiden. I see Kevin. Yeah, you guys want that? I'm not moving on until I see actual W's in chat. I see some of you guys are still lacking. Like Nate's just got his hands on his hips like this. He's like, he's going to give it to us anyways. I'll get off this call, bro. I'll get off. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Okay, cool. All right, Martin, walk me through your timeline, bro. Because like I want these guys to see it from a high level, what this timeline actually looks like. So from the time you started, when you joined, to when you got a creator, what was that creator, and when was the launch, and how did you start? Maybe less about the how and more about like what was the timeline and how much money you made, etc. We'll get the high level and then we'll jump into the weeds. We'll look at your laptop and stuff like that. I want you to open up your screen. We can just steal everything and it'll be a lot of fun. Sound good?
Yeah, 100%.
Dope, bro. So how'd you get that first creator? What did that look like? Or maybe it wasn't your first creator. Maybe it was your second or your third. What did that all look like?
Yeah, 100%. So I started with SMMA, right? I was doing Facebook ads for like local businesses. I made some money. It really sucked, right? You're just getting clients, losing clients, making money, not making money. It's like really inconsistent. Then I switched to my offer to influencer marketing agency. I was partnered up with like 200 influencers, right? Basically how that works, I just had influencers and I was partnering up with brands and just connecting those two. So I had a lot of connects to influencers. So when I joined CA, I already knew like I have to just outreach to my warm leads, right? So it took like 2 weeks for me to land 2 calls, right? I fumbled the first one. Um, she was like some UGC creator, not really big potential. And then I had the guy that I work with right now. Mm, I just hit him up on. I never sent him a loom, right? It was just from DMs. I told him basically I was just like following up, maybe like for 20 days, right? I sent him a first DM saying like I can guarantee 50K in month, blah blah, like basic stuff, right? But I was just constantly follow upping, right? I was just follow upping every day, trying to have genuine conversation. I wasn't like saying like, "Hey, name, did you read my message?" Stuff like that. I was just really trying to have genuine conversation, and I was just normal dude inside the DMs. And after like 5 messages, like 5 DMs, I told him like, "Bro, give me 3 minutes of your time, and I guarantee I'll make you 50K." And that's when he was like, "Okay, let's talk." We hopped on a call. He liked the idea, right? But also like I had to speak with his business partner because there are like two guys running the age like the community because they already launched before I started to work with him. And we hopped on a call, right? They liked it, but they wasn't like convinced. So we had like 4 calls before I actually closed them. So it was like a long process before I was actually able to close them. But once we locked in, everything was just pretty smooth, right? They were like actually listening to me. Everything I told them, they were just doing it. So they were like pretty prime creators, I think like, because I knew like they had zero audience, right? He had like 90K on IG before I started to work with him, but all of his audience was from his comedy reels, right? So he was trying to teach people, but basically had zero audience. And I understood this. I was working with like cold audience. So we just really slowly launched, and we were trying to warm the audience up by just giving up free value and just like really trying to make him seem like he's competent in teaching.
Hold on,
And
real quick. Could I ask a question real quick? Because I know we're starting to get into the launch stuff. I want a
okay.
question for some of these guys because I saw some of these guys' faces when you said, "Oh yeah, I already had a bunch of warm leads. It was handed to me." Right. And they might even think that you just got the opportunity. But I have a question for you guys sitting here in the chat. And I want some of you more competent guys, those more experienced guys to answer this question as well. Okay. Like, hear me out closely. How many of you have given up on a single outreach before the 20-day mark? Let me know in chat. Be completely honest with me. How many of you guys have given up before the 20-day mark when you were following up? Chris has, Sebastian has, Preston has, Prince has, Nick has, Adrian has, Daniel has. Now I want you to imagine Martin made 100K in 60 days. What could have happened for you if you didn't give up before that 20-day mark? What would have happened? What could have happened for you? Let me know in chat. What could have happened if you didn't give up like Martin did? What could have happened if you didn't give up before that 20-day mark? Why did that person get the creator instead of you did? Right? Why did that person get the creator instead of you? Right? You could have made 100K. You could have made $1 million a month. You could have bagged a massive creator. You could have made a fat bag. Right? It's pretty straightforward. Right? So the gem there is like a lot. I know a lot of you guys like, I don't want you sitting here in this call. And by the way, guys, this is a quick side note. If you're sitting in this call and you're not getting anything away from it and you're falling asleep, that's not good. You need to use this call to fully lock in. I want you to use the fact that we're live right now to fully lock in on this call. Ignore your phone, right? Ignore your laptop. Just fully lock in on what Martin has to say because he really is taking the time out of his day to give you gems right now, right? So the gem right there is, yes, never stop following up. But what's the one word what's the one word for that? Not never stop following up. That's more in the weeds. What's the real thing there? It's persistence, right? Usman, right? I actually even want to call on Usman real quick. Hold on. Usman, I know I'm putting you on the spot here. He's like, oh shit, well, I got to talk in front of all these people. Usman,
Okay.
I have a question for you, bro. You mind speaking real quick?
Yeah, no worries.
How flustered were you when you were trying to get a creator? Because you were trying to get a creator for a long time, and you recently just got a creator from creator client pairing, right?
Mhm.
And it was like, oh, a giant sigh of relief. How close did you feel? And then once you got that creator, where you were like, oh shit, like I'm here now. What was that feeling like for all these other guys watching this video?
Yeah, it's like an energy break from one stage to the next. You got to like push the hardest, but once you clear one level, you just feel that sense of relief for sure. But you need to definitely keep pushing through and not overthinking. So appreciate you guys in the calls for mindset shift.
100%. It's persistency. Usman came to multiple of my calls, right? And he was like, bro, how do I fix this outreach message? And he was working hard. And we saw him working hard. So we decided to give him a lob, right? Because we know Usman's going to print because Usman actually cares. He's a good guy. He just had a bad opportunity. He was really struggling. But that's a note for you guys, is to stay persistent, right? Stay persistent. That's how you're going to actually get these opportunities. Okay. All right. Back to Martin. Martin, now that we've cleared the creator thing, what did the content strategy look like? Because I know Eddie inside the inner circle gave you some specific content strategy sauce, etc., that really made you guys kind of like change. What was that specific gem with your creators that really got you guys to like I know there was like some type of blow up effect there. What happened? What was the gem?
All right. So before, he was just making compilations, right? He was just making compilation, like him driving Lambos, stuff like that, right? Just content that don't get leads, right? At all.
Yeah.
Like the leads were free. And I remember this. Like I even asked Eddie if his content was great, right? He told me like it wasn't really good and I shouldn't even work with him, right? But I understand why he said that, because like from his perspective, like the content was really bad, right? He was working with zero audience. He had 90K, like I said, all of his followers were from his comedy reels. So like absolutely no audience for his new offer. But with Eddie's help as well, bro, we were actually like able to rebrand his whole personal brand, and just like we're just trying to give out more value and actually make him speak in his reels and in his content. So like he basically attracts new audience, and it worked, right? Because I knew his offer is going to be really strong. So I knew like all we have to do is just hit one good reel and we will like print. So, and that happened, right? We hit one viral reel. It's at like 3 mil right now. And that's basically what make us like print so hard. He gained like 100K followers just off of that one. I mean, it's not just off of that one, but he gained like 100K followers in like two,
That's
in
super
like two.
sick. So what you're
Yeah.
telling me right now, here's a paradigm shift for you guys that I personally just had a paradigm shift. So you're telling me you turned an entertainment creator into an educational creator with Inner Circle, basically, right? Eddie, what did that call look like, bro? What sauce did you give him on your content call?
So at first, I told him, he showed me his creators, and I was like, "Nah, you gotta drop them." But that's because at the moment they had zero leads. It was like, it was literally like he was saying,
He was
entertain.
about to drop his creator, guys. Think about
He
it.
actually wasn't bought in on that at all. He was like, no, actually, like they're down to change their content. Like, let's do it. So I was like, I got his creators to pull up, and I just went on them, told them like, yo, like this Wi-Fi money, just lifestyle shit is not gonna do anything for you. Like you have to make videos talking. And I gave them a framework, a basic framework that works across all industries, and they implemented it, and it just popped off.
Yeah, that's super fire. So that's a paradigm shift for you guys right there, is you can turn entertainment creators into educational creators. And here's a little side note, Gem. I can talk about the JD project, right? Or yeah, tiny bit, little tiny gem, little sprinkle, maybe.
Yeah, we can whisper about it. We can
All right,
talk
here's a
about
little whisper. This is only for you guys on this call. So
it.
don't
I
share,
really haven't talked about this at all publicly.
don't
one
don't share this. Don't share this. But we're doing a project with Jason Derulo right now. And basically, he's an entertainment creator with 75 million followers. And Kevin's like, "What the fuck?" It's so funny. No, shh, you shut the fuck. No, this way. 120 million followers. There we go. Realistically, 1% of Jason Derulo's audience. What the fuck is that? But basically, we're doing like a mini ticket offer for like $3 a month or $5 a month or something like that. And we're learning that you can actually do like massive fan base creators as well. So if you have a connect to like a Post Malone, you're fucked. Like you're gonna make a gazille or something like that. Like if you have like, there's mega creators, there's the average Spotify creator apparently makes $10 a month. I got that from an Eddie Cumberbatch video. The average spot. So there's a bunch of entertainment creators that you can actually turn into fan communities. And here's a little gem for you guys that I found out recently. You can turn the community tab off inside of school in a sense of like, you can take a discussion tab and make it admin only. That way there's not like a fest of like crazy people inside of your community for like massive communities, which is a great way to grow your community. So super sick. But yeah, back to Martin. That was the content strategy. So here's a little paradigm shift for you guys. You can turn entertainment creators into educational creators, and you can also work with entertainment creators if you have a pretty big following and you can print through a lot of the audience. Kade's like, bro, I'm working with music creators now. I got all the connects in the producing industry. That could be a play, bro, 100%. Mini tickets, like super. That's another thing too. If you have like a $5 a month community and you have like thousands of members, that's super like scalable too, where it's like high ticket is like, sure, yeah, you can get to 100K a month. But if you have like tens of thousands of subscriptions, it's kind of like OnlyFans, where it's just like you have so many subscriptions where like churn doesn't really matter that much. Which is pretty insane. But I'm not saying do OnlyFans. That is an insane business model though. But I hate that shit. Anyways, Martin, no more OnlyFans. Back to what you were saying. Let's get into the launch juiciness. Like, how'd your like, what did your launch look like with the content strategy changing, and like, what did you do to like make all this money, bro?
100%. So like I said, they had zero audience, so the launch wasn't really that important, right? I just fixed their funnel inside DMs because they were already selling people. They were selling like they were doing a school community, which was like 50 a month. So I just made a VSL, right? Fires VSL, fixed the funnel, implemented ManyChat, and just yeah, we were just like pushing more content, more leads, and just converting those people, right? Switch the offer a bit, and it was just a simple process, to be honest. It's too simple, right? This business model is simple. All you guys need is few things and more leads, right? It's nothing too complicated. I feel like a lot of people are just complicated those launches, bro. You just need to like give out good offer and people buy, right?
Yeah, that's a gem from Martin, guys. Stop overcomplicating this shit. It's not that fucking tough. Like I'm sure Nate could tell you, like he's printing with his launch right now. He could probably tell you how simple it actually is as well. Kade could tell you how simple it is. Nick can tell you how simple it is. I got like living, breathing people in this call, all above a 10K a month. Yaden can tell you how simple it is. Preston can tell you how simple it is. Right? There's Matthew Conder can tell you how simple it is. All of you guys can nod your head because it's mad simple. It's so simple, right? Like it's actually, and it's like brutally simple. So like, what would you say are like, if you were to pull out the simplicity, what are the top 3 things that like make it simple? So you're like good offer. Like I have a little bit of I tell this to people as well, but I want to see what your perspective is on it. What are the 3 most important things with the launch?
So I would say scarcity, right? You have to build some kind of scarcity to make people like push them over the edge. Then I would say like scarcity, urgency, right? The transformation has to be there as well. Like they actually they have to know what they are getting, right? And I feel like the offer itself has to be really strong. So like making money online offers will always bring more because the transformation there is so much stronger than anything else, right? Like the money pain inside people are like the main pain point they have, right? So I feel like those two, and I don't, I don't even know, to be honest.
I would say
Like
from
just
my perspective, like that's definitely like, I'm sorry to cut you off. It's like The offer is basically what you're saying, where it's like urgency, scarcity, transformation. That's all inside of the offer. What I would say it is your launch open and close dates. Like if you're going to do a launch, you have to let them know what the date is and make them aware. Like all of you know, right, of June 24th, right? Everyone's like, oh yeah, June 24th, June 24th. That's why there's 110 people on this call. And now I'm giving you real value right now of how Martin's doing this, right? June 24th, right? A lot of you saw the video today, right? So everyone knows of June 24th, right? And now everyone's going to soon know of June 30th, because June 30th is the time where after June 30th, all that Inner Circle 2.0 stuff is going to get dropped for all of you guys that were wondering, right? So the dates, and then the next thing that I think is important is actually the value provided, right? I think it's something that we brushed over with Martin already, so that's probably why he didn't mention it, that I want to re-highlight there, is his creators went from making entertainment content to providing a bunch of value with their content, right? Is that pretty accurate? Like, would you say it's the value as well, so that they actually trusted that your creators had something to sell and they're even interested and the right type of person to come down the funnel? Yeah.
100%. That's basically the main point of our like rebranding, just providing more value, because they just had social proof, right? They have zero value provided. That's why the offer itself wasn't enough.
100%. So it's dates. So the top three things is dates, value, offer, right? So the last thing that mentioned or Martin just mentioned is offer, right? You have to have some element. You have to see that they have to see the transformation, right? There has to be value in the offer. They have to see the value within the transformation and what you're actually doing for them inside the group, right? There has to be urgency and there has to be scarcity, right? Did you run a guarantee at all or no? No guarantee, yes guarantee. Did you run one of
Well,
those?
we just kind of switch up now. We never had the guarantee before. We have one right now. So yeah.
So yeah, you could add a risk removal to it. So Martin probably just made his offer stronger by removing the risk, right? So what are the top three things with launches? I want to see if you guys are paying attention. What are the top three things, right? I want to see it in chat. I haven't talked to you guys in a second. What are the top three things? Usman's paying attention. Dates, value, offer. Dates, value, offer, right? If you guys really want to simplify this stuff and make it really easy for you, it's dates, value, offer, right? Any single time you see someone do something, whether it's a cohort launch for their Inner Circle or their coaching program, or maybe it's a webinar, or maybe they're doing something low ticket in the DMs, all of them have, for all of their launches, they all have dates, value, and offer. Those three things. Okay, cool. What else would you say is before we jump in the weeds, because I know we have a good 30 minutes to jump in the weeds and you could show us all your stuff. But before we get in there, what would you say your biggest takeaway was doing business? Because that's doing real. Once you get to like the 100K mark, you're starting to do like some real business, right? And you're like, oh fuck, like this is like a lot, right? So it's like, oh shit, there's like stuff going everywhere. People are like going crazy inside the group, and you're like, oh shit, that guy's over here, and you got to get your mop. Like Kyle always has his mop out, cleaning stuff up. You know what I mean, right? So there's like stuff in the business all over the place. What would you say at scale now your biggest gem was looking back?
100%. I would say just being able to delegate, right? And being able to just really teach other people how to do stuff that you were doing before, right? Because you cannot do everything yourself. If you're in the business, you will never scale. You need to work on the business, right? So I feel like that is one of the biggest gems I learned.
What was one of the positions you've hired out? What did that look like, and how did you do it to get out of the business?
Well, at first it was DM closing, right? So I had to like hire DM closers, and because of how much leads we're getting, how many leads we're getting, I needed to like hire multiple DM closers. So I had to just train them, right? Also, we have coaches inside the community. We have moderators inside the community. So just basic stuff like that.
100%. So I've actually seen a big problem with this as well. I see a lot of you guys have these communities and you're doing launches, right? And you guys struggle to delegate and stuff. Very difficult. That's why I recently just introduced the new scaling course inside of Inner Circle, is because you need to have Slack, you need to have Zaps, you need to have automations, you need to have people on top of those automations, you need to incentivize them with payments, you need to have a community manager, you need to have somebody overseeing all your stuff. You need like there's a lot more behind all that stuff that's going to allow you to free up your time, so you're not spending all your time in the DMs. Who really wants to spend all their time in the DMs? Like, not me. I don't want to spend my time doing that either, right? So it's freeing up your time as much as possible. Now, I have a question for you guys, real quick. No, we got the gem from that. It was pretty clear. I'll be nice to you guys. Who's ready for me to jump in the weeds with Martin and steal all of his systems? Let's see it. I want to see in chat. Who's ready? I want to see some W's in chat, because he doesn't have to be here again, right? Again, he doesn't have to be here. Who wants to steal Martin's system? We want to see his many chat. We want to see what his automations look like. What about, it's probably dirty. It's probably like all over the place. And that's like a good thing for you guys, because it could show you that like, maybe it is pretty simple and you don't need to know all this hiring stuff, right? Is that more accurate, Martin, or like you got your shit dialed in? What does it look like?
I mean, it's pretty dialed in, right? The menu chat it's pretty simple, but it works, right? Because it's simple. That's the reason it works.
Let's see it, bro. Let's see it. Share your screen. Let's see that thing. Let's see that.
Right.
You guys are sharing files in the chat. Bro, you guys are mean. Oh shit. What are you doing? Let's see it, Martin. Enough of these goofballs in chat. Sick. Yeah, let's see these automations. How did you learn ManyChat? Like, what was it like? Like, what was your biggest gem with ManyChat? Like, how do we operate ManyChat? Teach me like I'm a complete idiot. I have no idea how to use ManyChat.
Well, ManyChat, bro. I mean, I just kind of like figured it out, right? There is like no videos on YouTube about it. You just have to like go in and just figure it out, try it, and see what works, right?
It's pretty simple, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, Eddie doesn't let me touch the ManyChat. No, I'm just kidding. There's no reason for me to touch it. Let me see it though. Let's see it.
All right, so this is the first part of our automation, basically. So this is the doc automation, right? So can you see it right now, or should I like zoom in more?
Yeah, let's see it, bro. I see, yo, it's good, like doc. We could see it.
Yeah, it's pretty simple, right? Like nothing too complicated.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny that you say that, and it's like all over the place. It's like, yeah, it's pretty simple, not too good. It's like an engineer opening a car. Like, teach us like we're a complete beginner. Like, how does this even work, bro? Like, how does this even work? Explain it like it's simple. Bro's like, maybe it's not simple. No, just kidding.
Well, so like they DM doc, right?
Yeah.
And it just starts the automation. There's like a little pre-frame for the VSL, right? So they're getting the VSL here. And that's pretty much it, right? Those other messages are just follow-ups. That's it. Basically, what I did, right? I just like found like multiple people that printed with ManyChat, and I just made it better, right? And that's what I did basically. So I knew like success leaves clues, right? So I just like picked them up and just made the ManyChat better.
Hell yeah. And you basically, were you just kind of like, would you say one of the easiest ways to hack ManyChat is to just go DM keywords to people like Eddie? Like, don't spam Eddie, of course, but like kind of like just keyword his bot and be like, oh, how does it respond in this way? And how does it respond in this way? Is that how you kind of learn?
100%. Yeah, I like DM, like I said, I like found like multiple people that I knew like making money, and I knew like they were using ManyChat, and I was just like really going deep into their systems and just like made my own off of that.
100%. Would it have been a lot easier if you could just copy and paste it in the inner circle? Are you kind of jealous that that's dropping now on the 30th, after the 30th? After all that hard work, are you kind of sad? You wish you could have just
I
copied?
mean, I'm kind of like glad that I learned it myself, but it would be
That's fair. I like that. Yeah. I think a lot of you guys, it's good to copy and paste, but you definitely also need to learn how it works behind it. Because if you don't know how it works, you're gonna be so confused. Because it looks complicated, but it's really like not. If you kind of look into it, like it's literally just pretty simple. It's like on action step reply, put a tag, do this, do that. You're just telling the ManyChat kind of like what to do in the certain scenarios. Like if they reply this, then say this. Like it's like honestly super simple. You know what I mean? Yeah. Does that make sense, guys? Yeah? Let me know in chat. Does that make sense? Yeah? No? Yes? A little bit? Not really? Only 3 responses? Okay, cool. All right, let's see some other stuff. You got some other cool whiz ops in the back end?
Yeah, 100%. Let's get into it. I mean, then also we have like I'm in automation. I remember Austin, right, on his call. It's pretty much, it's not identical, but it's pretty much uh the structure is the same, right? So they DM I'm in after the VSL, and there's just like multiple questions to like pre-frame them and just close them, right? So this is the first one, like what made you, why do you think social media automation is good way for you to make money right now? It goes into like it acknowledges it, right? Their response, it goes to like their goals, and then it moves out to like we use spots, right, for the urgency, and it just works. I was kind of like playing with it. At first it was 10 spots. I feel like this kind of a lot. So I moved it to like 2 spots, but it's kind of, people be like, oh, I don't want to take someone else, but if you just have 2 spots, like I don't want to take it, right? So I feel like the 5 is kind of like the golden number for spots. And then it just goes into a like a voice message saying like they like it, right? I like the, I don't know, blah blah. You're a good fit, and just sending them the link.
I like it, bro. I like it a lot. Hell yeah. You got some, what other whiz ops you got in there? What's another pivotal thing? So we know ManyChat was a big thing in your business and you've played, what's some other stuff you spent some time on to make these launches actually make 100K in 2 months? What's some other things you would attribute your success to?
The thing is, right? My creator is only on IG, so I knew we just I never like was into funneling people outside IG. So I was just using DMs, right? Because I don't see the point of funneling leads from IG to somewhere else. So like Telegram, right? I know like not a lot of people actually download the Telegram. So it's like I just know like DMs are the best thing I can use.
100%.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
No, I agree. Like, I think like people that kind of like, I know one of my inner circle clients right now. I'm not gonna say his name, but he is looking to, like, he's trying to put people in a Telegram and his creators only on IG. I'm like, homie, why would you drag them over to a different app when they're already on this app already? Like, just literally post stories. Like, just do stories and get them in the DMs, bro. It's like so much easier, you know?
Yeah.
What other stuff? So you're just saying it's pretty simple. Like your whole entire backend is what we're looking at right now, and that's all you've pretty much done.
Pretty much, like I said, it's pretty simple, right? And then just like converting those leads inside the community, and we are just getting a lot like ready to launch the high ticket.
Hell yeah. You want to show us your community, or you want to keep that one private because the fulfillment's okay? Which one are you?
Yeah, I was gonna keep it a
Huh?
secret. I will keep it a, yeah.
This guy's funny. Shut the doors. No fulfillment for this guy. Hey, that's a good note for you guys, right? Like he's selling and he's working on the product, right? He's made 100K and he's still working on the product. A lot of you guys are like trying to make the perfect products, but like, you know, Martin's.
No, I mean we can go into it. We can go into it. Sure.
God, this guy Kyle's cracking up back here.
We can go into it. I mean it's pretty simple as well, right? So right here we are launching the high ticket, right, with new modules as well. We have a classroom, right? So
How
these
come
are
you're
the
the one posting in the community? I want to see like what's up with that. Cool. Let's see it. Like, is it hard to like market in the community when there's like when it's just you, or like do they respond well to that, or is it like how's that going?
Yeah, they respond pretty well. I mean, my creators are posting as well. It's I mean, the thing is, I was hoping on like a lot of calls with members, so they like know me. So it's not hard to market.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah.
What other stuff is in your biz that you like feel eager to show? It honestly, it looks pretty simple, bro. Like, do you guys? I wanna ask in chat. Do you guys see how simple it really is? Bro, Kyle, look at the pic they got of you. Oh my god. Do you guys see how simple it really is? Let me know in chat. Yeah, you guys are clowning in chat. This is insane. Like, if you guys, like, for those watching the recording, you're like, what's going on? It's like all in the chat. Bro, what is that, Kyle? That's funny. But yeah, Martin, what other stuff on your back end you want to show us?
Like I said, I'm just trying to keep it simple, right? Because I'm not trying to overcomplicate anything. So, I mean, there is classroom, right? Modules. We are trying to like redo them, right? We are dropping it on July 1st. Then we have calendar, right? So we have like 3 weekly calls. Those are just like half an hour calls. So we are going to restructure the calls as well. And then we are just like doing weekly challenges. We started doing like channel reviews inside. That works. Because people just need their channels reviewed. So they kind of like got the engagement inside up.
What's your price point look like? Because I saw someone asking in chat, what's your price point look like?
So right now it's 49 a month for monthly, and lifetime is 297.
I like it. Pretty simple.
Okay.
Cool. You guys got that? You guys see how simple it is? Yes. It's like there's like nothing else to look at, right? Like Austin had a bunch of cool tech systems, but to be fair, last week Austin had some cool stuff to show you guys, but like Martin kind of like kept it pretty simple, right? And he made 100K in 2 months, so it's justified, right? If he made like 5K, it would be like yeah, Martin did okay, like he put together this thing, but he made 100K off the most simple systems, right? Right? I want to give you guys a gem there that you guys can take away from this call, right? Simple scales, fancy fails, right? Write that down. Simple scales, fancy fails, right? That's a bar. Simple scales, fancy fails. I've seen a lot of other people, ever since me and Eddie started up Growth Operating, I've seen other people in the space pop up with Growth Operating on YouTube, etc. And sometimes it angers me, so I try not to look at it. And what I see commonly that you guys are super attracted to is you guys want like CSMs and you guys want onboarding this and you like have you guys want all these systems in your business. But here's the real, you guys don't really need that, right? You don't need the complex systems. You don't, bro, Martin, do you have a CRM? No, right? He doesn't have a CRM.
Ticket, right? Like I'm going to use it for high ticket, but there's no need for it in low ticket.
Yeah, and guys, he has 430 people in his group. Let's say like on average, right? When you guys do high ticket on the back end, 10% will convert on the low end, right? And if his high ticket price point's 3K, which is what me and him talked about in the inner circle, is charging 3K, right? That's going to be a good little chunk of change for Martin. He's probably going to make 200K, right? He hasn't even started that yet. And like, honestly, it's so very simple. And that's just with one Instagram creator. And how many followers did that guy have? With just the guy that's bringing in all the cash?
So at first 90K, and just right now, he's at 182, I feel like.
So what you're telling me is you've made around 50 cents per follower?
Pretty much.
Let's get some W's in chat for fucking Martin, guys. 50 cents per follower is very fucking good. Very fucking good, right? Like if he had like emails or he took in emails or something like that, he'd make a bunch of money like per email. Like he's done a very good job monetizing. Because why? Simple scales, fancy fails. So many people try to do it fancy. They're trying to do a left hook, and I catch myself victim to it sometimes too. But the matter of the fact is you don't need that stuff. Okay?
Yeah.
Cool. What other, I'm not gonna say what. Let's actually think about like final big takeaways. I know you've had a lot to chew on now. You've given them a lot of sauce, right? W's in chat for Martin for all that sauce. That was awesome, right? And honestly, I hope some of you guys are inspired by that, right? I really hope you are inspired, okay? Because it really does. Simple seriously does scale. You guys are laughing, but it's true, right? I see Eddie laughing. Like, bro, it's not a laughing matter. It works. Kyle's over here laughing. Shut up, Kyle. But anyways, like you guys, bro, simple really does scale. Okay. Cool. So like you've had a lot to chew on, Martin, right? Eddie's chewing on some stuff in chat. And this is guys are all clowning Eddie and Kyle. It's funny as fuck. Oh, but yeah, bro, we're proud of you. What kind of final gem would you give them to like really take home? Like, cause I know you gave them one up front, but I want to see like maybe one on the back that you maybe forgot of that was really a main attributor to your current success, or maybe your success like overall. What does that look like?
100%. So I would just, like you were talking about the bear scenario, right? I really like to touch on that because I feel like that's one of the biggest things that helped me scale and just like in my personal life. So, like when I joined CA, right? I knew like I needed more help from you guys to be able to really scale. And I was even like, I feel like I was like 1,500 short for IC, right? And I borrowed from my dad as well. And I was in my like last $100, right? And that really made me just feel the pain and just like made me really work hard for the creator, right? So it took me like 2 to 3 weeks to actually get creator for like 5K setup. And I was like, I was just over the moon, right? Because I was able to pay my dad back just because of how much pain I felt, right? Because I had my last $100, right? So I had no choice. And I feel like a lot of you guys are just like feeling too comfortable to just actually do the right things. Yeah, Kevin. I'm going too hard for like too deep, but it's true, right? They should help me. So I feel like you guys just really need to find something that you're running away from and just really, really like lock in and do the things that you know you have to do to be able to like achieve the things that you're looking for.
Let's give some fucking W's in chat for Martin on that one, guys. Most people don't have the balls to do that, right? Martin had some balls, right? And I know we've been joking this entire call, and some of you guys haven't been so serious, and it feels like a classroom full of class clowns, especially this motherfucker in the back, right? But here's the thing, right? This is like a serious matter. You're on this call today to actually do something with your life. And this hurts to say out loud, but some of you are still sitting in your parents' house right now, right? You still haven't made any money. And we're still 47% through the year, right? Martin's $100,000 ahead of you because he was able to actually stomach going all in, right? So some of you actually do need to do something. You need to get off your ass like Yaden did to make 10K. Preston did to make 10K, right? You need to move with extreme urgency, right? A lot of it makes me so sad to like hear, but a lot of you guys don't get results simply because you are too comfortable. And I can specifically point out people that were too comfortable to get results on this call right now, and they still haven't gotten results. I can stare them in the eyes right now, and they know I'm talking to them. They're like, yeah, you're right, bro. But they'll go watch Netflix tonight, right? Martin didn't have time to watch fucking Netflix. He didn't have time to watch fucking Netflix. He didn't have time to take his dog for a walk. He didn't have time to fucking eat lunch. He fucking moved with extreme urgency. And you guys think that's funny, but it's actually not funny. Like, it's seriously not funny. That's why he got results. Some of you are sitting there smiling, cheesing, doing that thing. Like, I'm telling you guys, like, the reason why he got results is because he moved with urgency, right? Like Kade. Kade is a good example, and I can say his name is because he moved with urgency. Kade came in here with $1 to his name or some shit like that. Like, he had to borrow money. He like went negative, right? He's already told the story on his call. Same thing Martin said. And I think you can kind of see a common theme here of motherfuckers going all in and getting results. Why? It's because they have urgency, right? If Martin didn't make money, he was going to be homeless, right? Maybe not that extreme, but like going back to his parents' house was too uncomfortable for him to do it, right? Or maybe if he's even in his parents' house right now, he wants to get out of there. He doesn't want to have to borrow money from his parents and then they hold it above his head. Like, how'd growth operating go? Oh, that's painful right there. Could you imagine Martin borrowing some money from his dad? And he's like, and he failed, right? Most painful thing you could, I've experienced this myself. because I didn't move with urgency, right? It's like, how is this? It was actually out of my control with the investment that I made, right? But I've borrowed money for something before and it didn't work out. And that pain of failing hurts, right? But with growth operating, it's up to you. It's completely up to you. This isn't a fucking stock options biz op. Like, you guys aren't investing in fucking stocks or some shit. You're investing in yourself, right? You're the fucking stock, right? You have to be the one to go all in, like Kade did, like Martin did, like Nick did, right? Nick also, it's funny because Nick referred Martin to come into the inner circle, and he's the reason why Martin joined. And Nick also borrowed money from his parents. Like, I'm pretty sure there was a direct correlation. That's actually I didn't even know that about you, Martin. But I remember taking the call with Nick and he was like, yeah, I'm about to call my dad right now. I was like, oh shit, let's do it, bro. And I'm fully confident in doing that as well. Like, you guys might think that's crazy, but it's like, actually, it's legit. I've had to do it before. A lot of other people do it, right? Let's give up some more W's for Martin, though. That's fucking sick. I'm super proud of you, bro. Like, actually, like, top G, bro. Like, I know me and Kyle give you shit on group calls for like, don't do this, don't do that. And we've kind of like stopped you from like hurting yourself. And then you like go do some shit and you're like, wait, what about this? Like, I know we've gone back and forth, but this guy right here, I want you to know he's proud of you too, bro. Look at that. Yeah, we're all. He's proud of you. He's proud of you. Here, I know we never say it to you, Martin. We're pretty hard on you because we want you to succeed, but say it. Say it. Say it.
Martin, we're proud of you.
Yeah, you look so short with this setup. Yeah, bro, we're actually proud of you. Like, it like makes my heart like melt to see you actually get results like that, bro. Like, seriously. Cool.
I feel like, bro, like all you have to do is just move with urgency, like you said, bro, and your life can change like really quickly, right? Like I was, like you said, like Nick referred me to join IC. Now I'm going to move in with him, right? In like few months. So like life will just change real quick. You just need to like do the things.
Yeah, 100%. Like, for transparency, there's different levels of moving with urgency, right? Like, I just paid someone $30,000, right? You always have to invest in yourself, right? You have to get the new apartment, buy the house, get the car that you want, because that helps you move with urgency too. I don't recommend doing it as a beginner because you don't have any education. You need education, right? But like, you need to keep investing in yourself, right? Here's one other thing. I was actually talking to the guy that we paid, and he was talking about like how most beginners actually operate out of scarcity, right? It actually is very abundant, right? Why do you think scarcity works so fucking well in fucking marketing and sales, right? You're like, I got 5 spots. Everyone's like, no, right? You know what happens? I was reading a book recently about the scarcity principle, right? And what they said in the book is like, when the scarcity principle actually enacts, what happens is your brain turns off and you can no longer think with logic, right? You can actually no longer think with logic and actually move forward, right? That's actually what happens, right? What happens to a lot of you guys that are beginners, you're like, bro, like, what if I only have $1 left, right? You're thinking with scarcity, I can never make anything more. I have to hold on to my money. I have to hold on to it, right? That's why most of the world isn't able to move, right? That's literally why the rest of the world is not able to move, is because when they move with scarcity, they're not able to move because the logic in their brain turns off, right? When Martin made that decision to join the inner circle, he turned his logic brain off. He went all in, right? And now he had to fucking sprint with urgency. Instead of using the scarcity principle in his life, he used urgency. The scarcity principle is amazing for marketing and sales, and I heavily recommend it for your guys' launches. But in your personal life, stop operating out of fucking scarcity, right? Move with abundance. Move forward, right?
100%. And also like just leverage CA, right? Like just leverage people you meet here, bro. Because I made so many killers, bro. Like, for example, I made Nate, right? When I was closing my creators, bro, Nate helped me like with my sales and shit. I wouldn't be able to like really. I mean, he just helped me close, right? Nicholas, bro. I made Braden. I made Austin. Like just all of these guys, bro. You just have to like leverage people inside and just like run it up with them.
100%. Any final words, bro, before I wrap it up and do a little Q&A on the Inner Circle 2.0 launch? Because I know a lot of you guys have a lot of questions about that. You're like, oh, when's the stuff coming? Like, I'm gonna answer that real quick because I'm just gonna do that live and then I'll post about it. But any final words, bro? Any final words?
I would just say, guys, like I was just growth operating is the way, right? You just have to do it.
Yeah.
And yeah, just lock in.
Say it, Martin. Just do it. Martin just do it. Yeah, literally, bro. You have
already said it.
Yeah, you guys have the best opportunity sitting in your lap. I see people leaving this Zoom meeting, by the way, right? Those are all the people that are not going to make it, right? There's still a good chunk of you guys. There's only like 3 people left, but like those are the losers anyways, right? Or maybe they had to go get soup or something from their mom because they're comfortable and they don't need to make money, right? They couldn't wait for their graham crackers at dinner. Mom was ready with the soup, right, for dinner. But yeah, guys, put some respect on Martin's name. He's a G. He actually is a G. Like, he's actually been printing. All those success and wins posts that you've seen in the group, right, are real. Every single time you see someone post a win, I want you guys to really know that that shit is obviously real. It's so fucking real. Everyone has seen it. It's so real, right? Okay, cool. Well, that'll be it for the recording. If you're watching this video, join Inner Circle. That's basically the message of this whole entire call. Don't operate out of scarcity. Operate with abundance. And move with some fucking urgency in your life, right? A lot of you guys have the reason to join Inner Circle right now because we're doing that big old thing, right? But for those of you watching the recording, like, move with some fucking urgency. Let's do this thing. All right. Let me stop the recording. Let me see. Boom. All right. This is Kade. You can see him down here in the bottom left. Just say what's up, Kade.
What's up, guys?
Hell yeah. So we got Kade. Kade is making money as a growth operator, and he's going to give you guys a bunch of sauce for this call. Everyone's already prepared. They got their notepads out and stuff like that. Lots of gems. And then I'm going to teach you guys how to pretty much take some action on those gems at the end of this call. Kade, how much money have you made? What is your creator? And yeah, basically.
My creator his name is AI. He goes by AI Guy. So he's technically a faceless AI personal brand influencer. It's kind of crazy. It's a little bit odd, but we're currently at 12.5K MRR, and I make 50% of that. So I'm making a little over 6K a month right now. It's only been 2 weeks.
How does it feel to make 12? Well, actually, before that, what did you do before Creator Accelerator?
For Creator Accelerator, I was juggling a music career and SMMA. And the SMMA thing was kind of but the music career, I had been doing it for about 7 years full time, and I was just at the point where I was ready to taper off of it, just because music's my passion, and it was getting to the points where it was too much of a job, and it was stripping that like love for music that I had. So I really wanted to find something else and really secure myself financially, I guess.
How does it feel to do all this stuff for the past few years and then all of a sudden make money all at once?
I can't even tell you how grateful I am, man. I really can't. It feels like I'm the most grateful motherfucker there is, because I've been trying this entrepreneurship situation since I was 15. I was in multi-level marketing when I was 15 years old. I'm 29 now, and I haven't made that much money with my entrepreneurship journey, except for in music. I've made a little bit, but none of it was ever a lot, and it was never consistent at all. So it feels amazing, bro. Like, I can't even, like, there's no words to really express it. Like, I'm super grateful to just have been a part of this entire opportunity and this community overall. Like, it's changed my life for real.
If someone's on the edge, someone in this community right now is on the edge of going all in and like kind of like actually doing this full time and committing to it, because doing anything half-assed, you're not going to make any money, right? They're on that edge, right? Kind of like how Marco went all in today. W Marco. I'll see you on Wednesday. We'll talk. And what would you tell them to force them over the edge to actually go all in and do this?
Trust your gut, trust your intuition. When I found growth operating itself, like as an opportunity, I remember joining the free group, the free school. And my first post in there was, hey guys, like this looks really good. It all makes sense to me, but I'm also doing SMMA and I don't know if I should drop this. And I also didn't want to be a person who like jumped business model to business model, but I just knew that my gut was telling me this is the thing that I needed to do. And I asked that question, like, hey guys, can anyone help me with this decision? I don't think I even got any comments on it. And I just sat there with it for about 30 minutes and I was like, fuck, man, this just makes way more sense. And I do not want to be sending thousands of cold outreach emails every single month just to keep clients coming in with SMMA. So I really just trusted my gut, and I looked at the upsides of the opportunity, and I just went in as fast as possible. Like I was in free community, and then I went to CA like the same night. I hit you up. I sent you a message. I was like, dude, I want in right now. I don't want to wait till Wednesday. Let me in now. So just trust your gut, man. That's all there is to it.
Hell yeah. How did you feel after joining? Like once you like kind of jumped in, like did you feel kind of like you're just like because everyone jumps into an opportunity and then like there's that informed pessimism phase where it's like, oh shit, this actually is a lot of work. Because I know a lot of you guys are dealing with that right now. You join, and you're like, okay, there's a little bit of work here. How did you feel once you realized that there's a little bit of work?
To be honest, I felt good. I didn't really have to go through like the pessimism phase just because of SMMA. So I feel like I had a little bit of an edge over that, but that's an advantage that everyone has in here. Coming from SMMA, this is way easier. Like it's so much easier. Like, yeah, you have to do work. Trust me, you have to do work, but all the work you have to fucking do with a social media marketing agency is just fucking bonkers. It's whack. And when I got into this, yeah, I knew it was going to be work. Nothing worth having comes easy. I was stoked about it, to be honest with you. Like I dove into the content and I was ecstatic. And I don't think I had a small period where I was like, can I do this? Because that's the same feeling I've had with everything that I've jumped into that hasn't worked. But it didn't last that long. And there's just so many people getting results in this community that it's just impossible for you not to get results. I really see it that way.
Tell me about that, because we see people make 10K a month all the time. And for all of you new guys that are new here, you're probably like, maybe that's not like legitimate, but like after a while of being in this community and seeing how many people were actually winning like yourself now, would you say that's like kind of like what forced you over the edge to being like, I can do this?
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't mean it in a disrespectful way, but there's a lot of young guys in here doing it. And I'm not that young. Like I'm almost 30. And I really think to myself, and it's not that they're less competent. I just see so many young people doing it. And I'm like, if they can get these kind of results, then surely if I just, connect a few wires in my brain and don't be a bot, I can get results too. But it's the same. Yeah. You see so many young people getting results and it's super inspiring, to be honest. Like for me, it was.
Yeah. And the thing is too, is like, you can see some YouTube case studies from like other people online and you don't even know if they're legit. But when you're in like an actual community like this and you're like, holy fuck, like all these other people are like actually real and they're actually getting results. It's just like it's like a euphoric fucking feeling. It's like, holy shit, like these people are actually winning here. Like most fucking like communities, guys, I hope you know this, like don't get results. Like you join them, like there's this one guy I know, like he does not get results. Like like there's a lot of people, like they'll be like, just got my first free client. I'm like, oh, that's crazy. All right, no names in the chat. All right, no names. Come on, guys. But yeah, bro, what advice would you? So, all right, never mind. Let's blow up the chat. Who's ready for some fucking sauce from Kade? Kade's a good guy. Let's fucking get these names out of chat. Who's ready for some sauce? Throw some W's in chat if you're ready for sauce. I'm not continuing on until we're all throwing some W's in chat. I'm going to throw some W's in chat for sauce because Kade is the fucking GOAT and we're going to get lots of gems. And if you want me to do some technical sauce, you want me to fucking dig into Kade's brain and we get in some technicalities of what he actually did, we'll do it. But only if you guys throw some W's in chat. All right. Yeah, let's dig them down. Dig them down.
Justin.
No, just playing. Cool. So let's kind of just go through the whole entire transformation of the timeline. So you joined like, I know 2 months ago. You came in. How long did it take you to get a creator and who did you get?
I kind of went against your teachings a little bit. I'll be completely honest. I know that you say to just kind of go through like a little bit of the course material and just start doing outreach. My mindset on it and where I was at the time, I just wanted to go through all of the course material first. Cause me personally, I just wanted to download all the information so I at least knew exactly what I was selling before I reached out. So it took me about 2 weeks of juggling what I was doing in life and then going through all the course material. And as soon as I finished it, like literally as soon as I did, I was like, okay, I understand. And I started doing outreach. And I did outreach for a couple of days, but I was doing some weird methods. Just I reached out to probably like 20 people. And I was just like kind of DMing and starting conversations. And then I was like, no, fuck this. I'm just going to go straight to the looms, but I don't want to mass send looms. I'm going to be very intentional about my looms and sending them on email. and I did 3 of them. And actually the third one that I sent, I got a client, and I got the client like, here's the crazy thing. He emailed me back in like 3 minutes, and I didn't see it because I made the loom, I sent the email, and then I took a break. I went to the gym, I went for a walk, I had some fruit. I came back like 3 hours later, and I noticed that he sent me an email 3 hours ago. I was like, fuck, I should have, like, hope I didn't lose this opportunity. But no, I got it like really quickly.
Hell yeah. Dude, that's super solid, by the way. Like, that's actually insane. So you got a response in 3 minutes. And then did you get a call with him right after that? Or like, how did it go?
I think I set the call up the next day. I can't remember, but I believe it was the next day.
So this guy, by the way, guys, it's okay to go through all the material as long as you're not mentally masturbating, right?
Yeah.
And for some of you new guys who are new to this, mentally masturbating means you're doing a bunch of research, you're doing a bunch of like homework, and you're doing a bunch of like going through the content, but you're taking zero action. The thing I'm okay with Kade is he sped through all the material, got a good understanding of it, and then he actually started taking action immediately and got a creator, right? And the reason why he got a creator so fast, I'm guessing, is because his loom was really good because he understood what he was talking about. One of the main things, what was the biggest takeaway? Like, what did I say in the end of my 35-page doc, the new one, the growth operator speedrun? What did I say to do? Let me know in chat. What did I say to do? At the end, the process. What do you do after you finish the 35-page doc? What do you do? And if you guys don't know this, I'm going to make you all do push-ups. Let me know in chat.
Luke is crazy, bro.
You take action, right? You take action, but you need to keep going through the material so you know more about growth operating. It's extremely important to keep going through the material. It's extremely important to be on calls like this. So if you're on a call like this and people are dropping off, that's insane. I'm glad you guys are here. You've already made it. You're part of the top 1% of this group. You can see all the people inside this group. You guys are part of the top 1%, right? So yeah, like Kevin, you're part of the top 1%, right? You need to learn a ton about growth operating because then when you send a loom, they're like, this guy knows his shit, right? And then it's like, boom, I'm cool with working with this guy because he actually does know his shit. Now, so back to the timeline, I kind of just want to overview. You got the creator within 3 minutes once you sent in the loom video. This sounds fake, by the way.
I know.
For all of you new guys, this is not typical results. Like, this is absolutely insane to me personally. Like, this isn't like, it could happen, don't get me wrong, but this sounds like fucking fake. And I'm like, holy shit. Okay, got a loom, sent a loom, responded in 3 minutes, responded in 3 hours because you went to the fucking gym, got a sales call. What was that like?
Sales call was really easy. I just treated him like he was my bro, and I didn't have a script. I just had a few like framework questions that I wanted to ask and kind of a few key points I wanted to touch on. But I kind of, before the sales call, I just looked at everything he had going on first so that I was completely prepared. Like, so I just understood him and his process and what he was doing. And yeah, it was super smooth. Like, I held frame because, I mean, with that being my first client and me getting 50%, like, I had to hold a heavy frame and had to have some sort of authority. And I think that understanding the business model helped me do that. But yeah, it was super simple. Like, we literally just talked for a little bit and went over some ideas, and I just treated it like as if me and you were talking right here.
Hell yeah. See?
Yeah.
Don't be a bot, guys. That's a gem right there. Don't be a bot on the sales call. I said it. I literally said it. Who watched the 35-page doc and saw that I said not to use the sales script exactly, right? The reason I said that is because you should use the sales script as a framework, not a fucking script. It's called a sales script, but don't use it as a sales script, right? Pull up to the call like you're a genuine human being and you'll get a client very easy, right? That's a gem. Okay. So you got the creator, easy close. Did you get a setup fee? What was the percentage split, etc.? What was that look like?
50%, I did not get a setup fee. And again, I was holding the frame as much as I could, but I also knew that I want to be fair because I know that if I was the creator that had gained this much attention and some dude just came into my DMs and didn't really actually have any case studies or anything like that and was demanding the setup fee, to me, I wouldn't have gone with it. I would have been like, you're crazy. You can, yeah, fuck off. But I knew what I was worth and I knew what I could do, but I didn't have anything to back it up 100%. So he was just going based off of trust. So I did not want to charge a setup fee on purpose. Now, the next client, the next creator I get, I will charge a setup fee because I know now how much work it took for me to be where I am right now. And I have a case study. But at the time, I was hell bent on just let me work. I'll work my ass off for you, but I want 50%.
Cool. So, guys, that was a gem he said there, right? He came to the call like he was a genuine human. He was not a bot. He didn't use the sales script. And then, just like I said in the 35-page doc, it's okay to be fair. You're trying to make a deal where it both makes sense, right? You're trying, literally, why I said this in the doc. The reason why growth operating is such an amazing offer is because it's not like SMMA. You're not pitching $2,000 a month for like some ads that they can get from a Indian off of Fiverr, right? You're not pitching that, right? You're pitching a partnership, a genuine partnership, and you're asking for a percentage that makes sense. You're asking for a partnership in which if they don't make money, you don't make money. Now, who here genuinely believes that's the best offer ever? Let me know in chat. And if you don't believe that, you're never going to get a client. Put some W's in chat if you really think that's like the legitimate offer. Like, Kade, why do you think that offer is so much easier than SMMA? And what was the difference for you?
Because there's literally there's no downside. You don't lose anything. Like you don't have to pay anything up front. You have this dude telling you he's going to work his ass off to make you $10,000 a month, and he'll do everything in his power to make it happen. So yeah, I mean, I think it's a no-brainer. You don't have to spend any money. Like on his end, he doesn't have to spend any money. He's going to have this dude building all these systems and doing all these things that you were already going to try and do for yourself.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that's why it's a no-brainer. Like you're literally at no loss.
Exactly. See, that's another gem, guys, that I put in the doc as well. You come to the creator, and the reason why your offer works is because you're going to tell them, I'm going to do all the work for you, right? I'm going to take a percentage of the profits, right? And if it doesn't work, you're not going to pay. There's no risk. There's absolutely zero risk do growth operating, right? You know, like the bad kid in class that always distracts the class? That's Eddie. that's Eddie like nonstop. Like I'm trying to give you guys gems and you motherfuckers are playing with Eddie in chat. No, just play. Log in, motherfuckers. Log in. This distracting ass. No, just play it. But these are like actually gems. Like guys, like if you do the basics, the simple, like this is actually so simple. Like talking to Kade, I have like a breath of fresh air because you understand how simple it is. And I think it's because you've seen the other shit on the other side of the fence, and you're like, guys, like this is the opportunity you need to be in, and the opportunity you need to take action on. I'm sure there's a lot of other people that came from the SMMA space, and you guys are like, fuck that. I'm never gonna do that. Right. And growth operating is way easier. It's just a percentage split. I'm going to do all the work. I'm confident. And if it doesn't work, you're not going to pay a single dime. Right. Very, very simple. Okay. So you got the creator, you close them. What did it look like to get all the way up to launch? How did the launch go? And how's it going now?
Okay. We spent probably, I don't have an exact time frame, but around a month before we launched. I set up systems. I was gathering a bunch of leads. I was just trying to get my act together and fully understanding how I was going to do it effectively. And I didn't want to rush the process because I really wanted to, like I said, I wanted to maximize what I was doing. And yeah, pulled up day of launch. I woke up at 7:30 a.m. or 7 a.m. and I sat on the couch at 7:30 a.m. and I stayed on my computer and I DM closed until 12:30 a.m. midnight. My girlfriend would bring like food to me and like kind of feed me I'm not even lying. She would like feed me with a fork every once in a while because I was just so fucking locked in. But I did that for the whole weekend and it paid off. Like the biggest dopamine rush was all of the like the cha-ching sounds coming from school every time I made a sale. But launch went crazy, and within 8 days we were already at 10K, and that was based off of all the leads that I'd gathered from the waiting list, because I built a waiting list, and we can go in the weeds of all that later if you want to. But I gathered 200 or 2,700 leads and just converted as many of them as I could with a VSL. And we didn't really make it public until a couple days ago, and we still haven't really fully shouted it and announced it to like his general audience. But yeah, I mean, 10K in 8 days, and we're at 12.5 now, and that's just with people trickling in from like random links on YouTube and things like that. So it's going well.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
How's it feel to make that 50%?
Dude, I can't, like, that's the big, like, it all just, I can't even explain it. I was like, dude, if I was just making 10%, yeah, I'd be happy. But it's like the fact that I've done all of this work and I actually make a nice share of what I've done, it's so rewarding. I cannot lie to you.
Hell yeah. W's in chat for Kade again, bro. That motherfucker is, it's so cool to see you like rise to the top and go through the entire process. Cause like it should motivate you guys, right? Like if you guys are doing looms, if you're stuck in a process, if you're not sure if this is going to work out or not, look at Kade, right? Kade has actually saw this all the way through. I remember when Kade came in, I remember why Kade joined. I remember giving him a link to join. I remember getting on a call with Kade when he did join. And I was like, hey, Kade, like this is like what you could do, and it would be a lot of fun. I was doing market research, but like I was like, Kade, it's lots of fun. And I saw Kade on every single call. I could tell he was committed, right? He joined the community. He was active every single day. You can go through Kade's community log and see every waking hour of Kade in the community, him giving sauce, him giving advice on his journey and what he's been doing, right? And he's still posting in the community today, which is super valid for you guys to go look at his journey and be like, this is what Kade is doing. If Kade can do it, I can too, right? So going back and looking at the entire process on that note, all the struggles and trials and tribulations, what's one thing you wish you could have told Kade before you started this journey to make the process speed along faster? You still got phenomenal results. It was all super fast. But like, if you could go back and honestly, like, don't go back because like you got results so crazy.
Yeah.
But like, what would you tell younger Kade or like Kade like 2 months ago? I guess that's not even a valid question, bro. Like you got it easy as fuck, but like, yeah.
I mean, I guess the one thing I would tell 2 months ago, Kade, would be to just organize your shit a little bit more. I've been a little out of whack and I need to be better at time blocking and organizing my productivity. I could probably work less hours if I did that too, because I tend to work, about 7 days a week on average, like 14 to 15-hour days. And it's just because I'm scattered a lot of the times, but I've been working on that right now. Like I have this other screen. I've been working on a big second brain to kind of just to kind of help with my productivity. But I think that's one of the things. I think if I would have been a little bit more organized with what I was doing, I would have slacked off a little bit less, and I probably could have gotten more done in a quicker amount of time. I still think what I did was pretty quick, but I mean, quicker is still better. So.
Yeah. For context, guys, the reason why you got there so quick is because you put in the work. You could obviously tell. You have two choices within this space. Like up until when you're doing a launch, it's going to take a little bit of extra work. Like you're going to work pretty hard. You're going to work your ass off. But once you get good at it, right? Like Eddie is not spending a ton of time with his credit brothers. Like just because Eddie's so advanced, he knows what he's doing. Eddie's probably going to throw together a promotion, a few Google Docs and be like, let's just do this, sell some air, right? Put together some fucking modules or whatever. And he's like, just run this and it'll be fine. He's like done 2 calls with them. Probably going to want launch like June 4th or some shit like that. I'm pretty sure that's what he told me. Yeah. And like, guys, like once you get more advanced, it's a lot easier and you can actually like, Eddie's barely working 2 hours a day, right? But in the beginning, it's going to take a little bit of extra work to figure out what you're doing, etc. But now, Kade, you're at a point where like, once you keep promoting that 12K a month, all you got to do is keep them. Right now, if you really wanted to, you could just focus on retention for the rest of the fucking 2 months, 3 months, or whatever, however long, focus on retention and honestly like make 12K a month. Or you could decide to keep going harder and do 12-hour days and get to 50 and $100,000 per month. And that's the beauty of this business model for real. Now, I have a question for you guys. Who wants to ask Kade questions? Who wants to ask Kade your burning questions? Let me know in chat. Let me know if you want, put some W's in chat if you want to ask Kade some questions directly, right? You guys want to ask Kade some technical questions? Yeah. You want to get in the weeds and ask him what he did to launch, what he did to, I guess, not get his creator. Cause like, good God, like you got a creator so fast. Cool. All right. So what I want you guys to do is I'm going to act more as like a filter for Kade, right? And then you guys can ask whatever questions you have. And then I'm going to ask it to Kade. And I'm going to help you guys get as many gems as possible. So we're about to get into the super gem weeds here, guys. We're about to go super deep, right? So be ready to get as many as possible. So what is Eddie doing all day? Picking his nose. No, I'm just Eddie made a cracked YouTube video today. Real quick, this is a side promotion. Eddie made a super fire YouTube video today, guys. Go watch it, even though like it's for the free motherfuckers, I guess, that don't buy anything. And
Like to do thumbnail.
for the glue. Oh, fire. Yeah, it was actually pretty fire. I actually watched this entire video. It was good. Highly recommend. Also, if you haven't watched this one, very good video. I'm a big fan of Eddie's. Now that I've given you guys some time to ask some questions, let me see. How did you get gazillion of leads like that? How many followers does your creator have? How'd you gather the leads, etc.? How'd you do the promotion?
He had my creator's growing pretty fast. He had 48,000 subscribers on YouTube when I signed him. And as of right now, he's at 75K subscribers. All of his audience is on YouTube. He doesn't have, I mean, he has Instagram now, and I've funneled. He started at like 120 followers, and since then I've got him like to 1,200. But it's all on YouTube, and he had a free Telegram that had like 3,500 people in it, but it was a free Telegram, so it was like spammy as fuck. Like the people were just in there putting memes and just random ass shit, so it really wasn't high quality traffic. And he had a paid Telegram group that he had charged like $128 or something like that, but there were only 20 people in that one, so it was mainly just YouTube. So when I started, it was about 50K subscribers, and I just used scarcity like with my copy, and we just made some posts for YouTube community to funnel people over to Instagram, like DM me a keyword on Instagram, and we gave them freebies. Like we had a shit ton of free docs, like course docs that we could give, and not just one.
Can you just show us all this stuff that you did potentially?
Yeah.
I want to see the weeds. Like I want to see how you did the promotion. I want to see the scarcity copy. I want to see the not the Telegram, because the Telegram is ass, but I want to see it. You can show us the creator, like whatever you want to show us. Like, let's see it. Oh, beautiful faces.
Oh yeah. All right. This is my creator.
AI guy.
Yep. This is him right here. Okay, he's almost at 77. Faceless. He does show his face more now, but it's essentially just him teaching people how to make money with every single video is a course. But he is as an avatar, like an AI avatar. And so this is the great thing. My creator was already good at teaching people because that's all he does is make courses. So that's one of the reasons I reached out to him in the first place. I didn't care if
that's a gem. Reach out to creators that drop free courses, 100% filtered by 100% free course. Go to YouTube and type in full course 100% free, and you'll find a gazillion creators. Like don't even do a niche. Just filter by 100% free course, and you'll find a bunch of shit, bro. Like so much shit.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But yeah, I knew that he was doing that. So that's one of the biggest reasons I reached out to him. I was a little hesitant because he is faceless and he's an AI person, but obviously it still works if you're putting out a lot of value. So this is what I had to work with. I went to his Instagram. He had about 120 followers. And what we did is we utilized this community tab right here. A lot of people forget about this, but on YouTube, you have a lot of leverage here because, I mean, shit, this thing gets a lot of traffic and a lot of eyeballs.
Is that a group call? If you like teasing the group calls, that's a good idea. Show us that. How'd you tease the group calls with everyone?
Yeah, this was just saying first call with students in our new school community was an absolute success. In case you've been living under a rock, you missed the opportunity to join, stay tuned. All I'm saying for now, PS, the reason faces are blurred is because I forgot to ask them permission to post a picture. So yeah, that's just us teasing like the actual group call. See, like this stuff gets traffic.
Yeah, scroll down if you might. Scroll down a little bit. I want to see the full promotion suite. Yeah, let's see it.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to see the entire promotion on just the community.
Okay.
Yeah, this is dope. So guys, this is for context. Like this is how he funneled a YouTube audience. So start where you like started. Exciting.
It was about right here because he had hit 50K right about when we signed. So let's see. Okay. Sign up for the waiting list to stay informed, prepare for absolute gym. Also, there's an exclusive video for you guys available only until May 1st. So this is a waiting list. We also built another Telegram channel just to kind of funnel new traffic into, since the other one was kind of like really bad. So he created that, and we were promoting in that Telegram channel as well. And then I was just doing like slight market research and stuff like this, like aside from the calls. So I would ask people how much money they need to actually change their life, because I would use that in the VSL, like how much money do you want to be making?
That's a gem. Write that down. Ask them how much money they want to make, because if they don't want to make 10K a month, don't tell them. Right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, and then here's another one, guys. I've been working really hard behind the scenes for months, and next Friday, May 3rd, I'll be finally launching the #1. So this was like, or like more than whispering, telling them like when the release date's going to be or when the launch date's going to be. But since this is early access, I can only let you in if you're on the waiting list. So we were like driving the waiting list because I wanted to have their email, I wanted to have their contacts so I could market directly to them. And like this kind of copy worked, because once we started doing this, we were driving so many leads. Like we were getting so many leads a day. It was crazy.
What's the waiting list look like? Can you click on it?
Yeah.
What does that look like? Okay, cool little wait list. Hell yeah. How does a beginner put something like this together? Give us some sauce. What's an easy way to put together a wait list like this without doing all this work?
The easiest way would just probably make a type form, I'm sure.
just type
Yeah,
one.
you wouldn't have to do all this. This is
I don't
just
want to stimulate all these motherfuckers. They're gonna be like, oh, I don't know how to do that.
it is
It's
pretty
fun.
crazy. But I had a little bit of experience with building like landing pages and websites because I built some websites in SMMA. But that's what that looked like. And this is just like a mini VSL. Like it's just a very short, it's selling the waiting list though, not the actual program. So that's that. And this is like mixed in with the stuff that he was promoting. And yeah, that's essentially it. Stuff like that. Waiting lists will stay open until tomorrow morning. So I was, of course, like continuously building that scarcity. Like you only have until this day to get on the waiting list. After that, it's closed. Driving way more leads at a high pace. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much how we built the waiting list.
Hell yeah. Show us the school games thing down there. What was that?
That was
Showing them
yeah,
yeah.
social proof, I guess.
They want to show you how much money you've made. They're like, cool. Hell yeah. That's dope.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
AI guide. This is sauce, guys. You guys can all look this up and see like, okay, how do I promote a YouTuber? Right? Like this is easy, like an easy framework to follow. Like Kade did it. You could do something similar and make it even better.
Absolutely. Is there anything else you want me to show while I'm on here?
Let's see the community if you don't mind sharing. Like how after so you promoted to the wait, before we jump into the community, can you go back to the community tab? What else is there anything else that you would like what other advice would you give them in terms of promotion? Like what did you see worked for you? What advice would you give to them for a beginner that's just getting into promoting something like this? What would you tell them?
I mean, it kind of does boil down to like how you structure the copy. I mean, if you have an audience, you just need to take full advantage of that audience and make sure that whatever you put out there, it's intriguing enough to grab their attention and make them want to take action. I think that's really all there is to it. If you're not very good at like being intriguing or building scarcity, things like that, you need to work on that. Like
how did you build scarcity? I'm sorry to cut you off, but how did you build scarcity? What was the scarcity element here?
It was mainly like with the waiting list where so there's a few posts that weren't shown here because I put them on Instagram stories and stuff like that too. But basically just like talking up what we were building. Hey, I've been building this thing for such and such months and it's pretty much going to change the entire industry. And this is the best thing that you're ever going to be a part of. So building it up and then saying, but I'm only letting people in if they're on the waiting list. And on this waiting list, it's going to end on this date. And if you don't get in by this date, you're out of luck. You'll have to wait till the next time the doors open. And the next time the doors open, it's going to be way more expensive. And I don't really know when that's going to be. So like we built it that way by just like, this is awesome. And I need to get on this waiting list now. And as soon as I had their contact info, it was game over because then I can just directly email them.
And then how did you email them? What did that look like? Maybe let's see that.
Yeah. So this is my dashboard over here, and this is for other stuff, but let me see. This is Go High Level, by the way, for anyone who doesn't know what this is.
Oh yeah. Bro learned to go high level. I like it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So in the conversations tab, what I did was go to the contacts. So
for everyone that's new to this, by the way, you don't have to use Go High Level or you don't have to use Go High Level. You can just use ConvertKit and an email list. I'll show you guys how to set that up pretty soon. You can also use Instagram DMs the same way. And you could use other promotional channels. I just want to let everyone know that you don't get overwhelmed if you're new to this. Like there's a lot of different ways you can do this, but this is just how Kade did it.
Absolutely. And I just did it this way because I had already been using Go High Level for like a year. So I already knew it and it had everything that I needed.
Right.
I would have done the other options if I didn't already have this and I didn't already know it.
Right.
But I had the leads so in the beginning, like the very beginning, after market research and during market research, we were building leads by offering free stuff. That's the first thing that we did. And then once we had a grasp of how we were going to when we were going to launch, what we were going to do, then we started gathering leads from a waiting list. And we were also still gathering leads from free stuff. We were giving out freebies and we were building scarcity on this wait list. That's how I was gathering leads overall. So that's what all of these leads would be. and that's 2,928 so far because they've been trickling in from other things.
So
And what I did was I really didn't email them. And this is another thing that I said I wish I would have been a little more organized. And this is something I would do differently on my next launch is I would have been using email sequences and been sending out emails from the day that they got like their free stuff and building them up to the community. I didn't do that. I was just trying to build other things and trying to make it all make sense in my head. But 5 days, the Monday before our launch, we launched on a Friday. And on that Monday, I built an email sequence, or I sent out an email, which was just to the waiting list. And then I also had the people that were not on the waiting list, which is all the leads minus the waiting list. And I had 2 separate emails that I wrote, and they were essentially doing the same thing, but one was kind of directing people to join the waiting list. And I just basically taught them lessons. I broke it down into 5 different lessons or 4 different lessons. And I just taught them in an email, like no more than like 200 characters. It was a sales email essentially.
Can you
And
show
on
us?
Monday, yeah, I don't know. It might be in bulk actions. Let's see.
I'm just asking everything for everybody.
Yeah, for sure.
Another thing, guys, I want to tell you, if you ever mess up a launch and you feel like you failed, I want to let you guys know something. Here, you want to hear a little secret. Also, this is for Kade. You want to hear a little secret, bro?
Yeah.
You can launch over and over and over again with your creators. Like you can literally, like me and Eddie did 50 launches with Creator Accelerator alone.
Oh, damn.
Right? So it's like 50, okay? Over 50. And then you could launch the back end multiple times. You could launch lots of things and you could do it over and over again, right? It's not going to be the same copy, but you could still launch multiple times.
I don't know if I can. I don't know the quickest.
It's all good if not. Let's see the community. So we got to see a little bit about how you promoted it and stuff like that. Let's see the community.
Actually, I do know I have the emails written in copy on a Google Doc. Actually, that's where those are. I could show those if you want to later. But
yeah, honestly, if you have them right now, let's see the Google Docs. Then if it's in a more simple place, perfect. Okay. Oh yeah, ultimate productivity course.
Yeah, I'm building a course right now for the school. All right, market research. Let's see.
Google Docs are goated. I'm a big Google Doc guy.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Giant Google Doc. We're just looking at all of your stuff.
Yeah, I don't care. It's here for you to see.
Let's see.
Script. Fuck, I think it's in a different.
Where's the secret sauce, Kade?
No, it might be in this one.
Where's the secret sauce?
No, that's not it. Oh wait. Fuck, I wish I was more prepared. I would bring it up. I don't know which.
Is that the VSL right there?
How
I quit my job and became a full-time. Go scroll up to the left.
Yes, that's the VSL.
There's the email, I think, too. Low key next to that.
Yeah. Where? That pre-drop VSL?
No,
these are different.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I don't know where it's at. I'll have to find it another time and I'll show y'all.
Yeah, show us the community. How'd you fulfill? What did that look like?
Damn,
right. Bro got 1.4K. Bruh. Good God.
What happened?
My girl called me.
Oh. So I basically I'm all about emulating what works. I looked at a lot of the stuff that you did with CA and I implemented a lot of that strategy in here. I'm going to be changing it actually in the next week though, like to kind of differentiate it and kind of do something that fits more of like what's going on right now. But I mean, obviously this pin post, I literally copied this word for word, exactly what you did for Start Here. But I made my own Loom video. I have the Start Here link too. I like the way that you did that, but yep, here's the community. I did a lot of the same stuff as far as discussion tabs go. Kind of had the same exact thing going on.
I like it.
Classroom. So this is what we're doing right now. I'm about to do a lot of rebranding though, because I don't like the way all this looks, but
every single time, bro, you look at it, you always want to revamp it.
I don't want to revamp it so bad. It's been getting on my nerves, but
I promise.
Yeah, we have our Start Here, and this is basically all me. So I'm doing a bunch of stuff here to teach them how to use the community, stuff like that. And then this is the main like meat and bones structure course. And then here he just dropped this last night. It's a full CapCut course. And then we're giving away like here's all the call recordings that we put in here. And then a vault. This is similar to what we have in CA, like a bunch of books and YouTube videos that I've handpicked and put in there, and I'm adding them over time. Asset toolbox is a bunch of shit for like editing. But yeah, we're just, we're doing the thing. So that's what it is. Calendar right now is 2 calls. We're doing the exact same thing for 7-day winners. We do a private call before our main call because it works.
It
And
does. It's the
really
easiest way to
works.
do a challenge every week.
And this is how I know it all works, because if you go here, let me get this out of the way.
Show us
Go
the
here.
Dashboard. Show us the monies. I want to see. Everyone wants to see the monies. Yay! All right, now you can show us the other thing.
Discovery, we're at number 36. So we're almost on the first page.
Yeah, that's
Because
crazy.
we're highly active.
Yeah.
And we have motherfuckers that are already at level 7. And it's a 2-week-old community, which is crazy. I just hit level 7 in CA and I've been in here for 2 months.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But
So far.
yeah, so that's a community.
Show us some of the community. Actually, go at the settings real quick. I just want to see something personally. Settings and go to metrics. Metrics right there. Want to see. Sheesh. Click on the green dots. Like hover over the green dots. I want to see how many activities you have. Hover.
Biggest one's 5,000.
Sheesh. Yeah. CA averages about 2,000 to 3,000 a day. The most actions we've had in a day was 18,000. And that
Holy
was,
shit.
yeah, it was a big promotion for a community update.
Yeah, our biggest one was 5.4K, but
Yeah. I don't really do challenges anymore for like hyperactivity because it's actually annoying. Like you get people like Kevin that'll like make 5 posts a minute, and then it's like, good God, Kevin, you really want to win this challenge? It's like,
crazy.
no, but like I fuck with engagement, but when you do like massive challenges to get on the school rankings, it like sucks. It's like the worst. It becomes like the worst community ever if it's
I
too
agree.
much. I talked to Sam Ovens about that, and he was like, maybe we should filter posts by like best or something. Yeah, December was different because I was promoting community engagement. That's why.
It also kind of like it overwhelms certain people who don't have the time to be super active in the community
Oh yeah,
because they're like, oh, okay, well, this isn't fair. When I'm not really all about inclusivity and all that shit, but like I don't want it to be super skewed where the people who have a lot of time, like they get all the, like they have the advantage. But I mean, yeah, it gets a little annoying because some people are like, dude, like I don't have the time to compete for all this stuff. And it's just,
yeah. I actually realized like I'm even gonna bring the 6-figure club down to level 3 probably because it takes people so long to get to level 5. And I
Yeah.
think it's dope for you guys to be able to get these. I think I'm gonna change that after this call. Do you guys think it's valid for the 6-figure club for this call to be posted and recorded? You think it should be level 5 or level 3? What do you guys think? Because like Volt's level 2, 3. I think 3 makes more sense because it's like easy to get to. 3. Yeah, I think 3 for like new members, bro. Because it's just like I don't have time to go engage in a group for like more than like 4 posts. Like, and then I'll post after I post like 4 posts. Yeah, I think I'm gonna put it down to 3, realistically, honestly. But yeah, that's super dope. You guys get some sauce from that? I haven't asked you guys about gems. You guys get lots of gems from that. You get to see all of his processes, the back end and everything. You guys like that? Yeah? You guys like that? Hell yeah. Super, lots of gems, very bare, very saucy. We got to see all the tactics. I liked your promotion strategy. I have something dropping, Kade, coming soon. That's going to help you a ton with that. And I have something very fun coming on June 24th that I can't talk about yet. So it's going to be a lot of fun. You guys are about to get all tickly about June. You guys are about to know the day, June 24th. And you're going to be like, oh shit, June 24th, right? But yeah, that was a lot of sauce. It was lots of fun. And yeah, I love it. I love it a lot. What other advice would you give to everyone else after becoming a full stack growth operator? You've been through the ringer of growth operating. What would you tell everyone? What advice would you give them as a complete 100% free course growth operator?
I would say sharpen your skills, bro. Like that's the one thing that can't be taken away from you. You just need to sharpen your skills. No matter where you're at in life, if you lose everything, you'll never lose your skills, and you can build it back up at any point in time. So just sharpen those skills.
One thing I'll give you guys that's massive. Yuri, bro, I can see their background and it's just like a party over there for you. You like that color shit? Yeah, you're just vibing. Bro's drunk right now. He's just like,
He's hammered.
he's just fucking hammered. Not just like, yeah. June 24th is not, I'll give you a hint. It's not Chicago. But it is something much cooler than Chicago, actually.
Yeah, I'm low key scared of Chicago. I'm not gonna lie.
Chirac. Iraq, bro. I actually don't like Chicago at all. I think it's like so noisy. Like if you go to Eddie's apartment, there's always like a helicopter. You're like, "Woo, woo, woo, woo," and then there's like police
Yeah, because
officers
someone's
that
got 5 stars down in the city, right? Like that's what's going on.
are 5 stars. It's bad. But yeah, what other takeaways would you give these guys as a growth operator?
Shit.
Don't have any. The results were too easy for Kade. He was just like, click button, make money, put link in bio, and just promote the link.
No, I mean,
It's
the
really
other
that
advice
simple
was-
though. Like if you're to boil growth operating down, I'm sorry to cut you off, but if you're to boil growth operating down, bro, it's like put link in creator's bio, have fun in community. That's all it is. It's like so simple.
Yeah. Aside from put link in bio and have fun in community, I would say fucking work your ass off, dog. Like, I'm
That's not
serious.
click button, make money.
This
No.
shit is like, it is easy. Like it does get easier. Like the process is super simple and it's fun, but you have to work your ass off. Like you're not going to make 10K. You're not going to make the money just by saying, oh yeah, build your school community, man, and it's going to be awesome. And then, you got to put in work. You got to understand what the fuck you're doing and how you're going to drive people from where they're at into the fucking community. So they're paying you money and it all works out. Okay. So you have to fucking work, man. Like if you're not making any money, spend all of your time trying to make money. I'm not going to lie. I hate that I did it, but there's periods of time where you have to go through this. I skipped the gym for 2 months. I did not go. I just couldn't. Like I was staying up super late. Sometimes I would have to wake up later in the morning because I would just stay up so late, like in the weeds, and I would just, but I just fucking sacrificed everything that I did. I didn't go out and do anything. I just worked on making money because I had a huge bear. Like I had no other option. I had to make money. So fucking put your brain into this shit and spend every waking hour trying to make money until you make that money. And then you can back off a little bit. But you still got to put time in it.
Hell yeah. You got to make money like Henry. Henry, I know you're making money. I see you, bro. I see bro's been DM closing all week. He's been making some cash. I like it. But yeah, dude, I 100% agree. I also heavily agree with like, don't go to the gym. Lock in, don't go to the gym, don't do shit, but work. Like just do work for like 2 months and you'll make money and then you can go to the gym. Cause bro, realistically, when you're actually like in a season of grind, like if you're going to the gym, most of the time, like you're not even getting good work done in the gym because you can't even fucking think because you're not making any money. But if your back is against the wall and you're just nonstop thinking about work and you just do work, it'll work out. Like you'll fucking like actually make money.
Yeah. It doesn't need to be long-term because the gym's very important, but like you're just going to have to go through periods of time where you just got to focus on the money thing. Like until you get it figured out, you have to.
100%. Yeah. What other questions do you guys have for Kade? What other questions do you guys have for Kade specifically? I don't want to take out the spotlight, but Kade has been crushing it, giving you guys a bunch of sauce, whatever. Did you close in sales call or DMs? He closed on a sales call with his creator. Or no, he closed in sales calls. Well, for his members, it was DMs for members and also emails. And that's what you do for low ticket. How did you have a safety net before going all in? That's a great question, actually. Do you want to tell them why you joined and what it was like and like all of that kind of stuff too? Because like I think that's good context for them as well. We probably should have started with that because there's rough beginnings, but like now you're here.
Gotcha. Did I have a safety net before going all in? Yes and no. Like, don't get me wrong. I have family that loves me and they would never let me go like without if I needed it, but I haven't asked my family for anything in a long time. The real backbone of everything's been my girlfriend. She has a really high paying job that she does right now. And and I've never made her pay for everything ever, but she understood and she supports me fully. So when I told her like, babe, I need just a little bit more time, just trust me. She was like, I don't care. Like, do what you got to do. I support you. So she really helped me. That was my only safety net. And I had a few friends that I knew that I could contact to get the money to make sure things like happened, like to get into CA. I didn't have the money. Like I talked to Brady. I DM'd him. I said, bro, how much is CA? I do not fucking have the money, but I will get it right now because I need this to happen.
And bro got the money in like
I did.
3
I got it in
minutes.
like I really fast. I called somebody. I was like, hey, dude, I need this money. I'll give it back to you. I promise.
That's real commitment, motherfuckers. That's
But
real
yeah, I mean, I guess
commitment.
I wasn't like at risk of being homeless. So I mean, I didn't have it like extremely hard. But I mean, there is a big burden when your girl's kind of paying for everything. She has to pay all of the rent. She has to pay for all the groceries. She has to pay for your gas. She has to pay for. I had $0, guys. So like a big part of that was my bear too, because I don't think any man should be letting his girl do that, like for real. But she's a real one for doing that for me. I really do appreciate her.
Yeah, you have like a Taylor Welch origin. Taylor Welch was in the same situation. I don't know if you know him, but he's a big entrepreneur in Tennessee actually, and he's big in the info space. And his girl like got into it before him, and then he like got into it, and he became like much bigger of an entrepreneur than she was.
Yeah.
So it's actually pretty cool that you did that.
Yeah.
Um,
Step
yeah.
1, get girlfriend.
yeah, get short, not just get girlfriend, get rich girlfriend.
Yes.
Rich girlfriend. Yeah, if I had to rely on my girlfriend, I'd be fucked. I'd be so cooked. I'd be done. We'd be living in a box. No,
Bro, it was like it's weird how it happened because here I'll be transparent. She does bottle service, and I got her that job. We're in Fort Worth, Texas, which is like a DFW Dallas area. We were living in the sticks. I moved to this area because I wanted to be closer to my music team. That was when I thought that music was going to be the whole thing. So coincidentally, we get here and she gets a really good paying job because we needed like our rent was way higher because we were living in the middle of nowhere. Rent was really, really low to being in the Metroplex. So it's higher. So she had to get a job and she got that one, which I had connections that helped her get to it. And she gets paid hella tips, cash. She brings them home every night. And like, all was going good. And I was like, babe, I don't want to do music anymore. I don't want to do this. I need to focus on one thing and one thing only. So then it dropped completely to where it was just all her. And I mean, she's not rich and she doesn't even want to be doing it like that much longer. And I plan on letting her quit in like the next month or two. But yeah, I mean, she definitely like, she's going crazy.
W girlfriend. That's so fire, bro. That's actually super fire. Eddie, how much is bottle service? No, I'm just
2,600.
Oh, oh, that's
Bro,
all.
Post Malone came in the other night and she was his server and he paid her like $3K.
Oh, that's
directly?
crazy.
It was crazy.
That's just the tip was 3K.
That was just the tip. And it was on a Tuesday, bro. She was the only server there. So she was just, it was like, what the fuck?
Posty on a Tuesday,
It
just
was
an average.
crazy.
Bro, I have this saying like when problems are going wrong, it's like think about your 80-year-old self. That's just another Tuesday.
Yeah.
It's so
Oh.
far. Yeah, 2,600. It's rough out here. No, just see Eddie's Instagram story. How much was that? Don't worry about it.
We split it though. I was with like other people that have communities.
Bro doesn't drink for context and got bottle service.
Oh, that one story post made the money back.
Hell
Growth
yeah.
Operating saves lives. We're marketing. We're promoting.
Growth operating saves lives.
On a table just to get the sign that says growth operating saves lives.
Yeah, more people fuck with growth operating. I fuck with it. Hell yeah. W's for Kades. Did you just use a Stripe payment link? No,
Nope,
he
straight
used
school.
school about page. Yeah, you get them. The whole goal is to get them warmed up, and then you hit them with the school about page.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, school for bulk. He didn't sell any bulk. He just got completely 12K a month in monthly recurring revenue through school payments. Right now, granted, Kade could drop a high ticket offer right now and get to 30K or 40K or 50K. But like he's just building up his member base because he knows what he's doing. He's mastering his low ticket. And then boom, he can come in with high ticket later and make a bunch of money nonstop. You know, have a good blend of the two.
See.
Yeah. What other questions you guys have for Kade? We got like, well, I guess we have like no minutes left. You better squeeze them in. So not ClickFunnels. Nope. He used a school about page. Very simple, guys. Like he literally, I'm itching my leg because there's mosquito bites on my leg. But yeah, it's very simple, guys. He didn't have to put together ClickFunnels. He didn't have to do a bunch of like very complicated stuff. He didn't really even need to use the Go High level, to be honest. Like he could have just like put everything together and promoted through YouTube. Guys, like his creator has the YouTube traffic he could just put the fucking school link in the YouTube descriptions and it will just print passive like members.
And it already is.
Yeah. It's literally passive income because of that. Like his free courses, bro, will constantly get free paid members, like nonstop, right? The better you optimize that school about page, bro, holy shit. Like that YouTube audience, like here's the cool thing about YouTube creators, guys. When you get a YouTube creator, it's literally passive income. And that's not an income claim or anything like that, but like, or anything treacherous. But like when you get a YouTube creator, how YouTube works is it gets passive views over time. Like you look at Eddie's YouTube right now, it'll say like 150 views per hour on this YouTube video. That means 150 people are seeing it through search, and then they search it, they watch it. And I do not guarantee this, but it's passive income basically. And it's just like you get more purchases. And then when they purchase, right, then you have them on monthly recurring revenue. And it's basically a loophole where Kade does not need to do extra work to plug in a link in the creator's descriptions, and he makes monthly recurring revenue off that. And then he has fun in the community. Here in a few months, the YouTuber, have him make some of those fresh course videos, like make some new fresh course videos. You guys will be printing. And
Yeah,
have
he's dropping one in a couple weeks or a couple days.
Yeah, free course, massive CTA, 5 different times throughout the video. You will literally get guaranteed pet. No, I'm just playing. No, but for real though, like a bunch of people will join through. That's how Pierre got the 75K a month. Pierre is not special. He put a link in the YouTube bio and the YouTube descriptions of his creators' fucking videos, and they made they got a bunch of joins from that. Right? Very fucking easy. Very, very, very easy. They're like, Shen, you keep asking all these questions. There's no like complexity to this. All he needs to do is pop a link in the creator's bio, and then he just needs to manage the fucking community after that. And Kade will literally make $50,000 and $100,000 a month in monthly recurring revenue with just that YouTube traffic. That's how Hamza's at $200,000 a month, is because his creator is a similar size too in the AI niche, right? Well, not a similar size, but like he'll get there and you'll get monthly recurring revenue, and it's make money with AI. Your offer is a lot stronger than Hamza's. You're just going to get constant joins from YouTube. That is going to make you like rich forever. I promise. Like if you actually stick with your creator, I would honestly work on like nurturing a really good relationship with your creator more than anything right now. Just like really good relationship, like passive joins through YouTube.
Yeah, I definitely have. We don't go a day without talking, and a lot of the times when we're not talking about business, we'll just send like memes or we have our own like inside jokes and shit now. Like we're pretty in there. We're pretty locked in.
Hell yeah. And it's a lot of fun to work with your creators, guys. Like once you get locked in with a creator, you put the links in YouTube, it's super easy, right? And then you're making the money you actually wanted to make your entire life in just a few months, right? Awesome. All right. Let's give some final dubs I'm going to stop the recording. Peace out, recording. Boom. We're here with Dario. Dario, how much money have you made in the last 7 days, good sir?
I've made $58,000.
Let's fucking get it. This motherfucker has made $58,000 for everyone watching the recording. We're on a live Zoom call right now with everyone in the chat. There's about 48 people here. Figured I'd just do it live in front of all the clients so they can get a bunch of value as well. Right. And Dario on this call is going to break down how he made $58,000 in 7 days. Dario, how does it feel to finally make money online, bro? Like some real money online.
It like I still don't believe it. Like it's been like so like recently everything, you know? So like I've been breaking my paradigm like day by day. Like the first day we did like 10K. I was like, oof, this is crazy. Second day, I think we did like 25K, like a total. I was like, poof. I don't know. It was like very, very hard to believe until like now that we're done. So I like sit down a little bit. I took like a coffee on my balcony and I was like, damn, I made like $58,000. I cannot believe it. I still don't believe it.
Oh yeah. And how did you like looking back at it? Like, how do you what would you say the biggest like shift was that allowed you to actually finally make money? Because I know I don't want to get super deep into the weeds just yet on like, here's like how you got the creator and here's how you launched and here's how you're like planning to scale up. What do you think the biggest like mindset shift was when you started making money, and what it was before you started making money to make money? What was that big mindset shift?
I think actually like in my case, it was kind of weird because like I was a professional athlete before.
Really?
So like I played rugby. So that's how I come to the States actually, like because of rugby. So like I got like a very big like work ethic, but it was, I would say like it's just like in Spain, people make like literally $15,000 in a year, like no more than that. That's like an average salary, you know? So my head was like kind of like not broken, but like my paradigm, I needed to fix like so many things, you know? So I think like when I started CA and I would start like watching all these videos and literally like the six-figure calls, it helped me so much to actually like believe that this was possible. Because everybody can tell you like, yeah, I made like you see so many YouTube videos of people saying like, yeah, I made 100K in like 30 days. I made like 200K in 60 days, something like that. But actually like see the numbers and see how people did it. I think that that completely like opened my mind. And like I was so dialed in for like 3 months until like now. Yeah, I started like 3 months ago.
So you're basically watching these calls and you're like, so at first you're like, okay, this looks kind of fugazi, but once you actually like sat down and you watched the calls, so just like a call like this, you eventually realized like, wow, this is actually something I could really actually do. Is what you're saying?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. I started because I saw the free growth operator course from Eddie on YouTube.
Hell yeah. And
So that's
and where did you like, so for some context, I kind of want to go back in time. So like that's actually a perfect segue. Where did you like start? Like what did you do before growth operating?
so. Look, even before growth operating, I was working as a bartender in a restaurant here in Atlanta because well, you guys, I studied college here in the United States, and you guys know like college here is like so fucking expensive. Even that I got like a good scholarship, I was studying like 2 degrees, so I needed to like people from Spain cannot get loans, so I needed to work to pay that loans. So I remember I was a D1 student athlete and I was working like 50 hours a week, literally, on a restaurant. And then like I don't know, I was talking with like so many dumb people every day on the restaurant that I was like, I cannot do this for more, like for long. I was like so braver. So in January, I remember, no, before, sorry, in November, I started like a SMMA. I started like a mentorship from a guy in Spain. And the same, I started like so motivated. And then when I started to do outreach, I was like, this fucking sucks. Like it literally like sucks. So I made like a little bit of money with that. I was like playing rugby, working 50 hours a week and doing SMMA at the same time. Like I literally like left my house with my bag at 6 a.m. and come back like 12 every single day for like a year almost. And then like some YouTube video of Eddie pop up and I was like, what the hell is this? So I watched the video and like I was, damn, this like makes so much sense what this guy is saying. So I remember I joined CA in second week of May, I think, yeah. And then I started to go through all the videos. I did exactly the opposite what you say. I watched all the videos. I took zero action, zero action. I was just mentally masturbating because I was so fucked up. Like my brain was fucked up. Like I couldn't like see it really like through. And that's when I started to see these calls. I was like, okay, what are all these guys in common? What are all these guys doing? And they were like all saying they took massive action. So I was like, okay, that's not matter if I think that I know a lot because I'm watching all these videos. If I don't take action, I'm not gonna go anywhere. So yeah, then I started to take action.
I
And
want to
well,
I want to retrack really quick. What was so like I want to go all the way back to like SMMA and stuff like that. What was like that rock bottom moment that made you feel like you wanted to switch? Like cuz you were already doing SMMA and you already had a clear path to make money. What was like that brain shift that was like, "Oh, like this is what made me want to switch."
so first of all, SMMA, it's like kind of broken a little bit because you are working like with local businesses and they don't really care about you. Like you need to put like exceptional results for them to actually like care about you. So I was like getting like maybe one client, two clients, and then like stopping making like I think I end up making like 3K max, something like that. So I was like, oh yeah, you can make a lot of money with this, but there's actually like I did not like it, I did not enjoy it. So I
Yeah.
was like, I need to find something. I knew I wanted to like be an entrepreneur and like make money online. Like that it was pretty inside my brain. But when I saw this, I was like, this makes much more sense.
Yeah, 100%. I actually fell into the same trap with my SMA. How many of you guys in this chat right here were doing SMA in the past and like you switched to this because you didn't fucking like SMA? Because I personally like I hated SMA. I actually went from growth operating and then I thought SMA was a really good opportunity. So I was like, I'm gonna try this. We got to 30K a month and then I wanted to die and I hated it. So I can totally relate to that. It's just like your eyes feel like you're bleeding, and then once you get to like over like 15 clients or over 10 clients, you literally want to die. It's just like, holy shit, all these clients are begging for my attention. And we oversold too much stuff. Like they expect so much more than I can actually help myself. Um, yeah. What was that turning point where you're just like fuck this? Like cause you're making 3K a month. What was the actual like fuck this moment that you realized where it was like growth operating is like, okay, this is where I can like actually make some money?
So yeah, so same as I told you, I was working at the restaurant, and at the same time I was like doing the SMMA, because like I needed so much money because my expenses were like 5K a month, 6K a month, something like that, because I was paying college cash. Like I did not took any loan. I end up paying my college, like just working hard, on the restaurant, like getting like with my tips, literally I pay college. And like I was so tired, bro. I was so tired. I was doing SMMA, sending like 1,000 messages, like literally 1,000 messages, and like I don't know, it's just like something in my brain was like, this is not the right path. When you have this feeling inside yourself, like, yeah, this is not the correct thing. And it was not like I knew, like I started other things before, like I tried to sell in Amazon and all this kind of stuff. And yeah, that things I stopped because the typical I was a kid, like I typical kid that does like 3 months something and then stop. But I think I just like something inside myself was like, I need to stop to do this and I need to find something else. And I literally, like the day after that, I saw Eddie's video. Literally the day after.
Hell yeah. And then when did you join CA after you saw his video?
30 minutes later.
You said
That
how
that
many?
be
30
like
minutes?
yeah, that video fucking saw me, bro. I was like, damn, this makes so much sense. I need to start.
What? Because I know you joined Inner Circle and stuff and you like went all in on this. What was like the thing where it's like, because most people like they look suspicious out there and they're really hard to trust. And it's like, like you said it before, like you look at all these other case studies, it's like, how do I know this is legit? What was the thing that made you want to like actually go all in on growth operating? Because you knew it was the right thing, but what made you actually want to like actually go all in?
Yeah. I think like I was in CA, and like I saw how the product was, and I saw like you doing all these videos. I like the passion that you were putting on it. And like it's contagious that you can feel when somebody actually like cares about something. Like I did other mentorships before, and you clearly can see that the people that is actually doing it, they don't give a fuck, literally. I could see like you really care about it. So I was like, if I'm paying this amount of money, which is not a lot, and I'm getting all this value, all these people is having exceptional results, and I knew I needed that extra coaching. Like I was like, okay, why not? So I spent like yeah, it's my last money. Like I was like on debt till now, no? That I made $58,000, so now I'm fine. But yeah.
Now looking back at it, how many times would you went in debt?
All the time, bro. All the time. I remember I asked my grandpa. My grandpa, he's a millionaire. Like, well, he was a millionaire. Like, he got like a very successful furniture business in Spain. And I thought about it with him, and I was like, Grandpa, like because of business stuff and lifestyle, I always like ask him. It's like a up here for me, and I asked him, Grandpa, like, there's like this opportunity. I really believe like this is the opportunity, and I know I'm not like getting crazy right now. I know this is like what I need to do, but I don't have any money. I don't have any money. And my grandpa was like, well, you have enough for pay this? And I'm like, yeah, I have enough for pay this. And like you're gonna go all in for it? And I'm like, yeah. So he was like, okay, just do it, because if you really believe that you can do it, you're gonna make it. So when he told me that, I was like, I'm gonna fucking make it. And then when my first creator, I made 13K, and now with this one. So
That's
yeah,
a bar from Grandpa. Let's see some
yeah,
W's in chat. W Gramps in chat. That's so fire, bro. W Grandpa. Because like for real, like even like the older people, they see it. They'll see like, hey, like if you're young, right? A lot of you in here are younger, right? And even if you're under 40, you're younger, right? And like you only have one shot, especially with an opportunity like this. Like eventually, like the opportunity will start withering, and you'll lose the opportunity, right? And Dario decided to like actually take action on that, and he was rewarded for it. He made $58,000 in 7 days because he made the decision to go all in on what he thought was good, right? That's what he thought was good. So after you joined, I assume that because typically when people join something new, right, they come in, they're super optimistic. What was that falling point after that, where it was like you joined and then like you probably had some like pitfalls before you had all of this awesome stuff going on? Like you didn't
Yeah.
just end up making 50. I assume you didn't just make 58K immediately. So like what did that look like? Like what was your journey? Like where were the pitfalls that Dario went through?
Yeah, so I remember I did my onboarding call with Justin when I joined Inner Circle, and I was telling him a little bit what I was doing, and Justin was like, "Well, just stop and just send looms, just do that." So yeah, I started with sending looms, but I think like I recommend to everybody to do this. Like I got an accountability partner, like Omar. He's a G, like he's probably on the chat. Like we were like almost every day, like talking about like how to like showing everybody's looms, like making like, okay, I'm sending these looms to 10 looms today, and he was like, oh shit, I sent like 5 tomorrow. I need to send like the same looms, you know? Like I was like I think when you do something with somebody, it's like much easier to actually like go through go through it, you know? So yeah, so I started that. I started doing looms. I got like some responses because I was sending like 45, 50 looms. I sent like in 2 weeks. And then you guys got me the opportunity to get like creator pairing. And then I stopped sending looms now because I got the creator. So yeah.
And was that the create? So you said you had like two creators. So, and you said you made money with the first creator. What did that look like?
Yeah. So my first creator, Jason, he's a SEO creator. Very small audience, like 40,000 on TikTok. But yeah, it was honestly it was good. It's just like the opportunity was not as big as this one right now, you know. But anyways, like I put all my effort on it. Like yeah, I was broke, like I needed to make money, so I was like so obsessed with it. And trust me, like it was really hard. Like we did like 13K with like 25 leads. Like literally, it was 25,
Okay.
25 leads.
Okay, so listen to that, guys. So he joined Inner Circle. He took advantage of the creator pairing, right? Because he was active in the community, right? We don't just like fucking choose random people. We choose people that we have faith in. We had faith in Dario, right? We gave him an SEO creator, and he made $13,000 with his first creator, right? That's simply what happened. And now he was able to, we'll get into it in a second. I'm sure he was able to leverage the fact that, and another thing too, he just said, I want to highlight that key point that you just said there. He made fucking, you said $13,000 off 25 leads.
Yeah,
All right, let me
25
conceptualize
applications.
that. Let me conceptualize that for all of you guys who are kind of new to business. 25 leads means you have like 25 emails of people to reach out to. Like there's this guy, Tom, there's like Tom, Ben, and Joey. Like those are the only motherfuckers we have on the list. like
Really, bro.
yeah, like isn't that crazy? Like he had a creator with barely any traffic, and if he would have just like if he would have had more traffic, he probably would have printed it. He probably would have printed, but like he just didn't have a massive opportunity there. So what did you learn from that?
Proof. A lot, a lot. First of all, it made me realize like I thought that I knew a lot of stuff, and then I realized like I didn't know shit. I didn't know anything. Like I thought I knew how to write. I didn't know how to write. Like my open rates at the beginning was like 21, something like that. Now I'm getting like with this creator, I got like 75% open rate and like 60% click rate on launch. Like it was insane.
That's crazy, bro. Those are
Yeah,
insane.
it was insane. Thanks to fucking Justin, bro. Like Justin was checking at every single email I was sending. Like at the beginning, I would send every single email to Justin. He would check it out and he would say, "Oh, change this, change this, change this." So I was practicing so much that at the end I became I don't consider myself like good, but I think I'm a decent writer right now. you know.
Yeah, W Justin in chat. He reviewed every single fucking email from
He's
Dario.
a G, bro. He's the best.
And now Dario, learned how to write, and now he knows how to actually launch. So tell me a little bit of what happened. So you had that creator, and then you ended up dropping that creator. So he dropped the creator where you made 13 grand, guys, by the way. So this isn't Dario's only success, by the way. And then what happened after you dropped that creator?
It's like I did not like drop him. It's like I put myself on a side a little bit because I knew like with him, with the kind of offer that he does, like for me, actually it's really easy to make money with him right now. But I know it's like not very scalable. So like I'm just like gonna help him every 2 months to make like 15 to 20K. I'm just gonna get my profit. But I have the systems already made, so it's super easy like for me to like I can literally put a launch together in like 3 days for this guy. So
Oh,
I did not drop him. I just have it like there on the side.
so you just
And then
kind
I
of
go
like left it there so you can go get passive income when you want it. This is Dario's passive income piggy bank over here.
exactly, yeah. Well, kinda. Like I help him with traffic and like with everything, you know. But I know like in 3 days I can put together what it took me like a month to do literally. And now I
How
can do it
does
in 3 days.
And how does that feel? Because like I know the first launch is super overwhelming. I know a lot of people here in chat. You can like put like a hand in chat if this is you. Like you're probably a little overwhelmed when it comes to like the launch stuff and stuff like that. But how does it feel after like doing your first launch, now knowing that you can kind of just like click a button and do a launch again? How does
So
that
good. So good, bro. So good. And I think like everybody like overcomplicated so much, including myself. Like at the beginning, I thought that that was like so much stuff to do. I wanted to like fix absolutely everything. I'm like super, how it's called, perfectionist, you know? So I wanted like to like make everything perfect. And at the end, it's like super simple. Like it literally is the simplest business model I think it ever exists. Like,
Yeah. All you gotta do is launch. You have a
yeah,
good
exactly.
creator, all you gotta do is
Exactly.
launch.
Just put a date, launch, that's it.
Yeah, Chris in chat said first launch is the hardest, then you can do all the rest is the fraction of the time. Yeah. It's honestly
Literally.
like that's what you realize after you're a growth operator. Like I say this all the time. Like if I lost everything, I know that I can go make 100K the next week. I say that like all the time with confidence. Nobody ever believes me. But once you understand how to actually use growth operating, right, with the skill sets Dario has, not knocking Dario, but he just got into this and he made 58K in 7 days, right? Once you get 3 years under your belt, like I have, right, making 100K in 7 days is very possible. You guys see how that's possible? Put a W in chat if you guys know that once you get the skill set, you'll be able to just spawn money out of thin air and you'll be able to have an income whenever you need it. So let's get a little bit in. How did you find this next creator where it's just like, okay, now you got this like new guy and you kind of ran into him somehow. And what struck you about this creator that made it like that oh shit moment? Like this could be something big.
So, bro, like this is actually it's actually crazy. So I got the creator actually like doing free work, like
Really?
literally, yeah, doing free work. So there's another guy on the inner circle. His name is Carlos. He's not super active because he's not really good at English, but the motherfucker is printing too. Like he's making a lot of money with this, and like they needed some help with some like copy and some clicks fund and stuff, and I helped him to do all that. And when I was talking to him, he saw that I got like some expertise and I knew what I was doing, you know. So then he was like, "Hey, do you want to like partner with me and launch together to this guy?" And I was like, "Yeah, let's do it." So yeah, so we will launch both together.
Fire.
That's
And
how it works.
and what kind of creator is it? Like what's the niche?
It's a crypto niche.
Okay, crypto niche, crypto
Yeah,
sprints. Nice.
it's super weird creator, bro. I'm gonna show you now. You're gonna freak out. Like
Yeah,
it's actually
so crypto creator and yeah, show us the creator. Feel free to pop him in the chat real quick if you want to.
I, I'll
Uh,
I'll show you. I can share your screen if you want.
yeah, just pop in the chat. I'll share my screen.
Okay.
Yeah, just send us like IG. So he had like a crypto creator, made 58K in 7 days. And
Yeah.
then what was the like? How did you know this guy was gonna absolutely just like print?
Because people like loved him. Like he was like I knew like he did not sold to his audience before, but he would like pop like 6, 7,000 views, like literally posting a video of him just talking to the screen. Like it literally is just that, like doing like so like technical analysis about like crypto. It's like super niche thing. Like it's not like he's not selling you a Lambo, he's not selling you a Ferrari, you know. He's just like talking about coins, like reading graphs. That's it.
Yeah,
That's the
look
only
at
thing
his
that he's
views too, guys. Like, look at his views. Like, most people would look at this and be like, oh, like, he doesn't have a ton of views. Okay, go partner with the motherfucker that has a bunch of views and you tell me how you fucking experience it. Like you tell,
yeah.
like, this is a way better creator than some, like, and another thing too, guys, that a lot of you discredit. How many of you guys speak a different language? Let me know in chat. How many of you guys speak a different language? Right? Dario speaks Spanish, right? So like you can use your like different language and take like the crypto niche or make money online niche is always a really good niche to make money in. But most of it's oversaturated in like the United States, the best operators take them, right? But like if you take a niche that really prints in a different language, it goes crazy, right? And this guy's an amazing creator because his content is, like Dario said, super consistent, right? Like I've analyzed like a ton of content and I've been trying to figure out, okay, like what's that content that like really fucking prints like crazy? And it's like literally low subscribers, low views, and it's shitloads of videos that are the exact same. Because that is how you create a cult. Imagine you're watching, I want to give you guys some like little insight here. This is just a little nugget, a little gem that I've learned recently, right? Imagine you were watching a TV show, right? And that TV show, like for example, for me, it was Game of Thrones recently, right? I really love watching Game of Thrones. And when Game of Thrones ends, me and my girl are always looking at each other like one more, like just one more episode before bed. You always want to watch the next episode. So with those types of creators, their audience is literally refreshing for their next video. It's like an actual cult because he's uploaded 1,800 videos, right? Now it's just obvious that this guy made $58,000 in 7 days. Now, Dario, I want to ask you, bro. You texted me before you did this launch and you're like, yo, bro, like, I think I'm going to make like 20K. And I was like, hell yeah, bro. You're like, you made 10K and you're like, I think I'm gonna make 20. What happened in your brain when you made 58? You're like, oh my God, I made 58K. Like what happened there, bro?
It was like, I don't know, bro. Like it was fucking insane. Like it literally, I wanna say this like very clear. I think it's all about the creator. Like it's all about like they get the right opportunity. Like this guy, I swear to God, I got calls. Like most of his audience are from South America. They're poor as fuck, and we made 58K. Like literally, people gave me the last $1,000 that they got in their bank, having children and everything. Like they did not care. They just wanted to have access to this guy. They were like fans, fans, fans. And like the sales calls, it looked like a simple conversation. Like I literally, it was like 15 minutes sales call and they would give me like $1,000. It was
Yeah.
like that. So I was like, I just promoted harder. Like the first 2 days we did 10K. Then I was like, damn, like on the wait list, we got like 400 people on the wait list. And literally like we got like 300 applications. Like that's insane number of applications.
You said you had how many people on the wait list?
400.
400, and how many applications did you get?
Almost 300 applications.
So all of them, okay. So a lot of you people ask me, like in the inner circle, especially, they're like, "Yo, Brady, I got like a list of like 3,000 people. What you think? You think I'm gonna print, right?" And I always tell you guys, and I'm like, I don't know. Like it's like whatever. Like it really depends. Like it just all depends. But three out of
Yeah.
100 is like, it doesn't matter how many people you have in the audience. It just matters like how much they fuck with you. You need people who like absolutely fuck with the creator. And if you have somebody that like, if you have a creator where like he has a cult or she has a cult, like it just prints, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that another thing for this creator, it was like the average age of his audience was anywhere between 35 and 50 years old.
Yeah.
So they were boomers. Like they all got money, you know?
Yeah.
They
So
got money.
that's another thing as well. It's the cult like audience that really fucks with him. And the thing is, it's not even like a cult. It's like they just have so much reciprocity built up because they've watched so many videos. And the fact that he's on the older side, I've been telling you guys like crazy. Like I'm like, it just makes my brain hurt when I see like I've even seen older people in the group that are like, I have a disadvantage because I'm an older person doing growth operating. You have an advantage if you're older doing growth operating because the older creators will take you more serious, right? And the older demographics have the most money. And that's why in a lower demographic country, right, he was able to still print. Because I've seen similar offers, same exact offer actually, for like kids in Latin America. That shit does not work because they're kids and it's Latin America.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah, no, it was insane. Like we actually got in a like I truly believe if I knew it was gonna be this hard, we could have made 100K easy, but easy. Like we launched at 8 a.m. here in the United States on Monday. We were two closers. 25 minutes later, we got no calls. Like it was impossible. There was everything filled up
Yeah.
in 25 minutes. So I needed to hire like three closers on the last moment. I needed to hire like a DM closer on last moment, like all on a rush. And like in literally like every 2 days, we needed like to open more spots on the calendar because we were like filled up all the time.
So
And
you're telling
qualifying
me,
people.
so you're telling me if you would have just prepared even better, and you're telling me if you would have prepared better, you would have made 100K. And because you still haven't sold all of those people yet, you could probably do one more launch, right? Prepared the right way, and you could probably do 100, 200K more because everything was completely booked out.
Yeah. This is another thing. We only hey, this is crazy. We only opened the waitlist for a Telegram group. We did not open the waitlist for the YouTube.
You haven't even showed the YouTube audience the offer. It's just for the Telegram.
We talk about it on the community tab, and we told the people like to actually like join the Telegram group. But he got like a 2,000 people on the Telegram group, and like we did not even like promote it on a YouTube video. Like we never talk about this on a YouTube video. This is like most of the audience does not even know like this exists right now. You know?
So this guy, right, Dario, promoted to 400 people, correct?
No, well, no, we promoted. Well, yeah, I promote to 400 people. Yes, only
Yeah.
400 people.
Okay, so even though the creator has a pretty big audience, 118, so they have 118,000 subscribers. He promoted to 400 of those 118,000 subscribers, which means Dario, I just saw it in the chat, is gonna make generational wealth probably with this creator. Isn't that fucking insane? Let's get some W's in chat for Dario. That's fucking super sick. Hell yeah.
It's crazy, yeah. Now I need to sit down and trying to figure it out everything because I got all over the place because I did not knew this was gonna be that massive, you know. So now I need this week to like sit down and like figure out what we're gonna do. But
You
yeah,
just
we
need to
only
go for a walk, bro, and be like, damn, I'm rich now. No, just kidding.
no, but like
Creators,
actually insane, bro. Like we only promote like it was 400 people, and I knew it was gonna be a good launch because like the open rates on the emails, like I'm not a copywriter, you know, and I was having like 60% open rate in almost every single email. Like the launch, we got 70% click rate.
Yeah.
That's
70?
like almost, yeah, something like that. Let me check, but
Yeah,
I think
that's it.
it's
That's actually insane. Like that's crazy as fuck.
what did the
Um,
creator think? Is he
67% click rate
yeah.
and 73% open rate on like on the like unlock your access here. I literally copy your headline, bro. I put unlock your access here, and it's 73 percent open rate and 70% click rate.
Yeah, guys. It's that simple. Dario's not even that great of a copywriter, not even to knock him or anything, but he just started copywriting. That's the thing, guys. All of these like gurus online telling you, oh, you can't do growth operating, you got to be an insane copywriter. You need to know sales in depth and this, that, and the third. Like you just learn it on the fly if you have like a good creator and a good opportunity. If you have 100 sales calls on your calendar because of a launch, you're gonna figure out how to do sales. Like you're gonna figure out like want to buy, they're
Yeah.
like, I'm ready to buy. Want to buy? I'm ready to buy. And closing on like organic is like it's easy. Like it's not really that hard to close on. You just have, like Dario said, you have a normal conversation. It's like, all right, it's this much, and they're like excited to be pitched, right? Like a lot of people haven't talked to cold leads. Like talking to cold leads is completely different than talking to like people who know, like, and trust the creator. What do you
Yeah.
think, Dario?
Yeah, we got like there was more than three guys that literally said on the call, I don't know I know I'm gonna regret this because I don't need it, but I just own this to the creator, so I wanna pay. Like literally, they say this,
Yeah.
and they give me $1,000.
All right.
That's it.
That's actually fucking insane. The bro just had hella laydowns. That's awesome. All right. All right. I don't want to make this too long for the recording, so because I want to do Q&A in the chat live afterwards. For those of you who have a ton of questions. But Dario, I have one last really insane question for you. What would you tell younger Dario, the Dario that's on the edge of doing growth operating or on the edge of like joining Inner Circle, right? The Dario that's a little bit skeptical. What would you tell younger Dario?
I will tell him that just do it. Like this Hormozy said it all the time. You're just gonna die and nobody's gonna care. So just whatever you're thinking that you need to do or you have to do, and you're not doing it because you're scared or like when I was 16, I left my house for the first time. I went to live to friends. That's the first time that I actually like get out of my comfort zone. Then I went to the US like without speaking English 3 years ago, you know? Like I think like when you have that mentality, it just helps you with so much in life. So I just would say like you have most of the people here have like 20 years old, 25-year-old. Like you're like you don't have anything to lose, literally anything to lose. Like you think that you have $10,000 is nothing. It's literally nothing. $50,000 is nothing. Like literally, you are 20 years old. So just take the risk, just do it and go all in. And like if you keep doing something for a long period of time, you're gonna get pretty good at it. No? So I would say that.
I 100% agree. Any money, I want to highlight that point. Any money you guys think you have, I used to do that when I was younger. I used to think that, oh, I want to hold on to this money that I have, the $10,000. Whatever money you have, it's like not a lot of money. And after Dario has finally touched like $58,000 in 7 days and then also 13K on another launch, like he definitely knows that there's millions to be made and he has this new abundance mindset, right? That's the true fucking like thing you guys will get out of this once you get to that mile marker. All right. Dario, anything else for the people watching the recording?
No, I would just say like just go all in. Like literally, you just need to go all in and you're gonna be ahead of the 99.9% of the people if you go all in. And if you see like you're not seeing results, like it doesn't matter. Just keep doing it. And at some point, it's gonna happen. And everything compounds. Like for me, I was like 3 years working 60 hours a week and playing rugby. And like in 3 months, I made, yeah, almost 80K. Like all came together at the same time, you know? So you just need to keep going. And at some point, it's gonna happen to you. It always happens.
Hell yeah. Let's give some W's for Dario in chat. He's preaching the gospel out here. The book of Dario. There's gonna be books written about him and stuff like that. Damn, the chat is like lighting up right now. Super sick. All right, I'm gonna end it for the recording. Anyone who's watching this, you know what to do. Go all in. And yeah, I'll see you on the other side. Boom. Welcome to this masterclass. It's gonna be super fucking dope. We have a special one for you guys here. Nick, my guy right here, is currently making $40,000 a month as a growth operator, and I'm gonna absolutely pick his brain. Are you guys fucking ready? Let me know in chat if you guys are ready for me to pick the shit out of Nick's brain. It's like 12. Give a W in chat for Nick. I better see everyone.
Yeah, it's 12 a.m. It's
Like, yeah,
12
it's literally
a.m.
12 a.m. and you guys are lacking, bro. Some of you guys are pulling up in here with like, oh, just got out of bed watching Netflix. I only see Justin, bro. I want to see everyone in the chat. I see Justin, I see Jacob, I see Austin, I see Preston, I see Sebastian, I see Dima, I see Sam, I see Kade, I see Colo. Yeah, that's much better. Let's fucking get it. Let's get the energy up in here. Bet. I have a question for you guys. What are these calls for? I have a question. What are these calls for? Let me know in chat. What are these calls for? What are these calls for? I want to see it. Gems. Why are we getting gems? Why are we getting gems? Why are we getting gems? We're getting gems. Why are these calls for gems? What are the gems for? What are gems? Let me know. Let me know. implement, action, paradigm. All right. So the purpose of these calls, and I actually love doing these calls. It's one of my favorite types of calls, right? I like to take someone that's successful from Creator Accelerator, right? And success leaves clues. Okay. When you actually like have someone that's successful, like we had Dylan on last time, and there's going to be a bunch more people coming up as we go here. But when you interview someone and you pick their brain and like really see the steps in which like they took to actually get a result, it gives you these data sets, and those data sets, that data is gems, right? And the more gems that you can collect on these calls, right? The more data you'll have, the better data sets, and the more likely it'll be that you'll actually get to your goal. Now, I have a question for you guys. What are your goals? What are your goals here? Like, why are you on this call in the first place? What are your goals in Creator Accelerator? Let me know in chat. Some of you guys look dead. I'm about to make you motherfuckers stand up. I don't know if you want to stand up. Someone said 50K a month. Someone said $1 gazillion making money. Now, I have a question. Why do you guys want to make money? What's the reason? Why do you want to move out? Right? Why? What's your bear? What's the thing that you're trying to move away from? What's the thing that you're sprinting away from so fast? Right? Time, location, and financial freedom. Go to Dubai. I don't want to stress about bills no more. Pay debt, move to Florida, student debt, quit my job, normal job. All right. So all of you are here for a reason. You're not on this call because you're rich as fuck. And like, except Nick, like he's rich as fuck now, but he's still on this call, right? But you're not on this call because you're rich as fuck, right? Everyone here is trying to make money. All right. And what these calls are for is I'm gonna absolutely like go crazy with Nick and absolutely just take everything from him. All right. Now I have like 2 or 3 other questions. Who has one of these out? Are you guys ready? I want to see it in the video cameras. I want to see everyone with their video camera. Lucy, who's got their notebooks out? I don't see Jace with a notebook. Jace is lacking. I see you, bro. I see you. He's like, I'm just here for no reason. I see Mare's got a notebook. I see Jacob. I see you, Jacob. I see Justin. I see Sam. I see Caleb and his business partner. I see Ronnie. I see Taylor. Jace got it. I'm proud of Jace. I'm proud of Jace. That's dope. Now, are you guys ready for me to absolutely just like pick Nick's brain? You guys ready for that? Is that something you guys want? You guys fuck with that? You guys fuck with that? Y'all want me to just pick his brain and get a bunch of gems? And who wants to steal gems from Nick? You guys want to steal gems from Nick? Yeah, pick his nose. I'm not doing that. That's a little weird. Would you let me do that, Nick, or no?
If you fly over here, sure. Why not?
Why not?
If you come the distance.
All right. So let's start this off. I'm gonna pop a neuromint while you introduce yourself, but tell us a little bit about yourself, Nick. Where are you from? Why'd you join Creator Accelerator? When did you join? How long did it take you to get results? What did that look like? Just give us the full rundown, bro.
Okay, so I'm from California, but I'm living in Prague. I went to Czech Republic in Europe, for those of you who don't know. I was going to school here and I joined Creator Accelerator, I want to say like end of October. Yeah, I think it was like October 25th or so. And what was the other question?
Just tell us everything about you, bro. Where'd you come from? Like, how'd you join Creator Accelerator? When'd you join?
Okay. How I joined is interesting because I'd always wanted to like make money online and like all that sort of stuff. And I had tried like drop shipping, trading, like I almost got into real estate at one point. And the last thing I had tried was like drop shipping over the summer. And it didn't work out for me. And I'd kind of like gotten to that point where I was like, my paradigm was fucked. Like I was like, fuck. Like I was kind of just like letting my dreams slowly die. And like really I started like focusing on school more because I was like, fuck, like this is what I'm gonna have to do. And then I saw like Eddie's reel pop up, and I was like, holy shit, like I feel like it was something that I'd like never seen before. I was like, oh my God. And I never bought a course for anything like that, but like I had this like intuition that was just like you're early on this, like you need to get on this. Just go all in. I didn't go all in at first, but like that's kind of what my brain said. And so yeah, so I joined and we launched like around a month ago. So I guess I've been in here for, I don't know, 4 months, five, no, like five, almost 6 months, I think.
Dope.
So yeah.
And when you launched with your, how long did it take you to get your creator?
Oh, okay, this is a fun one. So I had a creator previously. He was like a short form editor, and it took me around, I want to say like 3 months, 2 months, 3 months. I think 2 months to get a creator. And I got him, and he had like 60K on IG. And then I went into one of your inner circle calls, and I remember this. I
I
was
do
like
too.
deep in I was like deep in market research, and I think I was done with market research at that point, and I like looked at his analytics, and I like asked you about it. I was like, yeah, like we have a lot of like Indian people, and like I'm trying to see how to like target them or how we can like work with that. And you just told me like, yeah, they have like no buying power. It's just drop your creator. And I was just like, fuck, like that, like oh my God.
Hold on. I don't mean to cut you off, but guys, I want you to really realize that this motherfucker was happy as fuck. I was on this group call, right? Where I remember this vividly, and Dylon does too. I see him smiling, right? I remember we got on the call, and I was like, I don't know, I was being myself. I was blunt as usual, and Dylon or Nick comes in and he's like, "Yo, what should I do with market research? Like, I'm trying to figure out how to angle an offer towards like it's a more Indian audience." I was like, "Yeah, just drop him. Honestly, you have to drop the creator because it's not gonna work out." And he was like, "What?" And I was like, "Yeah, you have to." And didn't you get a 3K setup fee for that too, or some shit, or no?
No, no, no. Luckily with this guy, he didn't pay me a setup fee, so I just got like 60% rev share of zero fucking dollars. Didn't make anything. But yeah, and then so that kind of like really had me fucked up. But I ended up getting a creator pretty, I don't know how long it took me. I think it was like a week after, honestly, because like I had been like I went in the trenches with Dylon, like he was on this call last week, and like we were fucking together, just like doing outreach on a call for like 12 hours a day, basically.
That's
And
insane. What the fuck? It's crazy. I want to make a note, by the way, guys. Dylon's at 30K a month and Nick is at 40K a month, and they're both separate operators, okay? And they were accountability partners inside of the inner circle, like just going crazy every single day, 12 hours a day, just mashing, and just throwing up ideas and doing stuff, right? That's just a clue that like they're literally at similar results, like they're literally climbing at the same time. And Dylon's a little bit lower because, like, Dylon's got some work to do. But, like, he's getting stepped all over right now by Nick. But, like, just a clue, guys. Like, motherfuckers are neck and neck for a reason, right? Keep
yeah,
going.
that was like vital. And like I want to go like back into outreach a little bit. Like when I say like we were in the trenches, like I was eating once a day. Like I had been like very much into the gym and like self-improvement, all that stuff. I literally dropped everything else. Wasn't hanging out with my friends besides like the once or twice times I went to the gym per week, which I think it was maybe less, honestly. And like literally all I was doing was this. I was in school. I stopped going to school. And yeah, I like dropped out recently, but I have not been going to any classes or anything. Like I went all in, and that was like I want to, if there's one message you get from this, it's that like going all in and burning every fucking other boat or any other option is literally the number one thing like that made me succeed. And also having like an accountability partner to be in the trenches with, like that's like the number one thing, honestly.
You and Dylon are like this right now, just all lover boy.
Yeah.
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 Hold on. Let me keep this high level though. So like you got the creator in that time frame, and then how long did it take you to get your next creator after? Because I'm just trying to do time frames right now, like the overview, and then we're gonna jump into the weeds and stuff like that. So like timeline, how long did it take you to get that next creator?
I honestly think it was like two. I don't know.
It was
It
quick.
was short. It was quick because we had really like dialed in outreach by then because we
Mhm.
were like we were just like back and forth with each other, helping each other out. So it was like at that point it was pretty dialed, I would say, and like looms came across pretty naturally, like really naturally at that point. So yeah, I would say like honestly like a week after I got on a call, and that was like December 30. I think I remember getting the setup fee on New Year's Eve. So the 3K, we got a 3K setup fee from that. So yeah, I remember that. And then we launched like a month and a half after that, I think.
Fire.
Maybe a
Yeah, it
little,
took you
no,
guys
maybe
a
2 months.
little bit to launch.
Yeah.
For being perfectionist. I was on those inner circle calls. I'm like, I really hope you don't perfectionist your way out of this because this is a good creator, you know?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
okay, so and then you launched. What happened when you launched after a month and a half? So you got that one creator, 3K setup fee. By the way, guys, I want to highlight this is just a paradigm shift.
3.5K, actually, sorry, 3.5K.
3.5K setup fee, right? And then I want to highlight this for you guys. Listen, it took him 2 months to get his first creator. And then guess what happened when he got his next creator? It took him 2 weeks, right? Or however long. It was a short period of
Yeah,
time, similar,
short.
right? 2 weeks. Why did that happen? Because this is from the last call. You guys learned about this concept last week with Dylon. I want to see who's been paying attention. Why is that? Why
It's
is
just literally, oh, they're asking. Yeah, let them answer.
Yeah, we gotta get them engaged. These guys can't be falling asleep. This guy's making 40K a month, bro. Like he knows what he's talking about. It's the learning curve, right? It's you improve over time. And remember with Dylan, I'm pretty sure we actually pulled this up on I still have the drawing, but I'm pretty sure. Let me check because I'm pretty sure like this is like super this was like our super valid point on the last call. I might not have the drawing low key. Might have erased it. That would be kind of sad. No, that's Preston's. Yeah, maybe not. I think I erased it. Damn, that's unfortunate for you guys. But it wasn't until like Dylon. I'll just give you guys a recap. Dylon told me it wasn't until like 80 looms is when like there's this like curve and it goes and shoots up exponentially. But like if the x-axis is like looms sent at the 80 looms mark, that's when Dylon said he started getting the most responses, right? Towards the end in his outreach, where he was sending like dozens and dozens and dozens of outreach messages. It wasn't until the tail end where he started getting a ton of results, right? Because that's what it takes. You have to really like Nicholas said, or Nick, what Nick said, you really have to dial that in. So what would you say, Nick, was the thing from your perspective that like got you that creator like pretty much instantly after the first one?
Um, I honestly couldn't pin it on one thing. Like I know that's kind of like the worst answer, but it's like everything kind of comes together. Like it's just like you have a script and you kind of go off it and it's just like everything sounds natural. You're not salesy, but you have like enthusiasm. Maybe like a small thing. I think Donald said it last time, but like enlarge your like loom bubble at the beginning, wave, smile, because they want to see like I don't know. I guess they want to see someone that's like not a bot, basically.
Yeah.
Um, that's like honestly the main thing. Like it's kind of hard to pin it on one thing. You just have to keep fucking doing it. Good schools don't like I took my time honestly with like making a good school and making it customized. So that was I think a big thing as well. But it's just it all comes together. It's hard to compound it, and especially now, like outreach constantly changes, so you have to see what's working. You have to test shit, break rules. Like Brady tells you a lot of shit, but like I kind of broke some of the stuff that he told me. Like you have to sometimes be a little, yeah, there you go. Fireworks. Yeah, you have to be a little, you know, go right when everyone's going left. So it's like, I would say that's definitely a big thing. So what worked for me probably doesn't work now, I would say.
Yeah. And so a lot of you guys are like, that's not tactical. I want the copy and paste path, right? But that's not what you guys need. What's the takeaway there? Right? Like what can you get from that you could honestly use in your own outreach? What should you guys be going? It's the same thing Pierre told you guys, right? It's the same thing. You need to innovate. right? Like Prince said, optimistic contrarian. You need to do different shit, right? Because what he said, if everyone's going right, they're gonna notice you. I've seen some meme TikToks where people are like making fun of you guys doing all the same outreach and shit, and then everyone thinks it's like saturated or whatever. Like, bro, there's 200 million creators and a couple hundred decent growth operators. There might be a couple thousand right now that are growth operating, but they're all shitty, right? If you actually go right and you do the right thing and you actually put in an effort, you, especially since you guys are in this group, guys, you have such a crazy advantage because you're going to be able to go right because we're telling you, go right, be unique, do the right thing. There are 200 fucking million creators to work with, right? And like they need help, right? And that's where you guys have to be there to bridge the gap. But you can only do that by looking different because they're gonna look in their DMs, they're gonna be like, holy shit, there's a fuck ton of growth operators in here. I hate my life. If I get one more DM, I'm gonna kill myself, right? But you don't need to look like those guys. Go right, go left, right? Go away from the grain. You can see like Eddie's TikToks recently. He's been doing interview style content and like it's been blowing up. Congratulations to Eddie. He's got a video that's going like pretty good right now. It could probably touch 1 million views, right? But that's because Eddie's going right. He randomly decided to interview people in first class and ask them how they made money, right? And it's like a weird thing most people don't do, especially in our niche, right? It looks different. It gets more people in there because they're like, oh, that's cool, right? And that's the same thing with the creators. Now, I want to loop back to your timeline. So you got that next creator, 3.5K setup fee. I'm sorry, my texts just keep fucking going off. I'm about to get pissed off. Let me put do not disturb on. Okay. So you got that 3.5K setup fee, and you then like, how long did it take you to put everything together to be able to launch?
I want to say like a month and a half. Yeah, I think like we launched February 16th and I started like market research like early January, I think. So yeah, around there. And it was like it took a little longer than I expected just because he like didn't have time to record the VSL, but like now my creator's like very like we have a really good relationship. So
Dope. So it took you about a month and a half. And then as soon as you launched, how much did you make? Like pretty much off the bat.
So what we did for our launch was he was low-key lacking. Like we could have made more. We did like a public link in bio for like 24 hours. We only put up like 2 stories and one at the beginning and then one at the end. And he went live for like 30 minutes before we took the link out and got like I think 2,000 on the first day. Yeah, it wasn't that much, but it was a little bit like recurring. And then a couple days later, like we had a period where we weren't really doing anything for like 5 days, and then we started DM closing, and that's when like the money started coming because we were doing pips for like 700, so it started adding up quickly.
Dope. So, and then you ended up making pretty much your first month with the creator 40K, right?
Yeah, 31 days, yeah.
All right. Before we transition into sauce, let's just go ahead and get some fucking W's for Nick. This guy's a top G. I watched his entire journey. It's so cool to like watch. I like wanted to show you guys his entire journey because it gives you guys faith in like what you're doing. Like you're doing all the right stuff, right? Some of you guys feel like as if like you're lacking or like not moving anywhere, but like some of like you're doing the right stuff. Like I literally watched Nick do the same thing, right? I literally watched him do the same thing. Right, it's super dope to see him do that. I'm gonna throw up some W's for him as well.
And it's
In the chat.
sorry, it's fun. It's funny because like I feel like my paradigm was like so incredibly fucked. Like I literally thought every single course like online was like it was all a scam. Like literally every single one. Like that was how fucked it was. And like somehow I just ended up joining this, and like it really is like 80% mindset. Like you have to. I honestly wouldn't even consider myself like whatever, like a hard worker or like I don't know, like when people say like, oh, I'm the hardest worker in the room, but then once you have no other option, it's like, okay, it's funny how quickly you become the hardest fucking worker. Like,
yeah,
all you got, it's all you have. Like, you just have to do it.
So I want to actually loop back to that because, like, before I do that, how many gems have you guys gotten so far with me just going through his transformation so far? How many gems? Gem count real quick, because right now I want you guys to start counting these gems and putting. You guys better be writing. Pens better be out. Paper better be out because I'm about to actually get a shit ton of gems out of Nick. All right, I'm about to start pulling gems out of his brain. So I want to go back. Okay, so what was it about your paradigm that was really shitty? Like, what was it that was like really shitty? It's almost telling these guys like what not to do, right? Looking back at it.
Okay, definitely spreading yourself too thin. Like when I see all these guys like online, like it's always those like kind of motivational reels and they're all doing like, oh, working out. Like they're doing like a lot of stuff at the same time. Like you have to embrace that you're gonna go in the trenches for a couple months and it's not gonna be fun. And it's like literally the only thing you're gonna do. You like you have to sacrifice everything else and it's so necessary because it's going to put you so ahead. Like looking back now, I'm like so grateful that it was like the only fucking thing I did, even though my parents, like people will make you feel really guilty, like you have to be selfish, like you have to be selfish to be selfless later. And like when a bunch of people are asking like, oh, like can you just hang out with me for like a little, or like it's just 1 hour, you have to just say no to everyone because all that little time like adds up. That's why I was only eating like once a day because I was like, I really don't have time to this right now. Like it was just wake up, work, sleep, and then my sleep schedule was also fucked because I was like on American time, so I would wake up at like fucking like 3 p.m. and in Prague it would get dark at like 4, so you get 1 hour of light, and then it's just working till like 6, 7 a.m. Just literally just grinding basically.
Holy shit. Motherfucker was, bro, some of you guys can't even relate to that shit. You're like, yeah, I send looms around 2 p.m. when I get back from school and then I go play with my friends. Like, shut the fuck up. This guy was grinding at night all the way until like 7 in the morning. Like, that's absolutely bizarre. So, like, I want to like loop back. So like you said you're grinding all fucking night. What do you think about like what's your perspective on seasons of growth? Because like I know you're probably not like that now. So what's the difference
No,
between
I'm
that
not.
season before and like what it is like now? Like what does that the difference look like?
Well, right now I'm hiring out a bit, so I'm like buying back my time, which I'm very grateful for because now I can like I'm actually like going out and stuff, like I can live my life now. But I knew that like Hormozy said, like there's that season of your life where you just have to say no to everything and literally like sacrifice everything. And like you might lose some friends because like how do I say this? Like they don't understand in a way. It's like, oh, I'm gonna hang out with you in like 3 months. Like it's kind of weird to say that. But it's just necessary. And I guess the real ones will stick around. But you just have to sacrifice. Like it's just sacrifice. If you really, really, really want it, then you'll do it. And
And
when you have no other option, that's what you'll do. So
was it worth it?
definitely. And like we're about to scale, like I'm trying to get to 100K per month by the end of the year. Like we're gonna get there because we haven't launched our back end yet, or barely out.
I think you're making that goal time frame a little bit too far down the line because if you launch
Yeah,
back
yeah,
end, bro,
maybe
like
personal maybe.
yeah. But bro, like, dude, that's actually fucking dope. So like that season of no, so that's definitely a gem I would write down. Season of no, right? And then you said that season of no was essentially kind of maybe like 2, 3 months almost. Like,
I mean, low key, low key 4 because there was like even once I was like launched, it was like okay, I need to keep this momentum because I was the only one like DM closing, so that's all I was doing, like 12 hours a day. So it was like another season. Basically, now I want to get crazy numbers, you know.
mm,
So it was like another season of it, basically.
right. So I want you guys to write this down. If you're really willing, how many of you like just raise your hand or let me know in chat. How many of you want to get to like 40K a month where Nicholas is at or Nick? How many of you actually want to get there? All right, so there's a decent amount of you to do that. Now, I have another question. I want you to be very honest with yourself. How many of you have actually done a season of no for 4 months in your life ever before? few people, right? Hands go down, right? That means that you guys haven't really committed to something like that before. Like I've personally had to do that. Like I don't know if Eddie remembers, but like back in high school, like I wouldn't hang out with anyone. Like Eddie probably remembers me. Like I would go to like the study center and like literally avoid everyone, and I'd tell them no, and I would just be secluded to myself for like probably more than 4 months, honestly. I probably did it for like an entire year. Like the entire year I like absolutely did not fuck around, and I didn't talk to anybody. Right? It was like, yeah, 2 years.
Yeah. Not just a year. It was 2 years.
Yeah, I did that for like 2 years. I'm not gonna lie. Like my season of no was real shit like 2 years. And like where I'm at now is like I can go out to eat every single night and not really care and like stuff like that. I can take Sundays off. But like and like Kyle, for example, I work with him very closely. Like he won't take Sundays off because he's just like season of no, just like I was, right? But eventually you get to that point where you can kind of like chill back because it's actually better for you to chill back. But right now, what are you guys in a season of? Let me know in chat. What's your season right now? Right? Your season's no right now. Right? Your season's to absolutely go fucking psycho mode in a closet if you really want this. Now, psycho mode. Now, real shit though. I have a question for you guys. How many season of fuck no? How many of you guys are a little bit afraid of that? Like I personally like would be afraid of that. That sounds kind of fucking scary. How many of you guys are like that sounds like kind of fucked? Like not afraid of that, but it sounds like it's really hard to commit to almost, right? It's a little bit hard to commit to, right? Now, what was that one thing or that one dude with like a really big chin that really helped you to the process? And like, what difference did that make?
It was a big change.
Yeah, Dylon.
Dylon. Okay, I've never heard that one for Dylon. Damn, he just kind of strayed for no reason.
I was
So
joking.
wait,
Crimson chin. That's crazy, bro. Okay, yeah. Okay, how did that?
Okay.
So, what difference did that make? Like, what was that like?
having Dylon or having his chin or
Both.
okay. I don't think it would have been possible without him, to be honest. Like I had tried
Aw.
other stuff in the past, like I tried other stuff in the past and I was doing it by myself and I wasn't fully committed, but I also like had no support system or had someone helping me. Um like it's definitely essential. And
Yeah.
like there's some other people like Austin, Justin, like there's like more of us as well, but um it really is like the people. Your network is your net worth. I fucking hate that quote, but it's true. So
Yeah. Yeah, it's like and the thing is too, people say you got to get around high level people and like people that make money to make money. That's true, but like when you're in a season of no and you're in grind mode, what do you really need? You need someone who's also not making money but super hyper psychopath committed to like grind mode with you. Cuz like you're both not making money, but if you both have that paradigm shift of like I'm going grind mode, you're gonna do it. Now, I have a question for you. So, like, what was your like protocol? Because I know we talk a lot about accountability partners, but I feel like some of you guys hop off this call, go to try to network with people, but like it kind of folds because you guys are all weird. Like all you guys are like weird, like internet people, right? And it like doesn't click. What do you think it was about you and Dylon that like clicked? And like, what was almost your protocol? Because for me and Eddie, like we just like to fucking riff, but like
Mhm.
what was your protocol to like be productive and have a lot of fun together?
Well, we were fucking around a lot too. Like we made it fun. Like we made the trenches. We built a playground in the trenches, to have some fun basically. But like he called me, like he found me in the chat, I think, and then we just hopped on a call and then added each other on Discord, and then we were just like doing outreach together, like for like 12 hours basically, just like riffing back and forth, practicing sales calls, like all basically everything.
And you guys were basically just like, I sent this many to today, and you were kind of were you
Yeah,
essentially one up
yeah.
each other?
Yeah, I was always one-upping him.
For
So
real? Is that true,
yeah.
Dylon? No. Wait, who got a creator first? You or Dylon?
He did. Oh, yeah, he did.
Yeah, he got the right creator too. You had a bad creator.
Yeah, I know.
Dylon's
But
low
I'm
key the
good now.
goat.
Dylan is the goat. Dylan is the
Yeah,
goat.
so okay, you guys were neck and neck with each other. What are some things that like I'm just curious, like what are some things that you guys like talked about on a daily basis? Like what are the cuz like with these guys like there's thought patterns going around in their head that might be negative thought patterns that are actually holding them back from success. What were the thought patterns that were going on with along your conversations with Dylan? Like what did you guys talk about? What were the conversations like? Like what was it like?
Um, I don't know. Like we just I don't think we took it too seriously. Like we were locked in, but like we were just like joking around. I think that was a big part of it, like making it fun because like it's lonely, you know? So like having someone where you can still like joke around and they know the exact struggle you're going through was definitely a big thing, but I'm trying to think if there's like anything else. I don't know. I don't know if it was chemistry, but it was just like we just like got along. Like it's kind of hard to explain,
Yeah.
but
That's literally, bro. I wasn't even looking for. I wasn't fishing out like a strategy or a tactic or something like that. That's what I want you guys to get away from this. That's the gem I want you to write down with your accountability partner, guys. And you, when you guys have that genuine person, it's not a fucking rich person that you're networking with. It's someone that you're just homies, right? You're homies,
yeah.
boys, and you're just having fun every day.
Yeah, that's a big thing. Like if it's like, oh, like I feel like a lot of people are trying to like reach out to all these people in here making money, but that's like the last person you reach out to right now. You just need to find someone and just like go in the trenches together. Literally, that's it.
Yeah,
That's it.
you guys need to like find that person that is like fucking absolutely a psychopath. Like someone like I can see it in some of you guys' face. Like some of you guys are psychopaths. Like I can tell Austin Cannell, he's a psychopath. There's another
He
one.
is.
There's another guy who's in the inner circle. You guys know, Lawrence and Hakeem. They're psychopaths for sure, right? Lawrence is a psychopath. Like you could just tell when someone's like a psychopath. I can tell. Like if anyone's looking for an accountability partner, I don't know if Kade's found one yet. I think Kade's a dope ass dude though, right? Like Kade, I can tell you're a psychopath, right? Like you're like inching towards being an absolute psychopath, right? About this stuff. And it's just that's where you find that other person who also is a psychopath. And it's like you both are on that same grind set and you get closer to success that way. I wanna actually go further back into our conversation. You said like, why did you think like courses and shit were a scam? I'm just curious. Like why do you think it was a scam before?
I don't know because I had like tried drop like literally my paradigm might have been so fucked that I literally thought like I had tried drop shipping. I got like one or two sales maybe, and I literally thought like every like drop shipping creator, I thought it was all fake. Like I literally watched like a case study video. I thought it was fake. Like I don't know what the fuck was wrong with me, but it was like so incredibly fucked that I don't know what the cause of it was, but it was really bad.
And then what besides Eddie's TikTok that you saw, and I assume you kind of got it a little bit later, but what was that thing that kind of flipped your paradigm? Like that what was the paradigm switch? What was the moment you're like, I'm all in? Like this is like all chips slide to the middle of the table. Like I think you're a big burn the boats guy. We'll talk about burning the boats.
Yeah.
Like you just move the
Yeah.
chips to the center of the table. What was that moment where you moved those chips in the table?
I think it was maybe like really seeing the results in the community. Fuck, it's hard to put a finger on it, but like it might have been that it was like a community and that I could actually see like the people that made money, like actually see them like interacting like in the community. I was like, whoa, okay. Like they're actually real.
Yeah.
I don't it's hard to say. But then I like joined Inner Circle and like after that I remember like seeing people, I think it was like Andrea. I saw him, he was like talking about he was like, yeah, I like made a bunch of money, but like what should I do here? I was like, whoa, he's like actually making money. And it's like it was I think I was all in already at that point because that was all the money I had putting it into Inner Circle. But that like definitely solidified it more because I hadn't dropped out yet or been like sold on that idea, but after that, I was kind of like, holy shit, I have to go completely
Yeah.
all in,
Fuck it, right?
literally.
But yeah, so you said basically like you saw people. Now I know that there's a lot of people. Now I want you to think of old Nick. There's a lot of people in this call right now that might still have that like thing in their head. Like I don't know his name, but I think it's DOC. Like he might have that thing in his head. Like you can see him, he's got like hunched back as fuck, like he's chilling, like look at it, look at his ass. Like people that like that on this call, right? People who are like still like kind of like that minds, they need that mindset flip of like they probably still think like results that we even show, it's like, oh, that's fake, blah 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 blah, right? Like what would you say to that person? And not only that, like think about what you would say to old Nick.
Like I was a fucking idiot, I guess. I think the mindset videos also like not necessarily manifestation, but like I don't remember how you put it exactly, but like imagining the results and then just taking the action to get there, like acting like you're kind of already there. And I think that helped me a lot, honestly.
Yeah. So, okay, so extrapolating back, basically like finding the goal and then extrapolating backwards from the actual result. Gotcha.
Yeah, yeah.
So, yeah, that's pretty
And
much what these calls are for too. Like it's the best to be able
yeah,
to see like everything and then extrapolating backwards. What were you saying though?
I I feel like it keeps going back to burning the boats, but like maybe it was because I had tried like all this other stuff, but I could always fall back on school, and then I think burning the boats like forced my paradigm to shift. Like I don't think it had fully shifted then, but I was just like, fuck it, I'm gonna just try and maybe it'll work out. And then eventually it was like, okay, I literally have no other option. It started shifting. And I think it was also like me and Dylon talking back and forth. I think that definitely helped, and like Austin and some other people as well.
100%. Were you on the call on Saturday that I did with the Paradigm Gems call or no?
With the bear?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was at the gym, but I was there, yeah.
Would you say it's a bear scenario or no? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I think so. I
It's
needed
like,
something chasing me because I
okay,
wanted always 10K, but I didn't have like a need for it necessarily. Like,
all right. This is perfect. We're gonna talk about this. I like to pull out a Figma for these types of calls and teach you guys a concept. This is a fat gem, by the way, guys. All right. So on my last Paradigm Gems call for the inner circle, I was talking about the theory of constraint and like what the unlock was for the theory of constraint. Like the theory of constraint is basically like you have this constraint that's holding you back. Like the constraint that was holding Nick back is that he hadn't burned the boats yet, right? And it was the constraint, and it's what's holding you back from actually getting what you want. It could be like 10K a month, 20K a month, 30K a month, 50K a month, whatever it is, right? Whatever your goals are, that's the thing holding you back. All right. Now this is a very high level concept. Okay, but it's very, very important. All right, so I just want to honestly just get rid of this because I don't want to confuse you. Okay, so let's imagine this is what Nick means, by the way. This is a visual representation of what happened to Nick. Okay, so this is a grizzly. I want you to ignore my drawing, and I want you to imagine this is a grizzly bear. All right, and then I want you to imagine this as a sack of like 10K in cash, like at the top of this mountain, and this is you right here. Okay. And then climbing up this mountain, you'll get to $10,000 a month, or the cash money, like the thing, right? This is a goal, and this is like a big fucking bear that's chasing you. Now, I have a question for you. There's $10,000 at the top of the hill, right? And let's start with the grizzly bear. There's a grizzly bear chasing you. You're going up the hill, it's chasing you, and you have to run up the hill to get away from the bear. All right. That's scenario A. There's a bag of money at the top of the hill, scenario B, right? And you need to run up the hill to get the bag of money. I have a question for you guys. In which scenario are you running faster? Are you running faster away from the bear that's chasing you, or are you running faster towards the actual money that you're going to? Which one? Which one are you moving faster away from? Which one's going to make you sprint up that fucking mountain, right? The bear. Obviously, right? Now, a lot of you guys, or now I actually have a question. See if you guys are paying attention. What was Nick's bear? I'll let Nick answer after. But what was Nick's bear, do you think? Like he wanted to get to $10,000 a month. He never even, I don't think he even expected to make $40,000 a month off rip, right? Like,
no.
like
Actually, no. Actually, no. I think my paradigm was shifted by then. I said I was gonna make 20K in the first 2 weeks after launch, and we did it in 13 days. So at that point, I started to like have belief, and then it started happening. So it was like an exponential shift, low key. Like I think.
100%. You guys only one person? Only one person knows Nick's bear? That's crazy. All right, Nick, tell us what that bear was that was chasing you behind you to get you to that goal. What was that bear of yours?
Well, having no other option and like being a failure, literally. Like, because I dropped out, so it's like there's no like other option. And especially since my parents like expect a lot of me, so I'll probably be a little disappointment to them for a little bit, but that's necessary. Sometimes you have to go your own way. So it was definitely like literally just having to do it.
100%. I
Like,
want you guys to write that down. The thing that was Nick's bear, that was probably, correct me if I'm wrong, it's probably the main driver to your success is the bear.
yeah,
Because you move faster away from the fucking bear. Most people, the reason why I
definitely.
bring this up, guys, is because most of you are like, yeah, I want to retire my parents. But realistically, like, you're never going to do that because that's just a goal to you. You're like, most of you guys aren't getting results because you're fucking walking up this hill, right? Nick got results because he wasn't walking up this hill towards his goals. He was fucking sprinting. Just like you guys literally heard in the beginning of this call, he was on fucking calls with Dylon doing outreach for 12 hours a day for like 2 months. Like, that's bizarre. Like, late at night as fuck. He's sprinting away from a bear. Nick, if you had a goal, no bear at all,
Mhm.
would you be up at 7 in the morning sending limbs with Dylon?
No, because I had a goal previously. Like I literally tried, I told you, I said I tried drop shipping, trading, real estate, crypto, like all this stuff. And it always was like a phase because it was just like, oh, I'm just gonna try it. Like I want to say something. I had a friend that I met up with recently, like 2 weeks ago, and he goes to my university or my old one, and he was telling me, he was like, yeah, like I kind of want to try like what you're doing. Like he's cool, but I instantly stopped him. I was like, the way you just said that is like so wrong. Like nobody that I know that is at the top, like elite roundtable or whatever, no one is like spread themselves thin. Like I told them either just go fucking all in or don't try at all because what we're doing works. It's just like, are you gonna actually commit to it and like trust yourself that you can actually do it? Because like it works. It's just like you just have to trust yourself that you can do it. So
The fact that that guy said try.
yeah, I literally told him he didn't do it, but
Bro, the fact that
not
that
yet.
guy said try, bro. Like the
I know.
word try should not be
I
in you
gave him a whole
motherfucker.
pep talk. I
Yeah.
gave him a whole
Like, bro, the
speech
word
after that.
try is the whole thing you just need to delete out of your vocabulary. Because, like, this guy, Nick, burned all the boats. Like, this is what happens too, right? It happened to me. It happened to Eddie when I dropped out of college, right? I did the same thing, right? You drop out of college or you quit that job or you fucking just become a disappointment for a little bit, right? Become that bum
Hmm.
that people don't believe in. You're starting your own band or whatever. They think you're going to psycho mode, right? But that becomes, why does that become your bear? It's because you're so fucking afraid of failure, right? You're so afraid of failure because I want you guys to imagine what your parents would say, or Nick, imagine what your parents would say if like you failed. What would they do?
Um, I don't know. I think my mom would have like a breakdown, and my dad would just like lose faith. I haven't actually told them I dropped out yet, but that's for
Yo, Eddie,
that's for later.
Eddie didn't tell his people like he dropped out for a little bit either. Like he was like, "Nah, I'm not doing that." But
Yeah.
like, bro, like I want to ask you, like, how does that make you feel? Like if you failed, like knowing that, like if you failed back then, and like
Mhm.
where you're at now, like, but if you failed, how would that make you feel? I know that would make you feel like absolute shit. Like they'd just be like,
Yeah.
"Fuck."
It wasn't even like an option in my mind. Like I can't even tell you what I was thinking because I was just like, yeah, it's not gonna happen. Like I just can't. I literally cannot
Yeah.
fail. So
Yeah, you
that's
have
kind
to
of
fucking you have to choose like the fact that you're not gonna fail. And here's the cool thing
yeah,
about business, guys. If you keep going, you haven't failed yet. Real shit. All of you guys that
yeah,
are doing this and you haven't gotten the success is like defined by yourself, right? Like for me, I don't believe that I'm like completely successful, right? I legitimately like don't believe that I'm like where I want to be. 100% I'm not where I want to be, right? But you don't fucking lose, you don't fail until you stop. And
Yeah,
failures in business are not failures. They are learning lessons. Me and Nick have been on multiple inner circle calls with multiple learning lessons. Like
yeah.
we've been through quite a few
A
of
lot
them.
of them.
Right?
Yeah, and Dylon said in the chat that we were delusional. Yeah, I forgot to mention that. Like we were fucking like you have to be so retardedly delusional. Like that's a very key component. Like then your paradigm starts to shift where it's like, okay, you start getting a little like schizo on everyone, and that's also very necessary. Like when you said, I think it was in one of the mindset videos, you were like, yeah, you should like burn the boats, drop out of school. So what the fuck is this guy saying? Like, it was the stupidest. I didn't think that was the stupidest thing, but I was like, there's no way I can do that. And then I had to, and here we go. Like, that's literally the main reason. Like, no one at the top did not go all in. That's like literally it.
That's an interesting stat though that you brought up. Like this is just a note to you guys. All the people in the inner circle, like I'm pretty sure like probably 80% of them are not in
Yeah.
school or anything like that. Like it's fascinating.
Yeah.
Like
A
that's
lot.
like you have to fucking commit to like one thing. And you have to go all in. And you just gotta like go fucking crazy with it, like psycho mode. Now, I wanna pull back because now real quick, temp check. How many gems have you guys gotten from this so far? I see some people blowing up the chat. There's no such thing as failure unless you quit. That's a gem right there. You guys should have a ton of gems already. 4, 20, 15. I want to see everyone comment. If you're sitting here like this and you're drooling out of your mouth, why are you here? Like you should just leave. Like if I see some of you in the face who haven't commented yet, right? Why are you here? I'm looking at a few of you, and you know I'm looking at you, and you haven't commented yet. Why are you here? Right? Why are you here? I see a couple of you commenting now. They're like, "Oh, it's not important to comment." Bro, like if you're not locked in and you're not actually getting value from this, why are you here? Real shit. Like I'm still looking at the motherfucker that has not commented in the face. Like there's still a few of you I'm literally looking at in the face. All right, I'll stop picking on you guys. But like guys, come on. If you can't even lock in on a single group call, do you think you're gonna get your goals? Probably not, right? You need to fucking commit. All right. So let's retrack back. Now we're about to start wrapping up here. What going back to old Nick and seeing old Nick, besides burning the boats and stuff like that, but like imagine old Nick tells you that's dumb. What would you say to these guys and old Nick knowing that like they just told you like that's dumb? And like what was the big thing that kind of just like completely changed everything for you that you would tell old Nick, younger Nick, and like what would you say to him?
That like helped me shift my paradigm or
Whatever it
or
is.
just like
What if you could go back in time? Real shit, forget all the extra shit, honestly. Like if you could go back in time and talk to old Nick. Let's talk to old Nick for a few minutes here. Like what would you say to him?
what would I say to him? I would honestly say keep being delusional. Just like sacrifice everything else for a short time. And what else would I tell him? Just like you're on the right path. Like there's gonna be a long period, like you said, it's like an exponential curve where there's gonna be like no results. So you have to kind of emotionally disconnect yourself from the results. Just put in the inputs, and that's like like the amount of looms you're sending out, and don't like put your emotion into how many people are responding or that. Just like obviously keep like improving and tweaking stuff, seeing what's working, but like you need to not I don't know, have like an emotional connection to the outcome because you're not gonna like go the distance essentially if you do that. You just have to keep doing the inputs even if you don't see like any results for days. And like no creator, like there was a point where oh god, like no one was looking at my looms, no one was opening my emails, just a canon event, like it's necessary. And looking back now, I'm like really, really happy I went through all of that because it was such a like character development that I needed.
Yeah.
So it's literally a canon event, yeah.
And I wanna let you know something. That shit, that emotion that you felt when you were going through that, it never goes away. I was literally dealing with it yesterday, bro. Swear to God. I was talking to Kyle for 2 hours. I was like, fuck, this shit is not working. And same scenario happened like multiple times over the last 2 months, and same dealing with it the same way. And I actually I got this from Hermosi, and I had to teach it to Kyle yesterday. And I was like, I'm not going to use the analogy me and Kyle used because it's inappropriate, but it's called the grandfather frame. And basically what that means is like, let's say what's a recent problem you were dealing with, Nicholas, Nick, that got you really like flustered, something that got you really like tight.
Um, okay, a recent one. It kind of ties into what I was just talking about, but like DM closing, it's a very like sales are very non-linear. So it's like you can have a day where you're like fucking DM closing for like 12 hours, you don't make a sale. And then there's like days where it's like literally I had one within like it was within 5 minutes we made $1,400. And then there was like a day where I only DM closed, like one of the rare days, like reaching towards the end where I think I only DM closed for like 3 or 4 hours and we made like 4K that day. So it's like really hard. It's easier said than done to like disconnect your emotion from the results because like it's so unlinear how much like money you make. Um, so yeah, that was definitely a big thing. Like you have to try to disconnect yourself as much as possible. So yeah.
So I want to give you the frame now. So this is the grandfather frame I want to give to you that Hermosi gave to me. It's like, now I want you to think about this. What would 50-year-old Nick think about that emotionally?
But it's just like a waste of emotional bandwidth
Yeah.
to like just constantly be like reacting to all these short-term things because business is like very like up and down, up and down. So like you're gonna like wear out mentally if you just keep linking yourself to that. Like you have to disconnect. Again, we're still working on it, but yeah.
And right, it's hard to disconnect. You're saying still working on it. This is
Yeah.
a how-to tactic that I've learned, that like I used to get really emotionally attached. Eddie knows that I get all worked up and shit, and I go psychopath mode, and I emotionally wear myself out as well. It's like, what would 70-year-old like Brady think about this, or 70-year-old Nick with more business experience? And me and Kyle have a saying now. It's just another Tuesday. Right? Just another fucking Tuesday in business, right? I've been through this a million times already. Like that person,
Yeah.
like it's taking a frame, like a problem. Like let's say you have a big problem. It's like Dylon had his first refund request the other day. I was like, take that one problem. He probably felt like shit for a little bit. He's like, they're asking for a refund. And he's like going crazy. He's like, I don't know what I did wrong. But it's just an idiot at the end of the day. I'm like, take that, Dylon. I'm like, take that one scenario and imagine that like it happens every single day, 5 times a day, for like forever, all the time. How would you feel about it then? It's like, I don't feel
You
it.
just shrug it off.
Right. It's just another Tuesday, right? That's how you have to feel about it. And
Yeah.
it's the same thing with like if you lose a creator. Like if you get a creator and then you lose that creator, the first time you lose a creator, it's like, fuck. Right. But the next time you lose a creator, it's still probably like, fuck. But like, how many creators did 70-year-old Nick lose? Hundreds.
Yeah.
Right? It's just another Tuesday. Right? It's just
And
taking that frame.
at least it gets easier. Like now, if I lost this creator, I could get one literally today. But yeah, you really
Why
like
is that? Why is that though? I want these guys to know. Why can you get a creator instantly?
because I went through the damn trenches. I have the social proof now, and I can separate myself very easily
Leverage.
from the herd. Yeah.
Leverage is fuck. All right. You guys, how many gems did you get from this entire call with Nick today? Nick. Lots of I want Nick to see how many gems he gave away today. Lots of fucking gems. Let's see. 16, 5. Again, if you're not commenting, why were you here this entire time? Why were you here? 7, 9, 20, 27. 1 hour of gems, 23, 15, 21. Bet. All right, boys and girls. Any last words for Nick? Any last words, Nick? Any last words? Anything you want to say?
Just burn the boats. Like just drop out, quit the job, whatever. Like you're gonna die. It's not gonna matter. Like just die trying. That's my 2
Bro,
cents. I die trying with someone at least. Like I got Dylan, we would have just not made it together at least. Because
Bro,
I would
that
have pulled him down with me.
That shit makes me so happy to see you guys have like an actual friendship in the group. You guys both came from
Yeah.
like completely like different places, met in the community, and now you guys are like lovebirds. It's insane.
Yeah.
You know Zane and Aiden? You know Zane and Aiden?
Same.
Yeah. Zane and Aiden
Yeah.
joined our first community we've ever created. It was $20 a month. It was like 3 years ago, right? It
Damn.
was called the Shot Callers. I don't know if you guys have seen, but our actual business name is the Shot Callers.
Yeah.
LLC. And they joined that group and they became business partners in that group. They've been business partners for like 2 or 3 years now, which is fucking bizarre.
That's sick.
Right. And they have like ZNA Kicks as their brand and shit. It's hilarious. And it's like not hilarious, it's cool as fuck. That like they just have that. And it's like, guys, if I could transfer one belief to you on this call, and people are dropping off, which is insane, but like if I could transfer one fucking belief, right? It's the fact that like people in this community, like you're not like a lifelong partner. I don't want to talk about marriage or anything, because I know you and Colin are getting close, but like that one person that you could be best friends with and talk to every single day and enjoy it is inside this community. And what's fucking hilarious is I talk about Kyle all the time because I genuinely talk to this motherfucker all the time, like literally all the time, because we're trying to fix business stuff and like we just work really well together. I met Kyle inside the community. He like literally was a student. He made 30K a month and I plucked him. I was like, you're too good for that. Like I need you in my business. Like you're good. I have no more space left. Please don't DM me. But if I could transfer one belief to you, like in all seriousness, like really actually genuinely use the community. All right.
Yeah.
What time is it? Motherfuckers, what time is it? It's gem sharing time. All right, I want you guys to all take your gems and post them in the chat. I want you to post 1, 2, maybe 3 gems that you got from this call. And I want you to copy it. I want you to get all those gems so we can all synthesize these gems for this entire call. We'll have like almost like a notepad of notes. We got burn the boats as the first one. Go all in. That was probably the main topic of this call.
Yeah, that is most important.
Find
Or
your
one of the
bear.
most.
Die trying with someone. Dylon specifically. Everyone go DM Dylon. He's the best accountability. No. He won't respond. He already told.
He's mine. He's mine.
Oh. All right. You only fail if you quit. Focus on finding your beast. I think one thing you guys are ignoring. I think one thing you guys will probably ignore from this. There's a lot of points that I get from like mentors and stuff, and they'll tell me stuff and I'll ignore it, and that's completely cool. But like, guys, I know there's one thing you're ignoring, but season of no is like something you really need to do. Like it sounds fucking crucial, and you guys are like, nah, I'm not doing that. Like some of you are in your bed right now, not looking at anyone in particular, but like season of no is like something that's required for like if you want to get to 50K a month, 100K a month, it is required to commit. Like you can get to 10K a month, like kind of half-assing it, but like it's gonna take a long time. Right? Run from the bear, go all in, burn the boats, find an accountability partner, and live in the fucking trenches with that motherfucker. Yeah. Die. Reverse engineer your goal. Sprint. Yeah, reverse engineer your goal and turn it into a bear. Die with dignity. Season of no. Yeah, swim against the current. Be different. Find a partner. Be retardedly delusional. I actually love that, bro.
I like that.
Like Eddie is the most retardedly delusional motherfucker I know, and it's the best. It's like so fire. And I'm like, no. And he's like, it's basically free. Be self to be selfless. Be selfish to be selfless, and fuck with that. Now, guys, all of the things you see in the chat right now, if you have something that, or if someone else has something that you don't have, go copy it. Right now, go copy it in the chat. You can scroll up and stuff like that. Now, what's next? For those of you who come to these calls all the time, what's next? What's next?
Brady, I have actually one more gem to
Share
drop
it, bro.
on
They're
them.
all. It's a bonus gem. We got a bonus gem.
So I actually think a big reason like of my success and like helping you become more delusional is like I was like isolating myself a lot. Like I wasn't really hanging out with people. I wasn't going to school. But I was like talking to Dylan. I was like one of the only people. I was talking to a couple more people in the group, like Austin, I think Justin, a couple more people. And like we all just like gaslighted each other and made each other more delusional. And it's like you're not surrounded by all those limiting beliefs. So you like say no to everybody else, and then you're just locked in with these people, just building your fucking like delusion up until you get to 40K, 30K. Now we're about to get to 100. So
I wanted to say one more thing as well. There's like a funny thing between me, Nick, and a couple guys who came. But specifically me and Nick. Nick is a very like he's a big overthinker. Like he is so like he gets caught in it's bad. And then I come in like, shut the fuck up, just do it, just try it, just try it. And like we compound each other kind of like because then I swing too hard and he's like, bro, you have to think like this like, and then I get him. So it's like it's funny. So yeah.
That's fire. Because that's
It's a good
literally,
one.
bro, I did a, by the way, guys, if you want to know your personality type, go to like do a Myers-Briggs test. But I had Kyle, me and Eddie did a Myers-Briggs test. You guys could probably do the same. Nick and Dylon do the same Myers-Briggs. But Eddie has his personality trait is like commander, where it's like kind of just like Dylon, where it's like go, go, go. And I'm kind of more of I need rationality and data for it to fucking like be like a thing I do. And it's like, I don't know, I gotta tinker with it, and it's like you mentally masturbate. When you're a beginner, that's actually the worst trait to have. You need somebody like that where it's just like, stop being a dumbass, just do it, right? Because you don't need to think about anything. You'll be really good at scale though, where it's like you're thinking. It's because once you get to like 100K months, it's more about like actually making really good decisions and shit, and that's where you'll be cracked, right? But like sometimes you'll overthink your way into spirals and stuff like that. And it's just like there's a good balance of the yin and yang between like do and don't do and shit like that. It's a cool like mix. But I figured out recently, me and Kyle have the same personality trait. That's why we're able to talk for like 2 hours on end. Like literally last night we talked for 2 hours because like we just literally like understand how our thought patterns work together. And then Eddie's just like, no, we just rail traffic, like just rail the traffic down the funnel. Let's send it. Right. And like, it's you have to have that like perfect storm. So sometimes it's dangerous with me and Kyle. We'll talk in circles and not get anywhere. But then Eddie comes in and it's just like, do, thing, unrationality. Let's do it. It makes sense. And like, you should. Right.
Yeah. That's definitely a big part. I think I'm like a mediator or something, but yeah. Personality to.
Hell yeah. All right. So action. Before we had that bonus tip, we had action. All right. I want all of you to go in the community and I want you to post your gems. Post it in Creator Accelerator, post it in the community, and go find a Dylon, right? Go find a Nick, right? If you are going at this alone, especially if you're in the inner circle and you haven't used the accountability pairing stuff, if you are going at this alone, you're not using the accountability pairing calls, you're not using stuff like that, bro, you need to find someone else that's serious, bro. Because if you find someone else that's serious, you need to absolutely go. You're gonna take so much longer than if you actually found that one person, right? So go find that other person, go take action, post your gems in the community. And if you have any other questions about this, post it in the community and other people will help you and you guys will talk to each other. It's how you don't just be like, who wants to network? Go spark good conversation and talk to people and add value, right? And you'll find your way to success. All right. Nicholas, thank you so much for coming out, right? Dylon, thanks for being
Fumbled my name on the line.
Nah, Nick.
We have to restart the whole thing.
I don't know why my brain can't like register it. It's like, I don't know. I've just been calling you Nicholas for so long and I'm like trying to reform my brain at this
I'll
point.
put a name tag on or just like on my head.
Yeah. That would be fire. All right, guys.
Or paint my wall.
If you have any other questions, post them in the community and I'll see you boys and girls in the next one. Peace.